Profits. Easy LLC. Profits Daily 123 at AOL.com. Table of contents. Dark Psychology 101. Learn the secrets of covert emotional manipulation, dark persuasion, undetected mind control, mind games, deception, hypnotism, brainwashing, and other tricks of the trade. By Michael Pace. Copyright 2015 by Make Profits. Easy LLC. Profits Daily 123 at AOL.com. Table of contents. Introduction. Welcome to the world's most powerful psychology book. Chapter 1. Covert emotional manipulation. Chapter 2. Dark persuasion. Chapter 3. Undetected mind control. Chapter 4. Mind games. Chapter 5. Deception. Chapter 6. Hypnotism. Chapter 7. Brainwashing. Chapter 8. The Dark Triad. Chapter 9. Dark psychological seduction. Chapter 10. Case studies. Conclusion. Light at the end of the tunnel. Introduction. Welcome to the world's most powerful psychology book. What is dark psychology? They say that knowledge is power. Well, if knowledge is power, then having knowledge of human psychology is the equivalent of having superpowers. Psychology, the understanding of the human mind and the way it works, is a topic central to the existence of mankind. Psychology underpins everything from advertising to finance, crime to religion, and love to hate. Someone who understands psychological principles holds the key to human influence, a key few other people possess. Obtaining psychological knowledge is often a difficult task. Like all of mankind's most advanced secrets, psychological knowledge is buried deep within the pages of dense journals and kept out of the reach of the general public. To distill this powerful information into a useful form would require someone to delve through countless books and journals, attempting to separate the useful from the useless. Table of contents. Introduction. Welcome to the world's most powerful psychology book. Chapter 1. Covert emotional manipulation. Chapter 2. Dark persuasion. Chapter 3. Undetected mind control. Chapter 4. Mind games. Chapter 5. Deception. Chapter 6. Hypnotism. Chapter 7. Brainwashing. Chapter 8. The Dark Triad. Chapter 9. Dark psychological seduction. Chapter 10. Case studies. Conclusion. Light at the end of the tunnel. Introduction. Welcome to the world's most powerful psychology book. What is dark psychology? They say that knowledge is power. Well, if knowledge is power, then having knowledge of human psychology is the equivalent of having superpowers. Psychology, the understanding of the human mind and the way it works, is a topic central to the existence of mankind. Psychology underpins everything from advertising to finance, crime to religion, and love to hate. Someone who understands psychological principles holds the key to human influence, a key few other people possess. Obtaining psychological knowledge is often a difficult task. Like all of mankind's most advanced secrets, psychological knowledge is buried deep within the pages of dense journals and kept out of the reach of the general public. To distill this powerful information into a useful form would require someone to delve through countless books and journals, attempting to separate the useful from the useless. That very process has been completed. You are reading a cutting-edge distillation of some of the most powerful principles in the world of psychology. You don't need any special understanding to benefit from this book, just a willingness to learn, reflect, and apply your new knowledge. The book you now possess offers an insight into a hidden world that few people know exists and even fewer understand. The world of dark psychology. These are the principles and tactics used by the most powerful influencers the world has ever known. You have a ticket to explore some of human history's most devious minds and the diabolical ideas they devised. Not only will you be offered insight into the principles underpinning what essentially amounts to psychological black magic, you will be shown the ways the principles are actually applied. And that's not all. Real-life case studies are offered so you can understand these ideas by seeing clearly how they have been used throughout history. Why you need to understand dark psychology. Dark psychology is at work in the world. You might not like this fact, but you can't change it. So you have a choice: either try to remain ignorant of something powerful and risk becoming its next victim, or take control of your situation and learn to protect yourself, and those you love, from people who would ruin you through their ruthless psychological exploitation. Understanding dark psychology is not only a defensive measure. There are ideas and principles contained within the world of dark psychology that can help you get ahead in your personal and professional endeavors. No one is asking you to become a psychopath, but surely you could use a little more power in your day-to-day life. With great power comes great responsibility. How you use this book is up to you. It can be the most powerful defensive tome you've ever come across, or a weapon used to give you an advantage in life. The ideas and examples contained in these pages are simply tools. Use them to build whatever you desire. This book is not for the faint of heart or the weak of mind. Once you have lifted the curtain on the world of dark psychology, there is no going back. You will have an understanding of human nature that few have ever obtained. With great power comes great responsibility. You have been warned. Chapter 1, Covert. Emotional manipulation. What is covert emotional manipulation? It is no coincidence that covert emotional manipulation, also known as CEM, is featured first in this book. Many of the dark psychology tactics you will come across make use of this type of emotional manipulation in one way or the other. As you learn more about the world of dark psychology and its various manifestations, you will recognize signs of CEM. Understanding exactly what CEM consists of is therefore a vital first step in understanding dark psychology. Covert emotional manipulation is the attempt by one person to influence the thoughts and feelings of another in an underhand way that is undetected by the person being manipulated. Breaking down each of the 3 words in the title is a great way to get a handle on this foundational idea. Covert refers to the way some manipulators are able to hide their intentions and the true nature of their actions. Not all emotional manipulation and influence can be categorized as covert. Victims of the covert type, however, will typically not know they have been manipulated, not understand the way manipulation has been carried out, and not even be able to guess at the motivation of their manipulator. CEM is a dark psychological stealth bomber, avoiding detection and defense until it is too late. The emotional side of the manipulation refers to the specific focus of the manipulator. Other types of possible manipulation include people's behaviors, beliefs, and willpower. CEM focuses specifically on impacting a person's emotional state and reality. Many manipulators focus in on this area of influence as they know a person's emotions are the key to all other aspects of their personality. Manipulating someone's emotions is like slicing their jugular vein. If a person has emotional control, they have full control. The final piece of this puzzle is the term manipulation. It is a common misunderstanding that influence and manipulation are the same thing. This is not the case. Manipulation refers to the underhand and hidden process of influence that takes place outside the awareness of the person being controlled. The intention behind influencing someone as opposed to the intention behind manipulating them is another key difference. An influencer has the mindset of I would like to help you make decisions that are good for you. A manipulator has the mentality of I want to secretly control you to benefit myself. Therefore, understanding the intention behind any given behavior is in large part deciding whether it is an example of covert emotional manipulation or not. Now you have an overview of exactly what covert emotional manipulation is and how it differs from other forms of influence and control. The most likely situations to find covert emotional manipulation taking place will now be explored, as well as the main types of manipulative characters that occur time and time again. Situations and manipulators. Broadly speaking, there are 4 primary scenarios in which covert emotional manipulation can take place. These are the professional, personal, romantic, and family spheres of life. Romantic covert emotional manipulation is perhaps the most common scenario and can also be the most deadly. Less obvious forms of CEM can be found almost anywhere though. Once you understand the concept, and the practical applications of it, you will be able to guard against it, no matter what situation you find yourself in. Just as there are common scenarios in which covert emotional manipulation can occur, there are common types of people who manifest the ideas underpinning CEM. Being able to link the theory of CEM to actual, personal portrayals of its ideas is an essential aspect of understanding it fully. A controlling romantic partner is a common personal portrayal of the principles of CEM. If someone is in a relationship, and their partner is obviously trying to control them, the person is likely to be disgusted by what is happening and is looking to find a way out of the situation. For this reason, many controlling partners exercise their influence in the most covert way possible. Their girlfriend or wife ends up being a victim to total emotional manipulation without ever realizing it is taking place. This grants the manipulator the control they desire without any of the risks of being discovered and losing the other person for good. A so-called friend might also make use of CEM to get the outcome they want out of their relationship with another person. In this specific group, one of the most common types of manipulator is someone who covertly induces in a friend the feelings of guilt, sympathy, and obligation toward them. The friend who is being manipulated in this way will be unaware that they are being influenced. They will not be able to explain why they feel and behave the way they do toward their friend, the manipulator. The professional domain is another common playground for covert emotional manipulators. Countless people have stories of having worked for a boss, or other person of authority, who seem to trigger mysterious feelings of guilt, fear, or duty in them. People who have been manipulated in this way could never identify why these feelings exist or where they come from. Family contexts are some of the most problematic within the world of CEM. A skilled manipulator who is able to find a victim within their own family is likely to be very dangerous in terms of the influence they can exercise. This is due to the fact that CEM is a powerful technique even when the manipulator and victim have no genuinely deep connection to each other. When the genuine connection of blood relation is added into the mix, the level of control and influence can increase exponentially. Why are family situations so suited to the use of CEM? Simply put, people already feel a level of social obligation to help people out in their own family and go the extra mile to ensure their needs are attended to. This existing predisposition toward influence is added to by the covert emotional manipulative practices, and the outcome is a very malleable victim. So how exactly do covert emotional manipulators manage to instill such levels of control over their victims? They have a range of tactics that are hard to detect and even harder to resist. Read on to discover the secrets of the covert emotional manipulators. Covert manipulation methods. You now know exactly what covert emotional manipulation is, and is not, and the types of situations it can occur in. This is a good foundational understanding of the topic, but it is also important to recognize some of the specific tactics used by manipulators in their pursuit of control. The entire purpose of this type of emotional manipulation is to keep it as undetected as possible. This section aims to blow this secret world wide open for all to understand. Love bombing. Love bombing is a technique typically used by emotional manipulators at the start of their interaction with a victim. It involves the intense, sudden, and forceful display of positive feelings toward a victim. This may seem counterintuitive at first. If a person is trying to harm someone, why do they act so intensively positive at first? Because it serves their own objectives. The theory behind love bombing is it creates an intense feeling of trust, affection, and compliance from a victim to their manipulator. The extent to which love bombing is used, and the people it is used on, depends upon the manipulator's assessment of the situation. A victim who is lonely, desperate, and seeking support and comfort is likely to be love bombed more intensely and overtly as the manipulator feels they will be receptive to it. Similarly, a more grounded victim will require a less intense and more subtle onslaught of positivity. Two important lessons about CEM can be learned from the description of the love bombing technique. First, it illustrates perfectly the covert nature of CEM. Imagine trying to recognize love bombing as something negative. Well, this person was really nice to me, and made me feel really good. Such a statement is unlikely to trigger any red flags or warning signs of abuse taking place. This is a textbook illustration of how something with a negative outcome can be disguised as something positive. The second general lesson related to CEM we can learn from understanding love bombing is how CEM is calibrated to the unique situation each target presents. Experienced manipulators will have covertly controlled many people in their past and will have learned from each experience. They therefore know the right intensity and timing of any given CEM technique in any given situation. For example, everyone responds differently to various loving gestures. Compliments work well on some, while gifts have more of an effect on others. If someone who is not experienced within the field of CEM attempted to love bomb a target, it is unlikely they would have much success in doing so. This is because it requires an understanding of the precise extent to which a victim will respond to certain techniques and not others. Just as a doctor is able to prescribe the right cure in the right dose, the dark manipulator is able to use the right manipulation in the right amount. Reinforcement, a CEM stack sequence. Intermittent positive reinforcement is a technique that often follows love bombing chronologically. It is a way of controlling a victim without them realizing what is occurring. The typical sequence of a textbook CEM scenario involves love bombing, followed by positive reinforcement, followed by intermittent positive reinforcement. The reason for this sequence will now be made clear. Love bombing is the unconditional, unearned, and intense display of positivity from a manipulator to their target in the earliest days of their interaction. It has the purpose of softening up a victim's defenses, increasing their reliance on the person manipulating them and setting the frame of a positive relationship, friendship, or whatever other form the interaction takes. The next step after love bombing is often positive reinforcement. This is a switch of behavior in which the manipulator no longer displays relentless, unconditional positivity toward their victim. Instead, the manipulator withholds any positivity whatsoever until a time when the victim is performing a desired behavior. So, for example, if the manipulator wants their victim to call them frequently, the manipulator will only show a positive response when this happens. The victim will be unaware that positive attention is being used strategically against them, but will subconsciously comply with the wishes of the manipulator to experience the good feelings on offer. This predictable positive reinforcement is then replaced by intermittent positive reinforcement, or IPR. IPR involves the withholding of expressions of positivity, even when a desired behavior is displayed. For example, if the manipulator wants their victim to offer to buy them things, and the victim complies, the manipulator will only reward this desired behavior with a positive emotional response some of the time. This unpredictability causes a deep, subconscious craving for positive attention on behalf of the victim, without the victim ever having conscious knowledge of what is happening. The victim will then begin to chase a good reaction from the manipulator by any means possible. The manipulator has their victim behaving in a certain way and the victim will have no awareness whatsoever of what they are doing or why they are doing it. The preceding sequential technique of love bombing, positive reinforcement, and finally intermittent positive reinforcement illustrates one way a covert emotional manipulator can deploy positive expression and cold withdrawal to sculpt the emotional response of their victims. Reality denial is a CEM technique that initially impacts upon the mind, rather than the emotions, of the victim. The consequences, however, can devastate a victim's emotions, as you are about to see. Reality denial. One of the most terrifying experiences a human can endure is the feeling of losing their own sanity. This is bad enough if it can be explained by something understandable, such as mental illness or the temporary byproduct of stress, but is even more unsettling if the feeling of insanity has been covertly induced by an emotional manipulator. Reality denial refers to a range of CEM techniques that all have the same purpose, destroying a victim's sanity to serve the manipulator's own selfish aims. The ways reality denial takes place, and its Babasaheb Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. The 14th of April, 1891 to the 6th of December, 1956. Blank. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Writings and Speeches Volume 4. Compiled by Vasant Moon. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Volume 4. First edition by Education Department, Gov. of Maharashtra, October 1987. Reprinted by Dr. Ambedkar Foundation, January 2014. ISBN, set, 978-93-50. Babasaheb Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. The 14th of April, 1891 to the Z:\\Ambedkar/vol04/vol for -02.INDDMK/SJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013. Riddle No. 1. The difficulty of knowing why. 1 is a Hindu. India is a congeries of communities. There are in it Parsis, Christians, Mohammedans, and Hindus. The basis of these communities is not racial. It is of course religious. This is a superficial view. What is interesting to know is why is a Parsi and why is a Christian, why is a Muslim and why is a Hindu. With regard to the Parsi, the Christian, and the Muslim it is smooth sailing. Ask a Parsi why he calls himself a Parsi, he will have no difficulty in answering the question. He will say he is a Parsi because he is a follower of Zoroaster. Ask the same question to a Christian. He too will have no difficulty in answering the question. He is a Christian because he believes in Jesus Christ. Put the same question to a Muslim. He too will have no hesitation in answering it. He will say he is a believer in Islam and that is why he is a Muslim. Now ask the same question to a Hindu and there is no doubt that he will be completely bewildered and would not know what to say. If he says that he is a Hindu because he worships the same God as the Hindu community does, his answer cannot be true. All Hindus do not worship one God. Some Hindus are monotheists, some are polytheists and some are pantheists. Even those Hindus who are monotheists are not worshippers of the same gods. Some worship the god Vishnu, some Shiva, some Rama, some Krishna. Some do not worship the male gods. They worship a goddess. Even then they do not worship the same goddesses. They worship different goddesses. Some worship Kali, some worship Parvati, some worship Lakshmi. Coming to the polytheists, they worship all the gods. They will worship Vishnu and Shiva, also Rama and Krishna. They will worship Kali, Parvati and Lakshmi. A Hindu will fast on the Shivaratri day because it is sacred to Shiva. He will fast on Ekadashi day because it is sacred to Vishnu. He will plant a bel tree because it is sacred to Shiva and he will plant a tulsi because it is dear to Vishnu. Polytheists among the Hindus do not confine their homage to the Hindu gods. No Hindu hesitates to worship a Muslim power or 14. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Z:\Ambedkar/vol04/vol for -02.INDDMK/SJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-14. A Christian goddess. Thousands of Hindus go to a Muslim pyre and make offerings. Actually there are in some places Brahmins who own the office of a hereditary priesthood of a Muslim pyre and wear a Muslim pyre's dress. Thousands of Hindus go to make offerings to the Christian goddess Mount Mauli near Bombay. The worship of the Christian or Muslim gods is only on occasions. But there are more permanent transfer of religious allegiance. There are many so-called Hindus whose religion has a strong Mohammedan content. Notable amongst these are the followers of the strange Panchpiriya cult, who worship 5 Mohammedan saints, of uncertain name and identity, and sacrifice cocks to them, employing for the purpose as their priest a Mohammedan Dafali Farka. Throughout India many Hindus make pilgrimages to Mohammedan shrines, such as that of Sakhi Sarwar in the Punjab. Speaking of the Malkanas, Mr. Blunt says that they are converted Hindus of various castes belonging to Agra and the adjoining districts, chiefly Mathura, Ettar and Menpuri. They are of Rajput, Jat and Bania descent. They are reluctant to describe themselves as Musalmans, and generally give their original caste name and scarcely recognize the name Malkana. Their names are Hindu, they mostly worship in Hindu temples, they use the salutation Ram Ram, they intermarry amongst themselves only. On the other hand, they sometimes frequent a mosque, practice circumcision and bury their dead, they will eat with Mohammedans if they are particular friends. In Gujarat there are several similar communities, such as the Maishakanbis, who call in Brahmins for their chief ceremonies, but are followers of the Purana Saint Imam Shah and his successors, and bury their dead as do the Mohammedans. The Sheikhadas at their weddings employ both Hindu and a Mohammedan priest, and the Momans who practice circumcision, bury their dead and read the Gujarati Quran, but in other respects follow Hindu custom and ceremonial. If he says that I am a Hindu because I hold to the beliefs of the Hindus, his answer cannot be right, for here one is confronted with the fact that Hinduism has no definite creed. The beliefs of persons who are by all admitted to be Hindus often differ more widely from each other than do those of Christians and Mohammedans. Limiting the issue to cardinal beliefs, the Hindus differ among themselves as to the beliefs which are of cardinal importance. Some say that all the Hindu scriptures must be accepted, but some would exclude the Tantras, while others would regard only the Vedas as of primary importance. Some again think that the sole essential is belief in the doctrine of karma and metempsychosis. Riddle No. 115. Z:/Ambedkar/vol04/vol for -02.INDDMK/SJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-15. A complex congeries of creeds and doctrines is Hinduism. It shelters within its portals monotheists, polytheists, and pantheists, worshippers of the great gods Shiva and Vishnu or of their female counterparts, as well as worshippers of the divine mothers or the spirits of trees, rocks, and streams and the tutelary village deities, persons who propitiate their deity by all manner of bloody sacrifices, and persons who will not only kill no living creature but who must not even use the word kat, those whose ritual consists mainly of prayers and hymns, and those who indulge in unspeakable orgies in the name of religion, and a host of more or less heterodox sectaries, many of whom deny the supremacy of the Brahmins, or at least have non-Brahmanical religious leaders. If he says that he is a Hindu because he observes the same customs as other Hindus do, his answer cannot be true. For all Hindus do not observe the same customs. In the north, near relatives are forbidden to marry, but in the south cousin marriage is prescribed, and even closer alliances are sometimes permitted. As a rule, female chastity is highly valued, but some communities set little store by it, at any rate prior to marriage, and others make it a rule to dedicate one daughter to a life of religious prostitution. In some parts the women move about freely, in others they are kept secluded. In some parts they wear skirts, in others trousers. Again, if he said that he is a Hindu because he believes in the caste system, his answer cannot be accepted as satisfactory. It is quite true that no Hindu is interested in what his neighbor believes, but he is very much interested in knowing whether he can eat with him or take water from his hands. In other words, it means that the caste system is an essential feature of Hinduism, and a man who does not belong to a recognized Hindu caste cannot be a Hindu. While all this is true, it must not be forgotten that observance of caste is not enough. Many Musalmans and many Christians observe caste, if not in the matter of interdining, certainly in the matter of intermarriage. But they cannot be called Hindus on that account. Both elements must be present. He must be a Hindu and he must also observe caste. This brings us back to the old question, who is a Hindu? It leaves us where we are. Is it not a question for every Hindu to consider why in the matter of his own religion his position is so embarrassing and so puzzling? Why is he not able to answer so simple a question which every Parsi, every Christian, and every Muslim can answer? Is it not time that he should ask himself what are the causes that has brought about this religious chaos? Z:/Ambedkar/vol04/vol for -02.INDDMK/SJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-16. Riddle No. 2. The origin of the Vedas, the Brahminic explanation or an exercise in the art of circumlocution. There is hardly any Hindu who does not regard the Vedas as the most sacred book of his religion. And yet ask any Hindu what is the origin of the Vedas and it would be difficult to find one who can give a clear and a definite answer to the simple question. Of course, if the question was addressed to a Vedic Brahmin, he would say that the Vedas are Sanatan. But this is no answer to the question. For first of all, what does the word Sanatan means? The best explanation of the word Sanatan is to be found in the commentary by Kauluka Bhatt on chapter 1 shlokas 22 to 23 of the Manusmriti. This is what Kauluka Bhatt defines the word Sanatan 1. 1 Mere Sanskrit Texts, Volume 3. Page 6. We have found 72 pages dealing with the subject origin of the Vedas. These pages were neither arranged properly nor paged either by the typist or by the author. We have attempted to organize and arrange all these loose papers systematically and divide them into the riddle number 2 to 6, in accordance with the arrangement given in the table of contents. It is difficult to assume that all these pages are complete in the treatment of the subject of each chapter. There is, however, one independent chapter containing 61 pages under the title Riddle of the Vedas placed as Appendix I. That essay deals with all the subjects mentioned in the table of contents at senior number 2 to 6 in a consolidated manner. Several paras may be found repeated in that essay. The original MS of the chapters 2 to 6 included here bears corrections and modifications in the handwriting of the author, whereas the chapter included as Appendix I is a typed second copy having no corrections at all. We have followed the chronology of the table of contents and the pages of corrected MS are arranged accordingly. Ed. Riddle No. 217. Z:/Ambedkar/vol04/vol for -02.INDDMK/SJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-17. The word Sanatana, he says, means eternally pre-existing. The doctrine of the superhuman origin of the Vedas is maintained by Manu. The same Vedas which existed in the previous mundane era, Kalpa, were preserved in the memory of the omniscient Brahma, who was one with the Supreme Spirit. It was those same Vedas that, in the beginning of the present Kalpa, he drew forth from Agni, Vayu, and Suya, and this dogma, which is founded upon the Veda, is not to be questioned, for the Veda says, the Rig Veda comes from Agni, the Yajurveda from Vayu, and the Samaveda from Suya. To understand the explanation by Kaluka, but it is necessary to explain what Kalpa means. A Kalpa is a reckoning of time adopted by the Vedic Brahmins. The Brahmanic reckoning of time divides time into 1. Vashal, 2. Yuga, 3. Mahayuga, 4. Manvantara and 5. Kalpa. Vashal is easy enough to understand. It corresponds to the term year. What exactly the period of time covered by the term Yuga covers, there is no unanimity. A Mahayuga is a period covered by a group of 4 Yugas: 1. Krita Yuga, 2. Treta Yuga, 3. Dwapar Yuga and 4. Kali Yuga. The 4 Yugas follow one another in a cycle. When the period of the first Yuga is spent, it is followed by the second, and so on in the order given. When the cycle is complete, one Mahayuga is completed and a new Mahayuga opens. Every Mahayuga begins with the Krita Yuga and ends with Kali Yuga. There is no uncertainty as to the time relation of a Mahayuga and a Kalpa. 71 Mahayugas make one Kalpa. There is, however, some uncertainty as to the time relation between Mahayuga and Manvantara. A Manvantara is equal to 71 Mahayugas and something more. What exact period of time that something more means, the Brahmins have not been able to state categorically. Consequently, the time relation between Manvantara and Kalpa is uncertain. But this does not matter very much for our present purposes. For the present, it is enough to confine our attention to Kalpa. The idea underlying Kalpa is closely connected with the creation and dissolution of the universe. The creation of the world is called Srashti. The dissolution of the universe is called Pralaya. Time between Srashti and Pralaya is called Kalpa. The idea of the origin of the Vedas is thus more intimately connected with the idea of Kalpa. According to this scheme of things, what is supposed to happen is that when a Kalpa begins, creation begins. With the beginning of the creation, there comes into being a new series of Vedas. What Kaluka? 18 Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Z:\/Ambedkar/vol04/vol/vol/02.INDDMKSJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-18. That wants to convey is that though in a sense every new Kalpa has a new series of Vedas, the same old Vedas are reproduced by Brahma from his memory. That is why he says the Vedas are Sanatana, i.e., eternally pre-existing. What Kalukabat says is that the Vedas are reproduced from memory. The real question is who made them and not who reproduced them. Even if one accepts the theory of reproduction at the beginning of each Kalpa, the question still remains who made the Vedas when the first Kalpa began. The Vedas could not have come into being ex nihilo. They must have a beginning, though they may have no end. Why don't the Brahmins say openly? Why this circumlocution? Z:\/Ambedkar/vol04/vol/02.INDDMKSJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-19. Riddle no. 3. The testimony of other Shastras. On the origin of the Vedas. I. The search for the origin of the Vedas may well begin with the Vedas themselves. The Rig Veda propounds a theory of the origin of the Vedas. It is set out in the famous Purusha Sukta. According to it, there was a mystic sacrifice of the Purusha, a mythical being, and it is out of this sacrifice that the 3 Vedas, namely, Rig, Sama, Yajus, came into being. The Samaveda and Yajurveda have nothing to say about the origin of the Vedas. The only other Veda that refers to this question is the Atharva Veda. It has many explanations regarding the origin of the Vedas. One explanation one reads as follows. From time the Rig verses sprang, the Yajus sprang from time. There are also 2 other views propounded in the Atharva Veda on this subject. The first of these is not very intelligent and may be given in its own language, which runs as follows too. Declare who that Skamba, supporting principle, is in whom the prime vowel rishis, the Rik, Saman, and Yajush, the earth and the one rishi, are sustained. Declare who is that Skamba from whom they cut off the Rik verses, from whom they scrapped off the Yajush, of whom the Saman verses are the hairs and the verses of Atharvan and Anira the mouth. Obviously this statement is a challenge to someone who had proclaimed that the Rig, Sama, and Yajurveda were born out of a Skamba. The second explanation given in the Atharva Veda is that the Vedas sprang from Indra. 3. 1 Atharva Veda 1954. 3, quoted in Your S. I. 3. Page 4. 2 Atharvaveda X 7.14 quoted in Mure S. I. 3. Page 3. 3 Mure S. T. 3. Page 4. 20 Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Z:\Ambedkar vol 04 vol for -02.INDDMK SJ plus YS 24-9-2013 YS 8-11-2013 20. 2. This is all that the Vedas have to say about their own origin. Next in order of the Vedas come the Brahmanas. We must therefore inquire into what they have to say on this subject. The only Brahmanas which attempt to explain the origin of the Vedas are the Satapatha Brahmana, the Taittiriya Brahmana, Aitareya Brahmana, and Kaushitaki Brahmana. The Satapatha Brahmana has a variety of explanations. One attributes the origin of the Vedas to Prajapati 1. According to it, Prajapati was formerly this universe, i.e., the sole existence, one only. He desired, may I become, may I be propagated. He toiled in devotion, he performed austerity. From him, when he had so toiled and performed austerity, 3 worlds were created: earth, air, and sky. He infused warmth into these 3 worlds. From them, thus heated, 3 lights were produced: Agni, fire, this which purifies, i.e., Pavana, or Vayu, the wind, and Surya, the sun. He infused heat into these 3 lights. From them so heated the 3 Vedas were produced: the Rig Veda from Agni, fire, the Yajurveda from Vayu, wind, and the Samaveda from Surya, the sun. He infused warmth into these 3 Vedas. From them so heated 3 luminous essences were produced: Bu, from the Rig Veda, Bhuva from the Yajurveda, and Sva from the Samaveda. Hence, with the Rig Veda, the office of the Advaru, with the Samaveda, the duty of the Udgatri, while the function of the Brahmin arose through the luminous essence of the triple science, i.e., the 3 Vedas combined. The Satapatha Brahmana gives another variant too of this explanation of the origin of the Veda from Prajapati. The explanation is that Prajapati created the Vedas from waters. Says the Satapatha Brahmana. This male, Prajapati, desired, may I multiply, may I be propagated. He toiled in devotion, he practiced austere fervor. Having done so he first of all created sacred knowledge, the triple Vedic science. This became a basis for him. Wherefore men say, sacred knowledge is the basis of this universe. Hence after studying the Veda a man has a standing ground, for sacred knowledge is his foundation. Resting on this basis he, Prajapati, practiced austere fervor. He created the waters from Vok, speech, as their world. Vok was his, she was created. As she pervaded, Apnat, waters were. 1 Mure Sanskrit texts, 3. Page 5. 2 Ibid, page 8. Riddle no. 321. Z:\Ambedkar vol 04 vol for -02.INDDMK SJ plus YS 24-9-2013 YS 8-11-2013 21. Called Arpa. As she covered, Avrinot, all, water was called Va. He desired, may I be propagated from these waters. Along with this triple Vedic science he entered the waters. Thence sprang an egg. He gave it an impulse, and said let there be, let there be, let there be again. Thence was first created sacred knowledge, the triple Vedic science. Wherefore men say, sacred knowledge is the firstborn thing in this universe. Moreover, it was sacred knowledge which was created from that male in front, wherefore it was created as his mouth. Hence they say of a man learned in the Veda, he is like Agni, for the sacred knowledge is Agni's mouth. There is a third explanation, one given in the Satapatha Brahmana. I settle thee in the ocean as they seat. Mind is the ocean. From the mind ocean with speech for a shovel the gods dug out the triple Vedic science. Hence this verse has been uttered, may the brilliant deity today know where they placed that offering which the gods dug out with sharp shovels. Mind is the ocean, speech is the sharp shovel, the triple Vedic science is the offering. In reference to this the verse has been uttered. He settles it in mind. The Taittiriya Brahmana has 3 explanations to offer. It speaks of the Vedas as being derived from Prajapati. It also says Prajapati created King Soma and after him the 3 Vedas were created too. This Brahmana has another explanation 3 quite unconnected with Prajapati. According to it, Vok, speech, is an imperishable thing, and the firstborn of the ceremonial, the mother of the Vedas, and the center point of immortality. Delighting in us, she came to the sacrifice. May the protecting goddess be ready to listen to my invocation, she whom the wise rishis, the composers of hymns, the gods sought by austere fervor, and by laborious devotion. To crown all this the Taittiriya Brahmana offers a third explanation. It says that the Vedas came from the beard of Prajapati. 4. 3. The Upanishads have also attempted to explain the origin of the Vedas. The explanation offered by the Chandogya Upanishad is the same 5. 1 Mure pp 9-10. 2 Ibid page 8. 3 Ibid page 10. 4 Ibid page 10. 5 Ibid page 5. 22 Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Z colon backslash Ambedkar backslash vol 04 backslash vol for dash 02 dot INDDMK SJ plus YS 24 dash 9 dash 2013 YS 8 dash 11 dash 2013 22. As that given by the Satapatha Brahmana, namely that the Rig Veda originated from Agni, Yajus from Vayu and Sam from the sun. The Brahad Aranyaka Upanishad has two explanations to offer. In one place, it says 1. As from a fire made of moist wood, various modifications of smoke proceed, so is the breathing of this great being the Rig Veda, the Yajurveda, the Samaveda, the Athavanturases, the Itihasas, Puranas, science, the Upanishads, verses, slokas, aphorisms, comments of different kinds, all these are his breathings. In another place, it says 2. Prajapati, identified with death or the devourer, is said to have produced Vok, speech, and through her, together with soul, to have created all things, including the Vedas. By that speech and that soul he created all things whatsoever, Rik, Yajush, and Saman texts, meters, sacrifices, creatures and animals. The three Vedas are identifiable with these three things, speech, mind and breath. Speech is the Rig Veda, mind the Yajurveda and breath the Samaveda. 4. Coming to the Smritis, there are two theories as to the origin of the Vedas to be found in the Manusmriti. In one place 3, it is said that the Vedas were created by Brahma. He, Brahma, in the beginning fashioned from the words of the Veda the several names, functions, and separate conditions of all creatures. That Lord also created the subtle host of active and living deities, and of Sadyas,
Yeah,
an
hello.
eternal sacrifice. And in order to the performance of sacrifice,
Hey,
Hi.
hello.
Mhm.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
आप अभी उठा है क्या?
I'm sorry?
आप अभी उठा है क्या? Have you woke up just now?
No, 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 not like that. Just say it like we are just like in the morning time we're meeting. No, that's why I'm just like saying it like
Yeah. I was like, okay, I thought maybe you woke up just now.
no, no, no. I didn't wake up. I woke up in 7 actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
what about you? When you woke up?
Today I woke up at 7:15.
7. Okay. Nice, nice, nice.
आज कुछ थोड़ा लेट उठी थी मैं.
Mm-hmm. Why you're trying to speak Hindi? Like, what's the reason? Are you like interested in learning in Hindi or something?
मुझे तो आती है ना.
आती है सही में
हाँ.
या या आती तो
Okay.
है तो फिर तो सीखने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है दैट्स गुड सो हाउस योर डे गोइंग
My day, yeah, it's good.
so you woke up in 7 so what you did till now like you
What I
studied or
have, yeah, like I woke up and I have, and I like, household chores. Like I have done that. After that,
after
what
that
I did was I just scrolled my mobile phone for a while, and after that I cooked curry for myself, and then I ate my breakfast.
nice 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 nice, nice.
Hmm. I tried to, and after that I tried to do aptitude, but I was like not that much interested though. And then I thought like, okay, let's go and talk for a while, at least
Talk
in
for a
English or
while
Hindi,
okay
any language that I like.
true true so I was actually like
Hmm.
I think you're a Hindu no if I'm not wrong
Yep, I
okay
am.
so, did you know about Baba Sahib Ambedkar, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar? Do you have any knowledge about that
Yep,
person?
yep, I know.
So, that person was having a book, Riddles of Hinduism. So, I was just reading that book actually. Then I was like, let's come here, let's talk some for a while. Then I was again started reading that book.
Mm,
So, yeah, that was some doing actually.
okay. So yeah, last time did I ask you like what do you do?
What I do, I finished, I told you, I think I finished my BCom. Now I'm preparing for MBA and also trying to get a job so I can earn some money. That's it. That's what I'm doing
Okay,
actually. Yeah.
okay, MBA. Okay.
Yes, yes, MBA. I know it's a very common course, but still, this is what it
No,
is.
no, no. My
Yeah.
sis. As for my sister, yeah, she did it, but yeah,
Because future, I know.
yeah, it's like for her it didn't work. Maybe for others it worked. That's it.
So she is doing right now?
She done her BCom and then now she completed her MBA and
Now what
then
she's doing?
now she is doing job.
Job in Bangalore or something?
No, no, just in Hyderabad.
Hyderabad. Okay, Hyderabad is a good place too. Yeah.
Yeah, she's struggling and she's saying like I wanna come home, but I can't. Yeah, I said like yeah, you just need to work another. She completed 6 months nearly, so yeah, just wait for another six.
Yeah, 1 year experience later, and then
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's better.
she's also yeah.
So,
Hmm.
what's your thing? What are you gonna do then? Because you already have
Oh
a
my,
example
no, no,
or
no,
reference.
nothing.
What nothing?
It's like I have nothing on my mind. It's like yeah, mostly I have. As for me, like it's two options for me. Mainly, yeah, there may be some other if I search for, but like as I'm doing electronics, there are only mainly two ways: electronics or software. I'm not
Okay.
sure where
Okay.
to go. Yeah,
I'm also
I'll
not
try.
sure about it. So yeah, telling me it's kind of a yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't even know like what kind of companies are there in like mainly what kind of companies recruit me, as an electronic engineer. So yeah, I'm firstly I may try for software development like engineering like I don't know. Yeah, am I sound am I sounding like a stupid?
No, you're not. I don't
I'm
know.
just confused.
Yeah, me too. I'm so confused about everything. What I'm doing, I don't know. Same with me. Like I'm also I'm very confused about I actually wanted what I want to do, and I don't know what I'm doing right now. That's also not like I don't know. I don't know. I'm very confused about life actually. I really don't know what I'm gonna do it. Yeah, seriously.
Okay, it happens. As for me, it happens every time. So yeah.
Mm.
Okay, then go on. I'll go.
You will go now?
Huh.
Okay, bye. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Yeah.
Its impact will now be explored in greater detail. One of the main principles underpinning reality denial is graduality. Manipulators are unlikely to instantly aim for the total destruction of a victim's sanity, as such an outcome is almost impossible to achieve without being detected. Instead, skilled manipulators tend to take the slowly but surely approach. This involves the gradual erosion of a person's sanity until their trust in their own faculties is standing upon the flimsiest of foundations. So how does a covert manipulator begin the process of eroding a victim's sanity? It often starts with the small-scale undermining of a victim's confidence in their own memory. The manipulator will engineer various situations in which a victim is left questioning their own recollection of events. The manipulator will always ensure that their own portrayal of what really happened is the one that ends up seeming the most credible. This
When I will be busy, then you can do your activities.
Yes.
You said you don't need long time,
So,
so you can do it later. No need to do right,
yes,
right?
yes, yeah, you are right.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So,
so if you are at your grandma home, we can watch.
how can we watch? I need my laptop.
process of minor confidence erosion actually serves two covertly manipulative purposes simultaneously. First, it reduces the victim's trust in their own powers of recall and understanding. Second, this trust is transferred onto the manipulator instead. It is important.
Hey, hello. Hi
Hey,
there.
hello. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi there.
I'm getting my echo from your side. Can you hear me?
Hey,
Hello.
my-
Can you hear me? Hello. Are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm getting my echo from your side actually.
Yeah, I'm getting the echo from your side actually. Hello.
I'm sorry.
Important to note that this will never seem like a big deal at first. The manipulator will simply come across as the person with the slightly better memory. The victim will even be thankful they have someone whose recollection they can rely on. Over time, the covert emotional manipulator will increase the severity of the events they make the victim question. What starts as seemingly harmless and insignificant will be amplified into a victim losing all confidence in their own cognitive powers. The most insidious element of this process is the victim's tendency to blame their own mind for the loss of ability. Skilled manipulators will also be the ones pulling the strings but never, ever letting the victim become aware of what is really taking place. Chapter 2, Dark. Persuasion. Persuasion, the dark side. Persuasion is a topic that is written and talked about a lot. A large number of articles and books exist to help people become more persuasive. Does this mean that every persuasive person is a dark manipulator? Far from it. There is a definite distinction between persuasion and dark persuasion. Any attempt by someone to influence a person to do something can be seen as persuasion. There are many legitimate uses of persuasion that are anything but dark psychology. If a negotiator persuades a terrorist to let some hostages go, or a police officer talks a suicidal person down from a ledge, persuasion has taken place. This type of persuasion can be understood as positive persuasion. So what exactly would qualify persuasion as dark? The DNA of dark persuasion. The first difference between dark and positive persuasion is the motive. Positive persuasion is only used to encourage someone to do something that won't harm them. The example of the negotiator shows that positive persuasion can even save lives. The motive for dark persuasion is vastly different. Dark persuasion lacks any form of moral motive. The motive is instead sometimes immoral and mostly immoral. If positive persuasion can be understood as helping people help themselves, dark persuasion can be viewed as the process of making people act against their own self-interest. Sometimes people will do so begrudgingly, aware that they may not be making the best choice, but eager to stop the incessant persuasion efforts. Other times, the best dark persuaders will be able to make someone think they are acting wisely, when in reality they are doing the exact opposite. So what are the main motivations for dark persuaders? It depends upon the type of individual doing the persuading. Some people seek to persuade others to serve their own self-interests. Others act through the sole malicious intention of pure harm. They may not benefit by darkly persuading someone, but they do so anyway, purely for the purpose of inflicting pain upon their victim. Others enjoy the sense of control that dark persuasion provides them with.
I was searching on the YouTube. Then I found a YouTube channel. mm, The I come to know about this app.
Okay, like the one which you found out, they are just mentioning such channels where you can
Mm,
improve your
huh,
English, isn't it?
It's like that.
Okay, and what should I ask?
Hmm.
Like, have you done
How
with
long you have been using this app?
this like for more than 4 months?
Hmm. Do you find it helpful in improving English?
Yeah, absolutely. At first, like I am a student who is planning to study in USA. Like I was, but recently I have done with everything, and I'm like moving to USA after a few days. Okay, and when previously I was like going to do my IELTS exam, and at first I was great at reading, speaking, and writing. Not speaking, sorry. Oh
Mm-hmm.
my goodness! Like listen, hey, what is this, Abdul? Yeah, at
ओह नाइस
तो उसने मुझे क्या बोला कॉफी पीने चलते हैं
अच्छा
तो मैं तुम्हें जानती नहीं हूँ क्यों कॉफी पीने जाऊंगा तुम्हारे साथ
राइट
तो मैंने उसे मना कर दिया मतलब उसने वो पूछा मुझसे आप 26 को फ्री हो अभी कल ही मैसेज आया था
अच्छा अच्छा ओके
तो मैं बोली कि मैं पहले तो मैं सोची मैं क्यों ही जाऊँ उसके साथ तो मैंने बोला कि नहीं 26 को तो मुझे बाहर जाना है तो बोलता है कल शाम को यानी कि आज शाम को तो मैंने बोला नहीं मेरी क्लास है
ओके
मैंने तो साफ ही मना कर दिया
नहीं ऐसी होता है लाइक कन्वर्सेशंस हो, बहुत बड़ी कन्वर्सेशंस हो रही, काफी टाइम आप जानते हो तो वी कैन मीट, बट ऐसे एकदम से इंस्टेंटली बेकार है यार।
हाँ, ऐसे हर किसी को थोड़ी मिल लेंगे।
हाँ,
हाय
और क्या है।
आकाश,
Hey, hello, guys.
कैसे हो?
I'm ठीक हूँ. तुम्हारी वॉइस लो आ रही है वैसे मेरी तरफ से. I don't know why.
कोई बात नहीं, धीरे सुन लो।
हाँ धीरे सुन सकता हूँ but yeah, a lot of background noise आती है. Okay, leave it. So क्या बातें कर रहे हो तुम लोग?
कुछ नहीं, बस ऐसे ही। कहाँ घूमा, कहाँ नहीं।
I'm sorry.
मतलब
Just
कहाँ
casual
कहाँ
chats.
घूमा।
Yeah, just casual chats.
या
हाँ okay.
right.
वैसे गुरमीत का साउंड एकदम परफेक्ट आ रहा है. ताशु का I don't know, बहुत लो आ रहा है.
नहीं मुझे तो उनका सही आ रहा है वैसे, ताशु का.
पता नहीं.
आई डोंट नो, हो सकता है कि नेटवर्क इश्यूज हैं.
हाँ मेरी तरफ से कुछ हो रहा है शायद.
बट आपकी आवाज भी साफ आ रही है.
हाँ मैं तुम्हारी आवाज़ बहुत साफ आ रही है. कोई इशू
आपकी भी साफ आ रही है, हो सकता है वो उसकी तरफ से नेटवर्क इश्यूज हो. कोई बात नहीं, वो रिफ्रेश कर
आई
लेगा.
डोंट नो. कहाँ से हो गुरमीत?
मैं दिल्ली से हूँ, आप कहाँ से हो?
मैं कोलकाता से एक्चुअली.
कोलकाता से. ओह नाइस.
यप.
तो आप जानते हो क्या आई थिंक ताशु को पहले से?
नो फर्स्ट टाइम जॉइन.
ओके, मुझे ऐसा लगा.
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. आप जानते हो आई थिंक.
नहीं, मैं भी जस्ट अभी मिला 15 मिनट्स 10
Okay,
मिनट्स मे बी. या
तो
तो क्या करते हो आप?
हाँ एक्चुअली आई एम प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर MBA. व्हाट आर यू
ओह
डूइंग? तुम क्या कर
एक्चुअली अभी जस्ट अभी ग्रेजुएशन कंप्लीट किया एंड अभी आई एम वर्किंग इन मेडिकल कंपनी.
रहे? You're working in a medical company.
या
What is that? I'm sorry. Like
एक्चुअली आई एम एज अ हेल्थ काउंसलर इन आयुर्वेदिक कंपनी.
okay, health
Yeah.
counselor. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's great, man.
Hmm.
So how's pay? How they much pay? Like if the I'm not saying like exact how much you're getting, but I'm saying like is it a good career?
It's a
Like,
good pay. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is a good pay.
Okay. So like what's your age right now?
I'm 24.
24.
What's your age?
I am 22 actually.
Oh,
And I'm very
nice.
confused about my life actually, what I want to do. So please help me in some way if you want to, if you can. Yeah.
I'm sorry. What are you saying?
Actually I'm very confused about my life and
Oh,
I don't know what
but
to
why?
do. Yeah, so you're already in a good career, you're making money, so give me some suggestion if you have anything. So yeah,
If
that
you're
would be
doing
helpful.
MBA, like in which field? you are
I
doing
wanted to in marketing actually because I
Marketing.
feel
Okay.
like I can. Yeah.
So do that, na? So
But after that, like there are a lot of stuff like yeah, I will do that, but I don't know. I really don't know what to say.
you're doing with regular or correspondence?
I am not doing regular actually. I am doing
So
online. Yeah.
so you can do the job along with
Yeah, that's why I'm
the
searching a job too. Yeah,
that's nice,
so I can
because
do
you
the
will
job.
get experience
Yeah, true.
along with your MBA, right?
Yep, true. Oh my god, I don't know. Like yeah, like if you're coming from a general background and if you're preparing for competitive exam, I feel like it's a complete time waste nowadays. Like seriously, you're not getting anywhere from doing it.
Yeah.
But I was like having a dream like to get a government job in some department or something. I was preparing for it and I was like, but I don't know what happened. Like there are people who are getting low marks than me and they're getting selected, but they are coming from the lower caste and I don't know.
Okay.
So there is kind of like break my motivation, you can say. So I was like, leave it. I'm not gonna do it. Let's do something else.
Absolutely.
Because there I'm not getting the, what can I say? There is a lot of partiality, I will say. I'm not like, yeah. There's no honesty. So I shouldn't do it. I should stop it. So I stopped it.
No worries. Apart from like what's your weather condition in Kolkata?
Weather is, I will say, not that much cold, but it's cold. But it's like bearable. It's not that much. Like Kolkata is a kind of hot state, you can say. It's not that much cold or anything. It's good, I will say. Weather is good. What about your place? I think
It's
here
very
is too
cold.
much cold. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I seen some like news on it. Yeah. Nice.
So, how's
Yeah.
your experience on that platform? It's
The
your first time?
platform. Yeah, no, it's not. Like I'm using this platform for around 1 year now.
Oh, okay.
So I have a very good experience. I meet with a lot of good
Okay.
people. I make a lot of good friends actually.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really good platform. I will suggest
Yeah,
everybody to come here and
right,
practice. I would say
right, absolutely.
it's not only
That's
for
why I'm here.
English also. Like you're talking with real people, so
Absolutely.
you're having a lot of experiences. That's great.
It's
That's
very,
great to have.
it's,
I will say.
it's sometimes it's very good to talk with some seniors as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. True.
Mhm. And that is a good platform, I
It is a
guess.
good platform actually. I use a lot of other kind of platforms too, but
Mm.
I will say it is one of the best, one of the most interesting, I will
Absolutely.
say, because there are a lot of platforms. Those are like having a lot of time limits, and there's a lot of
Right,
things. This
right.
platform is actually unlimited. You
It's
can
very easy
talk,
to
and
use, no?
easy
Yeah,
to use. User
yeah.
interface is very easy. Anybody can use it.
Absolutely.
Seriously, a grandma can use it.
Mm.
So this is actually
Okay.
a good percent, I will
Mm.
say. And you're meeting with real people, you're not talking with any robot
Right.
or something. So it's the best interesting, most interesting, I will say.
Mm.
Yeah, because in real life you don't get this kind of options to talk with strangers, but
And it's
here
famous,
you're,
right? Yeah.
yeah, here you're getting,
You can't believe anyone, right? Anyone, no?
yeah, true.
That is
And
also.
here is also like you're getting the anonymity. You're not showing your
Mm.
face, you're not telling anything
Right.
this and that. You
We
can
are just
share
strangers.
wrong information, that's also
Mm.
fine, you can talk.
Mm.
So
Mm.
this is the anonymity we also
Because
have
we
here.
are here
Yeah.
to only talk.
Yeah. True.
Mm.
There are a lot of people actually don't share anything. I do
Mm.
share because I don't care that much. I can share,
Mm-hmm.
it's fine. But there are
Mm-hmm.
people don't
Absolutely.
share
Mm.
about their personal stuff, but they just want to
Right.
talk.
Right.
That's also fine. Yeah.
Mm. Some people's.
Mm-hmm. So what do you do like in a free time when you're not working? What's your hobby or something? Do you have any?
Yeah, I'm earning, but sometimes I'm roaming on the car. Sometimes I'm traveling.
Okay, traveling is a kind of hobby. Okay,
Yeah,
nice. So
traveling.
what place you want to go? Like, it's your dream place to go.
Uh, as of now, I want to go to Goa.
Goa. Okay. Yeah, it's a chill
As of
place.
now, yeah.
Okay, as of now. So why don't you make a plan with your friends to go to Goa?
I did the plan, but some of it's happening. I can't go in
Oh,
December.
okay.
Can't able to go. Yeah,
Goa is a very chill place, I will say.
yeah.
Everyone should go once at least. Yeah, people from outside they're coming to Goa. Now we are
Mm,
from India only.
mm,
We're not going. That's not
mm,
making sense. Seriously,
right.
we should go.
Mm, mm.
We should visit the place at
That's
least
where I want to go.
once. Yeah, seriously. And it's a chill place. Like it's not about the
Mm.
beer and it's not about the girls. It's a chill
It's very
place. Like, I
nice
want to
nature. Yeah.
party.
Mm,
Yeah.
mm,
If you don't want
mm,
to really wanted to like chill and party, then
mm.
this is the best place to go.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You ever been to Goa?
No, I never been to, but I want to.
Okay.
Not right now, that's for sure. But yeah, let me like clear my career a bit. You can say like
Okay.
let me settle down here, then
Mm,
I will go definitely.
mm,
Not right now because
nice.
right now I'm
Nice.
not settled enough.
Cool. सब यहाँ पे सभी चले गए हैं कोई आ ही नहीं रहा
नहीं आएगा अभी कोई नहीं आएगा वो there's a two things like we both are boys first of all तो कोई join करेगा नहीं and there's another thing this room is also like in the like एक वो position होता है ना कि room create होता है तो वो ऊपर आता है नीचे नीचे वो धीरे धीरे नीचे आते आते that's
Okay.
room gone disappeared so
Okay.
nobody
Okay.
cares about that room anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing and it's also not there is no girl also in this room to be
Mm-hmm.
honest seriously.
Mm.
Boys actually
Right.
like
But
the population voice of very high in this website so
mm-hmm.
boys really don't like to join
Absolutely.
boys rooms.
But I
Yeah.
guess मुझे लगता है कि शायद से जो हमने ग्रुप ज्वाइन किया था वो हिंदी में था मे बी
Indie room था actually. Yeah.
अच्छा okay. तो हिंदी में आई थिंक 17-18 आते ज़्यादा थोड़ी ना आते दैट्स व्हाट आई एम आस्किंग
There are people. I'm sorry. Can you repeat again? I'm sorry.
मैं कह रहा हूँ 17 या 18 हिंदी में आते हैं ग्रुप्स ज़्यादा चैट मतलब ग्रुप्स आते नहीं है हिंदी में तो आपको
हाँ.
बता दो दैट्स व्हाई आई एम आस्किंग तो
True.
इतना नीचे तो नहीं हुआ होगा बट पता नहीं
नहीं अगर कोई हिंदी एकदम हिंदी में सर्च कर रहा है तो उसको मिल जाएगा बट देयर आर लॉट ऑफ पीपल हु सर्च ऑन ऑल तो
राइट
उसके लिए बहुत नीचे आ जाएगा
एब्सोल्युटली
बिकॉज मैं भी अगर सर्च करता हूँ रूम ऑल में ही सर्च करता हूँ बिकॉज आई एम नॉट
ऑल पे सर्च करता हूँ
स्पेसिफिकली सर्चिंग ऑन हिंदी रूम्स
हम्म
So Hindi, English, Bengali जिसमें भी अच्छे लोग दिख जाए कुछ,
राइट राइट
it's
वही
like
बात
that.
होती है, बस कोई
Yeah.
लाइक अच्छा हाँ सही ढंग का बंदा मिल जाए जो बात करे,
हम्म।
अदरवाइज यू आर नोइंग कि लाइक सब बेकार है.
और ऊपर से हिंदी रूम्स वो है, मतलब हिंदी रूम्स मोस्टली बहुत लोगों ने अपना ग्रुप्स बना के रखा है, तो यू गो जॉइन ऑन, लोग
Absolutely
they will
right,
kick you
right,
out,
right,
like there
right.
is no point.
Hmm.
I used to have I never joined that much in Hindi
Hmm.
groups, and
Hmm.
पता नहीं क्या हो गया, हिंदी बोलते बोलते आजकल मेरा इंग्लिश निकल आता है. I'm sorry.
Hmm.
Seriously.
Actually 3-4 people are talking on that group. So मैंने ज्वाइन किया वहाँ पे, तो लाइक मतलब all are knowing each other.
हम्म.
So मैंने पूछा, मैंने कहा यार आप जानते हो एक दूसरे को, तो आई थिंक इट्स WhatsApp इज गुड, WhatsApp इज द बेस्ट फॉर यू. नहीं एक्चुअली रिस्ट्रिक्टेड है घर पे, तो हम दैट्स व्हाई हम इस ग्रुप में बात कर रहे हैं ना,
चलो
ये
अच्छी
कौन सी
तरीके से
बात है.
उन्होंने बोला एटलीस्ट, बट देयर आर पीपल who like who cares, who are you? They will kick you out.
किक कर देते हैं, हाँ किक कर
Yeah,
देते हैं, राइट.
seriously. At least they're respectful in that sense. Yeah.
हाँ और क्या, हमें क्या करना है.
हमें क्या ही करना, सही बात.
सही बात है. So nice to talk
Yeah,
with you.
nice to talk with you. I also need to go now. Yeah,
I have
bye
to
bye,
go.
take care. Yeah.
Bye, take care.
The outcome of dark persuasion also differs from positive persuasion. Positive persuasion will typically result in one of three scenarios: benefit to the person being persuaded, a win-win benefit to the persuader and the persuaded, or a mutual benefit for the persuaded person and a third party. All of these outcomes involve a positive result for the person being persuaded. Sometimes others benefit, sometimes not. There is no situation in which only the persuader benefits, however. Dark persuasion has a very different set of outcomes. The persuader always benefits either
I
directly
don't
or
know
through exercising their distorted
because
need for control and influence.
we don't get
The
that
person being
much
persuaded goes
atmosphere.
against their own
My
self-interest.
neighbors, my friends, my relatives, wherever I go, all the people speak Haryani language.
That's good. In Venice,
Haryani,
teacher
Punjabi.
comes there.
Then we a little bit we can talk in English now, but we are not that much fluent.
No.
Ma'am, I
In
don't
Venice,
know.
the
Ma'am, please
teacher
explain
comes
this
there.
again. Like this, काम चल जाता है.
Okay.
But for that, you have to be fluent in English, na? If you want
Yeah.
to apply anywhere else, for that
That's
you
why
have
you
to be
came here. See,
huh.
if you listen more, speak less, you will definitely learn English. Like, you will learn
No,
how
sir.
to speak
One guy
fluency.
told me that you have to speak more. The more you
Okay,
speak,
that
the
is
more
also
you
true at some
learn.
point. But you have to listen, no, if you want to speak.
You have to do both the things, listening and speaking. There is no alternative.
Yeah.
Like, I have gone through the same before, but I used to listen lot.
I have listened a lot, but I have been watching movies also, but
Hmm.
they don't help me to speak.
Yeah, for speaking, you need to practice. You need to come
Huh.
and you need to practice. Yeah, because you need to make your tongue like habitual
Flexible.
with English.
Huh,
So you
habitual.
need
Yeah.
to
Huh.
talk.
Huh.
But
First,
listening
no.
helps you to build the sentences, but you
Vocabulary.
need to talk for that. Yeah, I'm
Huh.
sorry.
Huh.
Vocabulary.
Yeah, vocabulary also will
Listening.
help you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say vocabulary also comes from a lot of listening. Like if you have this habit, like if you listen any podcast or anything, if you get any new words, just written that word and try to use it when you try to
Yeah, that's
speak.
what I'm telling. No,
So
listening is
that will
more
help you.
important for me
Listening is
because
important.
I have
Yeah.
gone through this while learning English. I used to listen podcast a lot.
Listening is important, but you get the vocab, you're getting the new words.
Yeah,
But if you're
that's
not
what.
practicing it, how you will speak then? You have to practice now. So both are so much important. You cannot,
Both are
yeah,
much
you cannot say that
important.
like this is more important. Both are important. Because if you're just speaking and speaking, you maybe speak wrong. And if you're just listening and listening, then there's no practice of speaking, then it's very hard to.
You can't speak. Huh.
When you actually when you have to time to speak, you will not get the you will not able to speak because you never practice, and practice is important, I will say, for anything. So where are you from, guys? Am I audible?
I'm from Mars.
Why are you laughing?
She's from Venice.
I'm sorry? What?
I am from Mars.
Oh, you're from Mars. Wow. That's good to know.
She's from Venice.
Oh, wow, 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 wow.
No, no,
What
I'm
about
not
you,
from.
bro?
I'm from
When I
Pluto,
asked him,
actually.
he said,
Yeah. Mm. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, come
when
again.
I asked when I asked him where are you from, he said that I'm from Mars. So I told him that I'm from Venus.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah.
Bro, Akash, where are you from?
I told you I'm from Pluto. Yeah.
That's
We all
cool.
are aliens.
Okay. Be serious.
What's your education, bro?
What's my education? I don't have education, brother.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm very poor, so that's why I'm not getting the chance to get educated. So that's why. What to do, man?
Mhm.
You have to accept the fact. Life or truth. So, what's your name? Like, Yashvi. Yashvi.
Yes,
Yashvi. Okay,
it's
I'm sorry.
it's Yashvi. Most of the people say me Yashasvi,
Yeah,
and I have to tell
Yashvi.
them
Where are you
I'm
from,
not
Yashvi?
Yashasvi.
I think you're from
I'm
India, that's for sure. But which part of India you're from?
I'm from Chandigarh.
Chandigarh. Okay. Nice, nice. What do you do for a living?
I'm a student. I'm in the second year of graduation.
Second year of graduation. Which course you're doing?
I'm doing BA
Oh, you're
graduation.
doing BA. Okay, okay. So, what's your plan after
Mm.
BA?
I want to be an air hostess.
You want to be an air hostess. Wow, that's great.
For that, I have to improve my English communication.
Yeah, you have to be very fluent, and not only English. You need to
Huh.
know other languages. If you want to go to the international flights, you need to
Huh.
be fluent in
But
other languages too. Yeah.
no, but they don't ask about other language. They ask only about English
Yeah, yeah.
conversation.
I'm just saying it. Yeah, it's better to have
If you
more language. Yeah.
if you have that, it will give you benefit also. But English is must.
Yeah, English is definitely. It's just common. You need to have it. There's
Hmm,
no other
hmm,
option.
hmm, hmm.
So, what kind of
But I
exam
can't
you need to
express my
give? Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
but I can't express myself good in English.
You cannot express yourself. Okay.
In English. That's why I want to improve.
Okay, then practice. That I will say. Like practice and practice. That's the only thing you can do it. Yeah,
Hmm,
listen, speak, listen, speak, listen, speak,
hmm,
and
hmm.
repeat. Yeah.
Now I have a passion to speak English
Mm.
fluently.
So
This
right now you're doing
uh,
BA. So after that, what
yeah.
exam you need to give, and what things you
But
need to do? What's the career path of it?
after that, I will apply for an interview. If I
Interview.
clear the clear the interview, after that I become an air hostess.
Okay.
I can also have some.
Like
I can
we will
also enroll myself
after your
in.
BA, you can directly apply for job. No, you need to,
Huh, huh.
you don't need to go
I
through any
still
kind of exam or anything.
yeah, yeah, no need to give any such type of exam. Only you have to apply for interview and you have to clear that interview. That is the only exam over there.
Okay, okay. So, is this career like how much it pay?
It's up to you. It's up to your physical fitness or how you look like this. If you maintain yourself, you can do it till 45 maybe. Because I also don't know much about this, but my friend's sister is an horses. She told me about this, that if you maintain your physique, you can do it up to 45 or after that also. Otherwise, you can join other how to say, after air hostess, you can join other position also there. Are you getting my point?
Other position in the like
Means
flights.
like,
Yeah.
huh.
Okay.
But you have to maintain yourself for that. It depends on you.
Mm.
First, she was doing in AirAsia. Now she is doing in Indian Airlines.
Okay, okay. Yeah, you can
Indian
apply
Airlines
for
is taken
those actually.
by Tata.
Yeah, yeah, I got it. You can also apply for Qatar's Airways. They are paying too
Mm,
much. Yeah.
I haven't decided yet about this. First, I have to improve my English communication. After that, I will apply for the interviews
They also ask for
and
English only.
which
Airways. Yeah.
uh, It's don't depend. It's not up to me, na,
So
to
how you will
which
apply for the
airlines I
job?
want to.
How you will apply for the job?
Because
What's your thing? Yeah.
uh,
Like
what are you asking? Sorry.
what's websites or platforms you will go to apply those job? What would be the
You can
steps? Yeah.
you can find it from the Google, or
So there
if you
are.
don't know, if you know on something, just like I have my sister's friend, my friend's sister. I can ask her, or I can. You can find. You can enroll yourself in any placement cell also.
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't know. Hello.
Okay. 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 Got
Uh,
it. No, there are a lot of scams are also going. That's why I was just asking, like, which there are, like, how you
no,
will.
I will be very careful about this. That.
Mm,
I will go with
you
my
should be very
brother.
careful about this. Yeah.
Yeah. Still.
Like, because of this kind of jobs type, like people are.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Like, because of this type of things, the scams. People are like there are a lot of people like trying to get in the job, but they are just like tugged, scammed by those scammers, and they. Yeah.
Hello. Huh.
Can't you hear me? It's your clear
Huh.
voice. Yeah.
Huh.
So I'm saying
You're
like there are
audible.
a lot of fraudster nowadays. No? So they like try to scam you in every way they can possibly scam you.
I know all
So
about this.
that's
I know.
so you should be very
I have to
careful on
careful.
this. Yeah.
I know this. What do you do?
I finished my BCom. Now I'm preparing for
Hmm.
MBA. So that I'm
Hmm.
doing actually.
And how long you have been using this app?
I am using this app around more than a year, I will say. Yeah.
Who told you about this app?
I just searched by myself. I wanted to practice.
I
Yeah.
was also searching about something to improve my English communication, but I never found about this app. There
Actually,
is
when
such app
I
also.
search about this platform, that nowadays you can find some videos on YouTube about this platform. But when I search about this platform, that time YouTube there was no videos on YouTube also. Like I
Hmm.
searched it in very like long years ago, and that time I would just search it in Google like if I found any like website I can practice or something. So this,
Hmm.
in the three website suggestion, I found this platform. I joined, and then there I started my journey from here in this platform, and
Hmm.
from now I'm
There are
still
some
using this platform.
there are some people who are had joined this from last 4 years also.
Yep,
Uh,
yep, yep.
I'm very surprised to know
When
about
I
that.
joined this platform, I'm not able to speak a single sentence in English. Whatever
Hmm.
I learned from this, like this website helped me a lot, I will
Hmm.
say. Speaking is
Hmm.
actually very important. Like you need to
Speaking
practice.
is
No,
huh.
like what happened? No, when you listen, you're just listening. You're not doing anything. So when
Yeah.
you're speaking. You're also moving your mouth,
Hmm.
and you're also listening. So they
Hmm.
both things are going on in the same time. So that's more
Huh.
important, I will say. Speaking is
Yeah.
more important. Yeah. So you should
Yeah.
speak. Yeah,
Huh. Whether
as
I'm
much
speaking
as you
wrong or
can.
right,
Yeah,
but you have to
first
say,
there are
huh?
a lot of people have hesitation. So for them
Huh.
it's better. They just speak.
Yeah.
They don't think
Yeah.
about wrong and right. But
Hmm.
when you
Hmm.
already move that hesitation, remove that
Hmm.
hesitation. So now you're thinking about to speak the right, because
Yes.
speaking right is important. Because you just
Huh.
cannot, like in the interview time, if they ask you something, you're just speaking wrong English, then you
Huh.
will have a bad impact on them.
Huh.
So it's better to just speak right.
Huh.
But right now, if you're just a beginner, I will suggest that you're not a beginner. I can see that, but there are beginner people, so I will suggest them just speak whatever you want to,
No, I'm
because
also a beginner. I've
I don't
installed this
think
app.
so. Because
No.
when you are understanding what I'm saying,
Huh.
and you're also
th-
replying, so you're not a
Huh.
beginner. You're not. Yeah,
Huh.
but
But I
yeah,
want to improve it very soon.
yeah. You want to be
Nowadays,
advanced.
it's my dream to speak English fluently. I'm very passionate
Seriously.
about this. Yeah.
Okay, if you are that much passionate about it, that then it's gonna be very easy to achieve that. Don't you worry about it.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I don't know
you will very
how
easily
much
achieve
time.
it. Yeah,
Hmm.
it will take time. I will say give it at least 3 months. Practice too much. Practice every day at least, and give it 3 months. It will be like very like you will be very fluent on it. Yeah,
What do you think? How many hours should I spend on this app for
at least 2
practicing?
hours in a day. If you wanted to do it fast, like you said, no, I
Uh,
wanted to
uh,
speak fast. Like you wanted to
uh,
improve your English fast. So at least 2 hours you
uh,
need to give this platform for speaking. And there are other
uh.
things you need to do. You need to listen podcasts. You need to write sometimes because
A
writing is also
podcast I
important.
feel
Also
very
reading.
bored.
Yeah.
Listening podcast now I feel very bored.
So listen something like watch movie then.
Uh,
That will help you, I
but
think. Yeah.
uh,
What?
but we don't get that much time now. You have to go to college.
You
You
don't
have to
have to
go to your
watch the full
tuition classes. You have
movies. You don't have to watch the full movies. Just watch it. Then one
if
thing, there is a show called Friends. So there are a lot of clips in YouTube's on the Friends show. Just watch it. Just watch it for 30 minutes. That's it. That will be fine, I
hmm,
think.
hmm,
Yeah.
hmm.
You have to
Where are
give
you from?
time. Without giving time, how will you improve? If you say like I don't
That's the
have
thing.
time for it, then there's no point. So saying that. Yeah. You have to give time
I,
for it. Yeah.
I have installed this app maybe in 5th Jan. I don't remember the date. But no, I haven't talked much over this app.
Mm-hmm.
I do chatting over here
don't
because when
don't
I
don't
was
do
in
it.
I'm
Yeah.
in college because when I'm in college, it's not look good. I'm with my friends and
Yeah,
I'm
right
still
now you're
talking
in
on the.
college. That time you shouldn't talk here. But right now, when you are in home, you're not doing anything. That time you
Uh,
should do it.
but
Yeah.
but at home, the parents don't allow to talk with strangers. That's the main problem with girls also.
Okay. Got it, got it.
I have to
But at
manage
least
all
you
the
can say
things.
to your
Then
parents like I'm practicing my English because you're not speaking in a different
uh,
language.
um,
They understand
but
English,
no, my dad understand English. My mother also little bit. She can
so
understand,
you can say
but
to
no,
them like
they
I'm practicing. Yeah, good.
uh, but they have their mindset like it's not good to talk with strangers like this. Now, so for that I have to manage all the things. Mummy is
Then
outside, daddy is
how they
outside.
will
Then
release their like daughter to go around and walk? You
uh,
have to talk to
they don't
stranger.
they don't want to. My father don't want to me become an air hostess. My bhai used to say that they are nothing more than that. They are just modern waitress. मैंने कहा, कोई बात नहीं, I will be modern waitress.
No, not like that actually. You will make a good amount of money. If you are in a
Ah,
good company, you will make good amount of
I
money actually
uh,
on this.
but my family don't like me to become an host. But I will make their mind to
So
accept
what they
my
want?
dream.
What they want
They
from you?
want me to become a teacher because my
Teachers.
sister
Okay.
is also a teacher. She is a government teacher.
Oh, she's a comment teacher. Wow, that's great then. Yeah.
That's why then they in Haryana people think that teaching is a good job for the females,
Mostly people
girls.
think teacher. Yeah.
Like that.
Mostly people think it's a common. It's
Mm.
a like a kind of what can I say?
It's they think that it's a
Stereotype. You can
respectable.
say stereotype people have it.
Huh, huh. But I will definitely make their minds. Okay, I want to become a hostess, and they have to.
Why did you choose air hostess? Like, what's the reason behind to become a air hostess?
Their job fascinates me, and my friend's
Okay.
sister is also a hostess. Now, when I would go to her
Okay.
home, I used to watch her like this. I like their way of dressing. I like
That's
their
great.
lifestyle,
That's great.
and I love to travel a lot. But I haven't get that much opportunity to travel.
Then
But
you should do this. Like I can see
I
that you
will
are
get
so
the
much
opportunity.
passionate about it, this career.
Uh,
So you should get
yes.
into this. Yeah.
Mm, uh,
Great to know,
let's
Yash.
see what will happen.
Hmm.
But now I have a passion to speak English fluently.
In this what field you're going to be in, this field also gives you this option to speak English all the time because
Huh.
you need to speak with English with customer and everything. Mostly who travels in flight, they like to speak in English only. So you need to
Mm,
speak with customer in English only. So yeah.
mm,
So in your hobby, in your like career, you need to speak English. So you don't have to worry about it. If you are actually very fascinated about speaking English, then this
mm.
career will definitely help you in that. Are you doing something? I'm sorry.
No, I'm sitting on the bed.
Or you're silent then. So how long you are using this platform?
I told you, na, maybe 5th Jan I installed this app. I don't remember
Okay,
the
it's
date.
very like it's just you started. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay, so right now you're not in your home.
No, I'm in my home.
So how you're talking then?
Mommy is outside, Papa is at the office.
So okay. Why still people like having this fear? I don't know why. This world is going like a lot of
Hmm.
they're doing lots of stuff. Like still
But,
people like
but they are not thinking. Actually, they are protective about their child. Na? The main problem is this.
then how you will
Hello.
grow up if they are protecting about everything. You have to grow up. Like
Hmm.
because of most of the child in India, most of the teenage are India, like the youths are not growing up because of their parents are too much thinking about them. Parents are too
Huh.
much like
Actually, I'm the youngest child. I'm the youngest child of my family. Na? So
okay.
they are more protective about this, and I have to I have answerable to all the family members. कहाँ गई थी कैसे क्या ऐसे वैसे like this, and the adult child ना they have to answerable only their parents. We don't ask any question to them.
Okay.
The youngest child na can't be grown up.
But you have to if you want to live in this world, because this world is not a family. This world is
Huh.
actually very
Nee,
small. Yeah.
actually we are grown up, but family doesn't accept this. No, they still think that she is still kid like this.
Yeah. What's your age right now, if you don't mind to share?
I'm 22.
22. So you're not a kid anymore.
But they think that,
Yeah.
and I love to behave like a kid in front of my family.
Okay. Nice. So, okay. Bye then. I need to go now.
Huh.
Yeah. Thank you for this conversation. Bye. Take care.
Self-interest and does not benefit from being persuaded. Finally, the most skilled dark persuaders are able to not only harm their victim and benefit themselves, but also harm others in the process. Let's take the example of a dark persuader who talks someone into committing suicide so the persuader can profit from an insurance policy. Not only has the persuader gained financially, but the victim has lost their life and also hurt anyone who knew or cared about them. Unmasking the dark persuaders. So who exactly is using these dark methods of persuasion? The main characteristic of a dark persuader is either an indifference toward or inability to care about how persuasion impacts others. Such people are either totally narcissistic and see their own needs as far more important than others' needs, or sociopathic and unable to even grasp the concept of someone else's emotions. You'll often find dark persuasion in a relationship. One, or, in the worst case scenario, both partners are inclined toward darkly persuading the other. If such attempts are persistent and enduring, the relationship can be considered psychologically abusive. Some examples of relationship dark persuasion include stopping the other partner from taking new job opportunities or pursuing personal leisure. The dark persuader will convince the victim that they are acting for the good of the relationship. In reality, the victim is simply hurting both themselves and the relationship. The relationship is harmed as the dark persuader gains increasing certainty at being able to manipulate their victims. Dark persuasion tactics. So how exactly do dark persuaders carry out their wishes? Some people might question the notion that such a harmful thing as dark persuasion actually occurs. They would be wrong. The reason it can be executed is because of the skill of the persuaders. They are experts in disguising the nature of what is occurring. These are their tactics. The long con. The long con is a type of slow, drawn-out method of persuasion. Some of the main reasons people are able to resist persuasion include a feeling that they are being pressured, or a lack of trust or rapport with the person who is seeking to persuade them. The long con is able to overcome both these problems. The long con involves the dark persuader taking their time to earn their victim's trust. They will carefully befriend their victim and make sure the victim likes and trusts them. This is usually achieved by excessive, artificial rapport building, and other ways of increasing comfort levels. As soon as the victim has been sufficiently readied psychologically, the persuader begins their attempts. These usually start with some insincere positive persuasion. The persuader will lead their victim into making some choices, or carrying out some actions that are actually for their own benefit. This has a twofold purpose. First, the victim becomes accustomed to being persuaded by their persuader. Second, the victim makes a mental association between the persuasion and a positive outcome. So how is the long con executed? Let's take an example victim, a recently widowed lady, vulnerable due to age and bereavement. Following her loss, she is befriended by a man, perhaps a relative, perhaps a member of her church. He shows immense kindness and patience with her, so over time, her guard drops when she's around him. This man then carries out small acts of positive persuasion, such as advising her of a better bank account, or a way to reduce her monthly bills. The victim appreciates these efforts and trusts his advice. The man then darkly persuades her to let him invest some of her money. Trustingly, she obliges. The man of course takes everything he can from her. If he is skilled, she will end up feeling as though he genuinely tried to help her, and just had bad luck. Such is the depth of dark persuasion. Graduality. When people hear about acts of dark persuasion, such as individuals being talked into suicide or murder, it seems unbelievable. Who would do such a thing? People fail to realize that dark persuasion isn't always a big, sudden request out of nowhere. Dark persuasion should instead be understood as a staircase. The persuader will make the victim take one step at a time. This doesn't seem like a big deal. Before they know it, they are a long way down, and the persuader isn't going to let them back up. So how would graduality look in real life? Let's take the example of a psychopathic criminal who wished to make others commit crimes for them. If you can't imagine such a person, think of gang bosses, cult leaders, or Charles Manson. This psychopathic criminal wouldn't begin by asking a person to murder. Far from it. They might start by carrying out a little petty crime or hiding a weapon for their persuader. No big deal. Over time though, the acts the manipulator persuades their victim to commit become increasingly severe. The persuader also has the unseen leverage of being able to hold the smaller misdeeds over the victim. Before they know it, the victim has a feeling of being in too deep. They can easily be persuaded to carry out even the most shocking crimes, because in their minds, they have no other choice. Dark persuaders are experts at using graduality to increase the severity of their persuasion over time. They know that their victims would never jump across a canyon. So, instead, the persuaders build them a bridge, bit by bit. Masking true intentions. There are several ways persuaders are able to use dark psychological principles to get what they want. Disguising the true desires of the manipulator is an important step in a successful dark persuasion. The best persuaders can use this approach in different ways depending on their victim and circumstance. One dark psychological principle used by the best persuaders is the knowledge that many people find it difficult to refuse 2 requests in a row. Let's say a manipulative person wants to extract $200 from their victim, which they have no intention of repaying. The persuader may begin by explaining why they need a loan for $1,000 and detailing the serious and severe consequences that will happen if they don't borrow it. The victim may feel some form of compassion or guilt toward the persuader and wish they could help. However, they explain that $1,000 is more than they can afford to lend. The persuader will then lessen their request to the original sum of $200 that they actually wanted. They will have an emotional reason, such as the $200 at least keeping the lights switched on for another few weeks. The victim feels too awkward and unable to refuse this second request. The persuader gets their $200 as originally intended and the victim will not know what has taken place. Reverse psychology, of a type, is another way to mask true intentions during the course of persuasion. Some people have a personality known as a boomerang. This means they will refuse to go in the direction they are thrown, and instead, veer off in the opposite direction. If a dark persuader knows someone is a boomerang type, then they have identified a key weakness. Let's take, for example, a persuader whose friend is attempting to win over a certain girl. The persuader knows that the friend will use this girl and hurt her. The girl is torn between the malicious friend and an innocent third party. The persuader will deftly steer the girl in the direction of the guy who will actually be good for her, knowing that she will go against this and choose the harmful friend. Leading questions. As anyone who has ever encountered a skilled salesman will know, verbal persuasion can be very impactful when deployed in a careful and calibrated way. One of the most powerful techniques in the verbal arsenal of a dark persuader is the use of leading questions. These are questions intended to trigger a particular response in their victim. For example, a leading persuader may ask their target something like, "So how bad do you think those people are?" The question implies that the people he is asking about are definitely bad to one extent or the other. This contrasts with the non-leading question of, "How do you feel about those people?" Dark persuaders use leading questions, such as those described above, in a very careful way. Any dark persuader with a little experience is well aware of the fact that, if the victim begins to get the sense they are being led, they will resist and become less easily persuaded. If the persuader begins to sense the victim is aware of what is happening, they will switch tactics immediately, and only return to the leading questions after the victim has calmed down and they have regained their influential state. The law of state transference. State is a concept that refers to the general mood a person is in. If someone is aligned in their thoughts, words, and deeds, then this is an example of a strong, congruent state. The law of state transference involves the concept of the person who holds the balance of power in any given situation being able to transfer their emotional state onto the person they are interacting with. This is a powerful concept when used by a dark persuader. If someone is trying to carry out persuasion, and is aware of the law of state transference, there is a particular technique they can use to influence the level of control they hold over their target. The technique is as follows. Initially, the influencer will force their own state to match the natural state of their target. If the target is sad, and talking slowly, the influencer will force their own state into this same format. By doing so, they create a rapport on a deep, subconscious level with their target. After a state match has been carried out, the influencer will begin to subtly alter their own state to assess how much compliance they have from their victim. For example, the persuader may slightly speed up their tone of voice to judge whether their victim will match their own pace. If the victim shows signs of compliance, then this is a clear indication that the influencer has reached the hook point. Once the hook point has been reached, the influencer will change their own state to the one they wish their victim to have. This could be happy and positive or angry and indignant, depending upon which state will best serve the influencer's aims at the time. This technique shows the impact of subconscious cues on the success or failure of any given persuasion. Chapter 3. Undetected. Mind control. Not all mind control is undetected. A mind is a person's sanctuary. No matter what else may be lost to others, a human mind is its owner's and owners alone. Right? Wrong. People like to think they are fully in control of their own thoughts and actions. That their mind is as much under their own control as their right hand is. But is this really the case? When you are dreaming, are you in careful control of your dreams? If you can't concentrate, are you choosing your distracting thoughts? Our minds are actually incredibly susceptible to influence and being controlled. Think about when you are watching a horror movie. Your mind and emotions are being led and influenced by the music, lighting, and choice of camera shot. Even though you know you are watching a movie, your brain still responds to the prompts it is given. If the brain can be influenced so strongly by something we have chosen and are aware of, how strong would the influence be of a skilled, dark, psychological manipulator? Undetected mind control is the most deadly type of mind control in existence. If someone is aware that their mind is being influenced, then they can object mentally, verbally, or physically. They can avoid contact with the controlling person or situation. A lot of people would run at the first sign of a dangerous person trying to get inside their brain and take it over. If their mind controller is undetected, like a stealth bomber, then it is not possible for the victim to put their defenses up in time. There are two types of tactics for taking over a person's mind: undetected interpersonal interactions, and the use of media. Traditionally, media mind control was only possible for large companies, and individual mind controllers were left to interpersonal mind control only. Nowadays, this is no longer the case. Laptops and smartphones have placed media mind control powers directly into the hands of the coldest manipulators walking the earth. Before we learn about the specific tactics used in the pursuit of undetected mind control, we must learn about the manipulative people who use such tactics. Like all dark psychological manipulators, undetected mind controllers have the desire to influence others, usually for their own benefit. Undetected mind controllers are often more cowardly and logical than other manipulators, however. Unlike impulsive psychopaths, undetected mind controllers are likely to only act after careful consideration. To control someone's mind in a way that remains undetected is no easy endeavor. It requires deliberate knowledge and application. Because of this, mind controllers are patient and cunning people. They also fear being caught out, so they aim to hide their methods as much as possible. They are like hidden puppet masters, pulling their victims' strings from behind a curtain. Undetected mind control tactics. Let's learn about the specific methods used by manipulators to control a victim's mind in an undetected way. We will explore both the interpersonal and media techniques that comprise a manipulator's toolkit. Examples will be provided of how such techniques can be used on an individual or broader collective scale. Finding those in need. One of the first and most important tactical principles of undetected mind control is finding a victim with a goal. It has been proven, both scientifically and anecdotally, that a person who has a pressing need or desire is more susceptible to undetected mind control than someone who feels at ease and satisfied. This can range from a small, physical goal such as feeling thirsty and seeking a drink, to a large, psychological goal, such as craving love and affection. Think of someone who is looking for another person in a crowd. They will manage to filter out all the people who are not their goal and hone in on the one who is. The brain is similar. If there is something it needs or wants, it is able to direct a person toward it, even if they are unaware any control is taking place. The best mind controllers will discreetly find out what a victim's goals are and seek to manipulate them with these in mind. One classic example of the susceptibility of people with a goal is an experiment conducted in subliminal influence. Subliminal influence is another name for undetected mind control. Two sets of people were shown a film with a hidden image of an iced tea. One set of people were thirsty, the others not. When given the chance to purchase a specific drink from a selection, the thirsty individuals purchased the iced tea in greater numbers than would be expected statistically. This is evidence that when a person's brain is desperate for something, it will gladly take suggestions on what to choose. So how does this principle work on an individual, interpersonal level? If a mind controller finds a victim who is desperately craving something in their life, usually the fulfillment of some deep emotional need, the manipulator will be able to control their mind with greater ease. If, for example, a victim has recently suffered a romantic relationship breakup, it is likely their psyche is craving company. The mind controller will influence their target into thinking that they are the victim's savior when, in reality, they are likely to be their ruin. Some of the most common areas of need a manipulator will seek to exploit include a person's need for monetary stability, their need to belong, and their need for company. These vulnerabilities can be exploited by an experienced manipulator for a number of purposes. The manipulator may seek to sexually or financially exploit their victim. They may seek to gain their allegiance to some form of cult or ideologically extreme movement. They may simply toy with the victim for their own sadistic pleasure. Restricting choice. Restricting choice is a verbal form of undetected mind control. It is a very subtle form of dark psychology because it provides the manipulator with a range of built-in get-out clauses should their victim turn suspicious. The key to this particular form of mind control is to take away any real choice that a victim has regarding a particular circumstance while maintaining the illusion that the victim was in control all along. The restriction of choice is similar to a popular and powerful sales technique known as the choice close. We will use an example to illustrate this process, clearly identifying the difference between someone behaving in a psychologically normal way and a dark manipulator who seeks only to serve their own purpose at the expense of others. Take the scenario of a woman being asked out on a date. A regular guy might work up the courage to ask his question, lacking confidence or certainty, and then finally stammer out an open-ended question, such as "Would you like to go out with me?" Such a question leaves a clear possibility for a response of no. This is the usual way things go for people who are not familiar with the use of dark psychological principles. Someone who knows how to control someone's mind in an undetected way, however, will approach the same scenario very differently. They like to confidently and smoothly charm their victim, to get them laughing and lowering their guard. Then, with total confidence and assurance, the manipulator will ask, "So, am I taking you out on Thursday or Saturday?" The limited choice presented to the victim, who is in a psychologically soft state due to the charm, will almost always result in the victim choosing between Thursday or Saturday. Answering no was never an option. The diabolical aspect of the above technique is that, unlike other forms of mind control, such as those aided by media, there is no tangible evidence of the words a person has spoken. If, somehow, the victim picks up on the restriction of choices by the manipulator can respond in two ways: a denial or a reframe. A denial allows the manipulator to insist they do not offer a limited choice, and that the victim is remembering things wrongly or worrying too much. A reframe can allow the manipulator to put the victim on the back foot by saying something like, "I can't believe you're analyzing my words so much. That really hurts me, and makes me not want to open up to you." Both the denial and the reframe are effective. Emergency escape plans for the manipulator who is caught out. Media mind control images. Just as our five senses are our guides in life, they can also be our enemies and traitors. Our sense of sight and the visual processing areas of the brain are very powerful. We almost always dream visually, even if another sense is missing, and we usually picture someone we are remembering rather than associating some other sensory input with them. This makes imagery and visual manipulation a particularly powerful technique of media mind control. Traditionally, media production was in the hands of companies and institutions. These manipulative entities were able to pioneer the use of visual, subliminal mind control. Examples include split-second pictures of a product or person inserted into a seemingly innocent movie. Such split-second images, which the person perceives as nothing more than a flash of light, are able to take powerful control of a person's emotions. They have been used as recently as 21st century presidential elections. Worryingly, such devastatingly impactful imagery techniques are now in the hands of individual manipulators. Even worse, such techniques can now be tailored to a specific victim. If the victim has a particular fear of or aversion to something, the manipulator can subtly use the feared image to access and warp a person's emotions without them knowing. Let's look at an example of individual imagery mind control. We live in the age of smartphones and video. Everything can shoot high-definition clips at the touch of a screen and send them at blistering speeds to someone else. High-tech manipulators are therefore able to allude to feared images. For example, if a manipulative boyfriend is aware that his girlfriend has a deep fear of insects, he may accidentally place a book with a picture of an insect on its cover in the background during a video chat. The girlfriend is unlikely to consciously register the book's presence, but on a subtle, emotional level, she will be feeling its impact. Media mind control, sound. Sound is another way in which a person is vulnerable to undetected mind control. Both experiments and personal experience will confirm this to you. Have you ever had a song stuck in your head? How easy was it to get rid of? The sound had a powerful influence over you, even though you knew it was present. The power of audio manipulation is even greater when it is undetected. Experiments have shown that if restaurant customers are exposed to music from a particular region, they are more likely to order wine from that country. When questioned, they had no idea that something as simple as sound had steered their decision. One famous example of media mind control using sound is the hiding of words and phrases in songs and other media containing a soundtrack. There have been lawsuits aiming to prove that musicians hide occult references in their work, and to ban them from doing so. This has also happened, with more serious impact, beyond the world of entertainment media. Governments have sometimes used audio mind control as a form of brainwashing. For example, in North Korea, people are forced to listen to patriotic songs at regular intervals. These embed themselves deep inside a person's mentality and affect an unseen influence. For a less extreme example, think of advertising jingles. If a person is prompted by the sound of a famous jingle, like the McDonald's "I'm loving it" melody, the person usually repeats the advertising message on autopilot. Audio undetected mind control can also be used by individual manipulators. There is a range of interpersonal influence tactics using auditory mind control of varying types. Even if you know the tactics, it is still difficult to recognize them being executed. This is because of their stealthy, underhand nature. One of the creepiest forms of auditory mind control is subliminally influencing a person as they sleep. Have you ever seen those CDs and tapes that are played during sleep to help people to stop smoking? A skilled mind controller is the evil equivalent of such products. When a victim is at their most vulnerable, and totally lets their guard down by sleeping, the manipulator will take this chance to implant their dark and devious commands in a person's ear and let them sink into the deepest layers of the brain. Another form of interpersonal auditory mind control is masking words with similar sounding words or noises. Have you ever seen the film American Psycho? Although it's fiction, it shows genuine mind control techniques. The main character, serial killer Patrick Bateman, blatantly tells his victims what he does: "I'm in executions and murders." When questioned as to what he said, he calmly responds, "I'm in acquisitions and mergers." The subliminal influence is already in the person's psychological recesses. Sounds that are outside the range of human perception are a form of auditory mind control that both individuals and organizations can use. Such sounds, which are particular frequencies, impart deep feelings of terror, dread, or unease into those who are exposed to them unknowingly. Although widely used in horror movies, some innovative mind controllers have successfully used such sounds to impact the emotional stability and well-being of their victims. Chapter 4: Mind Games. Mind games always dark. Mind games is one of the most commonly heard expressions in this book. Unlike many other dark psychological traits that feature in these pages, mind games are something many people would claim to understand and recognize in the course of their everyday life. People are rarely able to accurately recognize and understand mind games, however. Just as many people say the phrase "I feel depressed" without meeting the psychological definition for depression, many people feel they understand mind games when really they have no idea what this means. Some people will attribute a wide range of normal behavior to mind games. For example, if someone is teasing them or hinting at some kind of surprise, they will say the person is playing mind games. This is untrue, at least within the world of dark psychology. The intentions of someone playing genuinely dark mind games are not good, positive, or friendly. Therefore, innocent games such as teasing and surprises fall outside of the mind games categorization right away. So if innocent games are not mind games in the dark psychology sense of the term, what exactly are? Mind games are any type of psychological scheme on behalf of a manipulator toward the victim that is intended to play games with the victim's sanity and willpower. This differs from other types of dark psychological manipulation in the sense that the manipulator is often toying with the victim. The manipulator is less invested in the outcome than they are in some other types of manipulation, and has less regard for the severity of the situation. A dark mind game can therefore be understood as one played by the manipulator for their own amusement and delight without any regard for the victim's well-being. Depending on the type of mind game, the intention is often to test the victim and explore their psyche, just as a child would test and try out a new toy. The best dark psychological mind games are played without their true nature being apparent. This can make them difficult to detect and very destructive to deploy. The motivation behind mind games. In exploring the difference between mind games that are dark and those that are not, we touched upon the motivation behind manipulative mind games. The range of motivations that underpin manipulative mind games will now be explored more fully. This shows the spectrum of dark motivation that underpins this commonly found manifestation of dark psychology. One reason for the playing of mind games is to manipulate the victim into performing a behavior or thinking or feeling a certain way. The manipulator, in this situation, may feel that their other forms of manipulation are not effective and may try something less obvious, such as a mind game. The manipulator may also choose to influence their victim in this way for their own twisted amusement. This occurs if the manipulator is trying to get pleasure as well as influence as a result of their mind game deployment. The specific types of influence that can be attained by playing mind games will be explored in further detail in this chapter's next section. Basically, mind games are good for reducing a victim's certainty and psychological strength in a very subtle way that is hard to perceive. Mind games can also be used to achieve influence while maintaining the victim's illusion of autonomy. Influencing a victim is far from the only motivation behind the playing of mind games, however. Many manipulators play mind games as a form of entertainment and for no deeper purpose whatsoever. They enjoy and derive pleasure from plotting a way to impact a victim's psychology and watching the victim succumb to their intentions. Such manipulation is similar to a form of sociopathic detachment. Manipulators of this type are able to ignore the fact that their victim is an equal human being with feelings and thoughts. Instead, the manipulator simply sees the victim as a system that exists to be figured out and manipulated for fun. This form of mind game is particularly dangerous, as victims can be driven to suicide simply to amuse the person playing games with them. Sometimes, dark psychological mind games are played as a form of learned behavior rather than representing any kind of conscious intent on the part of the manipulator. This happens when the manipulative individual has simply been exposed to such mind games throughout the course of their life and knows no other way. This may be seen as somehow innocent, but it is not. Just because someone does something evil automatically does not absolve them of the moral responsibility of doing so. In some ways, the manipulators who play dark mind games without having to think about it are the most dangerous. They do not know any other option, so have no prospect of reforming and becoming more balanced human beings as a result. The Dark Psychologist's Playbook, Main Mind Games explained. Now that we understand the difference between a dark psychological mind game and a regular mind game, it is important to explore the specific types of mind games that are found. Much like the overall concept of mind games, the specific games people play often have innocent and dark variants. Knowing which are examples of dark psychology and which part of everyday life is essential to understanding this particular facet of dark psychology. Ultimatums. What exactly is an ultimatum? It is when one person presents another with a severe choice. This typically takes the form of a demand worded as do this, or this will happen. Some examples include quit smoking, or I will leave you or lose weight, or I will see other people. Ultimatums are any type of request that is actually closer to a demand. Ultimatums are one of the main forms of dark psychological game playing, but this does not mean that every ultimatum is a mind game. The three factors that determine whether an ultimatum can be understood as dark psychology are the type of person issuing the ultimatum, their intention for doing so, and the nature of the ultimatum itself. Each of these three aspects will now be explored in turn to provide a comprehensive picture of the ultimatum manipulation tactic and its use. The person issuing an ultimatum is a key factor as to whether an ultimatum is a manifestation of dark psychology or not. In the example of a legitimate, non-dark ultimatum, the person issuing it will often have a valid and genuine care about the person they are attempting to help. Examples of some possible legitimate individuals include a person's close relative, sibling, or spouse. Just because someone falls into one of these categories, however, does not automatically mean their ultimatum is free of dark psychology. The motivation behind the ultimatum is another key element of how to understand it. People who issue ultimatums with a good intention are motivated by the desire to help or make something better in someone's life. This could be to improve their health or stop them from carrying out a bad habit. An example of a well-motivated ultimatum may include don't drink as much or I can't be around you or let's go to the gym together or it won't be appropriate to have any more kids. Such ultimatums are issued with the intention and purpose of helping someone make a good choice and carry out some type of behavior that has a positive life impact. Judging the intention of an ultimatum is difficult, however, and for this reason it is not always possible to identify a darkly manipulative ultimatum from the intention behind it. Instead, the nature of the ultimatum itself is often the best way to figure out whether it is manipulative or not. Dark psychological ultimatums will often involve the person being requested to perform them acting against their own self-interest or doing something that violates their personal morals. In aiming for this outcome, the manipulator is able to test the extent to which their victim is willing to go against what they believe in. On the contrary, good ultimatums will not require a person to do anything harmful or anything that goes against their own conscience. By now, you should be able to understand what a good ultimatum looks like, in terms of the person issuing it, their motivation for doing so and the purpose of the ultimatum itself. So what is a textbook example of a darkly psychological ultimatum? The first hallmark of a dark psychology ultimatum is the person who is issuing it. They will often not have a valid status within their victim's life. For example, the ultimatum giver may be someone the victim is having an illicit romance with, the victim's boss, or a friend who has far too much psychological influence and control over a victim. They can also take a valid role within the victim's life, such as being a spouse, parent, etc. If they are someone on the edges of a person's social circle, and are issuing ultimatums, it is an indication that dark psychology is being deployed. So what kind of ultimatums do such darkly psychological people issue? Some examples include ultimatums that are harmful to the person presented with them or that go against the person's moral character. Let's picture a victim who has an aversion to drinking alcohol for either health or ethical reasons. The manipulator will note this aversion and recognize it as a source of amusement and pleasure for their own dark mind. The manipulator will then use the idea of alcohol as a basis for ultimatums with which to bend and twist their victim's will. Some examples of these ultimatums include do a shot with me or I'm going home or either drink or don't bother coming to the party. You won't be welcome there. Some of the most extreme ultimatums can involve self-harm, suicide, or even murder. For example, the manipulator may tell the victim cut your arm, or I will cut mine 3 times. A manipulative girlfriend may issue an ultimatum to her boyfriend telling him to kill this other man or I will leave you, because it will prove you don't care for me. At the most extreme end of the spectrum, people are manipulated into taking their own life under the pretense of a suicide pact. Once the victim has died, the manipulator does not carry out their side of the bargain. The eternal breakup. One of the fundamental requirements for a happy, peaceful, and stable romantic relationship is a feeling of security and contentment. People in happy romances or marriages feel at ease and do not feel a sense of constant threat that their relationship might come to an end at any time. Masters of dark psychology are aware of these principles and do everything possible to invert them for their own twisted aims. By cultivating a sense of instability, chaos, and negativity within a relationship, the manipulator is able to ensure that their victim is as powerless as possible. The eternal breakup is one of the most common and effective manipulation mind games used within a romantic context to cause instability and anxiety. What exactly is it? It is the persistent and prolonged use of threat
और देखो कुछ ही देर के अंदर यहाँ मेरे पास में दिवाली से रिलेटेड जो प्रेजेंटेशंस हैं वो तैयार होने शुरू हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि ये आपके सामने ही बनाया गया एआई जनरेटिंग जो है वो चल रहा है यहाँ पे, और एक एक करके जो सारे प्रेजेंटेशंस हैं वो तैयार किए जा रहे हैं। अगर हर रोज कुछ नया सीखने की प्रचंड इच्छा रखते हो तो इस चैनल को जरूर सब्सक्राइब करना, बेल आइकन दबा लेना और ऑल पर क्लिक कर देना। आपने कभी ना कभी पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन तो तैयार की होगी, चाहे स्कूल में तैयार की हो चाहे अपने ऑफिस में तैयार की हो, और इसको बनाने की जरूरत कभी ना कभी आपको पड़ती होगी। कितना टाइम लगता है? 2 मिनट, 3 मिनट, 5 मिनट? मैं गारंटी देता हूं कि रिसर्च करने में ही आधा से पौन घंटा या 1 घंटा तो लगी जाता होगा, उसके बाद का आधा घंटा या 1 घंटा आपको प्रेजेंटेशन तैयार करने में लग जाता है। और अगर मैं कहूं कि ये सारा काम यानी रिसर्च करने का और प्रेजेंटेशन तैयार करने का आप 1 मिनट से भी कम टाइम में कर सकते हैं तो कैसा होगा? तो इस वीडियो में हम जानेंगे कि ये सारे काम कैसे आप एआई टूल्स का इस्तेमाल करके 1 मिनट से भी कम समय में कर सकते हैं। तो बिना कुछ देर के चलिए जल्दी से शुरू करते हैं। तो जब हम स्टार्टिंग में बात करते हैं रिसर्च करने के लिए टूल्स की, तो हम 2 टूल्स को इस्तेमाल करके देखेंगे। पहला टूल है हमारा चैट जीपीटी और दूसरा टूल है हमारा गूगल बार्ड। ये दोनों टूल्स के माध्यम से हम अपने प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए इसको एक आइडिया देंगे और आइडिया के बेसिस पे ही हमको वो प्रेजेंटेशन तैयार करके देंगे या उसके लिए मटेरियल तैयार करके देंगे। फिर कैसे हम प्रेजेंटेशन बनाते हैं चलिए देखते हैं। तो सबसे पहले हम चैट जीपीटी पे आ जाते हैं और यहाँ पे इसको एक प्रॉम्प्ट हम देंगे। प्रॉम्प्ट में हमने लिखा है प्लीज हेल्प मी मेक अ 10 स्लाइड प्रेजेंटेशन ऑन इंपोर्टेंस ऑफ दिवाली। अब इसमें हमने एक और प्रॉम्प्ट डाला है कि हमको पेज होल्डर्स नहीं चाहिए, जो टेक्स्ट बॉक्स टाइप आते हैं वो नहीं चाहिए, और ये अपने नॉलेज के बेसिस पे वो रिसर्च करे और हमको वो सारा स्लाइड शो का जो मटेरियल है वो तैयार करके दे। तो यहाँ पे जैसे हम ये प्रॉम्प्ट डालेंगे तो ये चैट जीपीटी हमको जो सारा रिसर्च है वो करके यहाँ पे दे देगा। तो देखिए कुछ इस तरह से इसने रिसर्च किया है, पहले स्लाइड के लिए डाला है, दूसरे स्लाइड के लिए डाला है। ये सारी चीजें हमको तैयार करके दे रही हैं दिवाली के बारे में। आप जो चाहो सो इससे करा सकते हो, ये सारी रिसर्च आपके कर देगा। इसी तरह से गूगल बार्ड में भी आप यहाँ पे दे सकते हो। गूगल बार्ड में आपको पेज होल्डर वगैरह डालने की जरूरत नहीं है। यहाँ पे आप सीधे सीधे प्रॉम्प्ट टाइप कर सकते हो, प्लीज हेल्प मी मेक अ 10 स्लाइड प्रेजेंटेशन ऑन इंपोर्टेंस ऑफ दिवाली। तो यहाँ पे हम सिंपल इसको ये दे देंगे और ये हमको 10 स्लाइड्स के लिए जो मटेरियल है वो तैयार करके दे देगा। अब देखो चैट जीपीटी हो या गूगल बार्ड हो, इन दोनों ने हमको एक दिवाली के लिए स्लाइड शो बनाने के लिए मटेरियल तैयार करके दे दिया, हमको सारा डेटा मिल गया। अब स्लाइड शो कैसे बनाना है, तो आपको जो भी चैटबॉट अच्छा लगे उसका डेटा ले लीजिए। तो मान लीजिए हम गूगल बार्ड से डेटा उठा लेते हैं, ये सारा डेटा हम यहाँ से ले लेते हैं, ठीक है। ये एडिशनल स्लाइड्स का डेटा पूरा हमने ले लिया और इसके बाद हम ओपन करेंगे गूगल बिंग ब्राउजर को या गूगल क्रोम को और यहाँ पे लॉगिन करेंगे ऑफिस 365 के ऊपर। ये बिल्कुल फ्री है, इसके बारे में अलग से एक वीडियो में बना चुका हूँ कि कैसे आप फ्री में माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ऑफिस के सारे टूल्स यूज कर सकते हो। तो यहाँ पे आपको लॉगिन कर लेना है और चले जाना है एमएस वर्ड पर और यहाँ पे ब्लैंक डॉक्यूमेंट पे क्लिक कर देना है। देखो जितनी भी टेक्नोलॉजी है वो समय के अनुसार खुद को डेवलप करती रहती है, कुछ ना कुछ सीखती रहती है। अब ये जो एआई है ये भी सीख ही रही है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पे। तो अगर आपको भी बारीकी से ये सारी चीजें सीखनी है, कंप्यूटर में एक्सपर्ट बनना है, वर्ड एक्सेल पावरपॉइंट में करना है और पहुंच जाना है हमारी वेबसाइट offline.pcskill.in पर, अभी डेवलप करिए अपने स्किल्स को और बन जाइए कंप्यूटर में एक्सपर्ट। और यहाँ पे वो जो आपने डेटा कॉपी किया था उसको इधर सीधे सीधे पेस्ट कर देना है। तो देखो ये डेटा मेरे पास आ गया है। अब आपको सिंपल क्या करना है, अब देखो कैसे 1 मिनट के अंदर प्रेजेंटेशन तैयार होती है एमएस वर्ड से, एमएस पावर पॉइंट के अंदर। तो आपको जाना है फाइल के ऊपर और यहाँ पे आपको मिल जाएगा एक्सपोर्ट का ऑप्शन। एक्सपोर्ट के ऑप्शन में आपको दिखाई देगा एक्सपोर्ट टू पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन प्रीव्यू, इस पे आपको क्लिक कर देना है। अब ये एआई की मदद से दिवाली के ऊपर खुद खुद एक प्रेजेंटेशन तैयार कर देगा। देखो यहाँ पे आपको बहुत सारे जो थीम्स हैं वो मिल जाएंगे, ऊपर आपको थीम्स दिख रहे होंगे। अगर आपको इसमें कोई पसंद आता है तो ठीक है, नहीं तो यहाँ पे सी मोर थीम्स पे आपको क्लिक कर देना है और आपको नीचे और भी थीम्स मिल जाएंगे। तो मैं 2-4 थीम्स और देख लेता हूँ। देखो कुछ इस तरह के, अब आपको सिंपल जो भी तीन पसंद है उस पर क्लिक करिए और यहाँ से एक्सपोर्ट पे क्लिक कर दीजिए। अब आपके जो स्लाइड्स हैं वो प्रिपेयर हो रहे हैं और कुछ ही देर में आपको ये सारे जो स्लाइड्स हैं वो यहाँ पे देखो कुछ इस तरह के। अब आपको सिंपल जो भी थीम पसंद है उस पर क्लिक करिए और यहाँ से एक्सपोर्ट पे क्लिक कर दीजिए। अब आपके जो स्लाइड्स हैं वो प्रिपेयर हो रहे हैं और कुछ ही देर में आपको ये सारे जो स्लाइड्स हैं वो यहाँ पे दिख जाएंगे। देखो मैं क्लिक कर देता हूँ, सब चीजें आप यहाँ पे तैयार कर सकते हो, इमेज जनरेट कर सकते हो, डॉक्यूमेंट से प्रेजेंटेशन बना सकते हो। करता हूँ अपने वेब ब्राउजर के अंदर और आपको पहली वेबसाइट के अंदर ले चलता हूँ। इस वेबसाइट का नाम है tom.app। ये वेबसाइट है जो आपके लिए फ्री में पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन तैयार करती है। आपको सिंपल करना क्या है, आपको यहाँ पे क्रिएट पे क्लिक करना है। देखो यहाँ पे आपको फ्री में 500 क्रेडिट्स मिल जाते हैं। अब जैसे मैं क्रिएट पे क्लिक करूंगा तो यहाँ पे मेरे सामने ये इस तरह की विंडो आ जाएगी और यहाँ पे बहुत सारी चीजें तैयार कर सकते हो। देखो इतनी सारी चीजें हैं, ये सब चीजें आप यहाँ पे तैयार कर सकते हो, इमेज जनरेट कर सकते हो, डॉक्यूमेंट से प्रेजेंटेशन बना सकते हो। लेकिन हमको तो यहाँ पे एक प्रेजेंटेशन तैयार करनी है। सो यहाँ पे हम क्रिएट प्रेजेंटेशन अबाउट पे क्लिक करेंगे और यहाँ सिंपल हम दिवाली शब्द टाइप कर देंगे। ठीक है, अब यहाँ पे हमने दीपावली टाइप कर दिया है। ये यहाँ पे देखो ये ऊपर आपको एक प्रॉम्प्ट दिख जाएगा, क्रिएट प्रेजेंटेशन अबाउट दिवाली। इस पे हम क्लिक करेंगे और देखो यहाँ से ये अपने आप से जो आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन है उनको जनरेट करना शुरू कर देगा। कुछ देर लगेगी और इसमें कोई इतने सारे जो स्लाइड्स हैं वो तैयार करनी है। मैं एक चीज़ आपको और बताना भूल गया कि आप अपने हिसाब से यहाँ पे पेज घटा या बढ़ा सकते हैं। तो अभी ये जो स्लाइड है वो 6 पेज की बन रही है, लेकिन अगर मैं चाहूँ तो इसको 20 से 25 पेज की भी बना सकता हूँ। फिलहाल हम 6 पेज रखेंगे, उसके बाद यहाँ से जनरेट पे क्लिक करेंगे और जो हमारी स्लाइड्स हैं वो यहाँ पे इस तरह से जनरेट होकर आ जाएंगे। अब इसके बाद में आपको क्या करना है, आपको कंटिन्यू पे क्लिक करना है। तो जैसे आप कंटिन्यू पे क्लिक करेंगे तो यहाँ यहाँ पे आपको आपके स्लाइड शो के लिए कुछ लेआउट्स भी दिख जाएंगे। तो आप जो भी लेआउट चाहे वो सिलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। और ये जो लेआउट आपको दिख रहा है ना, ये फर्स्ट स्लाइड के लिए है। तो देखिए इसने खुद से ये जो इमेज है ये भी जनरेट करी है और ये जो टेक्स्ट है ये भी जनरेट किया है। आप अपने हिसाब से कोई भी एक इमेज ले सकते हैं। इसके बाद में आपको नेक्स्ट करना है और सेकंड स्लाइड के लिए यहाँ पे लेआउट आपको फिर से दिया जाएगा जिसे आपको सेलेक्ट करना है। तो देखो सेकंड स्लाइड के लिए मैं यहाँ से ये वाला लेआउट कर सकते हो, यहाँ से इमेज आप शो कर सकते हो। तो देखो इसमें कहीं आप इसको कहीं पे भी प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं। हमारी अगली वेबसाइट जो कि मिनटों के अंदर किसी भी भाषा में प्रेजेंटेशन तैयार कर सकती है उसका नाम है gamma.app। और ये वेबसाइट आप देखो जैसे इस पे आप लॉगिन करोगे होगी। ये भी फ्री है। इसके अंदर आपको 360 क्रेडिट्स मिलेंगे, जिसमें से आप अपनी स्लाइड शो को बना सकते हो, डॉक्यूमेंट बना सकते हो, वेब पेज बना सकते हो और कई सारी भाषाओं के अंदर बना सकते हो। तो यहाँ पे आप देखोगे जब इसके होम पेज पे आप आओगे तो यहाँ पे प्रेजेंटेशन, डॉक्यूमेंट और वेब पेज का ऑप्शन दिखेगा। अब चूंकि हमें प्रेजेंटेशन तैयार करनी है तो हम यहाँ पे क्लिक करेंगे। क्लिक करने के बाद यहाँ पे आपको टॉपिक देना है। तो मैं हिंदी में टॉपिक यहाँ पे देता हूँ। अभी तक तो मैं इंग्लिश में दे रहा था, तो मैं हिंदी में दीपावली टाइप कर देता हूँ। तो देखो यहाँ पे सिर्फ मैंने एक छोटा सा वर्ड लिखा है दिवाली और यहाँ से मैं इसे सेंड कर देता हूँ। आपके मन में जो भी टॉपिक आता है पूरा टॉपिक लिख सकते हो। यहाँ पे ये 100 हमको वर्ड देता है लिखने के लिए। मैं सिर्फ दिवाली लिखूंगा अभी आपको दिखाने के लिए और यहाँ से या तो सेंड करूंगा या एंटर करूंगा और ये दिवाली के ऊपर मुझे बढ़िया सा एक जो प्रेजेंटेशन है वो तैयार करके दे देगा। क्योंकि यहाँ पे भाषा सेलेक्ट करने का भी ऑप्शन आपको मिल जाता है। हिंदी समेत यहाँ पे बहुत सारी जो भाषाएं हैं वो दी गई हैं। अब सिर्फ आपको क्या करना है, तो यहाँ पे जो स्लाइड्स हैं वो आ गए हैं। यहाँ पे आप जब भी एक स्लाइड शो तैयार करोगे तो आपके 40 क्रेडिट्स कम हो जाएंगे। ठीक है, यहाँ पे 360 क्रेडिट आपको मिले हैं, तो इससे आप बहुत सारे जो स्लाइड शो हैं वो तैयार कर सकते हो। तो 10 तो कम से कम कर सकते हो, 400 मुझे मिलते हैं, एक मैंने बना लिया, बाकी ये रह गए हैं। तो बस यहाँ से आपको कंटिन्यू करना है। अब जैसे आप कंटिन्यू करोगे तो यहाँ पे आपको थीम्स का ऑप्शन दिख जाएगा। यहाँ से आप जो थीम चाहो वो ले सकते हो। तो यहाँ से कोई थीम हम सेलेक्ट कर लेते हैं, मान लीजिए ये वाली, ये हमने सेलेक्ट कर लिया और यहाँ से हम इसे कंटिन्यू करेंगे। और देखो कुछ ही देर के अंदर यहाँ मेरे पास में दिवाली से रिलेटेड जो प्रेजेंटेशन हैं वो तैयार होने शुरू हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि आपके सामने ही बनाएगा एआई जनरेटिंग जो है वो चल रहा है यहाँ पे, और एक एक करके जो सारे प्रेजेंटेशन हैं वो तैयार किए जा रहे हैं। तो देखो लगभग लगभग सारे जो स्लाइड्स हैं वो मेरे पास तैयार होकर आ गए हैं। आपको सिंपल यहाँ पे क्लिक करना है, तो ये जो स्लाइड्स हैं ये आपके डेस्कटॉप पे ही जो शो होने हैं वो शुरू हो जाएंगे। और एक एक करके आप अपने कीबोर्ड के जो आप एरो की है उससे आप इन स्लाइड्स को चला सकते हो। अब देखने में ये वाले स्लाइड्स आपको बहुत ही ज्यादा सिंपल लग रहे होंगे। इसके अलावा दिवाली का एक स्लाइड शो मैंने और तैयार किया था, जिसमें ये सारे जो इमेज वगैरह थे ये भी इसी एआई ने खुद से लगाए थे। और एक बार इस स्लाइड को भी मैं आपको रन करके दिखा देता हूँ। यहाँ पे आप देखो कुछ इस तरह के जो स्लाइड्स हैं वो तैयार हुए थे और कितने खूबसूरत इसने जो स्लाइड्स हैं वो बनाए हैं, जिससे ये जो हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन है ये और भी जबरदस्त बन गया है। अब एक और अच्छी चीज है इस वेबसाइट के अंदर कि आप अपने प्रेजेंटेशन को अपने कंप्यूटर के अंदर भी सेव कर सकते हो। सो वो कैसे करना है वो बता देता हूँ मैं आपको। आपको यहाँ से शेयर वाले ऑप्शन पे जाना है, यहाँ से एक्सपोर्ट के ऑप्शन पे जाना है और यहाँ पे तो आपको दो ऑप्शन दिख जाएंगे, पहला एक्सपोर्ट टू पीडीएफ और एक्सपोर्ट टू पावर पॉइंट। तो फ्री का जो प्लान है उससे आप यहाँ पर पावर पॉइंट के अंदर भी ये स्लाइड शो को एक्सपोर्ट करा सकते हो। जो 400 क्रेडिट्स यहाँ पे मिलेंगे उसे आप बिल्कुल शेयर करा सकते हो और ऑफलाइन भी ये स्लाइड शो को सेव करके रख सकते हो। तो आशा करता हूँ वीडियो के अंदर बताए गए जो एआई टूल्स थे, जो बाकी के और जो टूल मैंने बताए थे वो आपको जरूर पसंद आएंगे। और इन चारों में से कौन सा टूल आपको अच्छा लगा, कौन सा तरीका आपको अच्छा लगा, मुझे कमेंट करके जरूर बताइएगा। मैं मिलता हूँ आपसे अगली वीडियो में, तब तक के लिए जय हिंद, वंदे मातरम। दिख जाएंगे पहला एक्सपोर्ट टू पीडीएफ और एक्सपोर्ट टू पावर पॉइंट।
threatening to leave someone. This may take the form of implied breakups, promised breakups, or actual breakups that are not followed through on. Examples for each of these types of tactic, as well as the impact they have, will now be carefully considered. Implied breakups are those that do not actually involve the overt mention of breaking up. Instead, the manipulator hints at the breakup to plant the seed of doubt in their victim's mind. The manipulator may casually mention future plans that do not involve the person they are with. They may hint at an active breakup, such as by stating, well, I won't put up with that for long, or some other kind of veiled hint. Any type of action or sentence that has the impact of making the victim doubt the relationship's longevity counts as an implied breakup. The promised breakup is a step between an implied breakup and an actual breakup. This is where the manipulator issues threats toward their victim and overtly states they intend to break up with the victim in the future. For example, in the course of a discussion, the manipulator may say something like, I am going to leave you soon, and I won't have to deal with this anymore. Any instance where the manipulator mentions the idea of a breakup, separation, or divorce without actually carrying out the step itself is an example of a promised breakup. The actual breakup, which fails to occur, is the final example, and most severe, of the eternal breakup mind game. This is where the manipulator actually breaks up with their victim without following through on it. They may pack a bag to leave, recognize their victim's discomfort and sadness, and then fail to follow through. They may break up with their victim with no intention of ever following through on it, only to accept the victim back following begging and sadness. So now that you understand what the eternal breakup is and the different forms it can take, let's explore the purpose behind this particular tactic of psychological manipulation and mind games. This mind game is intended to remove feelings of certainty and security from a victim's life, to reduce their power in relation to their manipulator, and instead place the power in the manipulator's own hands. This form of mind game can also be used as an evil test by the manipulator. By repeatedly breaking up with their victim, the manipulator is able to gauge the extent to which the victim will put up with being played with. The manipulator is also able to portray themselves as the compassionate party by kindly agreeing to not break up with the victim if the victim is emotional and begging for a relationship not to end. So why does this eternal breakup tactic work? Many people, when hearing about the tactic for the first time, think that it does not make sense, as any victim would be pleased to break up with a manipulative person. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of dark psychology, however. The victim is not in a psychologically healthy or normal situation, so they are not in a position to rationally understand why the relationship should end. Instead, they are vulnerable and susceptible to their manipulator's power and influence. For this reason, they are eager to preserve a relationship that has become nothing more than a dark psychological playground for the manipulator to enjoy. The repercussions for someone who has been subject to their eternal breakup for a long time can be very severe. They are likely to develop incredibly serious trust issues and be unable to trust any other person in any other situation. This can destroy a person's professional and family lives, which, ironically, is exactly what the manipulator desires. After an extremely prolonged period of being broken up with, the victim is likely to become almost a subservient slave of the manipulator, doing anything they please to avoid the threat of another breakup. Often, at this point, the manipulator loses interest, having completely broken their victim's will. They move on to a new target, leaving only a ruined life in their wake. Hard to get. Much like ultimatums, the hard-to-get mind game is one that can easily be confused for normal, healthy behavior. Some fundamental differences exist, however, that show the hard-to-get mind game to be a clear product of dark psychology. The first step to understanding hard-to-get is therefore to understand when it is evil and when it is innocent. Normal, non-dark psychological use of hard-to-get is as follows. A person will want to seem like a bit of a challenge to someone they are romantically interested in. They will therefore not be too available. This may involve not accepting every suggested date, not replying to messages or phone calls too quickly, and other types of similar behavior. This has the intention of keeping the other person interested and eventually leading to a happy romantic relationship together. A dark psychological deployment of hard-to-get is a lot more dangerous, however. The time when this particular mind game is used tends to differ from its innocent usage, and the motivation behind it is also a million miles apart. Users of dark psychological tactics will play hard-to-get at times of the relationship other than the beginning. Their intention will not be to lead to a positive situation, and their regard will be for anything other than the victim's well-being. The reason hard-to-get can be used in an innocent way is because it is not violating any expectations. At the start of a relationship, People are not dependent or reliant upon the other party and therefore do no harm by being hard to get. When someone is evasive and unreliable later in a relationship, however, the effects of hard-to-get behavior become a lot more severe. We will now explore the ways in which this can occur and the impact it can have. Some ways in which a person might play hard to get outside a relationship include being unreliable and unavailable after the two partners have already agreed to be in a committed relationship. This is an inversion of the normal dynamic. Normal relationships are often elusive at the start and firmer over time. A manipulator will be artificially firm at the start of a relationship to force a sense of connection, and then will become less and less available over time, once their victim is already hooked. When a person plays hard to get at a relationship's later stages, it makes the other person chase and exert effort to reconnect with the person who is pulling away. This gratifies the manipulator's ego and places power into their hands. Most expert manipulators will balance out their hard-to-get actions with those that convey closeness and reliability. This leads to a deep psychological confusion and instability in the victim's mind, which the manipulator can then exploit for their own purposes. Chapter 5. Deception. Dark or not? Deception is a key aspect of dark psychology. Like many other dark psychological tactics, it can be difficult to tell whether any given instance of deception is dark or not. Before we explore the difference between dark and normal deception, let's first understand exactly what deception is. A lot of people would state the viewpoint that lying and deception are the same thing. This is inaccurate. Lying is a form of deception but is by no means the only form deception can take. Rather than thinking of deception as lies, it is better to think of it as misleading. Any action or word capable of making someone believe something other than the truth can be accurately termed deception. So what are some common manifestations of deception? Lying, omitting the truth, implying falsehood, or fraudulently providing evidence for something false are all examples of deception. You will probably realize that you have done some of these things at some point yourself. Does that mean that all acts of deception are examples of dark psychology? Not at all. Everyone deceives to some extent or another. People might deceive others for a range of reasons such as kindness, embarrassment, or feelings of inadequacy. For example, studies have shown that many, even most men, will lie about their height on dating websites. This does not make them practitioners of dark psychology. People even deceive themselves about a range of issues including their health, ambition, and happiness. Such regular, day-to-day examples of deception do not equate to dark deception. So what does? Deception can be seen as dark when it is carried out with either a negative or indifferent intention toward the person being deceived. Normal deception is usually motivated by an inability to face up to the truth in one way or another. Dark deception, on the other hand, is an understanding that the truth does not serve the deceptive aims of the deceiver. Therefore, the truth is either changed, hidden, or ignored in favor of a version of events that better suits the purpose of the person deceiving. Put simply, people who deploy dark psychology use deception to harm, not help. They help their own interests, but at any cost, regardless of who gets hurt. Some people assume that if a deception is small-scale it cannot be seen as dark, whereas larger deceptions must be inherently dark. This is not the case. By exploring the idea of the deception spectrum, you will see that it is not the size of a deception that determines whether it is dark or not, rather the purpose behind the deception. The deception spectrum. To understand the idea of deception, it is important to understand that it can occur on either a large or a small scale. One of the main mistakes that people often make is assuming that deception is only serious if it is big and does not matter if it is small. This is a grave error. Small deceptions can be used in a powerfully dark way by skilled manipulators and are often more effective than large deceptions. Similarly, some of the largest deceptions ever carried out have been performed by deliberate manipulators to serve their own aims and objectives. Dark examples of various types of deception, large and small, will now be presented to illustrate the idea of the deception spectrum. So what are some of the ways that smaller deceptions can be used by people who practice the art of dark psychology? Often, small deceptions are used initially to test the victim's gullibility and condition them into believing the deceptive statements and actions of the manipulator. If people are conditioned to believe a range of smaller lies over time, they are more likely to believe a larger lie in the future. This gradual conditioning is not the only way smaller deceptions can be used as a dark psychological weapon. Smaller deceptions can also be carried out to undermine a victim's trust in their own powers of logic and reason. If a manipulator deceives a victim over small issues, and the victim begins to question what is happening, the victim may well conclude that their suspicion is irrational and they therefore cannot trust their own judgment. Most people are more likely to conclude that their own judgment is faulty, rather than another person is deceiving them over seemingly small issues. Users of dark psychology are aware of this general trust that people have and seek to exploit it without mercy. Large-scale deception can also be an example of dark psychology in practice. One of the largest deceptions possible is to convince someone that you are a different person than you say you are. Not in terms of personality or some other detail. An entire identity. Name, date of birth, everything. The most skilled users of dark psychology are able to persuade other people to buy in entirely into their portrayal of a false identity and background. Now that it has been shown how manipulative users of dark psychology are able to use the deception spectrum for their own aims, we will explore some of the most common topics and subjects that people are deceived about. We will then look at exactly how these large and small-scale deceptions are carried out by exploring the specific tactics that are used. Deceptive topics. Everyone has heard the old saying that money is the root of all evil. This is an exaggeration, but money is certainly the root of many deceptions. Deception and money can cross paths in many different ways. Some people deceive to attain money, others deceive to hide their own money, or lack thereof. Because money is such a common topic, some of its deceptive uses will now be explored. One of the most common dark psychology deceptions involving money is carried out by the professional beggar. These are individuals that aim to extract money from the public despite having plenty of it. These beggars draw on a number of dark psychological principles to get money from innocent victims. Such beggars have been known to inflict injuries upon their own body to appear more desperate to victims. Some of the most extreme deceivers in this area have even turned their own children into heroin addicts to use them as part of their scam. This is an example of the depths that money-related deception can sink to. Marital status is another common area where people choose to deceive. Sometimes, people try and hide their married background to seduce a new victim. This can be for either financial or sexual or other reasons. Some people have multiple wives spread out across the world who do not know about each other. This type of deception has become harder with the advent of the internet and the ability to check up on people via social media. The best deceivers are able to hide their tracks expertly and keep each fraudulent wife separate from the next. Some people choose to appear falsely married when they are in fact not. This type of deception can occur for several reasons. A married couple is often perceived as more trustworthy than a couple that is not married. Some users of dark psychology are aware of this perception and use it for their own schemes and plans. Some people pretend to be married for reasons related to tax and insurance. One of the most common deceptions of this type is the creation of a fictional dead husband or wife to gain people's sympathy and, often, their money as a result. A criminal background is another area of life many people are deceptive about. This is because it is almost impossible to be trusted. Professionally or personally if you have committed certain crimes. For example, if a man meets a woman, and the man has committed a serious crime in his past, how likely is he to tell the woman he has just met about this? It seems doubtful that he would be entirely upfront. Interestingly, such deception is not always dark. If the man does it through fear of being rejected, this is not dark deception. If he does it with the intention of hiding the truth to later harm his new victim, then this is a clear indication of dark psychology at work. One of the most evil and deplorable examples of deception related to criminality is when someone who has committed serious past offenses, such as rape, hides these in order to commit similar actions in the future. People with a dark psyche of this type are often compelled by their abnormal urges to the point they will do literally anything to hide the truth and carry on giving in to their compulsions. Manipulators also feel that deception is a great way to hide any abnormal or socially unacceptable feelings they have. This stops their victim from being alerted to the kind of person they really are until it is too late. For example, if someone who uses dark psychology is interested in a person only for sex, they know this focus is likely to be a red flag to their victim and will therefore deceive their victim. They may either overtly lie or imply that their true intention is love and commitment. The victim falls for the deception, the manipulator's exploitation is complete and yet another person is hurt by deception. One of the most common areas to be deceptive in is the truth of a manipulator's personal feelings for a victim. Deception is the most powerful tool the manipulator has to influence a victim to perceive things in the way the manipulator wishes, rather than how they really are. Typically, deception will be used in relation to interpersonal feelings to portray the manipulator as something they are not. Some of the most common examples of this use of deception will now be provided. Within the field of romantic relationships, deception is often used to mask the manipulator's true intentions. Deceptive words and actions will leave a victim feeling as if the manipulator just happens to be what they are looking for at that particular time in their life. In actual fact, skilled manipulators are able to identify vulnerable people and probe their psychological needs and weak points. This information can then be used to deceptively cloak the manipulator and make them appear to be something they are not, but something the victim wishes they were. This deception is often the starting point of more complex, long-term manipulations. Deception can also be used to soften up the victim's feelings in a non-romantic context and increase their susceptibility to manipulation. If, for example, a manipulator is looking for a vulnerable person to use dark psychology against, they may initially portray their own intentions as innocent. Even if the intention is to become intensely close to a person, the manipulator will usually deceptively portray himself as a very casual, easygoing person. This deception can be prolonged if needed. The manipulator will be whatever the victim needs, for as long as the victim needs, in order to get their guard down and allow the thorough manipulation to begin. Deceptive tactics. You now understand what exactly dark deception is, its spectrum and the common areas people are deceived about. Now it is time to examine closely the specific tactics used by manipulators to darkly deceive. Each of the tactics is equally powerful and careful manipulators know exactly how to use each at its most impactful and harmful time. It is important to note that manipulators will not neatly alternate between the following categories. Any given deception is likely to involve a blend of each. Lying is perhaps the most obvious and common form of dark deception. It is likely to be chosen as a technique when the manipulator has decided that their victim is susceptible to lies and unable to gauge the truth. This may be because the victim is a generally trusting person or that the manipulator has carefully worked on their target over time to lower their guard. If a manipulator has chosen to deceive through the use of lies, then it is likely they have also thought of a way to hide their lies and explain any discrepancies the victim may notice. Manipulators are masters of having a plan B at any given time during their dark deception. Deception through lying is likely to occur in a subtle and thought-out way. A skilled deceiver is likely to embed their lie into truthful information over time. For example, a manipulator will probably tell a story that is 90% true and 10% false. The victim will perceive the story as entirely true and not have any way of separating and ascertaining the truth regarding the deceptive 10%. Some manipulators also spend time associating truth with a particular tone of voice or gesture. They can then say something falsely deceptive in this tone of voice, or with this gesture, and it is likely to be perceived as true by their victim's subconscious. Implying is a more subtle form of deception than out-and-out lying. Implying involves suggesting something false is true rather than boldly stating it is. Let's illustrate this idea with an example. If someone wanted to deceive a victim about the amount of money they have, then they could either lie or imply. A lie would sound something like, "Oh, I'm a successful guy. I've made a lot of money," while the manipulator is well aware this is not the case. An implication may take the form of, "It's so stressful trying to handle things with my accountant. Trying to get my tax bill down takes a lot of my time." The manipulator has acted and spoken in a way that implies they are wealthy without flatly stating it. Manipulators often favor implications, such as those just mentioned, as they provide plausible deniability. If the victim accuses the manipulator of lying, the manipulator can say they did no such thing, and technically be truthful. Implications are also powerful if a victim happens to have an active imagination. The deceptive implication can be seen as a seed planted in the mind of the victim. The victim's own imagination then does the manipulator's work for them and fills in the blank spaces to create an idealized version of reality, according to the manipulator's prompts. Omission is a failure to mention something that is true. This stands in contrast with other forms of deception such as lies or implications. Both lies and implications use falsehood to cover truth, to varying degrees. Omission instead goes the route of simply ignoring the truth and leading the victim's attention away from it. For example, if a manipulative user of dark psychology had an aspect of their past they did not want their victim to focus on, they would simply never mention it. They would draw attention to other times in their past or swerve the subject whenever possible. One way omission is often carried out is by creating an emotional fence around a situation. This is a tactic in which a manipulator implies that a particular period of their life, or topic, is too painful or uncomfortable to discuss. The victim will then avoid talking about this time, or asking awkward questions, of their own volition. If the victim does bring up the subject the manipulator wishes to avoid, then the manipulator can play the "it's too painful" card. This allows them to avoid the truth while making the victim feel guilty for touching on a painful topic. Fraud is the most elaborate and criminal form of deception used by those who deploy dark psychology. Think of fraud as a lie on steroids. Instead of simply lying about something from their past, a fraudulent dark deceiver will have false documents, stories, and other evidence to back up their lie. The most skillful deceivers will use such things in a subtle way. Rather than saying, "No, I really am a doctor, look at my certificate," they are likely to make subtle displays such as leaving the fraudulent evidence around for their victims to see for themselves. Deceivers know that if they are too pushy with their fraudulent claims, then the victim will intuit that something is wrong. Worryingly, fraud is more common than ever thanks to the prevalence of computers and the internet. Deceivers are able to use professional-grade software to quickly and easily make realistic-looking documents of almost any type. Such frauds can be carried out for either personal or professional reasons. Some of the most serious types of professional fraud include instances where people have obtained jobs using a false identity, stolen from a company, and then disappeared before their identity can ever be known. Personal frauds include terrifying tales such as people with HIV spreading the disease with the help of falsely produced certificates of clean sexual health. When dark deception enters the realm of fraudulence, it is a sign that the deceiver is a dangerous and committed user of dark psychology. For a person to risk running afoul of the law and facing serious criminal charges, they have to be truly committed to the manipulation they are attempting. If many users of dark deception are amateurs, the deceptive fraudsters are the dangerous professionals that must be avoided at all costs. Ironically, one of the main ways dark deception is often carried out effectively is following the manipulator's own pantomime of feeling deceived by their victim. Many manipulators know that, by portraying their victim as the deceptive party, they are able to deflect any attention away from their own deceptive efforts. This is an example of a deception within a deception and shows the complex, layered approach to manipulation that many deceivers use. Chapter 6, Hypnotism. Hypnotism is real. Of all the aspects of dark psychology presented in this book, hypnotism is the one most likely to raise eyebrows. When most people hear the word hypnotism, they think of a guy with a mustache and a top hat waving a pocket watch while insisting someone is getting very sleepy. Believing in this stereotype is actually dangerous. This is because real hypnotists are out there and are equipped with subtle but powerful techniques. These people are able to draw upon the darkest elements of psychology to influence people in an incredibly powerful way. So if hypnotism isn't the old stereotypical image of a stage hypnotist, what exactly is hypnosis? Simply put, it is the ability to make suggestions to someone that filter through deep layers of their consciousness. This ability to make deep, impactful suggestions to someone while they are in a vulnerable and suggestible state grants hypnotic dark manipulators a high level of power over their victims. Unlike almost every other technique in this book, hypnotism is not something that people encounter in a milder, more innocent form in their day-to-day lives. Hypnotism can take the form of both verbal and non-verbal suggestive practices. Often, the forms of suggestion are very subtle and therefore difficult to detect. By its very nature, hypnosis works on the deepest levels of a person's mind. Someone who is skilled in generating a hypnotic state and response in someone will be able to bypass their defenses and influence them without raising any alarms or giving a person a chance to raise their guard. Hypnotic tactics. Now that you understand the difference between the stereotype of what hypnosis is and what it actually is, it is time to explore the main hypnotic tactics. There are many variations on these types of tactics, but they offer an insight into the main things to be wary of. Examples of how each tactic can be used will be provided wherever possible to give a clear insight into how hypnotists operate in our midst, undetected, every day. Suggestion can be silent. If hypnotism, in a darkly psychological sense of the word, can be understood as deep suggestion, then it is important to understand what exactly is meant by suggestion in this instance. Most people might imagine a suggestion is a clearly stated statement like "I suggest you do this." This is far from the truth. The dark psychology view of suggestion is very far apart from the usual understanding of the word. The first important concept to grasp is the fact that hypnotic suggestion can be either verbal or non-verbal. Picture the human brain as an iceberg. The part of the iceberg that is above the surface of the water represents the known and understood aspects of cognitive functions such as thought. The larger, deeper part of the ice submerged below the water represents parts of the brain that are consciously inaccessible and little understood. If you doubt the power of this hidden portion of the brain, you need only think of dreaming and the immense power of the mind to generate series of images, pictures, and sounds while a person is asleep. Dark hypnotists target their efforts toward this hidden, subconscious part of the mind. There are, broadly speaking, two types of suggestion used by hypnotists, silent and verbal. Both types of hypnotic technique come in a variety of different forms. The exact type of hypnotism a manipulative person chooses to use at any given time depends on a range of factors. Some manipulators will carry out whichever form of hypnotism they feel will be most impactful on their victim's particular psyche. Others carry out whichever technique they happen to wish to use for their own amusement at the time. This depends largely on whether the hypnotist is seeking to exert influence in the most powerful way possible or is merely trying to control someone for their own fun and games. Verbal suggestion is very difficult to detect. Sometimes, dark hypnotists are able to implant suggestions into their victim's mind using words that sound similar to other, more innocent words. To take a deeply dark example, if a hypnotist was trying to instill Suicidal feelings in their target, they may mask the true command of you want to die as something similar sounding such as you want to dine. The hypnotist would speak the words you want to die clearly, but in a context that would mask the true content. For example, the hypnotist could talk about an upcoming trip and state you have to check out the local restaurants, you want to die, somewhere that is popular but picturesque. The victim's mind would absorb the suggestion of death without consciously understanding why. The above example of masked verbal suggestions is akin to a poison being hidden in someone's food. The victim consumes the hidden content, thinking that they are enjoying something helpful and innocuous when in actual fact they are absorbing something deadly. The especially devastating part of this technique is the fact the victim will never notice it. Even if someone thought they had picked up on the true words the hypnotist had spoken, imagine how crazy they would sound calling them out. People will generally take whichever option is psychologically easier for them and will therefore accept the masked command without question. A hypnotist's tone of voice and choice of words is another method of verbal suggestion. Some hypnotists will carefully learn the pace and style of delivery a particular victim uses when they are expressing something serious. For example, if, when someone wishes to say something meaningful, their voice lowers in pitch and slows in pace, the hypnotist would memorize this detail and retain it for future use. The hypnotist would then make suggestions to the victim in that exact, mirrored tone of voice. Because of the carefully modulated tone, the words delivered in that vocal variation would deeply penetrate the victim's defenses. Because the hypnotist would only deliver the suggestive content in that tone of voice, and then switch back to their usual way of speaking, the victim would be unaware even of what had taken place. Another form of personalized, verbal suggestion employed by a hypnotic user of dark psychology is to pick up on words that have a special, intense significance for the victim who uses them. For example, when someone is very emotional, they will often use a particular term to convey this feeling. If the hypnotic manipulator is able to pick up on these personal words, then they are able to deploy them for their own benefit. Just as people have a specific tone of voice, they have a list of personal words of meaning, without often knowing it. The manipulator will understand their victim better than the victim understands herself. Knowing these words and tones, the manipulator can reverse engineer the victim's own brain to use against them. Suggestion can also take nonverbal forms as well. This can be through the hypnotic manipulator's body language or even cues they place in their environment. If you think such seemingly trivial things could not exert a hypnotic influence, then think again. Even political leaders have made use of such tactics in ways such as changing their hairstyle to convey a different intention during speeches. As discomforting as it is to believe, the human mind is deeply susceptible to even the smallest hints and cues. So what are some of the main ways a hypnotic manipulator can use nonverbal suggestion against their victim? The technique centers around the idea of association. A skilled hypnotist is able to consistently link a strong emotion to some kind of external stimulus such as a particular eye movement they use. For example, if a hypnotist wanted to be able to trigger a feeling of panic in a victim, they may choose to make a particular motion with their eyes whenever the victim was thinking about, or experiencing, panic. The victim's subconscious would then learn to link the eye movement to the feeling. Over time, the hypnotist would be able to trigger the emotional response simply by making the eye movement, even without the need for any other stimulus. Environmental stimulus is another form of nonverbal suggestion that forms a part of the hypnotist's toolkit. Think of environmental stimulus as like being summoned to the principal's office as a child. The location itself was enough to send you into a feeling of deep panic because you had learned to associate the location with panic and problems. Hypnotists are able to use this same concept to devastating effect in adult life. For example, they will often be sure to have a certain type of conversation with a victim in one location only. Picture a hypnotist and their victim in a romantic relationship. Every time the hypnotist wishes to get some kind of agreement or consent from his victim, he may be sure to ask her only when they are at a certain coffee shop. Over a period of time, the victim's mind begins to associate the physical environment of the coffee shop with the granting of permission. The hypnotist can then use this physical environment as external psychological leverage whenever he needs to exert influence and control. Vulnerable victims. Hypnotism is not equally effective on everybody it is tried on. Some people are more likely to be influenced by a hypnotist than others. Although the exact level of susceptibility is complex and hard to simplify in a single sentence, it boils down to the idea of vulnerability. Vulnerable people are more likely to be agreeable to hypnotic suggestion than people who are less vulnerable. The types of vulnerability sought out by hypnotists in their victims will now be explored along with a guide to how hypnotists exacerbate and magnify the vulnerable paradigm. The people most vulnerable to hypnotism are those who have recently experienced a significant life-changing event that has reduced their stability and certainty. For example, if a person has just come out of a serious romantic relationship, has suffered bereavement or lost their job, they are particularly vulnerable to suggestion. This is because the human brain craves certainty and understanding above all else. If a hypnotist spots someone who is in a vulnerable place, they can offer them certainty and change their vulnerability in general to vulnerability around the hypnotist specifically. There are roughly two facets of vulnerability in a hypnotist's victim: pre-existing vulnerability and exacerbated vulnerability. The most diabolical hypnotists are able to combine both aspects to lethal effect. Not only will the best hypnotic manipulators be able to find someone who is suitably vulnerable, they will find someone who is specifically vulnerable to the hypnotic psychological scheme they have planned. For example, if a hypnotist is looking to use their powers to gain financially, they might seek out a victim such as a rich, recently bereaved widow. They will then, subtly and over time, associate their own self with feelings of security and comfort while increasing the widow's general feelings of loss and vulnerability. Eventually, the hypnotist is the victim's only refuge from a hell of their own making, as well as seeking out vulnerability. In general, hypnotists are known to seek out situational vulnerability as well. This is when someone is in a situational circumstance that makes them more suggestible than their overall baseline of suggestibility. There are tactical tricks a hypnotist can use to ascertain this situational vulnerability. One such tactic is trying to induce mirroring behavior in their target. When people feel a subconscious level of connection and rapport with someone, they will start to mirror the person without knowing they are doing it. To check this, a hypnotist might make some small change to their body language, such as a hand motion. If the victim subconsciously mimics this gesture, then it is a sign the victim is situationally vulnerable. Now that both general and situational vulnerability have been explored, it is important to understand how the most skilled hypnotists use the two types of vulnerability together for an especially strong impact. If someone is vulnerable in general, due to their life situation, and vulnerable in particular, due to the situation the hypnotist has managed to set up, then that person is in the most influenceable state imaginable. Once such a state has been induced, the hypnotist is likely to move on to the most powerful and advanced techniques they possess, such as NLP. NLP, or neuro-linguistic programming, is a technique that is powerful even in the hands of the most well-intentioned people. Leaders within the world of business and philanthropy are some of the most common advocates of the techniques and principles offered by NLP. Placing such techniques in the hands of people willing to use dark psychology to exploit others is like giving a nuclear weapon to a psychopath. They possess both the power and the will to create serious psychological havoc among their victims. Understanding the main techniques used by practitioners of dark psychology offers insight into the way they can be deployed to devastating impact. Anchoring. Anchoring is an NLP technique that involves linking an emotional state to some form of external stimulus. If you are familiar with the idea of Pavlovian conditioning, then you will understand this tactic. Hypnotists are able to induce a powerful emotion in a victim and then link it to a stimulus such as a physical gesture or tone of voice. The hypnotist is then able to induce this emotional state by performing the linked stimulus. The most nefarious hypnotists will use the principle of anchoring in a very subtle and underhand way. They will work for a prolonged period of time to induce a variety of different anchors in the psyche of their victim without the victim's conscious awareness of what is taking place. This provides the manipulator with a set of hypnotic puppet strings that they can pull as and when they desire. Often, hypnotists will use an anchor stack to induce different intense feelings in quick succession. For example, they will induce the feeling of love, followed by terror, followed by love once more, all in quick succession. This series of emotions overloads the victim's emotional circuitry and leaves them as mere clay in the hands of their controller. Reframing. Reframing is the art of controlling the way ambiguous information is perceived. There is an old saying that nothing is good or bad unless we believe it to be. Reframing is the ultimate technique related to this idea. Hypnotists can use reframing to effectively control the way their victim thinks and feels. Think of a skilled reframer as an editor. They are able to selectively choose the victim's focus and the feelings the focus triggers. This is effectively hypnotic mind control. So how does darkly psychological reframing work in practice? Let's take a situation where a hypnotic manipulator has influenced a victim to no longer spend time around, or communicating with, a particular person. The victim may state feelings of sadness or loss related to this interpersonal change. The hypnotist would be able to reframe these feelings into ones which suited the hypnotist's own purposes. This is best illustrated through an example dialogue. Victim: it sucks I haven't spoken to Rachel as much, I miss her. Hypnotist: I know you might hate how things are with Rachel, but I know you're smart enough to love the freedom you have now. Notice how the concept of hate is linked to Rachel and love is linked to the freedom of being without her. The hypnotist also plays on the victim's ego by linking the idea of their intelligence to going along with the way the hypnotist wants them to perceive the frame, or perception, of the facts. Think about what you have already learned about the vulnerability of victims and you will understand how this reframing can be used to devastating impact. Future pacing. Future pacing is the closest thing possible to psychologically manipulative time travel. Future pacing allows a skilled manipulator to lead their victim on a mental journey into the future and influence behaviors and responses that will occur in the actual, chronological future that exists independent of the victim's reality. At its most fundamental, future pacing involves the mental leading of a victim through a future scenario. For example, if the hypnotist wants their victim to feel generous and relaxed whenever they receive money, the hypnotist would ask their victim to envision a situation, such as receiving their next paycheck. To make this future imagining possible, the hypnotist would ensure the victim imagined all of their 5 senses in action, what they would see, feel, touch, etc. at the time. This helps the brain to perceive the future scenario as real due to its sensory depth. Once the hypnotist cognitively transports their victim into the future, they begin to suggest certain happenings and monitor the responses. For example, the hypnotist may say something like, imagine being very generous with this paycheck and providing it to those who really need it, because you are a kind person and doing the right thing is deep in your nature. If the victim's physical response to this future scenario showed signs of compliance and acceptance, then the hypnotic manipulator would have the confidence that their victim would actually behave in this way when the scenario occurs in the future. Due to the intensity and power of the hypnotic techniques mentioned, In this chapter, the best manipulators only use them in moderation. For example, a darkly psychological hypnotist would be sure to keep their interaction with a victim 95% normal. This will increase the victim's comfort and trust to such high levels that the 5% time spent on hypnotic influence would not only slip past a victim's defenses unnoticed but would work to great effect once embedded in the victim's mind. Chapter 7. Brainwashing. Are you brainwashed about brainwashing? If you ask someone if they know what brainwashing is, they will probably reply that they do. Brainwashing is a concept that many people have heard of, while mistaking their vague familiarity for accurate understanding. Before looking at how, where, and why brainwashing occurs, it is essential to understand exactly what brainwashing is and isn't. Of all the dark psychology techniques contained in this book, brainwashing has the most serious and widest impact. If the other dark psychology techniques are sniper bullets, aimed at one particular person, brainwashing is a nuclear bomb capable of devastating an entire city. The term brainwashing refers to the slow process of replacing a person's ideas about identity and belief with new ideas that are intended to suit the purpose of the person doing the brainwashing. Brainwashing can occur in both wider and narrower contexts. For example, a brainwasher is able to control one person in particular, or use the same techniques and principles to control the minds of a wider group at once. Brainwashing is the process that turns atheists into suicide bombers and prisoners of war into communists. It has been tried, tested, and proven over the years to be effective in almost any scenario. So what are the most common misunderstandings related to brainwashing? Many people picture the process as some kind of quick and forced occurrence. Picture either Alex in A Clockwork Orange or Neo in The Matrix. Having concepts forced into their cranium, involuntarily, in a short space of time. This is Hollywood brainwashing and is far from what actually occurs in real life. The process of real-world brainwashing will be explored in detail later in this chapter, but at its simplest, brainwashing is a process involving the slow, gradual, and seemingly voluntary changing of a person's map of reality from the one they have freely put together to one that is forced upon them by the brainwasher. The evil irony of the technique is the brainwasher will ensure the victim feels in control at all times. Brainwashing contexts. So what are some of the main situations that are fertile breeding grounds for brainwashers? Before the process of brainwashing itself is explored fully, let's take a look at the situations in which people are often brainwashed and the motivations behind this. A lot of people would agree with the idea that cults brainwash people, but few would be able to explain exactly what a cult is and how they brainwash their recruits. Let's demystify the process. A cult is a fringe group, often built around a charismatic leader who is able to exert high levels of influence over their followers. The cult will usually provide a complete understanding of reality to those who follow it. Why exactly is this cult context one in which brainwashing flourishes? The primary attraction of cults is they present reality as something very simple and within reach of the average person, provided the person is willing to take on board the cult's teachings. We live in a complex modern world where life can seem confusing and overwhelming. Cults cut through this confusion and tell people, don't worry, we have the answer. The way in which this answer is presented is intended to play on the human need for belonging and acceptance. Brainwashing can flourish in this context as a result of the idea of the new normal. What exactly is the new normal? It is a way in which cults are able to influence those they brainwash into accepting their teachings by making them seem prevalent, accepted and positive. For example, the idea of worshipping a man who claims to be God would be incredibly strange in everyday life. Within the closed environment of a cult, however, this behavior becomes normal to the extent that not doing it would seem strange to people within the cult. This process of persistent, social reinforcement is one of the most powerful ways in which the ideological brainwashing of cults is able to occur. Think of cults as drug dealers. Perhaps the newcomer to the cult had been seeking something in their life and came across the cult, just as newcomers to the world of drugs often, misguidedly, seek out their first high of their own volition. The cult doesn't need to push the drug of their ideology onto the victim, as the victim was already seeking the fulfillment of a void in their life. It is this initial search and readiness on the part of the people who are later brainwashed that makes them so susceptible to the brainwashing process itself. Ideologies are another context, similar to cults, in which brainwashing is commonplace. The difference between a cult and an ideology is the focus of the ideology is on the idea itself rather than the person delivering the message and those who follow them. Whereas cults brainwash people into placing faith and trust in the cult leader and their followers, ideological brainwashing involves leading people to place absolute trust in an idea. Ideological brainwashing is incredibly dangerous due to the fact it goes above and beyond any one individual. Think of extremist religious terrorism, for example. It is possible for a high-profile figure within the ideology, such as Osama bin Laden, to be killed. Does this kill support for the idea itself? No. The dead figures are praised as martyrs who gave their life to the ideology, thus increasing its attractiveness and allure to potential newcomers. Almost any ideology is likely to have an extremist, fringe outskirt in which brainwashing takes place. Even something seemingly innocent like a pop band can have this impact. Young fans, at a psychologically impressionable age, link their sense of identity, happiness, and belonging to a pop group. They will gladly defend this group to extents that are unusually intense. Some pop groups have fans that even self-harm, using razor blades, if a member quits the group. If you carefully consider this phenomenon of the power of brainwashing even in accidental, innocent contexts, then consider how devastating the process can be in intended contexts like cults and terrorist groups. Now that you have a clear understanding of the way brainwashing can occur in broader social contexts, such as cults and ideologies, it is important to understand that a personal, one-on-one context is also a ripe situation for elements of brainwashing to occur in. There are similarities and differences between group and individual brainwashing, and understanding these nuances can help to identify when either type is occurring. Personal brainwashing is similar to group brainwashing as it involves the slow and steady replacement of existing beliefs with new beliefs that serve the objectives of the brainwasher. Instead of relying on group dynamics to reinforce the new normal, a one-on-one brainwashing situation will instead rely on a deep, personal connection between the brainwasher and the victim. This can be even more powerful than group brainwashing, as the content can be modified and altered to the particular psychological constitution of the victim. The process of brainwashing. Now that you understand the reality of what brainwashing is, and where it occurs, let's take a look at the specific process itself. Distinctions will be drawn between the way in which the process applies to both group and individual situations. The starting point of any episode of brainwashing is the mental state and social circumstance of the victim. This is the foundation upon which the rest of the process is entirely reliant. Brainwashing is not something that can be carried out on absolutely anyone. It requires the identification of a person who is seeking something or trying to fill a void in their life. So what kind of people are ideal victims for brainwashers? People who have had their existing reality shaken up by a recent event are prime targets for brainwashers. For example, many of the Western men who have traveled to become terrorists in Syria and detonate suicide bombs have done so after the death of a close friend or relative. When their existing world loses its meaning and certainty, brainwashers can step in and provide that certainty in the form of a murderous ideology. Once a brainwashing victim has been identified, either in person or via the internet, the actual process of brainwashing begins. Contrary to the popular image of a brainwasher as a wide-eyed psychopath who will incessantly and angrily indoctrinate their victim, real-world brainwashers are anything but this. They will come across as calm, friendly, rational people who have their lives together in a way the victim does not. Imagine being homeless and being befriended by a celebrity. This is how the process of meeting their brainwasher for the first time feels for a victim. The brainwasher will often work initially on creating a level of trust and rapport between themselves and their victim. This usually involves creating both deep and superficial similarities. For example, superficial similarities may involve surface-level preferences like an enjoyment of the same sport or even food. Deeper-level rapport may involve some deep shared experience in the past of both the brainwasher and the victim. Brainwashers will convincingly fake these if needed. If the victim shares the fact that they have lost a relative in the past, guess what? The brainwasher suddenly has a similar story to tell. The false emotional warmth and connection explained above is not the only aspect of brainwashing that occurs initially. The brainwasher will often provide gifts and other favors to their victim. For example, the brainwasher may treat them to meals or send them gadgets or other useful items. This creates a sense of gratitude and indebtedness from the victim to their brainwasher and softens up any resistance the victim may initially experience. One of the most powerful examples of the above initial kindness can be taken from prisoner of war camps. When American troops have been captured in the past, their captors often offer them American cigarettes and speak to them in a respectful way. This reverses the expectations of the victim and opens the victim's mind to the further brainwashing process that is to follow. A utopian presentation is the next step in the brainwashing process, following the initial victim identification and rapport building stages. This involves the brainwasher slowly and increasingly offering a solution to all of the problems that the victim has opened up about. This is always done in a casual, offhand way at first to avoid any negative experiences of pressure the victim may experience otherwise. This utopian solution is always whatever cult, ideology, or personality the brainwasher is trying to convert their victim to: terrorism, communism, or just a charismatic brainwasher's own need for validation and praise. When performed correctly, the initial stages of this process will leave a victim craving more and more information and understanding of the solution that is being hinted at. The brainwasher may even withhold this information initially, as if it is something that the victim must work at being worthy of attaining. This will lead to a strong motivation on behalf of the victim to seek out and accept the information they are eventually provided with. Thanks to the preceding steps, the poisonous ideas that are being implanted into the victim will seem as natural and refreshing as cold water on a hot day. Once the victim is being spoon-fed snippets of their new belief system, and responding well to them, the brainwasher will be very careful to reveal the right things at the right time. This is a concept that is sometimes known as milk before meat or gradual revelation. It basically involves the presentation of easy-to-accept ideas before anything controversial is revealed. For example, in the case of religious terrorism, recruiters may initially focus on convincing their victim that God loves them. This is usually quite acceptable. More objectionable ideas, such as God wants you to blow yourself up, are saved until far further down the line. At this point, the brainwashing has reached the point of no return. You may be questioning why a victim continues to engage with their brainwasher once the objectionable ideas begin to become apparent. The reason is threefold. First, the already vulnerable victim now feels a strong sense of liking and approval of their brainwasher. Second, the victim has invested time and sometimes money into the process thus far. This is known as the sunk cost fallacy. The victim is loath to throw away all their hard work by walking away from the Process. Finally, the brainwasher is likely to have amassed a lot of secretive and sensitive information on their victim. This dirt can then be held over the victim's head, either discreetly or overtly. Both the ideas of a vulnerable victim and the sunk cost fallacy make logical sense. The idea of blackmail and control may be harder to understand at first. Why would a victim respond well to such threats? Well, they are rarely presented in a threatening way. For example, if the victim has divulged a lot of sensitive information to a brainwasher, and then begins to give signs of walking away, the brainwasher may appear concerned and insist that if I can't help you anymore with your problems, I need to make sure someone else can. Perhaps your family or boss need to know what's been going on with you, so they can look out for you when I'm not there. Because of the deep sense of rapport and warmth the brainwasher has manipulated their victim into feeling, the above form of blackmail and control is often actually perceived as kind, compassionate behavior. It is often enough to make the victim see sense and agree to remain on the brainwashing path they have embarked upon. Brainwashers are adept at making the pain and struggle of walking away seem epic, so staying becomes the preferable, easy option by default. The end product of this process is the victim believing everything they have been indoctrinated to view as the truth. The power of the process is that the victim will feel they have chosen these views as their own and have sought them out through their own volition. This leaves a previously normal individual as an indoctrinated psychological slave to something they have no idea even exists. The impact of brainwashing. The above analysis of the brainwashing process shows the severity and depth of the technique. It is inevitable that a process as powerful as this has lasting consequences. Some of the main impacts of brainwashing after the process has been completed will now be explored. Loss of identity is one of the most serious side effects of brainwashing. A feature of many cults and ideologies is that people who complete their initiation process are given a new name. This allows the person's psyche to totally detach from their old identity. They can believe things and do things they would never have done before as the person they used to be no longer exists. When carried out carefully, the brainwashing process leaves a victim feeling as if their old identity was no more real or permanent than a nightmare from which they have awoken. So is brainwashing simply a process of ideas? Not at all. If brainwashing resulted in only the change of opinions, then it would be far less of a problem than it actually is. The main danger of brainwashing is it not only changes the ways that people think and feel but also the way they behave. People go from functional members of the society with acceptable, positive jobs and interests to brainwashed zombies willing to carry out rape, murder, and suicide. This sounds sensational and dramatic, but it's true. Read on for the proof. If you have any doubts about what brainwashing can drive a person to, consider the following examples. Members of some religious cults will gladly cut off all contact from their family, leave their careers behind, surrender all their wealth and possessions, and place their autonomy entirely in the hands of the organization that has brainwashed them. This is not all. The victim will see their new lifestyle as a blessing they are fortunate to have, rather than something unpleasant they have been forced into. Another example of the toxic outcome of brainwashing is the repeated tale of young people becoming brainwashed by religious extremists to travel to a foreign land and drive a car packed full of explosives into a group of people they have never met and who have never hurt them. Such young victims are often educated people with a track record of success in life and a family history free of turmoil or abuse. These tragic losses of life are testament to the overwhelming, all-conquering power of the brainwashing process. PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, is another hallmark of those who manage to escape, or are rescued from, a situation of intense brainwashing. Brainwashing victims often show the same physical and psychological signs as war veterans who have witnessed their friends being blown apart next to them during combat. The severity of this traumatic aftermath shows that a brainwashing situation can harm a person as much as a world war. Perhaps the most shocking examples of the long-term impact of brainwashing are the numerous instances of people who have been rescued or escaped from a brainwashing situation, only to later return of their own free will. Even once they are outside of the controlling, brainwashing environment, the legacy of the process runs so deep through a person's mind, they seek to return to it. This is a form of Stockholm Syndrome. The escapees will actually praise their brainwashers far into the future and defend, support, and justify the ideological stances they were indoctrinated with while captive. Chapter 8, The Dark Triad. What is the Dark Triad? Understanding the Unholy Trinity. The Dark Triad is the key concept that ties together every other aspect of dark psychology. The name sounds like something from a movie, but it is a legitimate psychological concept recognized by all the top practitioners within the field. The Dark Triad is nothing more than the identification of the three most destructive and harmful psychological personality traits a person can have. This chapter will explain in detail what each of these traits are and the different ways they come across in practice. You are sure to recognize that the Dark Triad is the source from which all other dark psychology stems. So what are the three traits that form the triad? Machiavellianism, psychopathy, and narcissism. Many people may hear these terms and think they understand them instinctively. A psychopath is a dangerous murderer, right? A narcissist takes a few too many selfies. Wrong. Knowledge is power. Each of the concepts must be respected and understood for their power to become apparent. To help your understanding of the powerful Dark Triad, an outline of each of its components, and what they consist of, will first be provided. Examples of how each dark psychology trait manifests in real-world situations will then be explored. This chapter offers a comprehensive insight into the theory, and the practice, of the three most significant and destructive concepts in the world of dark psychology. What is Machiavellianism? Machiavellianism draws its name from the political philosopher Machiavelli. In his classic work on political power and influence, The Prince, Machiavelli outlines ideas, principles, and tactics that have served as a blueprint for seekers of influence throughout history. So how exactly does a Machiavellian person come across? The hallmarks of this dark triad trait are a willingness to focus on self-interest at all times, an understanding of the importance of image, perception, and superficial appearance, and the ruthless exercise of power and cruelty over compassion and mercy. In simple terms, Machiavellian people are incredibly strategic in their approach to life. The ramifications and consequences of any given action are thought out and assessed in terms of how they will impact upon the person carrying them out. The Machiavellian approach to the world can be summed up in a single question: how will this action benefit me, and how will my public perception be impacted as a result? Machiavellian people are masters of doing whatever personally serves them while still managing to maintain a positive public image. To take but one example, think of former President Bill Clinton. He managed to behave according to his own sexual desires while still remaining liked among the general public. Contrast this with many other politicians who have succumbed to extramarital temptation and are vilified in the public eye as a result. Another example from the political arena is the public image of Barack Obama vs. that of George W. Bush. Ask around and most people will explain that Bush was a war president and Obama a president of peace. In actual fact, they are both about as militant as each other. Obama managed to manipulate his public perception to serve his own image while Bush did not. This is a powerful lesson on the idea of perception versus reality. What is psychopathy? Psychopathy is hard to precisely define, but it refers to a psychological condition involving superficial charm, impulsivity, and a lack of commonly held human emotions such as empathy and remorse. Someone who exhibits enough of these traits is known as a psychopath. Psychopaths are some of the most dangerous people to walk the planet and are examples of wolves in sheep's clothing. People might associate the word psychopath with the image of a machete-wielding madman wearing a mask. The reality is different and dangerous. True psychopaths are more likely to be the handsome, charming stranger who wins their victims over before ruining or even ending their life. Interestingly, some of the top names in the field of business consistently score highly on psychopathy personality tests. Many people are beginning to see psychopathy as more of a problem for society than for the psychopath's own lives. Psychopaths are often able to get to the top in any field they choose, be it finance or serial murder, because they are not constrained by the compassionate indecision that most human beings experience. What is narcissism? A lot of people think of narcissism and the narcissists who possess this trait as people who simply love themselves. This is along the right lines but not precise enough, especially when understanding narcissism through the lens of the dark triad. It is possible to have self-love without being a narcissist. So what are some of the distinctions between a person with high self-esteem and someone who is narcissistic to an extent that they are considered on the spectrum for the dark triad? Someone who meets the medical diagnostic criteria for narcissism, to the point that they are considered to have a psychological disorder, is likely to exhibit a range of the following traits consistently. Narcissists are likely to have an excessively inflated self-worth, such as seeing their life as special and one of the most important in history, often the most important. Narcissists are not, in their own minds, only special, they are superior. They are a better species of person, higher in status than normal people. Their behavior reflects their sense of self-worth. Some of the common outward manifestations of narcissism are an inability to accept criticism or dissent in any way. Similar to this need to be agreed with is the need to be flattered. Narcissists are in need of constant praise, approval and recognition and tend to organize their lives in a way that gives them constant access to others who fulfill this need. The dark triad applied. You now understand the concept of the dark triad, and the 3 psychological traits that form the basis of this fundamental area of dark psychology. It is important to not only understand the triad itself but also the various ways in which it manifests in actual behavior. Some examples of behaviors will now be offered for each of the 3 triad areas. Machiavellian actions. You know that a Machiavellian person is a political schemer concerned as much with their public image as they are with their cold-hearted pursuit of self-interest above all else. So how do Machiavellian people behave? This can be a hard thing to recognize as Machiavellian people are, by their nature, adept at hiding their true intentions and actions from public scrutiny. The following behaviors are all classic Machiavellian tactics that you are likely to encounter at one time or another. For most people who do not meet the clinical definition of Machiavellianism, their public persona is usually a reflection of their genuine, private self. Everyone polishes their image and behavior a little in public but, by and large, most people's outward image is nothing more than a polished portrayal of who they really are. Machiavellian people have a clear distinction between what they are and how they come across in the public eye. Examples help to illustrate this concept. There are many cases of serial murderers who have gotten away with their crimes for a long time because their outward image is so far apart from what people imagine a murderer to be. An example is a religious leader who spends a lot of time on charity work and seeming to help regular people while actually committing horrific acts of violence and sexual assault in their spare time. Their public actions are the mask that hides their private self from scrutiny for such a long time. Examples of such a distinction between intent and appearance can be found in areas less extreme than serial murder. There are countless tales of leaders in the world of business who manage to ruthlessly cut jobs and pursue profit over people whenever possible. The very best of these bosses, in terms of Machiavellianism, are actually able to get people to buy into the notion that they are behaving through necessity or even compassion. Such leaders are almost role models for those who wish to serve only their own desires while seeming to be a man of the people at the same time. A willingness to exploit people is another hallmark of Machiavellian individuals. To illustrate this example, think of a newcomer to an average office workplace. If this person was not clinically Machiavellian, they would look around and see a room full of different coworkers to get to know. Each a human being, just like them. Some good people, some bad people. A Machiavellian office newcomer would see every single colleague, boss, or team member as just a resource or piece of a puzzle to use and exploit. Rather than seeing others as fellow human beings, the Machiavellian individual would just see a series of strategic threats and weaknesses to manage, exploit, or neutralize. This is a large part of the reason that Machiavellian people are so aware of how they come across. They know this outward portrayal is the key to exerting influence and successfully exploiting everyone they come across. One of the original Machiavellian principles, derived from the prince, is an insistence on only keeping a word or promise if it serves self-interest to do so. At first glance, this idea might lead to an understanding of Machiavellian people as those who are known as untrustworthy. This is a fundamental misunderstanding. If a Machiavellian person breaks their word, they do so in a way which actually makes them appear noble and somehow praiseworthy. This can be illustrated with an example drawn from contemporary politics. Do you remember, prior to Barack Obama's election, his promise to close down Guantanamo Bay? Has this been kept? No. Instead, Obama somehow has portrayed himself as a noble man held back by a cruel system rather than a politician who broke his word. This is the fundamental difference between a skilled Machiavellian man and a regular person who can't be trusted. The instilling of fear in the people around them is another hallmark of Machiavellian individuals. This stems directly from the prince, which urges people to be both feared and loved simultaneously. If this is not possible, then the book states being feared is preferable to being loved. This concept of the desirability of being loved and feared at the same time relates directly to the Machiavellian trait of splitting a public and private perception. The perfect Machiavellian is able to inspire fear and obedience in the very people who would genuinely claim to feel love stronger than fear as a result. Psychopathic actions. You have a clear understanding of the main psychopathic traits and what differentiates true psychopaths from those in the public imagining. Unless you are a trained psychotherapist with intimate access to a person, you will not be able to recognize them as a psychopath on the basis of theoretical knowledge. Instead, it is essential to recognize the outward manifestations of psychopathy, as these are usually the only way to detect psychopathy before it is too late. Charm is one of the most common outward behaviors of a psychopathic person. It must be understood, however, that this is superficial charm rather than deep, genuine charm. If you think about a genuinely charming person from your lifetime, you are likely to recognize they had positive personality traits underpinning outward displays of behavior. If such a genuinely charming person behaved in a charming way, it was a genuine expression of kindness and a desire to make people happy. This is not the case with a psychopath. Psychopaths are able to exhibit all the outward signs of charm such as physical attractiveness, apparent warmth, and interest in others. The inward motivation behind such outward displays is the reason it is such a red flag. Psychopaths view charm as very much part of an equation. The internal reasoning goes something like, if I display signs of charm to this person, it will make them feel this way and I will experience this advantage as a result. Everything is very calculated and shallow. There is no genuine depth of feeling behind any outward displays of behavior. Lying is another trademark feature of psychopaths. It is not, on its own, enough to place a person within the diagnostic category of psychopathy. When combined with other traits, however, it can indicate a psychopathic personality. Lying comes as naturally for a psychopath as breathing does for most psychologically healthy people. A psychopath is able to convincingly present the truth as whatever they need it to be in a particular moment. Psychopaths also don't show outward signs of lying as they have no emotional attachment or feelings of shame, guilt, or excitement about their lies. For psychopaths, lying is just doing what is needed at the time. A lack of remorse is another distinctive feature that separates psychopaths from non-psychopathic individuals. Many people who have committed atrocious acts, such as murder, feel a deep sense of guilt and shame about what they have done and even take their own life due to these feelings. It's not that psychopaths choose not to be remorseful, they are physically incapable of it. Asking a psychopath to feel remorse is like asking a deaf person to listen to music. Closely linked to a lack of remorse is a lack of guilt. Humans typically feel guilt when they have broken some kind of moral norm that they personally value. As psychopaths do not think in terms of right and wrong, only useful or not useful, guilt is an alien concept to them. The closest thing a psychopath might express to guilt or remorse is a regret that they did not carry out their psychopathic deeds to their own high standards. A lack of impulse control is another signature aspect of psychopathy. Most people have internal controls and mechanisms that prevent them from behaving rashly. A psychopath lacks these prevention mechanisms. If a psychopath sees an opportunity they wish to exploit, they act without hesitation or a second thought. This could involve killing someone they wish to kill, raping someone they wish to rape, or stealing something they wish to steal. This ruthless impulsivity is what makes psychopaths some of the most effective people in fields such as the military and world of business. The automatic taking of decisive action is a trait many non-psychopaths lack, and this lack actually is a detriment to progress in life. Empathy is a human ability to experience pain on behalf of another. Psychopaths are utterly incapable of empathy of any kind. Other human beings are no more real to psychopaths than are stick figures crudely drawn on paper. Their lives have no value or meaning outside of what they can provide to the psychopathic person. If a psychopath sees something bad happen to someone, their reaction is to think, how does this affect me? How can I use this to my advantage, rather than any kind of heartfelt reaction at all? Narcissistic actions. One of the earliest signs of a narcissist is fantasies and imaginings of immense levels of power and status. Many narcissists report childhood fantasies of being worshipped and adored, while many non-narcissistic people may have the occasional daydream of power and status. A narcissist will strongly feel they deserve this praise and elevation as a basic right. The fact they are not being worshipped and revered at all times is a personal affront to the psychological outlook of a psychopath. The belief that I am better than most people. They are not worthy of me. I am above them is a commonly held view of serious narcissists. Most people experience fluctuations in self-image as a result of their achievements and behaviors in life. This is not the case with narcissists. Narcissists view flattery and praise as something that they should automatically receive, at all times, regardless of any change in circumstances. The inflated sense of self-worth that narcissists experience internally has implications on their outward reality as well. This typically manifests in two ways: the need for agreement and praise, and the hatred of criticism or rejection. Praise and agreement are like oxygen for the narcissistic ego, whereas criticism and dissent are like poison. To understand what narcissism looks like when taken to its logical conclusion, picture a dictator in a hermit state. Such people demand worship from those they have power over, the building of statues in their likeness, and complete obedience and acceptance. Any act of dissent or disagreement is met with swift and brutal punishment. North Korea would be a perfect modern example of the extreme manifestation of narcissism. The rulers of that nation demand to be revered like gods and execute and torture anyone who even dares to express a thought or idea which isn't completely in line with official state doctrine. Sadism. Sadism is a shocking but necessary footnote to the dark triad chapter. Modern psychological researchers have proposed that the dark triad is, in actual fact, a dark tetrad with sadistic personality disorder offering the fourth pillar. Sadism is perhaps the hardest dark personality trait to understand, as it is the least relatable for many people. Almost everyone has an aspect of their personality, or background, in which they can recognize signs of Machiavellianism, psychopathy and narcissism to an extent. Sadism is alien to most people though, as they cannot even rationally understand the basis for it. Sadism is defined as the deriving of pleasure from the suffering of others. This adds a worrying dimension to the pre-existing dark triad traits. If, for example, a Machiavellian leader caused others to suffer, they would not regret it, but would also not enjoy the suffering. It would be viewed dispassionately. Add sadism into the mix, however, and the worrying occurrence of pleasure, even sexual pleasure, being derived from brutal acts occurs. The defining feature that sets sadism apart from other aspects of dark psychology is the fact it involves cruelty for no purpose other than pleasure. It is not to serve a larger aim or due to some inherent lack of control. Sadists seek out the suffering of others purely for entertainment, in the same way regular people might watch a sports contest. Chapter 9, Dark. Psychological. Seduction. The devil's desire. Seduction and sexual conquest are such common motives and features of dark psychology that they deserve their own chapter. Almost everyone has a friend who has been seduced by someone using dark psychological principles. Perhaps in your own efforts in the dating world you have tried to use some form of underhand influence to your own advantage. The human sex drive is one of the most powerful urges, and an inability to fulfill it can lead to great stress, worry, and unhappiness in a person's life. Conversely, some of the most famous historical figures are known for the frequent and full fulfillment of their sexual urges. Kings and emperors have often been afforded the finest women in the world as a reward for their elevated social status. One particularly famous example of a powerful seducer is King Henry VIII of England. His appetite for women was so strong he created a new religious movement in order to allow him to marry as many women as he chose. He also exercised utter control over his wives, with many of them ending up beheaded. King Henry VIII is but one historical example of the role of seduction and desire within the world of dark psychology. The prevalence of this particular topic and motivation is a sign that it forms a key aspect of dark psychology. A failure to understand how seduction and desire relate to dark psychology leaves a student with an incomplete knowledge of the topic. So is all seduction dark psychological seduction? No. All seduction involves the pursuit of another human being. Most people who are not adept at the skills of dark psychological manipulators do this in a very clumsy and unstructured way. To illustrate this idea, think of the classic romantic comedy setup with a clumsy guy making mistake after mistake in his pursuit of the girl. A skilled psychological seducer is more like Ryan Gosling in Crazy, Stupid Love, or Will Smith in Hitch. They know what they want and know how to get it. As you will see in this chapter, the use of dark psychology in the pursuit of seduction is neither inherently good nor bad. This can only be judged in relation to the impact it has on the person seduced. An entire section of this chapter is dedicated to understanding the difference in outcome between moral and immoral seduction. So how can this chapter be used? At the very least, it will complete your understanding of dark psychology as a general concept. Any book not containing detail on seduction would be an incomplete work. You can also make practical use of the information you desire. Whether you choose to protect yourself and your loved ones from dark seducers, or become one yourself, is entirely your choice. This chapter will change the way you see the dating world forever. Why dark psychological seduction? One of the main questions people often have when they come across the idea of dark psychological seduction for the first time is, why? Why do people choose this particular path of attraction? Is it not better to go on dates and court someone slowly and honestly? Understanding why people choose the path of dark seduction is the first step in understanding its immense power. Let's consider someone who goes about their love life without using any ideas or techniques found in the world of dark psychology. This person will be referred to as a conventional dater. This conventional dater spends a lot of time and money on someone before they ever enjoy them sexually. They may marry them and make a public promise of faithfulness and commitment no matter what. Later down the line, the conventional dater, now the conventional spouse, may find that their life is not as they imagined. Both they and their partner rushed into the wedding and it has not filled the expectations they had for it. Both partners are left with a choice. Either stay in a lifeless and unsatisfactory marriage or cheat on their spouse. Who would want either path? This unhappy conventional dater can be contrasted with the satisfied seducer who uses dark psychology to get whatever they want out of the area of romance. No other person is too important to them because they know their use of dark psychology means they will always be able to find someone else. This makes them approach life with a carefree, non-needy mindset. If a satisfied seducer does choose to settle down eventually, they do so without any feeling of settling or rushing into the first relationship they have haphazardly stumbled across. This actually leads to a happier, more contented marriage, as it is entered into from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. So how can a satisfied seducer have so much success and influence within the dating world? It is due to the power of the principles they understand, and the skill they have in executing the techniques that stem from the principles. Throughout this book you have seen countless examples of how dark psychology can work in many areas of life. Why would the world of dating and seduction be any different? One of the key advantages that users of dark psychology have over their rivals is that their understanding of the human mind is almost like a secret weapon. If a conventional dater is a clumsy guy stumbling blindly through the world of romance, accepting whatever happens to come his way, the skilled seducer is a sniper, hunting and enjoying whatever they happen to crave at the time. Someone who tries out the principles of dark psychology within the dating world is likely to be amazed at how their experiences differs from their past efforts. A feeling of control and confidence replaces a past one of doubt, neediness and insecurity. Amazingly, the dark psychology user will not only find that they feel better about their own results, they will also see that the people they are interacting with are enjoying the experience a lot more as well. This is because dark psychology teaches a seducer exactly what people are looking for within the romantic world and also teaches the seducer how to provide it. Many people who have applied their dark psychological knowledge to the world of dating and seduction for the first time describe it as a eureka moment. Use of these techniques and ideas gives them the ability to finally get what they want from life and fulfill their deepest, longest-held desires in the process. Is dark seduction evil? One of the most common queries newcomers to the concept of dark psychological seduction have is whether the techniques are immoral or evil in some way. Like almost anything, dark psychological seduction is neither inherently good nor bad. The way it is used determines the extent to which it can be judged morally. Broadly speaking, people use dark psychological seduction with one of three primary motivations: to help the people they seduce, to hurt the people they seduce, or to only help themselves. Many people find it hard to believe that anyone would go into the world of dark psychological seduction with the intent of helping the other person. Surely all seducers are selfish and careless, right? Wrong. One of the most famous ideas from the world of seduction is leave them better than you found them. People who hold this viewpoint feel that there is no need for someone to lose in the process of seduction. Both parties, the seducer and the person being seduced, can enjoy a win-win experience where no one loses out. So how does a person enjoy a seductive lifestyle while making sure they leave people better than they found them? Never lying or misleading a victim outright is a key idea behind ethical seduction. One of the most common hallmarks of insincere people is leading on by promising the world and delivering nothing. Skilled seducers do not make promises they cannot keep. Rather, they simply allow the person they are seducing to get caught up in the moment and enjoy the experience fully. Other individuals enter the world of dark psychological destruction with less pure motives. Their care is to only satisfy their own needs and desires, and they will gladly mislead, hurt, or harm the person they are seducing. Such uncaring narcissism is paradoxically attractive to some people who, bizarrely, return to patterns of being used time and time again. The behavior of someone who goes about their psychological seduction without a care other than their own satisfaction often ends up causing them problems. If people go into the world of seduction without a totally carefree, nihilistic attitude, problems can arise. This type of seducer often ends up in a situation of having unwanted children and having to pay a lot of child support. They are also more likely to invoke the fury of scorned conquests they have carelessly discarded. People who are too cavalier in their seductive efforts have even been murdered by jealous or hurt former lovers. Two major approaches to dark psychological seduction have now been explored: those who aim to help others, and those who aim to hurt others. We will now examine the third approach, the person who thinks only of their own experience. Someone who uses dark psychological seduction as a technique that only matters to their own life and its outcomes is likely to see the process of seduction as self-development on steroids. Going against the human instinct to stay in the zone of comfort and familiarity, and instead pushing the boundaries of what is possible in the dating world forces someone to discover their own strengths and weaknesses in a brutal way. Such people as just described are more likely to derive enjoyment from their exploration and manipulation of social rules and conventions as they are from the romance they manage to attain. This type of path is similar to the one walked by someone who goes from obese to healthy through a focused series of effort and self-betterment. The impact they have upon the people they are seducing is less important to them than the impact their dark seduction has on themselves. The starting point of seduction. You now know the basic concept of dark psychological seduction and the reasons people choose to use it. You also are aware that such people can be good, bad, or indifferent. So now the motive and intention of dark psychological seducers are clear. How exactly do they do what they do? Most seducers are likely to have a guiding approach that underpins their efforts as well as specific tactics that stem from this philosophy. In our exploration of these different philosophies, we will see many familiar ideas from dark psychology. Seduction is often the area in which psychological ideas are moved from abstract theory into applied practice. One approach to dark psychological seduction is the deployment of a very structured, rigid process. Such seducers feel that they have mapped out the sequence of attraction to an almost flowchart-like level of precision and detail. They see the process of psychological seduction as predictable and replicable. Their systems are likely to work for them in particular, but also others in general who are able to understand and implement them properly. A hallmark of such seducers is their usage of a series of different stages. Some will try and lead their target through a structured range of emotions, such as interest, followed by attraction, followed by excitement. Such seducers see their seduction process as a series of checkpoints to pass through in order to achieve their eventual aim. One of the strengths of a structured system of seduction is it gives those who follow it a feeling of certainty that they always know what to do next. They don't have to worry about what to do next, because the process is as habitual and routine as driving a car or brushing teeth. A disadvantage to this rigid approach is that it can cause problems when someone is not responding as intended. Structured seducers sometimes lose sight of the fact that people are unpredictable individual humans rather than predictable computer operating systems. The approach to seduction that stands most strongly in contrast to the structured approach is the natural approach. This involves cultivating genuine emotional states internal to the seducer and then freely expressing them to the person they wish to seduce. For example, a person using this type of unstructured seduction is likely to spend time understanding their own emotional makeup and outlook and how to perfect it. They then express this externally to other people. The basic philosophy behind this approach is I can't make other people feel good until I feel good. NLP and hypnotic seduction is a subset of dark psychological seduction and the ideas that underpin the general concept. Unlike structured seduction, or the more natural variant, NLP hypnotic seduction involves triggering particular emotional states in the person who is the target of seduction and then linking these states to the hypnotic seducer. For example, the NLP approach to seduction may involve allowing a person to explore their own intense positive emotions and then anchoring the trigger for these emotions to the person who induced them, the seducer. The seducer is then able to trigger intense physical pleasure in their victim by issuing the anchor, such as a particular gesture of tone or voice. Hypnotic seduction is a difficult technique to use regularly. This is because few things put someone's guard up as much as the slightly odd techniques involved in NLP. Structured or unstructured seduction at least comes across as normal, whereas hypnotic seduction does not. Some people respond very well to it, however, and those who do are likely to be a better match in terms of personal compatibility with the hypnotic seducer. Some psychological seducers are able to invert the traditional seduction dynamics and gender roles to great effect. For example, the typical view of seduction, throughout history, is that the man is the aggressive party and the woman plays the more passive role. Inverting this can lead to powerful outcomes. Some men find that they are able to allow themselves to become the prize, the one who is chased. This inversion of the expected norm can lead to a refreshing change from the mundane routine of dating for everyone involved. Female psychological seducers are also able to use the inversion of traditional seduction dynamics to powerful effect. Some men are totally overwhelmed if the woman is the aggressive, confident pursuer, and a lot of women also report feeling a sense of empowerment and proactivity that they have not experienced within their romantic life at any time before. Some people also enter the world of psychological seduction with the intention of breaking free from the constraints of monogamy that have held them back throughout their life. This approach is sometimes known as polyamory, an open relationship, or some other variation on this theme depending on the need of the person pursuing it. By learning dark psychological techniques, this type of seducer is able to pursue their true desires in a way that is open, honest, and effective. The techniques. You now know the guiding principles behind psychological approaches to seduction and the motivations that people have for carrying them out. So how exactly do people go about translating these ideas and theories into actionable principles and techniques? The indirect approach is a key technique within the world of seduction. One mistake that many people make in the world of conventional dating is offering a cheesy and unappealing icebreaker when introducing themselves to a potential seduction target. Nice eyes. You look pretty. Good song, right? All these are examples of some of the most cliched icebreakers out there. Why are these so bad? Women are likely to have heard them countless times before and are instantly switched off upon hearing them. When a seducer uses such an awful line, it suggests they are a bland and unappealing person. The indirect opener is a breath of fresh air in comparison to its cliched precedents. An indirect opener is any icebreaking gambit that initiates a social interaction without conveying sexual intent. This is often posed in the form of an intriguing question. For example, a seducer using an indirect opener might ask, "Settle this for me or my buddies over there, do men or women lie more?" This sparks a conversation and shows the seducer to be an interesting person who is looking for nothing more than a good conversation. Indirect openers also have the advantage of eliminating the possibility of rejection. Someone using an indirect opener is not offering themselves in any way to the person they wish to seduce, and it is impossible to reject something or someone that has not been offered. Social proof is another key technique in the world of dark psychological seduction. People who are popular are instantly more attractive than those who are not. Why? It's human instinct to assume that if a person is widely liked, there is something likable about them. Anyone's worst nightmare is being seduced by some creepy loner with no friends and no one they are close to. A person like this is likely to be better lonely and needy. So how can social proof be used in the area of psychological seduction? This is a case where showing is more powerful than telling. Many people make the mistake of actually talking about their popularity or success in a way that comes across as bragging or some other form of try-hard, unnatural behavior. It is better to simply be at a table in a club or bar with a group of interesting people. This conveys social value without rubbing it in a person's face. One use of social proof is particularly devious. Let's picture a psychological seducer in a bar or club environment. They see a girl they want to go and talk to. Instead of directly approaching the person they wish to seduce, they instead approach someone else first, strike up a conversation with them, move over to their original target and begin interacting with the originally intended person. This removes the perception of loneliness that would otherwise exist. It can also spark a little jealous rivalry between the two women. Being something of a challenge is a dark psychological technique outside of the grasp of most conventional daters. Most people make the mistake of being too keen, too eager, and too available. An example would be a man who calmly waits while some girl in a bar ignores him completely, or a woman who puts up with some form of disloyal or disrespectful behavior from the person they are with. The opposite of this display of low personal standards is a display of being challenging. This can take numerous forms. One technique that makes use of the challenging principle is to walk away from a seduction target if needed. For example, if the target is being cheeky or sassy, the seducer can playfully say "you're done" and turn to walk away. Most times, the target will be wowed by this unconventional behavior and enjoy interacting with a person who has standards and self-confidence. Another way of being challenging is by using carefully chosen, playful teases during the course of an interaction. Most people, when trying to seduce someone, are excessively positive. They offer compliment after compliment, laugh at all the jokes they hear, and generally do everything to imprison their own perception within the confines of nice but bland. By throwing out a playful tease, the seducer offers a fun emotional spike which draws in the person they wish to seduce. One of the main motivations behind human experience is to seek out that which is new and exciting. This is particularly true within the world of romance, where most people are looking for something fun and exciting. There is a reason that cliched lines and dating profiles are such a universal punchline, because they are boring and don't actually work. An antidote to the disease of blandness is learning how to stand out in a good way. The concept of standing out in a good way can be put into practice by first considering what everyone else is doing wrong. Once this is clear, the seducer should consider how these wrong actions would make the seduction target feel. Once this is understood, the seducer can put the pieces together to answer the question of how can I do things differently from everyone else in a way that would make the other person respond well. Some of the most common ways of standing out in a good way include dressing a little better or a little more interestingly than other people in the venue. For example, if a place is very casual, dressing up very slightly can be a huge advantage. No one is suggesting you wear a tuxedo to a sports bar, but making a little extra effort can be very powerful indeed. Establishing a frame of leading is another useful technique in the world of psychological seduction. Most people are happy to be led. Indecisiveness is one of the least attractive qualities in a human being. Ways of showing decisiveness and the ability to lead include physically moving around a venue, suggesting a change of venue, and not being afraid to disagree with something that is said. Many people, men in particular, make the mistake of behaving contrary to this principle by being an indecisive leaf in the wind rather than a strong, confident alpha male who knows that they want in life. A natural extension of knowing how to lead is knowing how to close. Spend some time talking to the women in your life and they are likely to share many stories of men who were wishy-washy and indecisive when it was time for the first kiss, first sexual encounter, or some other romantic milestone. Hesitation on the part of a woman can also be off-putting for men. Think about it. Who wants to be with someone who doesn't even know what they want? Decisiveness and the ability to take action are key components in ensuring a psychological seduction goes as intended. Some psychological seducers are actually able to harness dark psychological traits such as elements of psychopathy in pursuit of their romantic aims. One of the trademark features of a psychopath is an ability to not feel fear when interacting with other people. Most men and women are paralyzed by fear and, specifically, the fear of rejection from someone they are romantically interested in. A specific technique exists that can be learned from the example of fearless psychopaths and used to overcome this fear. So how exactly does a person overcome their fear of rejection? Simple. By being rejected time and time again and realizing it is not actually that bad. Over time, psychological seducers learn that it is always better to be the person who tried and failed than the person who didn't have the confidence to try. Taking action becomes its own reward and the seducer loses their nervousness and hesitation in the process. People who put this desensitization to rejection technique into action will start to realize that the less they fear rejection, the less it actually occurs. Being confident and calm when interacting with new people is one of the byproducts of this method. The more a person gets rejected initially, the less they will fear future rejection. This translates into actual success and less rejection in the long run. Try it and see. Chapter 10, Case Studies. You now know the main ideas behind dark psychology and the way these ideas are applied in a variety of situations. This is powerful, but, on its own, not enough. By taking the time to learn about dark psychology through the analysis of real-world case studies, you will see the ideas in this book brought to life. The case studies are also eye-opening, fascinating tales in their own right. They offer an insight into some of the most psychologically rare types of people this planet has ever produced. Each case study is laid out in a way that is as useful as possible for a budding disciple of dark psychology. Factual information relating to each case study is provided before psychological insight is extracted and simplified. Each case study will then be directly linked back to the dark psychology found in this book to allow you to understand it in a richer and more meaningful way. The cases contained in this chapter are the most extreme examples of dark psychology throughout human history. They are presented not to be glorified, or even judged, but instead learned from. The final testimony of Ted Bundy. Facts. Ted Bundy was one of the most notorious serial killers in the history of the world. His story is that of a textbook psychopathic killer in many ways. One fascinating aspect of Ted Bundy's story is the amount of material published on him and his crimes. Due to their high profile, and Bundy's willingness to give interviews and offer insights. With many such high-profile criminals, the level of hype and intrigue surrounding them often outweighs the actual gravity of their crimes. This is not the case with Bundy. No confirmed total of murders has been definitively linked to Ted Bundy. He was charged with 30 but has frequently hinted the total could be close to 100. No one knows for sure, and many analysts have speculated that Bundy himself had no idea of how many victims he killed. Due to the time Bundy spent on death row after being sentenced to death, a lot of material was produced related to Bundy's psychology, background, and possible motivation behind his crimes. In addition to this, a lot of posthumous analysis has taken place that has sought to dispassionately examine the crimes, and the man who carried them out, in an effort to understand one of the most extreme murderers to ever be caught. There are many details related to Bundy's crimes that have gone on to be understood as absolutely textbook in the world of psychopathic serial killers, their motivations, and their methods. We will now explore some of the more striking aspects of Bundy's crimes before analyzing this man and his life for insights into this book's chosen dark psychological principles. One standout feature of Bundy's lengthy murder career is the way it evolved over time. Bundy himself stated that when he first started killing he was sloppy and opportunistic. Chillingly, like other masters of their field, Bundy evolved his process over time and became more elaborate, careful, and methodological in the way he operated. It is hard to have a definitive insight into the mind of Bundy because the man was known for disguising the truth as much as possible. He was frequently described as a changeling or shapeshifter due to this ability to mask his true physical appearance with subtle but comprehensive misdirections, as well as his ability to offer whichever biographical red herring happened to serve his own purpose at the time. As skillfully as Bundy was able to conceal his true motivation, method, and background, his deceptive ways provided invaluable insight into the nature of deceptive, psychopathic killers. The main lessons related to the dark psychology of Ted Bundy will now be summarized. Insights and links to dark psychology. Many books have been published aiming to understand and learn from the case study of Ted Bundy. Instead of spending hours laboring through such works, you can read the main insights that are concisely offered in this book to boost your understanding of dark psychological topics. Deception is one of the dark psychological traits that Bundy was a master of. This extended to his way of interacting with people both during and following his crime spree. Bundy was able to deceive both physically and psychologically. Bundy clearly understood the power of perception and public image. It is an undisputed fact that many people who encountered him found him to be a charming and attractive man. This is a hallmark of psychopaths who are able to project the outward appearance of charm and desirability without any inner truth to that facade. The emotional coldness and detachment of men like Bundy become clear when you stop and consider that a human being was able to inspire attraction and comfort in his victims moments before brutally assaulting and killing them in some of the most sadistic and ritualistic crimes known to humanity. Psychopaths' ability to understand the motivations and biases of those they manipulate is also apparent in Bundy's actions and words. Nothing illustrates this better than the interview Bundy gave to moral campaigner James Dobson the night before his execution. Knowing full well that Dobson was campaigning against pornography at the time, Bundy was able to portray his motivation as stemming entirely from early exposure to pornography. He also skillfully fed Dobson exactly what he wanted to hear in a bid to deflect attention from his actual actions, alluding to demonic possession and other material that was sure to catch the attention of Dobson's Christian audience. Bundy also illustrated a psychopath's ability to detach entirely from what they are doing. He was notorious for using cryptic hints regarding the location of bodies in exchange for more time before his execution. In the mind of a psychopath such as Bundy, a dead child's body is nothing more than a bargaining chip to be exploited for personal gain. The high intelligence of many psychopaths is also evidenced by the way Bundy operated. The reason he was able to remain at large for so long was due to his in-depth knowledge of law enforcement detection methods, in an era where such things were less widely known than they are today. Bundy also showed strong signs of sadism and narcissism by torturing his victims, taking pictures of their bodies, and referring to himself in the third person. Lessons from history's narcissistic dictators. Facts. One of the textbook traits of narcissists is their view of their own status and self-worth as far in excess of anything actually justified by reality. This usually leads to people with an inflated ego being trapped in lifestyles and situations that they see as fundamentally beneath them. Occasionally, someone with a narcissistic personality is born into a situation where they have the power and status to express their narcissism fully. Nothing exemplifies this more than some of history's dictators who had the power and control to match their egos. Some of their stories are presented here. Saparmurat Niyazov is one of the best examples of a narcissist having the opportunity to fulfill grandiose inclinations. He took over as leader of Turkmenistan and was able to take advantage of a power vacuum left by the collapse of Soviet ideology. His ascent from leader to pure manifestation of narcissism began when he decided he should be president for life of Turkmenistan. From there, total power led to some memorably narcissistic choices. One of the more infamous aspects of Niyazov's rule was the renaming of the months of the year to reflect his own personal glory. He implemented bizarrely specific laws in accordance with his personal whims, such as restricting citizens' appearance and renaming common everyday objects according to what he felt they should be called. Perhaps the most powerful example of Niyazov's grandiosity was his production of a religious text that was given equal status within the country as established scriptures such as the Holy Quran. Other dictators, such as Colonel Gaddafi of Libya, have produced similarly revered texts. This is a known trait perhaps best evidenced by the status afforded to Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf within Nazi Germany. A better known, yet equally terrifying, dynasty of dictators is that of the leaders of North Korea. Current dictator Kim Jong-un and his father Kim Jong-il are afforded the status of deities within their tightly controlled nation, and this is reflected in the facts that North Korean citizens are provided about their lives. For example, Kim Jong-il is remembered for shooting a round of golf consisting of all holes in one at his first attempt at the sport. North Korean citizens are so tightly indoctrinated into the political personality cult that governs their lives that they often take such claims at face value. Insights and links to dark psychology. So what can such outlandish examples teach us about narcissism? Many of the traits exhibited by such dictators are examples of how controlling and pedantic narcissists become when granted enough power to carry out their wishes. Let's take North Korea as an example. The current dictator, Kim Jong-un, is reported to have had his own uncle executed for yawning in a meeting. The method of execution: an anti-aircraft weapon capable of destroying fighter jets. This is an example of the narcissist's need for flattery and anger when not receiving it taken to its logical conclusion. The many instances of dictators producing religious, spiritual, or philosophical treatises which are then elevated to the status of required, sanctified reading within the country is an illustration of the narcissistic concept of being special and equal to humanity's greatest figures. In narcissists' minds, they are the contemporaries of prophets and saints, a truly rare breed. If you can grasp the extent to which they truly believe this to be the case, then their publication of such egotistical texts begins to make a twisted kind of sense. Hitler, the modern Machiavelli. Facts. Many parallels can be drawn between the political ideas of Machiavelli, as expressed through The Prince, and the political career of Adolf Hitler. The argument can therefore be made that Hitler is the best possible illustration of what a true modern Machiavellian leader looks like. We will first take a look at the similarities between Hitler's thoughts and deeds, relating reality to sort a predetermined political aim. Infamously, one of Hitler's core doctrines was the persecution and subsequent extermination of Germany's Jewish population. One of the key events that helped Hitler pursue this genocidal goal was the false flag operation known as the Reichstag fire. It is a matter of debate whether Hitler engineered this event to suit his anti-Jewish and anti-communist agenda, but a large body of evidence suggests he did exactly that. Regardless of the exact circumstance, the incident is a powerful illustration of a Machiavellian false flag tactic being used to serve another aim entirely. One of the key ideas behind Machiavelli's political thought, and subsequent Machiavellian individuals, is that power is a worthy end goal in and of itself. No matter what methods are used to hold on to and retain power, they are justified according to Machiavelli's blueprint of how a leader should behave. Hitler is a textbook example of this concept in action. Hitler knew how to manipulate the political system of the time as well as the hearts and minds of the German people. There is a strong suggestion that Hitler may have escaped Nazi Germany and fled to Argentina to live out the rest of his days surrounded by fellow Nazi escapees. This is difficult to prove either way, but is a plausible illustration of never letting go of power, even in the face of apparent death. Perhaps the most significant and apparent link between Hitler and Machiavelli is the concept of it is better to be loved than feared, but if that is not possible, feared rather than loved. It is easy to overlook the kind of devotion, love, and even worship that Hitler was able to inspire in the German people of the era. History since World War II has painted Hitler as the epitome and embodiment of evil, the closest thing the earth has ever seen to an incarnation of Satan. At the time, Though, Hitler was equally adept at triggering responses of love and fear. One needs only to watch video of Hitler's speeches to show the mixture of awe and terror Hitler was able to provoke. Insights and links to dark psychology. One of the key Machiavellian ideas to emerge from The Prince is the principle of not keeping your word, your promise, if it is not in your interest to do so. Machiavelli emphasizes the need to at least appear to be truthful, no matter what the reality of the situation may be. Hitler offers a true insight into how real-world figures with political power are able to carry out this concept. One trademark feature of Hitler's speeches was that they delivered epic and hard-to-implement promises that would never realistically reach fruition. Although Hitler was not able to deliver on the ideas he put forward in his rhetoric, he managed to maintain the image of being a man striving to deliver on his word. This is a clear real-world example of the Machiavellian theory of separating truth and public perception to powerful psychological effect. Another Machiavellian idea exemplified by Hitler was the consolidation of power and the elimination of threats. Hitler systematically eliminated anyone who opposed his quest to lead Germany back to its former glory. He eliminated absolutely anyone who stood in his way, former allies, holders of rival ideologies or ethnic groups Hitler felt the need to rid Germany of. This concentration of power led to Hitler being able to exercise as much influence as he did. This shows that Machiavellian theory is in fact effective in practice, even in the modern era. A final insight provided by Hitler into the world of dark psychology is his use of, and enthusiasm for, sadism. This quarter of the dark tetrad is especially apparent in the way Hitler treated those forced into his concentration camps. The fates of these poor souls included torture, medical experimentation, and death by starvation or gassing. Brainwashing, how terrorists control minds. Facts. One of the main examples of brainwashing being used in the modern era is by terrorist organizations. Many people will assume this means Islamist extremists, such as Al-Qaeda and ISIS, but in actual fact, terrorists exist across the political spectrum. Violent terrorists might be motivated by their religious beliefs or strong political views originating from either the right or the left of the spectrum. What all of these diverse organizations share, however, is their use of brainwashing tactics to recruit and retain followers. The power of such brainwashing cannot be overestimated. Countries from across the Western world are losing their young people to terrorists operating in the Middle East. How are such foreign organizations able to appeal so strongly? By using deliberate, carefully controlled brainwashing processes. One particular aspect unique to the modern world of brainwashing is the terrorists' use of the internet to support their aims and ideologies. Traditionally, brainwashing often had to occur in a physical context of close proximity, such as in a cult headquarters or someplace similar. Thanks to the internet, terror organizations are able to reach out and make contact with people, regardless of where in the world they live. The high-definition propaganda videos released by organizations are another tool in the new, high-tech world of brainwashing and indoctrination. Although the modern world of terrorist-related brainwashing features aspects never before seen, it also makes use of the tried and tested indoctrination methodologies that have been around for many years. The principles behind brainwashing are the same as they have ever been. The terrorist organizations are just applying them in technologically innovative ways. The severity of this problem cannot be overestimated. Thanks to the untraceable reach of terrorist organizations through the internet, no country or family is safe from the potential brainwashing that tragically occurs so frequently. This can involve young people with their whole lives ahead of them forsaking their familiar world to travel and die in a foreign war. It can also inspire mentally deranged individuals to perform lone wolf attacks on their own communities and nations. Insights and links to dark psychology. The modern use of brainwashing methods conducted through the internet provides an application of classic principles updated for the modern world. Finding vulnerable victims is perhaps easier than ever before for those who wish to indoctrinate others. Thanks to the social norm of young people sharing their lives online, it is easy for almost anyone, no matter who they are or what intentions they have, to track down a target that will be susceptible to terror's insidious influence. Thanks to the work of undercover journalists conducting sting operations, we have unparalleled insight into the current state of affairs regarding the brainwashing tactics used by terror organizations. After a victim has been identified, they will typically be assigned to one member of the terror group who it is felt will be able to communicate with them in an effective and influential way. In line with classic brainwashing principles, the newly assigned recruiter will begin to work on their target slowly and methodically. Anything objectionable that the terror group represents will be hidden from sight until the victim has displayed a lot of willingness and open-mindedness regarding potentially polarizing concepts. Many modern terror organizations use the tried and tested method of presenting their own ideology as a utopian solution to the specific personal woes of the target. Regardless of whether the terror organization happens to be promoting Islamic extremism or right-wing racism, their tactics are more or less the same. They like to push a narrative of a society that has gone wrong and their proposed solution as the one answer to fix it. Such convincing portrayals are aided by the video and image abilities of the internet, which allow groups to put across a heavily biased version of life within their ideology. Much like classic brainwashing, modern terrorist efforts leave a victim feeling as if they are lucky and fortunate to have come into contact with the terrorist organization. Countless examples exist of young people with a lot to live for who, after being in prolonged contact with a terrorist brainwasher, end up expressing feelings of thanks and blessings for discovering their new outlook on life. It is a mistake to assume that modern terror groups and their brainwashing efforts are solely focused on the internet. This is not the case. Terrorists and other ideological extremists see the internet as one tool among many they can use. The end goal of most groups is still to make physical contact with the individual and make them an offline part of their world as well. It is often when the victim moves into offline contact with the group that the severity of the brainwashing increases rapidly. Modern terror groups are often aware that the utopian vision they have painted online will be rapidly exposed as patently false once the recruits spend some time among the group in person. For this reason, such groups are often quick to pressure the victim into establishing roots in the new world that they have chosen. This often involves marrying another member of the organization. Forming such close bonds to the group's offline activities helps to keep recruits enslaved, even after the utopian ideal is exposed as myth. Rasputin, black magic or dark psychology. Facts. No series of case studies on dark psychology would be complete without an examination of Rasputin and all that the infamous mad monk represents. Rasputin is an interesting figure as the type of dark psychological power he wielded echoed far into the future and inspired many aspects of charismatic influences that appeared later on. Who exactly was Rasputin? He was a spiritual figure who was able to gain influence over the ruling Russian elite of his era. Rasputin managed to project an intoxicating mix of piousness and sensuality that appealed to almost any side of a person Rasputin needed it to. Those who were inclined to be influenced by religion were easily impressed by the monk's apparent powers of healing. Those who preferred the sensual pleasures of the world found much to admire in Rasputin's character in that regard also. Perhaps the most devastatingly influential aspect of Rasputin's character was his ability to be both a devil and angel at the same time. Many aspects of Rasputin's dark psychological influence can also be found in subsequent uses of hypnosis. Rasputin is one of the earliest and most infamous figures who was able to induce something similar to a trance-like state of suggestibility in the minds and souls of his victims. So what exactly were the hypnotic and healing powers Rasputin was rumored to have? It was said that Rasputin was able to induce deep feelings of calm, ease, and relaxation in his victims. He was a forerunner to modern faith healers in many ways. Stories of his abilities to ease the aches and pains of the Russian nobility added to his mystique and the amount of influence he was able to have on almost everyone around him. Rasputin also relates to many of the ideas found in the area of covert emotional manipulation. One of the reasons that the impact of Rasputin was so great and notorious was that he never seemed to be attempting to control his victims. Instead, it simply came across that he had some kind of inexplicable power and aura that people succumbed to. You will likely recognize these feelings as hallmarks of what we term covert emotional manipulation in the modern context. Insights and links to dark psychology. The case study of Rasputin is relevant for students of charismatic influence. In the modern context, many dark psychological manipulators are able to attract followers, due to the perception that they possess some kind of special or secret knowledge. This principle was even more effective in the time of Rasputin. The world was less rational and science was far less developed. This gave greater credence to the perception of Rasputin as divine and mystically powerful. Students of dark psychology will be easily able to draw parallels between the power of this supernatural portrayal and similar charismatic leaders of the modern world who feign spirituality as a way of gaining influence and control. The link between dark psychological power and sexual expression is also clear with Rasputin. Like countless others throughout history, he leveraged his dark psychological influence into a life of promiscuity and decadent indulgence. It is no coincidence that cult leaders across the world are often found enjoying their choice of followers, physically speaking. Rasputin is an infamous illustration of this principle, but he is by no means the first person to put it into practice. The CIA wants you to kill people. MKUltra. Facts. The fact that this case study even exists is shocking. When we talk about MKUltra, what is it we are discussing? No less than the CIA's own prolonged and intense attempts to understand and develop mind control techniques. This may well sound like the ramblings of a paranoid individual wearing a tinfoil hat, but it is anything but. Conduct your own research into MKUltra and you will see that the program was very real and very severe. By learning lessons from it, we are able to see that even the most civilized nations recognize the power of brainwashing and attempt to use it for their own ends. If the idea of a secret CIA program into mind control is hard to believe, then the details of the program are even more so. The CIA attempted to develop, test, and understand a wide range of mind control techniques, including those that are purely physical, such as sleep deprivation, those that are psychological, such as identity erasing, and those that are pharmaceutical, such as truth serums and other drugs. At least a research program of this type would have been carried out in the most proper and ethical way possible, right? Wrong. The program was totally illegal and unethical. How unethical? The administration of LSD and other substances to unwitting and unknowing US citizens was a hallmark of the program. Some of the unproven aspects of the MKUltra program are the most disturbing of all. A theory exists which states that the CIA was able to hypnotically lead a man, Sirhan, into assassinating a member of the Kennedy family. Credible witnesses, including psychologists, state that Sirhan was clearly operating under some kind of hypnotic influence during the murder itself and the subsequent trial phase. Sirhan has stated he has no recollection of anything that happened and cannot remember making statements he is on record as having made. Insights and links to dark psychology. The CIA's use of mind control techniques and research into their effectiveness has helped to pave the way for far more legitimate modern methods of influence. For example, MKUltra made pioneering use of combining drugs and psychological techniques to exert an influence on a target. Some modern psychologists are able to use this combination in a more positive way to treat psychological disorders, rather than only to manipulate and control. Interestingly, MKUltra also shines light upon how Machiavellian tactics of political influence are alive and well even in modern-day America. The USA often portrays itself as a very ethical country that is not prepared to compromise on its values of freedom and equality. What MKUltra actually demonstrates is that the CIA is willing to take the Machiavellian approach of doing one thing publicly and another thing privately. When the CIA determined it was in its own interests to do so, it was willing to test dangerous psychedelic drugs on American citizens without their consent or understanding. If the aspects of Sirhan's involvement in MKUltra are ever verified, then terrifying possibilities become apparent. Such proof would verify, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that hypnotism can be used to directly influence someone to carry out an assassination. Some modern-day attempts at verifying these methods, or disproving them, have already been made. Modern-day hypnotist Darren Brown claims to have replicated the influence of MKUltra, but this claim may be down to some other form of illusion on behalf of Brown. The psychological secrets of con artists. Facts. The fact that con artists are known by the second part of their title is a testament to the level of dark psychological skill they possess. Modern psychological researchers often express a deep level of surprise that many con artists have historically operated according to principles of influence that have only recently been proved by modern science. There is a clear indication that many of history's most infamous con artists have been dark psychological influencers, with a mastery of principles the modern world is only just beginning to grasp. Have you ever heard of a Ponzi scheme? The name is taken from a man, Charles Ponzi, who was able to conduct a large-scale fraudulent investment scheme. One of the most striking features of this original Ponzi scheme is Charles's willingness to use the power of projection and portrayal of his own confidence to get out of sticky situations. For example, Charles once had a group of angry investors arrive at his place of business. Rather than panicking, as many people would, Charles was able to remain calm and collected and placate the mob through his tranquil, inspiring demeanor. Faith healers share some similarities with Charles Ponzi insofar as they prey on their victims' vulnerability to serve their own aims. Whereas Ponzi made use of his victims' desperation for money and financial success, faith healers take the more deplorable approach of exploiting someone's sickness and misery, coupled with their victims' desire for a religious experience, to manipulate them. The ramifications of encountering a fraudulent faith healer can be very serious indeed. Many stories exist of people who have believed they have been healed as a result of contact with a faith healer. As a result of this apparent healing, they stop taking medication or do something else medically risky as a display of trust and belief. Sadly, people have died from taking these risks. Another infamous con artist from the pages of history is Gregor McGregor. He is only of the earliest known examples of someone selling things that don't exist to rich people. If you have ever heard the stories of con artists selling landmarks like the Eiffel Tower or Brooklyn Bridge to naive folks with wealth, Gregor McGregor is the godfather of this type of con. McGregor operated by insisting he was nobility from a group of islands that did not exist. He would recruit people with wealth to fund expeditions to these islands, knowing full well they weren't there. This is interesting, but how exactly is it a valuable case study in dark psychology? The reason there is so much interest in McGregor is that he was so convincing to his victims, and knew how to work their egos and psyches to a detailed and thorough extent, that even after they had attempted to visit non-existent islands, they defended McGregor in the press. This is indicative of McGregor's advanced-level covert manipulation abilities. Insights and links to dark psychology. There are many lessons on dark psychology to be learned from the con artists. Their ability to psychologically influence other people is such that even modern psychological researchers have expressed amazement at the extent to which con men made use of modern psychological findings before they were confirmed by science. The case of Ponzi shows the importance of finding a victim with a vulnerability, ruthlessly exploiting that vulnerability, and doing so in a way that betrays no doubt or hesitation whatsoever. Ponzi is a textbook example of how to increase the likelihood of a fraud. Working out by simply coming across as confident, in control, and unworried at all times. Ponzi is also illustrative of the concept that the best con artists are able to keep their scams going for decades without being exposed. Faith healers offer an insight into the suggestibility of the minds of victims. These healers are convincing to the extent that their victims made detrimental medical decisions and even died as a result. Faith healers also demonstrate why so many people are susceptible to the influence of charismatic religious cults. When a strong spiritual belief is mixed with a real-world need, such as the need to find relief from an ailment, people can be driven to extreme measures. Finally, McGregor offers an amusing insight into the power of using people's own egos against them. Despite the fact that his wealthy investors had been exploited financially, had their time wasted, and been made to look stupid in the process, they still chose to publicly defend McGregor. What is the dark psychological lesson we can take from this? If a victim is found who has high status and a high opinion of themselves, they are unlikely to admit they have been tricked or conned. They will not even admit the true state of events within their own mind. Interestingly, this is an example of how someone's narcissism can be used against them. Heavenly psychopaths are soldiers' secrets. Facts. Since the term psychopath became prevalent in the field of psychology, and also in the popular imagination, it has been associated with negativity. One of the earliest high-profile psychologists, Bowlby, linked the concept to a deprivation of maternal attention during childhood and stated that such people would usually grow up to be delinquent criminals who were a burden on society. Andy McNabb is an intriguing example of someone with psychopathic traits who many would see as a good psychopath if such a thing exists. McNabb was abandoned as a baby and fell into a life of petty crime before joining the army as a young man. He went on to rise up through the ranks and join Britain's elite SAS Special Forces unit. Since retiring from the world of the armed forces, McNabb has become a successful author, playwright, and entrepreneur. Dr. Dutton is a leading British psychological researcher. He collaborated on a book with McNabb that explored the idea that psychopathic traits were actually useful in some situations. This concept is somewhat revolutionary as it explores the positive implications and advantages of an aspect of dark psychology that is usually maligned extensively. Dutton and McNabb were able to identify a few fields in which they felt the dark psychological traits bestowed by psychopathy would actually lead to a practical advantage. One example is anyone who has to respond to an emergency crisis. Most regular people are unlikely to perform as well as psychopaths. This is due to the presence of fear in their mind causing doubt and hesitation in their action. McNabb was able to explain that, for a psychopath, it is possible to dial down the fear response at will. This allows psychopaths to operate calmly amid situations that would be too overwhelming for most people to handle. High-risk financial fields such as hedge fund management are another area that McNabb and Dutton identified as being suitable for psychopaths. One feature of psychopathy is impulsivity, and this allows for risky decisions to be made with little hesitation or fear. In the wrong context, this can lead to murders being carried out without a second thought, but in the right context, this can lead to millions being made on the financial markets. Insights and links to dark psychology. Many dark psychological insights can be gleaned from the work of McNabb and Dutton. Their collaboration is extremely beneficial to the world of dark psychology as it combines the theoretical knowledge of a researcher with the practical experience and first-hand anecdotes of an actual psychopath who has used their traits to get ahead in the world in more than one field. This suggests that the way that the dark trait of psychopathy manifests in any given individual is largely dependent on the circumstances in which they find themselves. If someone is born with psychopathy and also lacks advantages and opportunities, they are liable to become a dangerous person, such as Ted Bundy. If a psychopath is able to channel their urges into a career that is suitable for them, then they are more likely to become a conventional success in life, such as Andy McNabb. How a cocaine-sniffing murder suspect created NLP. Facts. In an earlier section of this book we explored the concept of hypnotism as something that exists and can be used by practitioners of dark psychology to influence those around them. NLP, or neuro-linguistic programming, is one of the main techniques that hypnotists use to influence others. The technique is fascinating and worth knowing about. A case study of one of its co-creators, Richard Bandler, offers deep insight into the concept of hypnotic influence and other areas of dark psychology. Richard Bandler is a controversial character and a textbook example of how users of dark psychology are able to portray one image of their life when the actual truth may be something entirely different. Let's explore this dichotomy. On one hand, Richard Bandler claims a wide range of impressive therapeutic achievements, such as using his own methods to no longer need a wheelchair and curing patients such as schizophrenics with unconventional and innovative techniques that were dismissed out of hand by the world of mainstream psychology. Because of these achievements, many people who do not know much about Bandler expect him to be a mild-mannered, grandfatherly type who lives and breathes positivity. The actual truth about Bandler is a lot more complex than one would first expect. He grew up in abusive environments in which he was physically attacked by a series of different adult males. He also lives in violation of many of the things he often claims his techniques are able to fix in a person's life. For example, Bandler claims his NLP and other similar techniques he has worked on are able to cure a person of the bad and unhealthy habits that plague their life. Despite this, Bandler smoked cigarettes for many years. Cigarettes were far from his only vice. Bandler is a publicly admitted past user of cocaine, an interesting trait for a well-known public hypnotist. Perhaps the darkest and most intriguing incident from Bandler's background is the murder trial he faced. What is undisputed is that a woman was shot using Bandler's gun. Bandler was cleared of the crime and insists that his cocaine dealer used his gun to carry out the killing. When reminiscing about the incident, Bandler is more likely to comment on the time it took for the jury to clear him than the gravity and potential severity of the incident itself. Bandler's use of narcotics is interesting as he is not the only high-profile figure within the field of psychology to do so. Sigmund Freud, the originator of modern psychoanalysis, was actually an avid cocaine user and insisted it was suitable for therapeutic use. These two men are textbook examples of how pioneers in the field of dark psychology are unlikely to be restrained by the rules of society and instead determine what is and is not acceptable for their own lives. Insights and links to dark psychology. Many insights into the world of dark psychology in general, and hypnotism in particular, can be taken from the case study of Richard Bandler. Perhaps the most striking aspect of his character and life is his ability to inspire totally different reactions in people. Some people are extremely dedicated to him and volunteer large amounts of their own time and money to spend time around him. Others view him as one of the most dangerous people in the world, a drug user mixed up in murder who happens to possess some of the strongest powers of influence ever witnessed. One thing that is certain about Richard Bandler is he is the master of the NLP concept of a reframe. When he is asked about his use of cocaine, he is quick to point out that he was more addicted to foods like candy and peanuts and insists they were actually worse for his health. Taken at first glance, this insistence shows how Bandler is able to make a serious situation into a light-hearted, even rational situation by the use of a comparative reframe. Dig deeper, however, and you will realize that Bandler's cocaine dealer killed someone, using Bandler's gun, and Bandler stood trial for this murder. Despite the severity of this situation and the fact it involved a loss of human life, Bandler is able to compare cocaine to peanuts. The story of Bandler is also a prime example of how skilled hypnotists, and users of NLP, are able to control the selective focus of the person they are manipulating. Bandler often manages to express his disdain for questions about his personal life, insisting that he has helped thousands of people over the years and this is largely ignored in favor of his personal vices. This argument also seems reasonable at first glance, but it loses its appeal once the fact of Bandler's smoking, drug use, and ill-tempered parting of ways with his NLP co-creator are remembered. Another area of dark psychology that Bandler is perhaps the master of is undetected mind control. Countless examples exist of Bandler's patients who claim to have had life-changing experiences interacting with him that they don't understand, don't remember, and can't explain. To have such a profound influence on people without giving away any idea whatsoever of what's actually taken place is a signature feature of undetected mind control. Anyone who doubts the power, or existence, of this technique needs only to consider the power of Bandler and the endless testimonies that tell tales of his mastery. Exposing the cult control methods. Facts. In the earlier chapters of this book we explored how cults use brainwashing techniques in general to attract new members. We will now look at some case studies of specific cults and the techniques they use to gain insight into the ways brainwashing is applied to suit the agenda of a particular group. The Ku Klux Klan, or KKK, is a secretive white supremacist organization that is largely underground following its prominence in earlier decades. Recruiters for the KKK tend to use classic brainwashing methodology adopted for their own aims and objectives. By looking at their usage of these techniques we can see how the process can be adapted to fit a bespoke agenda. Like all brainwashing, the KKK's begins by finding a suitable target to brainwash. This will often be a young white male who is down on his luck. Some common targets for the group include men who have recently lost their jobs or experienced some other type of misfortune. The KKK recruiter will initially begin by avoiding any mention of the group. They will simply reach out to the target under the guise of a concerned friend and neighbor who wants to help out in a time of need. Slowly, the KKK recruiter will explore the grievances that their target has and begin to link these to other races. So if the recruit had lost their job, for example, the recruiter would slowly begin to make sure the recruit linked this to the presence of other races in America. Over time, the KKK recruiter will begin to explore overtly racist ideas with the recruit, but always cloaked with the cover of promoting white brotherhood and standing up for our own people. Depending on how the recruit responds to such concepts, and whether the recruiter feels they will be a suitable and trusted member of the clan, they may gradually receive an invitation to attend some clan events, meet other members and find out if the organization is something that is right for them. These earliest exposures are likely to be low-key, social events such as BBQs. This lures in the new recruit before they ever see something as extreme as a cross-burning ceremony. The KKK recruitment process is a clear example of how cults and extremist political groups often are similar in their nature and the way they use brainwashing to attract new recruits. The People's Temple in Jonestown was another example of how cults often have a mystical dimension that attracts followers and causes them to carry out extreme acts. Jim Jones was a charismatic cult leader who managed to amass land, power, and influence to a terrifying extent. Just as the KKK blurs the lines between a cult, political group, and terrorist organization. Jonestown was a group that featured a mixture of extreme left-wing politics, messianic obedience to Jones, and vague spiritual notions such as suicide and reincarnation. The methods of Jim Jones are yet another testament to the power of graduality in the brainwashing process. Jones would initially gain the interest of potential recruiters by exploring what seemed like rational political ideas and judging their support for alternative concepts, such as the Soviet system. Initiates to the organization slowly surrendered their sanity and freedom, leading up to the shocking final act in the group's demise. Jonestown ended in a way that is tragically common to cults, mass suicide. After imploring his followers to carry out a political assassination, Jones led his organization in a mass suicide. Mothers administered poisoned Kool-Aid to their babies and Jones himself put a bullet through his brain. Jonestown is a clear warning of the extreme danger that dark psychology represents. When paranoid, charismatic leaders are granted autonomy and control over others, and this is mixed with a high level of isolation from wider society, it can lead to utterly unimaginable outcomes, such as the mass poisoning of babies. One of the most shocking and famous examples of the power of isolation to influence a person to carry out the aims of a group is the case of Patty Hearst. Hearst grew up in a famous and respected family before being kidnapped by a cultish political fringe group known as the SLA. The kidnapping and subsequent events surrounding Hearst are testimony to the methods of brainwashing in action. During the kidnapping itself, she was violently attacked. After being taken to the headquarters of the SLA, she was kept in total isolation, blindfolded, in a closet. This extreme isolation and sensory deprivation continued for a period of time until the SLA began to inform Hearst that she would possibly be killed. Gradually, the group began to allow Hearst to join in with political discussions and she was eventually given the choice of joining the group. Only after confirming this was her choice was she allowed to remove her blindfold and lay eyes upon her captors. After her allegiance was declared, Host began to suffer extreme narcotic and sexual torture in the form of rape and drug use. The eventual outcome of this extreme physical and political brainwashing was the previously respected and respectable Host participating in a range of crimes on behalf of the SLA, including documented bank robberies in which she wielded a machine gun and made violent threats toward the public. One of the most interesting aspects of the Host case is the empirical evidence of brainwashing's impact that became available following her eventual arrest. Psychiatrists were able to conclusively show that, following the brainwashing process, Host's IQ had dropped and this amounted to a state in which she was a zombie. This impact was so extreme that Host had her sentence commuted and eventually received a full presidential pardon. Insights and links to dark psychology. The brainwashing techniques of these extremist cults offer an unparalleled glimpse into the use and impact of dark psychology. The KKK case study illustrates how brainwashing recruiters are able to skillfully find a point of weakness in a victim's life and mercilessly exploit this to bend the victim to the group's will. Their methods show how the particular ideological or political motivation behind brainwashing is rarely important. A skilled recruiter will be able to bend a vulnerable victim to almost any perspective, given enough time and patience. Jonestown shows how isolation can lead to utter insanity. Just as modern brainwashers such as ISIS end up isolating people to the point they take their own life for a political cause, Jonestown established the blueprint for this very practice. The eventual endgame of Jim Jones shows how for controlling cult leaders, the ultimate expression of their power and influence is often the mass deaths of others. The case of Patty Host and the SLA shows how brainwashing can take a more forceful and rapid path than the traditional route of graduality. It is testament to the power of Stockholm Syndrome that Host seemed to willingly act according to the interests of her captors, even when she was no longer physically restrained. This is a clear sign that the psychological shackles imposed by a brainwasher are far more powerful than any physical chains could ever be. Conclusion: light at the end of the tunnel. What we've learned. You now have a map of the most dangerous minds to ever have existed. You know the principles that underpin the world of dark psychology. You know how these principles are applied and modified to different situations. You are able to recognize the traits of the people most likely to be seeking to exert their dark psychological powers over you. Clear case studies have offered insight into the outer limits of dark psychology and the way it has been applied throughout human history. Shield or sword? Every reader of this book will have had a slightly different experience. Did you get the sense of learning powerful defensive tactics and ideas you could use to protect yourself and your loved ones from the evil of the world? Or was your experience a little darker? A little more exciting? Perhaps you feel you now have a valuable secret weapon you can use to get ahead in the world. Whatever your experience has been, you know now the reality of life. There is no going back. This book can be considered a rulebook for the true game of life. Whichever way you want to play is entirely up to you. Sacrifice, he drew forth from Agni, from Vayu, and from Suya, the triple eternal Veda, distinguished as Rik, Yajush, and Saman. In another place 4, he seems to accept the story of Prajapati being the originator of the Vedas as would be evident from the following. Prajapati also milked out of the 3 Vedas the letters, A, U, and M together with the words Bu, Bhuva, and Svar. The same supreme Prajapati also milked from each of the 3 Vedas one of the 3 portions of the text called Savitri, or Gayatri, beginning with the word Tat. The 3 great imperishable particles, Bu. 1 Muir Volume 1, page 8. 2 Ibid, page 9. 3 Ibid, page 6. 4 Ibid, page 7. Riddle No. 323. Z:\Ambedkar\Vol04 02.INDDMK SJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-23. Bhuva, Svar, preceded by OM, and the Gayatri of 3 lines, are to be regarded as the mouth of Brahma. V. It is also interesting to note what the Puranas have to say about the origin of the Vedas. The Vishnu Purana 1 says, from his eastern mouth Brahma formed the Gayatra, the Rik verses, the Trivrit, the Somarathantara, and of sacrifices, the Agnishtoma. From his southern mouth he created the Yajush verses, the Trishtubmita, the Panchadasastoma, the Vrihatsaman, and the Ukthya. From his western mouth he formed the Saman verses, the Jagatimata, the Saptadasastoma, the Virupa, and the Atiratra. From his northern mouth he framed the Ekavinsa, the Atharvan, the Aptoriaman, with the Anishtub and Biraj meters. The Bhagavad Purana 2 says, once the Vedas sprang from the 4-faced creator, as he was meditating how shall I create the aggregate worlds as before. He formed from his eastern and other mouths the Vedas called Rik, Yajush, Saman, and Atharvan, together with praise, sacrifice, hymns and expiation. Asterisk, there appears to be some quotations missing as there is no link between these 2 paragraphs. Entering between her eyes. From her there was then produced a quadruple being in the form of a male, lustrous as Brahma, undefined, eternal, undecaying, devoid of bodily senses or qualities, distinguished by the attribute of brilliancy, pure as the rays of the moon, radiant, and embodied in letters. The god fashioned the Rig Veda, with the Yajush from his eyes, the Sama Veda from the tip of his tongue, and the Atharvan from his head. These Vedas, as soon as they are born, find a body, kshetra. Hence they obtain their character of Vedas, because they find, Vindanti, that abode. These Vedas then create the pre-existent eternal Brahma, sacred science, a male of celestial form, with their own mind-born qualities. It also accepts Prajapati as the origin. It says that when the Supreme Being was intent on creating the universe, Hiranyagarbha, or Prajapati, issued from his mouth the sound Om, and was desired to divide himself, a process which he was in great doubt how he should effect. The Harivamsa proceeds 3. While he was thus reflecting, the sound Om issued from him, and resounded through the earth, air, and sky. While the God of Gods. 1 Muir Volume 1, page 11. 2 Ibid, page 11. 3 Ibid, page 14. 24 Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Z:\Ambedkar\vol04 /vol for-02.INDDMK SJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-24. Was again and again repeating this, the essence of mind, the Vashakra proceeded from his heart. Next, the sacred and transcendent Vyaritis, Bhuva, Svar, formed of the great Smriti, in the form of sound, were produced from earth, air, and sky. Then appeared the goddess, the most excellent of meters, with 24 syllables, the Gayatri. Reflecting on the divine text, beginning with, Tat, the Lord formed the Savitri. He then produced all the Vedas, the Rik, Saman, Atharvan, and Yajush, with their prayers and rites. 6. Here we have 11 different explanations regarding the origin of the Vedas. 1. As originating from the mystical sacrifice of Purusha. 2. As resting on Skamba. 3. As cut or scraped off from him, as being his hair and his mouth. 4. As springing from Indra. 5. As produced from time. 6. As produced from Agni, Vayu, and Suya. 7. As springing from Prajapati, and the waters. 8. As being the breath of Brahma. 9. As being dug by the gods out of mind ocean. 10. As being the hair of Prajapati's beard, and 11. As being the offspring of Vok. This bewildering multiplicity of answers to a simple question is a riddle. The writers who have come forward to furnish these answers are all Brahmins. They belong to the same Vedic school of thought. They alone were the guardians of the ancient religious law. Why should they have given such incoherent and chaotic answers to a very simple question? Riddle no. Ambedkar back. Why suddenly the Brahmins? Brahmins declare the Vedas to be infallible and not to be questioned. To say that the Vedas occupy a very high position in the religious literature of the Hindus is to make an understatement. To say that the Vedas form the sacred literature of the Hindus will also be an inadequate statement. For the Vedas, besides being a sacred literature of the Hindus, is a book whose authority cannot be questioned. The Vedas are infallible. Any argument based on the Vedas is final and conclusive. There is no appeal against it. This is the theory of the Vedic Brahmins and is accepted by the generality of the Hindus. On what does this theory rest? The theory rests on the view that the Vedas are Apurusheya. When the Vedic Brahmins say that the Vedas are Apurusheya, what they mean is that they were not made by man. Not being made by man, they are free from the failings, faults and frailties to which every man is subject and are therefore infallible. 2. It is difficult to understand how such a theory came to be propounded by the Vedic Brahmins. For there was a time when the Vedic Brahmins themselves thought quite differently on the question of the authority of the Vedas as being final and conclusive. These Vedic Brahmins are no other than the authors of the various Dharma Sutras. The following are the views expressed by the Dharma Sutras on question of the authority of the Vedas. To begin with the Gautama Dharma Sutra. It lays down the following rule on the question of the infallibility of the Vedas. The Veda is the source of the sacred law. I 26 Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Z:/Ambedkar/Ambedkar/vol/vol/for-vol/02.INDDMKSJ plus YS24-9-2013-YS8-11-2013-26. And the tradition and practice of those who know the Veda. I2. If authorities of equal force are conflicting, either may be followed at pleasure. I4. The Vashishta Dharma Sutra propounds the following view: the sacred law has been settled by the revealed texts, i.e., Vedas, and by the tradition of the sages. I4. On the failure of rules given in these two sources, the practice of Shishtas has authority. I5. The views of Baudhayana are given below: Prasna I, Adhyaya I, Kandaka I. 1. The sacred law is taught in each Veda. 2. We will explain it in accordance with that. 3. The sacred law, taught in the tradition, Smriti, stands second. 4. The practice of the Shishtas stands third. 5. On failure of them, an assembly consisting at least of 10 members shall decide disputed points of law. The view taken by the Apastamba Dharma Sutra is clear from the following extract from that sutra. Now, therefore, we will declare the acts productive of merit which form part of the customs of daily life. I1. The authority, for these duties, is the agreement, samaya, of those who know the law. I2. And, the authorities for the latter are, the Vedas alone. I3. With regard to the Shishtas, both the Vashishta Dharma Sutra and also the Baudhayana Dharma Sutra have taken particular care to define who can be regarded as Shishtas. The Vashishta Dharma Sutra says, he whose heart is free from desire, is called a Shishta. I6. Baudhayana goes into much greater details about the qualification of the Shishtas. This is what he says: 5. Shishtas, forsooth, are those who are free from envy, free from pride, contented with a store of grain sufficient for 10 days, free from covetousness, and free from hypocrisy, arrogance, greed, perplexity, and anger. 6. Those are called Shishtas who, in accordance with the sacred law, have studied the Veda together with its appendages, know how to draw inferences from that, and are able to adduce proofs perceptible by the senses from the revealed texts. Baudhayana has also something very interesting to say about the assembly whom he authorizes to decide. The following are his views on the matter. Riddle no. 427. Z:/Ambedkar/vol/04/vol/02.INDDMKSJ plus YS24-9-2013-YS8-11-2013-27. 8. Now they quote also the following verses for men, who each know one of the 4 Vedas, a Mimamsaka, one who knows the Angas, one who recites the works on the sacred law, and 3 Brahmanas belonging to 3 different orders, constitute an assembly consisting at least of 10 members. 9. There may be 5, or there may be 3, or there may be 1 blameless man, who decides questions regarding the sacred law. But 1,000 fools can not do it. As an elephant made of wood, as an antelope made of leather, such an unlearned Brahmana, those 3 having nothing but the name of their kind. This review of Dharma Sutras 1 shows that the 1. Veda, 2. Tradition, Smriti, 3. Practice of Shishta, and 4. Agreement in an assembly were the 4 different authorities which were required to be referred to in the decision of an issue which was in controversy. It also shows that there was a time when the Vedas were not the sole infallible authorities. That was the time represented by the Dharma Sutras of Vashishta and Baudhayana. Apastamba does not invest the Vedas with any authority at all. Knowledge of Vedas is made by him as an electoral qualification for membership of the assembly whose agreed decision is the law and the only law. The Veda was not at all regarded as a book of authority, and when the only recognized source of authority was an agreement arrived at in an assembly of the learned. It is only in the time of Gautama that the Vedas came to be regarded as the only authority. There was a time when an agreed decision of the assembly was admitted as one source of authority. That is the period represented by Baudhayana. This conclusion is reinforced by the following quotation from the Satapatha Brahmana. It says, left incomplete. Quotation and further discussion not given. 1. According to Max Muller, the period of the Dharma Sutras was sometime between 600 and 200 BC. Z:/Ambedkar/Ambedkar/vol/for-vol/02.INDDMKSJ plus YS24-9-2013-YS8-11-2013-28. Riddle no. 5. Why did the Brahmins go further and declare that the Vedas are neither made by man nor by God? The Vedic Brahmins were not content with investing the Vedas with infallibility. They went further and asserted that the Vedas were Apurusheya. By this they meant the Vedas were not made by man. This doctrine no doubt leads to the doctrine of infallibility. For not being made by man, they are free from the failings, faults and frailties of man and are therefore infallible. All the same, it is necessary to examine the theory separately, for it is an independent theory. Is there really no human author of the Vedas? Are they really Apaurushaya? The best evidence on the subject is the evidence of the Anukramanas, a special class of literature which forms part of the ancient Sanskrit literature. What are called Anukramanas are nothing but systematic indices to various portions of the ancient Vedic literature. Every Veda has an Anukramani, sometimes have more than one Anukramani. 7 Anukramanas for the Rig Veda are known to be in existence, 5 by Shunaka, 1 by Kotayana and 1 by an unknown author. For the Yajurveda there exist 3 Anukramanas, 1 for each of the 3 Shakas, Atreyi, Charyoniyas and Madhyandana. For the Samaveda there are 2 Anukramanas, one is called Arshaya Brahmana and the other is known by the name Parashishtas. As to the Atharvaveda, 1 Anukramani is known to exist. It is known as Brihat-Sarvanukramani. The most perfect Anukramani according to Professor Max Müller is Kotayana's Sarvanukramani to the Rig Veda. Its importance lies in the fact that it gives 1. The first words of each hymn, 2. The number of verses, 3. The name and the family of the rishi who composed it, 4. The names of the deities and 5. The meters of every verse. What emerges from a reference to the Sarvanukramani is that the rishis are the authors of the hymns which make up the Rig Veda. The Rig Veda therefore on the evidence of the Anukramani cannot but be regarded as a man-made work. The same must be the conclusion regarding the other Vedas. Riddle No. 529. Z:\\Ambedkar/vol04/vol for -02.INDDMK/SJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-29. That the Anukramanas are realistic is proved by many passages in the Rig Veda in which the rishis describe themselves as the composers of the hymns. Below are given a few of such passages. The Kanvas make a prayer to you, hear well their invocation. Thus, O Indra, yoker of steeds, have the Gautamas made hymns for these efficaciously. This hymn has efficaciously been made to you, O opulent Asvins, by the Manas. These magnifying prayers, this hymn, O Asvins, the Gritsamadas have made for you. Aspiring to heaven, the sage Kusikas have made a hymn with praises to thee, O Indra. Notas, descendant of Gautama, fashioned this new hymn for thee, Indra, who are of old, and who yokest thy steeds. Thus, O hero, have the Gritsamadas, desiring succor, fashioned for thee a hymn as men make works. The sages generated in efficacious production and a prayer for Indra. These hymns, Agni, generated for thee, celebrate thy bounty in cows and horses. Our father hath discovered, or invented, this great, 7-headed hymn, born of sacred truth, Yasya, friend of all men celebrating Indra, has generated the 4th song of praise. We, the Ragwanas, have uttered to Agni honeyed speech, we incessantly laud him with eulogies. Thus, all ye Adityas, Aditi, and ye ruling powers, has the wise son of Plati magnified you. The celestial race has been lauded by the immortal Gaia. He it is whom they call a rishi, a priest, a pious sacrificer, a chanter of prayers, a reciter of hymns. He it is who knows the 3 bodies of the brilliant Agni, the man who is most prominent in bestowing gifts. Apart from the evidence of the Anukramanas, there is another sort of evidence which militates against the theory of the Vedas being Apaurushaya. The rishis themselves have treated the Vedas as a human and as a historical product. The hymns of Rig Veda distinguish between ancient and modern rishis. Here are a few of them. Agni, who is worthy to be celebrated by former as well as modern rishis, will bring the gods hither. The former rishis who invoke thee for succor. Hear the hymn of me this modern sage, of this modern sage. 30 Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Z:\Ambedkar/vol04/vol for-02.INDDMK/SJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-30. Indra, as thou hast been like a joy to former worshippers who praise thee, like waters to the thirsty, I invoke thee again and again with this hymn. The ancient rishis, resplendent and sage, have placed in front of them, Brihaspati, with gladdening tongue. Neither the ancients nor later men, nor any modern man, has attained to, conceived, thy prowess, O Madhavan. As Indra's former worshippers were, may we be, blameless, irreproachable, and unharmed. For, now, O energetic God, men are thy worshippers as the ancients born of old and the men of the middle and later ages have been thy friends, and O, much invoked think of the most recent of all. To him, Indra, our ancient fathers, the 7 Navagava sages desiring food, resorted, with their hymns. Glorified by our newest hymn, do thou bring to us wealth and food with progeny. A closer study of the Rig Veda will show that the Rig Veda itself makes a distinction between old hymns and new hymns. Some of them are given below. Glorified by our newest hymn, do thou bring to us wealth and food and progeny. Agni thou hast announced, or do thou announcest, among the gods this our offering, our newest hymn. Through our new hymns, do thou, vigorous in action, destroyer of cities, sustain us with invigorating blessings. I bring to Agni, the son of strength, a new and energetic hymn, a production of thought uttered by the voice, Vacha. I present to the mighty protector a mental production, a new utterance, now, springing up. May the new prayer impel thee, the heroic well-accorded, the loud thundering to succor us. I seek like the ancients, to stimulate thee, the ancient, with a new hymn. May the new hymns made to praise you, may these prayers gratify you. Sing, O Sobhari, with a new hymn to these youthful, vigorous, and brilliant gods. Indra, slayer of Vritra, thunderer, invoked of many, we, thy numerous worshippers, bring to thee, as thy higher, hymns which never before existed. Riddle no. 531. Z:\\Ambedkar /vol04/vol for -02.INDDMKSJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-31. I will address to this ancient deity my new praises which he desires, may he listen to us. Desiring horses, cattle, and wealth we invoke thee to approach us. Given this abundance of evidence to prove the human origin of the Vedas, it is a riddle to find that the Brahmins should so strenuously propagate this extravagant view that the Vedas are not man-made. What made the Brahmins propagate such a view? Notwithstanding this, there were eminent philosophers who were prepared to accept the authority of the Vedas, although they were not prepared to admit that the Vedas were Sanatan or Apaurush. The Gautama, the founder of what is called the Nyaya system of philosophy, said, "The authority of the Veda, like that of the formulas, and the Ayurveda, treatise on medicine, follows from the authority of the competent persons from whom they proceeded. Since the competent maker of the Veda possesses authority, inculcates truth, it results from the force of the terms that the Veda was uttered by a person of this character, and by this reasoning the authority of the Veda is to be inferred." He illustrates this by the case of the formulas and the Ayurveda. By formulas, mantra, are meant the sentences which neutralize poison, etc., and the section containing the Ayurveda forms part of the Veda. Now, as the authority of these two classes of writings is admitted by general consent, the authority of everything which possess the characteristics of the Veda must be inferred from this example. Some, however, explain the aphorism thus: a Veda is that in which authority is found or recognized. From such vedicity, or possession of the character of a Veda, the authority of any work is to be inferred. The Vaisheshika system admits that the Vedas are authoritative. But the grounds on which it rests its conclusion are 1. That the Vedas are the product of an intelligent mind, and 2. That they have been uttered by God. Therefore they are authoritative. The Sankhya system founded by Kapila held the view that eternity cannot be predicated of the Vedas, since various texts in the Vedas themselves declare them to have been produced. It expressly denies that the Vedas originated from the conscious effort of any divine being. According to the Sankhya, the Vedas like the sun shine by their own light, and evince an inherent power both of revealing their own perfection and of elucidating all other things, past and future, great and small, near and remote. The system of philosophy known as the 32 Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Z:\Ambedkar /vol04/vol for -02.INDDMKSJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-32. Vedanta seems to support two distant views. It ascribes the origin of the Vedas to Brahma as its source or cause of source, using the term Brahma as neuter denoting the supreme spirit and not as masculine designating the personal creator. It also speaks of the eternity of the Vedas and makes mention of a self-dependent author. The Brahmins did not remain content with the argument that the Vedas were not made by man. They went much further and contended that the Vedas were not made even by God. This theory is propounded by Jaimini, the author of the Purvamimamsa. Jaimini's arguments in favor of the thesis are so strange that one has to know them in order to realize their strangeness. It is in the Purvamimamsa, a book of Brahmanic philosophy, that this doctrine of the Vedas being Apaurushaya is propounded. The following extracts from the book will reveal the nature of the argument. Jaimini, the author of the Purvamimamsa, first deals with the argument of the Naiyayikas, who assert that the Vedas are made by Parameshwara, and states the case made out by the Naiyayikas. The argument of the Mimamsakas is: the Veda could not have been uttered by the incorporeal Parameswara, God, who has no palate or other organs of speech, and therefore cannot be conceived to have pronounced the letters of which it is composed. This objection, answers the Nayayika, is not happy, because, though Parameswara is by nature incorporeal, he can yet, by way of sport, assume a body, in order to show kindness to his devoted worshippers. Consequently, the arguments in favor of the doctrine that the Veda had no personal author are inconclusive. He then proceeds to state his arguments in favor of the doctrine of the Mimamsakas. I shall now clear up all these difficulties. What is meant by this Purushayatva, derivation from a personal author, which it is sought to prove? Is it 1. Mere procession, uppanatva, from a person, Purusha, like the procession of the Veda from persons such as ourselves, when we daily utter it? Or, 2. Is it the arrangement, with a view to its manifestation, of knowledge acquired by other modes of proof, in the sense in which persons like ourselves compose a treatise? If the first meaning be intended, there will be no dispute. If the second sense be meant, I ask whether the Veda is proved to be authoritative, in virtue, A. of its being founded on inference, or, B. of its being founded on supernatural information, agamabalat. Riddle no. 533. Z:\Ambedkar /vol04/vol for -02.INDDMKSJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-33. The former alternative, A, i.e., that the Veda derives its authority from being founded on inference, cannot be correct, since this theory breaks down, if it be applied to the sentence of the Malati Madhava or any other secular poem, which may contain inferences destitute of authority. If, on the other hand, you say, B, that the contents of the Veda are distinguished from those of other books of having authority, this explanation also will fail to satisfy a philosopher. For the word of the Veda is defined to be a word which proves things that are not provable by any other evidence. Now if it could be established that this Vedic word did nothing more than prove things that are provable by other evidence, we should be involved in the same sort of contradiction as if a man were to say that his mother was a barren woman. And even if we conceded that Paramswara might in sport assume a body, it would not be conceivable that in that case he should perceive things beyond the reach of the senses, from the want of any means of apprehending objects removed from him in place, in time, and in nature. Nor is it to be thought that his eyes and other sense alone would have the power of producing such knowledge, since men can only attain to conceptions corresponding with what they have perceived. This is what has been said by the Guru, Prabhakara, when he refutes this supposition of an omniscient author: wherever any object is perceived, by the organ of sight, in its most perfect exercise, such perception can only have reference to the vision of something very distant or very minute, since no organ can go beyond its own proper objects, as e.g., the ear can never become cognizant of form. Hence the authority of the Veda does not arise in virtue of any supernatural information acquired by the deity in a corporeal shape. These are arguments urged by Jaimini to destroy the case of the Nayayikas. Jaimini then proceeds to give his positive arguments to show why the Vedas are not the word of God but something superior to that. This is what he says. In the preceding aphorism it was declared that the connection of words and their meanings is eternal. Desiring now to prove that this eternity of connection is dependent on the eternity of words, or sound, he begins by setting forth the first side of the question, viz., the doctrine of those who maintain that sound is not eternal. Some, i.e., the followers of the Nyaya philosophy, say that sound is a product, because we see that it is the result of effort, which it would not be if it were eternal. 30 for Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Z:\Ambedkar\vol0 for -02.INDDMK SJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-34. That it is not eternal, on account of its transitoriness, i.e., because after a moment it ceases to be perceived. Because, we employ in reference to it the expression making, i.e., we speak of making a sound. Because it is perceived by different persons at once, and is consequently in immediate contact with the organs of sense of those, both far and near, which it could not be if it were one and eternal. Because sounds have both an original and a modified form, as e.g., in the case of Dadi Atra, which is changed into Dadi Atra, the original letter I being altered into Y by the rules of permutation. Now, no substance which undergoes a change is eternal. Because sound is augmented by the number of those who make it. Consequently the opinion of the Mimamsaka, who say that sound is merely manifested, and not created, by human effort, is wrong, since even 1,000 manifestors do not increase the object which they manifest, as a jar is not made larger by 1,000 lamps. These objections against the Mimamsaka theory that sound is manifested, and not created, by those who utter it, are now answered by Jaimini. Says Jaimini. But, according to both schools, viz., that which holds sound to be created, and that which regards it as merely manifested, the perception of it is alike momentary. But of these two views, the theory of manifestation is shown in the next aphorism to be the correct one. The non-perception at any particular time, of sound, which, in reality, perpetually exists, arises from the fact that the utterer of sound has not come into contact with his object, i.e., sound. Sound is eternal, because we recognize the letter K, for instance, to be the same sound which we have always heard, and because it is the simplest method of accounting for the phenomenon to suppose that it is the same. The still atmosphere which interferes with the perception of sound, is removed by the conjunctions and disjunctions of air issuing from a speaker's mouth, and thus sound, which always exists, though unperceived, becomes perceptible. This is the reply to the objection of its transitoriness. The word, making sounds, merely means employing or uttering them. One sound is simultaneously heard by different persons, just as one sun is seen by them at one and the same time. Sound like the sun is a vast, and not a minute object, and thus may be perceptible by different persons, though remote from one another. Riddle no. 535. Z:\Ambedkar\vol0 for -vol for -02.INDDMK SJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-35. The letter Y, which is substituted for I in the instance referred to under Sutra 10, is not a modification of I, but a distinct letter. Consequently, sound is not modified. It is an increase of noise, not of sound, that is occasioned by a multitude of speakers. The word noise refers to the conjunctions and disjunctions of the air which enter simultaneously into the hearer's ear from different quarters, and it is of these that an increase takes place. Sound must be eternal, because its utterance is fitted to convey a meaning to other persons. If it were not eternal, or abiding, it would not continue till the hearer had learned its sense, and thus he would not learn the sense, because the cause had ceased to exist. Sound is eternal, because it is in every case correctly and uniformly recognized by many persons simultaneously, and it is inconceivable that they should all at once fall into a mistake. When the word go, cow, has been repeated 10 times, the hearers will say that the word go has been 10 times pronounced, not that 10 words having the sound of go have been uttered, and this fact also is adduced as a proof of the eternity of sound. Sound is eternal, because we have no ground for anticipating its destruction. But it may be urged that sound is a modification of air, since it arises from its conjunctions, and because the Siksha, or Vedanga treating of pronunciation, says that air arrives at the condition of sound and as it is thus produced from air, it cannot be eternal. A reply to this difficulty is given in Sutra 22. Sound is not a modification of air, because if it were, the organ of hearing would have no appropriate object which it could perceive. No modification of air, helped by the Naiyayikas to be tangible, could be perceived by the organ of hearing, which deals only with intangible sound. And the eternity of sound is established by the argument discoverable in the Vedic text, with an eternal voice, O Virupa. Now, though this sentence had another object in view, it, nevertheless, declares the eternity of language, and hence sound is eternal. Such is the argument by Jaimini in favor of his thesis that the Vedas are eternal and not made by man, not even by God. The bases on which his thesis rests are simple. Firstly, God has no body and no palate, and therefore he could not utter the Vedas. 36 Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Z://ambedkar/vol04/02.INDDMK/SJ+YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-36. Secondly, assuming God had a body, God could not perceive things which are beyond the reach of the senses, while the Vedas contain things beyond the reach of human senses. Thirdly, the connection between a word and its meaning is eternal. Fourthly, sound is eternal. Fifthly, because sound is eternal, words which are made up of sounds are also eternal. Sixthly, because words are eternal, therefore the Vedas are eternal, and because the Vedas are eternal, they are not made by man nor by God. What can one say of these premises? Can there be anything more absurd? Who can accept that the Vedas contain something not comprehensible by human senses? Who can accept that there is an eternal connection between a word and its meaning? Who can accept that sound is not created nor manifested but is eternal? Having regard to these absurd premises, one is led to ask, why did the Brahmins make such a desperate attempt for establishing a desperate conclusion? What did they want to gain thereby? Was it because the Vedas had been made the exponent of the Chatavana with the Brahmins as the lord of all? Z://Ambedkar/vol04/02.INDDMK/SJ+YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-37. Riddle No. 6. The contents of the Vedas. Have they any moral or spiritual value? If the Vedas are to be accepted as binding and infallible, then what they teach must have ethical and spiritual value. Nobody can regard a rag to be binding and infallible because a philosopher like Jaimini came forward to lend his authority to such a proposal. Have the Vedas any ethical or spiritual value? Every Hindu who regards the Vedas are infallible is bound to consider this question. Modern writers have expressed views which deny any spiritual value to the Vedas. As an illustration, one may refer to the views of Professor Muir. According to Professor Muir, 1. The whole character of these compositions and the circumstances under which, from internal evidence, they appeared to have arisen, are in harmony with the supposition that they were nothing more than the natural expression of the personal hopes and feelings of those ancient bards of whom they were first recited. In these songs the Aryan sages celebrated the praises of their ancestral gods, while at the same time they sought to conciliate their goodwill by a variety of oblations supposed to be acceptable to them, and besought of them all the blessings which men in general desired: health, wealth, long life, cattle, offspring, victory over their enemies, forgiveness of sin, and in some cases also celestial felicity. It would no doubt be objected that all foreign scholars are prejudiced and that their views cannot therefore be accepted. Fortunately, we are not altogether dependent upon the views of foreigners. There are leaders of indigenous schools of thought which have taken the same view. The most notorious example is that of the Charvakas. The opposition of Charvaka can be seen from the following quotation, which reproduces his line of argument against the Vaidikas too. If you object that, if there be no such thing as happiness in a future world, then how should men of experienced wisdom engage? 1 Muir. Sanskrit Texts. Volume 3, page not mentioned. 2 Sarva Darshan Sangraha, page 10. 38 Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Z://Ambedkar/vol04/02.INDDMK/SJ+YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-38. In the Agnihotra and other sacrifices, which can only be performed with great expenditure of money and bodily fatigue. Your objection cannot be accepted as any proof to the contrary, since the Agnihotra, etc., are only useful as means of livelihood, for the Veda is tainted by 3 faults of untruth, self-contradiction, and tautology. Then again the impostors who call themselves Vedic pundits are mutually destructive, as the authority of the Jnanakanda is overthrown by those who maintain the authority of the Karmakanda, and those who maintain the authority of the Jnanakanda reject that of the Karmakanda. And lastly, the 3 Vedas themselves are only the incoherent rhapsodies of knaves, and to this effect runs the popular saying. The Agnihotra, the 3 Vedas, the ascetic, 3 staves, and smearing oneself with ashes, Brihaspati says, these are but means of livelihood for those who have no manliness nor sense. Brihaspati is another example of the same school of thought. Brihaspati was far more bold and militant in his opposition to the Vedas than the Charvakas. As reported by Madhavacharya, Brihaspati argued 1. There is no heaven, no final liberation, nor any soul in another world, nor do the actions of the 4 castes, orders etc., produce any real effect. The Agnihotra, the 3 Vedas, the ascetics' 3 stages, and smearing one's self with ashes were made by nature as the livelihood of those destitute of knowledge and manliness. If a beast slain in the Jyotishtoma rite will itself go to heaven, why then does not the sacrificer forthwith offer his own father? If the Sraddha produces gratification to beings who are dead, then here, too, in the case of travellers when they start, it is needless to give provisions for the journey. If beings in heaven are gratified by our offering the Sraddha here, then why not give the food down below to those who are standing on the housetop? While life remains, let a man live happily, let him feed on ghee even though he runs in debt. When once the body becomes ashes, how can it ever return again? If he who departs from the body goes to another world, how is that he comes not back again restless for love of his kindred? Hence it is only a means of livelihood that Brahmins have established here. All these ceremonies are for the dead, there is no other fruit anywhere. The three authors of the Vedas were buffoons, knaves, and demons. 1 Sava Dashan Sangraha, page not mentioned. Riddle no. 639. Z:\\Ambedkar /vol04/vol for -02.INDDMKSJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-39. All the well-known formulas of the pundits Jafarai, Torfarai, and all the obscene rites for the queen commanded in the Aswamedha. These were invented by buffoons, and so all the various kinds of presents to the priests. While the eating of flesh was similarly commended by night-prowling demons. If the opinions of the Charvaka and Brahaspati are not accepted, there is plenty of other evidence. That evidence is recorded in the books of the various schools of philosophy such as the Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Puva, and Uttamamamsa. It must be said to the credit of the authors of the textbooks of these philosophies that before proceeding to defend the authority of the Vedas they have been very careful to set out the case of their opponents who were opposed to the authority of the Vedas. This fact enables us to prove two things: 1, that there was a school of thought which was opposed to recognize the Vedas as books of authority; 2, that they were a respectable group of people whose opinions the defenders of the authority of the Vedas were bound to consider. I reproduce below the case of the opponents as set out in the Nyaya and the Puvamimamsa. Gautama, the author of the Nyaya system of philosophy, was an upholder of the doctrine of the authority of the Vedas. He has summarized the arguments of his opponents in Sutra 57, which reads as follows: 1. The Veda has no authority, since it has the defects of falsehood, self-contradiction, and tautology. That verbal evidence, which is distinct from such as relates to visible objects, i.e., the Veda, has no authority. Why? Because it has the defects of falsehood, etc. Of these defects, that of falsehood is established by the fact that we sometimes observe that no fruit results from performing the sacrifice for a son, or the like. Self-contradiction is a discrepancy between a former and a later declaration. Thus the Veda says he sacrifices when the sun is risen, he sacrifices when the sun is not yet risen. He sacrifices, I cannot explain the next word, says mule, attorney, dog. Carries away the oblation of him who sacrifices before the sun has risen, and both of these two carry off the oblation of him who sacrifices. Now here there is a contradiction between the words which enjoin sacrifices and the words which intimate by censure that those sacrifices will occasion disastrous results. Again, the Veda has no authority, owing to its tautology, as where it is said, he repeats the first thrice, he repeats the last thrice. For as the 1 Mil 3. Page 113. 40 Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Z:\Ambedkar /vol04/vol for -02.INDDMKSJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013-40. Lastness ultimately coincides with the firstness, and as there is a triple repetition of the words, this sentence is tautological. Now since these particular sentences have no authority, the entire Veda will be proved by these specimens to stand in the same predicament, since all its other parts have the same author, or are of the same character, as these portions. Coming to Jaimini. He summarizes the views of the opponents of the Vedas in the first part of Sutras 28 and 32 of his Puvamimamsa. Sutra 28 says 1. It is also objected that the Vedas cannot be eternal, because we observe that persons, who are not eternal, but subject to birth and death, are mentioned in them. Thus it is said in the Veda Babara Pravahani desired, Kusavinda or Dalaki desired. Now, as the sentences of the Veda in which they are mentioned could not have existed before these persons were born, it is clear that these sentences had a beginning, and being thus non-eternal, they are proved to be of human composition. Sutra 32 says 2. It is asked how the Veda can constitute proof of duty when it contains such incoherent nonsense as the following: an old ox, in blanket and slippers, is standing at the door and singing benedictions. A Brahmin female, desirous of offspring, asks, "Pray, O king, what is the meaning of intercourse on the day of the new moon?" Or the following: the cows celebrated this sacrifice. This is also the view of Yaska, the author of Nirukta, who says, of the 4 kinds of verses specified in the preceding section, A. Those which address a god as absent, B. Those which address him as present, and C. Those which address the worshippers as present and the god as absent, are the most numerous, while D. Those which refer to the speaker himself are rare. It happens also that a god is praised without any blessing being invoked, as in the hymn, V. I 32. I declare the heroic deeds of Indra, etc. Again, blessings are invoked without any praise being offered, as in the words, "May I see well with my eyes, be resplendent in my face, and hear well with my ears." This frequently occurs in the Advaryava, Yaja, and in the sacrificial formula. Then again we find oaths and curses as in the words, A.V.7. 104:15, "May I die today, if I am a Yatudana," etc. Further, we observe the desire to describe some particular state of things, as in the verse, V.X. 129, 2. Death was not then, nor immortality, etc. Then there is lamentation, arising out of a certain 1 Mil 3. Page 77. 2 Mule 3. Page 80. Riddle no. 641. Z:\Ambedkar\vol04 02.INDDMK SJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013 41. State of thing, as in the verse, VX 95, 14, the beautiful God will disappear and never return, etc. Again we have blame and praise, as in the words, VX 117, 6. The man who eats alone, sins alone, etc. So, too, in the hymn to dice, VX 34, 13, there is a censure upon dice, and a commendation of agriculture. Thus the objects for which the hymns were seen by the rishis were very various. To quote the words of Yaska again. Each particular hymn has for its deity the god to whom the rishi, seeking to obtain any object of desire which he longs for, addresses his prayer. If this is not enough to prove that there is no ethical or spiritual value in the Vedas, further evidence could be added. As to morality, there is hardly any discussion about it in the Rig Veda. Nor does the Rig Veda contain elevating examples of moral life. 3 illustrations of cases on the other side may well be given. First is the conversation between Yama and Yami, who were brother and sister. Yami speaks. I invite my friend to friendship, having come over the vast and desert ocean may Vedas, after reflecting, place in the earth the offspring, of the father, endowed with excellent qualities. Yama speaks, thy friend desires not this friendship, for although of one origin, she is of a different form, the hero sons of the great Ashura, are, the upholders of heaven, enjoying vast renown. Yami speaks. The immortals take pleasure in a union like this which is forbidden to every mortal. Let thy mind then concur with mine, and as the progenitor of all was the husband of his daughter, do thou enjoy my person. Yama speaks. We have not done what was done formerly, for how can we who speak truth utter now that which is untrue? Gandharva, the sun, was in the watery firmament, and the water was his bride. She is our common parent, hence our near affinity. Yami speaks. The divine omniform generator Twashtri, the progenitor, made us two husband and wife, even in the womb, none frustrate his undertaking, earth and heaven are conscious of this our union. Yama speaks. Who knows anything of this, his first day of existence? Who has beheld it? Who has here revealed it? The dwelling of Mitra and of Varuna is vast. What sayest thou, who punishest men with hell? 42 Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches. Z:\Ambedkar\vol04 02.INDDMK SJ plus YS24-9-2013 YS8-11-2013 42. Yami speaks. The desire of Yama hath approached me, Yami, to lie with him in the same bed. I will abandon my person as a wife to her husband. Let us exert ourselves in union like the two wheels of a wagon. Yama speaks. The spies of the gods, which wander upon earth, never stop, never close their eyes. Associate quickly, destructress with some other than with me, and exert yourselves in union like the two wheels of a wagon. Yami speaks. To him, Yama, let every worshipper sacrifice both day and night, on him let the eye of the sun repeatedly rise, for whom may the kindred pair, day and night unite, with heaven and earth. Yami will adhere to the non-affinity of Yama. Yama speaks. The subsequent ages will come, when sisters will choose one who is not a brother, as a husband, therefore, auspicious.
There's news, there's sense, and there's nuisance. This show is all about...
एक बड़ी खबर आ रही है। वो बड़ी खबर बताना बहुत जरूरी है। लोकसभा की सुरक्षा में बहुत बड़ी चूक।
ये तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी। तानाशाही बंद करो।
दर्शक दीर्घा से एक शख्स कूद गया। अब समझिए लोकसभा में
पार्लियामेंट अटैक। कोई बात नहीं यार, छोटे छोटे बड़ी बड़ी बातें होती है। ये देखो स्मोक बॉम्ब, ये देखो मेघनाथ जी प्लीज, मेघनाथ जी 30 सेकंड में ना।
मनीषा मेरा है, मुझे दिखाना है, मेरे चैनल को टीआरपी चाहिए, दे दे मेरे को, दे दे।
Guys, I don't think we can match it. I just don't think we can match it. There's satire and then there's real TV news.
पल्लवी जी प्लीज जस्ट 30 सेकंड प्रॉमिस। यही वो स्मोक बम है जिसका इस्तेमाल किया गया था संसद के भीतर भी और संसद के बाहर। 1 मिनट पल्लवी जी, संसद के भीतर और संसद के बाहर ठीक उस वक्त इसी स्मोक बम का इस्तेमाल किया गया था।
अरे बहुत निकाली है।
ठीक है, संसद भवन के भीतर संसद
अरे बहुत निकाली है।
I just love this News Nation editor who keeps saying बहुत दिखा लिए, अरे बहुत दिखा लिए, अरे जरा हमें भी दे दो।
अरे बहुत निकाली है। ठीक है,
संसद भवन के भीतर संसद
अरे बहुत निकाली है।
देखिए टीवी 9 के कैमरे पर इस वक्त हम आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करते हैं। ये देखिए कि
बहुत निकाली है।
टीवी 9 के कैमरे पर हम आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। देखिए
लगातार मनीष,
देखिए पल्लवी जी प्लीज डोंट डू दिस। पल्लवी जी प्लीज देखिए, पल्लवी जी प्लीज जस्ट 30 seconds.
Pallavi ji, please. Pallavi ji by now is a nationwide meme. Note that she is senior editor at CNN News 18. And boy, was she on a mission to show that smoke bomb.
और आपको मैं दिखाता हूं कि
That's Pallavi ji jumping the fence, approaching TV9 editor Manish Jha. That's her hand. You can see her hand approaching Jha ji. And that's Pallavi refusing to let go.
चीज आप मेरे हाथ में देख रहे हैं।
Pallavi just following poor Jha ji. एक था हच पपी, एक है Pallavi, just following that smoke can. You and I in this beautiful world. Did you guys notice that she's mostly on call? स्टूडियो से फोन आ रहा होगा न्यूज 18 के।
हाँ क्या हो रहा है? हाँ पल्लो, क्या स्मोक बॉम्ब मिल गया? कहाँ पे? दिखाओ कैमरा, दिखा। क्या टीवी 9 वाले के पास है? अरे क्या? हाँ मैं देख रहा हूँ। अरे वो दिखा रहा है। अरे छीनना, ये क्या ग्राउंड दिखा रहे हैं? उनको बोल छोटा चैनल है उनका, हमारा बड़ा चैनल है। अरे काट मत, फोन मत काटना। छीनो, बोलो उसको दे मुझे। क्या 30 सेकंड बोल रहे? ए प्लीज छीन उससे, छीनो पल्लो, छीन अभी छीन। एक्सक्लूसिव चाहिए, टीआरपी चाहिए, जल्दी। अरे यार फोन पे बात कर रही है यार, ये देखो ना यार, इसको कोई बताओ किसको भेज दिया तुमने ग्राउंड पे? हैं ये है जर्नलिज्म हमारा? हैं किसी और को भेजो उधर। मिल गया। अरे पल्लो सुनो। हाँ छीनो। अरे वो कोई और लेके गया। किसके उसमें चैनल चेंज कर, किसके पास है वो दिखा मेरे को, किसके पास है, मेरे को चाहिए।
एक मिनट रुक जाइए तो। पल्लवी जी प्लीज।
पल्लवी जी just not giving up. अरे ये क्या? पल्लवी तुम्हारे पीछे आज तक वाला कैन चुरा के ले गया? यार ये क्या हुआ? We need a better angle.
सदन के भीतर जिस वक्त हम लोग जाते हैं।
आज तक we have a new promo for you.
आज तक सबसे तेज
आज तक we have another new promo for you. आज तक सबसे ना मुझे मिल गया, मुझे कैन मिल गया। ये हैं आज तक के सीनियर एडिटर जितेंद्र बहादुर जी covers defense ministry and home ministry while he is not showing बहादुरी on field.
तकवाले शर्म करो।
Don't be jealous Arnab. Pallavi, what was the use of you hovering around that smoke can like a bee when Sabse Tez ran with the can right behind your back? Matlab you were visible on all channels trying to get that can. That's Pallavi on TV9. That's Pallavi on Aaj Tak. And that's Pallavi on Z News. You were everywhere. फिर भी आज तक बाजी ले गया. इस सब के बीच जी न्यूज के भी एक बेचारे सज्जन घूम रहे थे.
ये स्मोक इसी तरह का क्रैकर था और आपको मैं दिखाता हूँ कि इधर से, अरे ये तस्वीर इधर आओ, ये स्मोक इधर इन्होंने उठा लिया. एविडेंस का ये सरासर उल्लंघन भी है.
एविडेंस उठा लिया, ये तो उल्लंघन भी है और अंगूर खट्टे भी हैं, क्योंकि कुछ ही देर बाद जब आपको किसी ने कैन पकड़ाया तो आपने बड़ी खुशी खुशी ले लिया.
अब ये कहना काफी मुश्किल है. अभी भी कोई घटना, देखिए ये है फायर क्रैकर, ये मैं आपको दिखाना चाहता हूँ. जो बाहर में ये जो स्मोक क्रैकर था, यही स्मोक क्रैकर है जिसे जलाया गया था.
मिल गया हाथ में.
इस पर लिखा हुआ है मेड इन चाइना. अब ये भी देखिए, मेड इन चाइना के स्मोक क्रैकर बाहर में इस्तेमाल हो रहे हैं. हद
वाकई हद है. हद तो जी न्यूज का थंबनेल भी है. वैसे क्या क्लिकबेट लगाया यार. थंबनेल देखते ही किसी भी व्यूअर को लगेगा कि ये पार्लियामेंट अटैक का तार सीधा सीधा शी जिनपिंग तक जाता है. चाइना कनेक्शन. This may be news to Z News, but China is one of the largest exporters of legal and illegal crackers to India. लेकिन मजा आ गया यार, बिल्कुल मजा आ गया. टोटल पैसा वसूल. ये सारे लोग बाय द वे जूनियर रिपोर्टर्स नहीं हैं कि भाई 20-25 की उम्र में तैश में आके जज्बाती होके ऐसी हरकतें कर रहे हैं. These guys are all senior editors. These guys are bosses in their newsrooms. TV9 एग्जीक्यूटिव एडिटर मनीष झा.
देखिए, जैसा कि मैंने करुणा आपको बताया कि मुझे खुद ही सीबीआई के CFSL में ट्रेनिंग मिली हुई है फॉरेंसिक साइंस पर किस तरह से काम किया जाता है, तो मैं इस वक्त आपको बता सकता हूं. देखिए, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं कि ये कलर स्मोक है.
झा जी, ट्रेनिंग के बाद ये हाल है तो ट्रेनिंग नहीं मिलती तो क्या ही होता. वैसे किसी ने आपको ट्रेनिंग में टैम्परिंग ऑफ एविडेंस के बारे में नहीं सिखाया, या आप पल्लवी जी से इंस्पायर हो गए?
End of the day, yes, the video looks funny, but as a reporter on the ground, my instinct not to let go. It was not the same canister as it was inside Lok Sabha, so no evidence here. And also, a cop came and kept it there.
I just want to make this point again that she is senior editor at CNN News 18. Senior editor, newsroom boss. Pallavi, just a clarification. Your instinct was not to not let go. It was to snatch it somehow. Let go तो तब करती जब हाथ आता. Plus don't blame this behavior of yours on ground reporting and the pressures of reporting on ground. We saw many of your colleagues on the ground and all of them were behaving in a dignified manner. और सबसे बड़ी बात, if according to your tweet, this was not the same canister as that was used inside parliament, तो इतनी छीना झपटी क्यों हो रही थी यार? You wanted to feature on TV news. These guys are senior editors. I just want to repeat that again and again. Because junior reporters and organizations actually report to these guys who have at least 15 years of experience in the profession. And then we wonder कि देश का मीडिया कहाँ जा रहा है?
बकवास.
Don't be jealous Arnab.
बकवास.
I know. अब तुम सब सोच रहे हो कि मैं लंबा चौड़ा लेक्चर दूंगी, बोलूंगी कि भाई पे टू कीप न्यूज फ्री, बोलूंगी देखो मीडिया का क्या हाल है, टीआरपी के पीछे भागते भागते क्या बन गए हैं ये लोग. वो सब ठीक है. I know what you all want to know. पल्लवी को स्मोक कैन मिला या नहीं फाइनली?
This is creative color smoke. You just have to pull it from here, and that is what has exploded inside, which we saw those pictures right inside the Lok Sabha.
मिल गया finally. Pallavi, you have really set our hopes high. After all that China Jhapti, all that dhakkam dhakki, you must have a really scintillating report on the smoke can, right? Should be smoking.
If you look at the size of it, it's very difficult to hide inside the shoe. It's also very difficult to actually go through a scan. Ideally, if a proper scan had been done, a proper scrutiny would have been done, it really shouldn't have been so difficult to have been detected.
If you look at the size of it,
The smoke bomb, if you look at the size of it, it was so big enough to be detected, and yet it was not detected. So there must have been a security lapse. इतना जतन ये बेसिक सी चीज समझाने के लिए. ऑल्सो तुम्हारा झूठ पकड़ा गया पल्लवी. ये एविडेंस नहीं था that you were not tampering with, तो तुमने ये क्यों बोला?
Ideally should be that evidence.
Ideally should be that evidence.
Ideally it should be evidence. Ideally you should not have been scrambling over it, and ideally it should not have landed straight in your office with Gullu.
इसी कलर स्मोक को निकालकर
यहाँ फोड़ा गया और ये कलर स्मोक वही कलर स्मोक है जो सदन के बाहर इस्तेमाल हुआ, वो इस समय हमारे पास एक्सक्लूसिव है।
पल्लवी ने सोचा कि ग्राउंड पे इतना रिपोर्टिंग खेला तो अभी ऑफिस ले जाते हैं थोड़ा डिबेट खेलने के लिए। ये हाल है देश की मीडिया का और ये हाल है हमारे देश के सांसदों का। जस्ट चेक आउट आंध्रा MP G Madhav क्लाइंबिंग ओवर बेंचेस टू डू सम कुटाई। ये मारा। Last this guy made headlines was for a not so PG-13 clip of his that got leaked. ये हमारे lawmakers हैं. They could have upheld the law, handed over these guys to the security. लेकिन फिर मजा कैसे आता है यार? How would we get exciting news stickers like मिल के पकड़ा, सांसदों ने रगड़ा? फिर गुल्लू को मजा कैसे आता?
2 सांसद जिन्होंने इन दोनों आरोपियों को पकड़ा। हिम्मती तो कई बनते हैं, लेकिन आज हिम्मत आपने दिखाई और पकड़ा और उसकी अच्छे से सेवा पानी करी, यानी कुटाई करी।
उस व्यक्ति को मैंने दबोच लिया, उसको नीचे पटक दिया
और संकट को आपने दबोच लिया वहां पर। सबसे पहले तो आपने पकड़ा कैसे, उसको दबोचा कैसे?
बताओ ना नेताजी, कैसे कूटा बताओ ना।
मैं मलूक नागर जी को तो देख रहा हूँ, उन्होंने तो खूब लगाए हैं अच्छे से।
देवगन साहब ये कह दो, जाट गुजरों ने अपना काम करा, अपना असर दिखाया। जाट गुजरों ने अपना काम करा, अपना असर दिखाया।
यार ये संसद में बैठे MP हैं या दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के किसी हॉस्टल के लौंडे? ओवर एट रिपब्लिक, मंत्री जी वाज कंग्रेचुलेटेड फॉर हिज ब्रेवरी।
Well done to you, Mr. Madhav. Thank you. We're very proud of you, sir. We are very proud of what you've done. Well done. We are proud of.
Come on now, माधव जी. We all saw what happened. धरा तो कई और लोगों ने था, आप बस मुक्का मारने आ रहे थे जंप करके. खैर क्या फर्क पड़ता है? It was a team effort and we recognize that. We were worried कि एनिमल का इम्पैक्ट हमारे यूथ पे क्या होगा. I think we should be worried कि एनिमल का इम्पैक्ट हमारे इलेक्टेड लीडर्स पे क्या हो रहा है. Now, according to the newspapers today, these 4 protesters are not linked to any terror organization or any extremist organizations. This is what we know so far from an excellent profile in the Hindustan Times.
An unlikely bunch, 5 suspects from disparate backgrounds. Sagar Sharma, son of a carpenter, he studied till class 12, dropped out due to financial distress, drives an e-rickshaw in Lucknow. Manoranjan Devarajagoda, an engineering graduate who helps his father in the farm in Malapura village of Hassan district. Neelam Singh, an MPhil in Sanskrit who qualified for NET, HTET and CTET, was preparing for Haryana Civil Services examination. Amol Dhanraj Shinde, a class 12 pass out from Latur district, was preparing for Indian Army and police recruitment examinations. Lalit Jha, a teacher according to his Instagram profile.
Look, whatever the issues may have been, barging into parliament in such a high security zone is inexcusable. ये लोग अब लंबे के लिए अंदर जेल जाएंगे. They've been charged with criminal conspiracy, trespass, obstructing public servants, provocation with an intent to cause riot, among other things. We are at this point in the life of our democracy that we know if the pass was not issued by a BJP MP, but a Congress MP or anyone from the opposition, Arnab would have asked for their heads, declared them terrorists and asked for UAPA to be slapped on Antonio Maino. If the protesters were Muslim, गर्दन काट दिए. तौबा तौबा. We would have hashtags like Sansad Jihad. We would have heard all sorts of dog whistling about Muslims as a whole people. But since it was BJP's Mysuru MP Pratap Simha who gave the passes, and since protesters are Hindu, Arnab did the next best thing.
These are these professional protesters, and one of them is very active in the farmers' protest along with all the Khalistani groups.
सुधीर, तुम भी कूद पड़ो.
ये जो कुछ भी षड्यंत्र है, ये एक राजनीतिक षड्यंत्र है. ये हमला उन लोगों ने ही किया है जिनका किसान आंदोलन में पन्नू समर्थन कर रहा था. ये 35 वर्ष की है, अपने आप को छात्र बताती है, लेकिन ये एक छात्रा नहीं है, ये एक आंदोलन जीवी है.
आंदोलन जीवी, ये सारे के सारे प्रोटेस्टर्स, देश को खतरा है इन सब से, जैसे मोदी जी ने कहा था. So one of the protesters, Neelam Azad, has attended farmers' protest and wrestlers' protest, and that makes her a Khalistani anti-national. Yeah, that's like saying you doing a primetime show every night makes you a journalist. ऐसा होना होता है अर्नब सुधीर? Doesn't work like this.
नहीं 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 अन्याय नहीं नहीं मैं इस अन्याय को सहूंगा नहीं.
As the media, our job is to understand the why behind every story, not just the where, what, how, who, and ye dekho smoke bomb. From what we know so far, 3 of the 4 people arrested were unemployed, with the families of 2 saying that they were depressed over not getting a job. The woman Arnab is calling a Khalistani. This is what her family told the Indian Express.
We are not a prosperous family, but we still educated her. At home, she used to say, I studied too much unnecessarily, but did not get a job. It would be better if I die.
She has an MA, MEd and MPhil degrees and she's cleared the national eligibility test. Another protester, Amol, was depressed because he failed to clear the army recruitment. This is what his parents told Indian Express.
We don't know what caused him to do this, but he had been feeling dejected as, despite his efforts, he wasn't getting in. What's the use of my education and preparation if I can't get in? He used to say.
So these guys may not be terrorists, but it's scary the level of frustration that got them to do this. Every year, thousands of aspirants are hanging in uncertainty because of exam leaks or delays in vacancies. लोगों के साल बर्बाद हो जाते हैं बस इस इंतजार में कि उनका नंबर लग जाए, उनकी नौकरी लग जाए. I'm not even talking about unemployment here. Even people who clear exams, government exams, sometimes don't get jobs because of paper leaks and delays. मंत्री लोग जो कुटाई में लगे हुए हैं, उन सब के स्टेट्स का ये हाल है.
हिम्मती तो कई बनते हैं, लेकिन आज हिम्मत आपने दिखाई और पकड़ा और उसकी अच्छे से सेवा पानी करी, यानी कुटाई करी.
उस व्यक्ति को मैंने दबोच लिया, उसको नीचे पटक दिया और उसके बाद और MP हमारे साथी सांसद है, ये सारे लोग आ गए थे और उसको उसकी धुनाई भी करी.
सबसे पहले हम दोनों थे, इन्होंने गर्दन से पकड़ा, मैंने उसके बिल्कुल यहाँ से पेट के नीचे से पकड़ा. देवगन साहब ये कह दो, जाट गुजरों ने अपना काम करा, अपना असर दिखाया.
You are trying to overpower him.
Sir.
You are using physical force to overpower him, Mr. Madhav.
According to the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, unemployment rate among young people was at 45.4% in 2022-2023. This is alarming. This is 6 times higher than India's unemployment rate of 7.5%. This unemployment rate among the youth has been shooting up. It recorded an over 23 percentage points increase since 2017. So maybe, just maybe, there's another story here that we need to pay attention to. And talking about that story doesn't mean we are justifying the methods used by protesters to highlight this issue. But of course, instead of discussing these core issues and cornering our politicians on what they have done for the youth of their states, instead of asking questions of the government at center, which has been in power for 10 years now, we have anchors saying, वाह क्या कुटाई की आपने, मजा आ गया, अरे वाह मोदी जी ने टेबल उठा लिया, वाह मोदी जी वाह.
ये म्यूजिक हमने नहीं डाला है. This is a News 24 original.
So emotional. एक ही दिल है, कितनी बार जीतोगे मोदी जी. इमोशन हो गया, अब थोड़ा एक्शन हो जाए.
Screw it, take it. I need to talk to you right now. I really need to talk to you. Do you even know what is happening inside the parliament? There are 3 important things happening. One, they are going to change the entire criminal justice system. 180 years, 160 years of jurisprudence is about to be changed by 3 giant laws which will replace the entire IPC. Oh yeah, right now there is another bill which is going to change the way how our elections function. There is going to be a committee.
From the dawn of journalism, since the arrival of cable news, there have been TRPs. TV channels fought for them, murdered ethics for them, and some even went to jail for them. Until 2023. When all shit hit the fan. Welcome to the Ramnath Roenka Awards 2023.
जो हवाएं चल रही हैं कि खड़ा होना बोलना मुश्किल हो रहा है। तेरा नाम क्या है? तेरा नाम क्या है? पकड़ना।
20 लाख रुपए के 5 कालीन आए हैं।
झिंगुर सा लड़का उससे प्यार करेगी वो।
क्योंकि मैं इतना प्रेशर में थी उस वक्त। प्रेशर।
बात करते हैं सीमा हैदर का, क्या कोई जादू टोने का कनेक्शन?
बजट पर हमारी विशेष पेशकश में आपका स्वागत है।
The hard work of the entire ISRO community has come to fruition.
चरण चुंबक।
We are with Israel.
पल्लवी जी प्लीज डोंट डू दिस। पल्लवी जी प्लीज।
अगर आपको लगता है कि इस साल सिर्फ चंद्रयान 3 चांद तक पहुंचा, तो शायद आपने ठीक से टीवी न्यूज़ देखा ही नहीं।
सीटी हो जाए आप, पहले सीटी बजेगी।
बैठ जा दीपक, बैठ जा। इसरो के साइंटिस्ट ने भारत को पहला देश बनाया जो चांद के साउथ पोल तक पहुंचा, लेकिन चंद्रयान 3 के हिस्टोरिक लैंडिंग के अलावा एक और चीज थी जो चांद तक पहुंच गई।
आपको महसूस कराने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं कि अगर हम चांद पर गए तो कैसे जाएंगे।
दीपक बैठ जा, ऑलवेज ऑन अ हाई। इसका तो चलता रहेगा, लेकिन इस साल चंद्रयान के साथ साथ गोदी जीवीज की चाटुकारिता भी चांद तक पहुंच गई। डायरेक्ट बॉस को चांद पे पहुंचा दिया इन्होंने, बॉस को।
कौन सा इसरो, कहां के साइंटिस्ट, कैसे इंजीनियर्स? जी हां, चंद्रयान 3 को चांद तक पहुंचाया किसने? सुप्रीम लीडर ने।
We are so sorry at this level of media and at this level of satire in the media.
गोदी मीडिया की टीआरपी कमाने के नए नए तरीके, और इन तरीकों की वजह से नए नए तमाशे।
बकवास की भी हद होती है।
हर साल की तरह इन्हीं तमाशों को हमने बड़ी मुश्किल से देखा, पूरा साल झेला to bring you the 6th edition of the Ramnath Roenka Awards.
Presenting the worst of the worst TV news awards for 2023. अब देखिए, एक थे रामनाथ गोयनका, फाउंडर ऑफ द इंडियन एक्सप्रेस ग्रुप, fought against the emergency, stood up against the dictatorship at that point of time. उस समय हर दूसरा मीडिया ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सुप्रीम लीडर इंदिरा गांधी की जी हुजूरी कर रहा था। आज इनके रिस्पेक्ट पे, इनके नाम पर एक प्रेस्टिजियस जर्नलिज्म अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है।
That award is called the Ramnath Goenka Award. वही दूसरे हैं हमारे गोदी वाले जो स्टैंड अप तो दूर की बात है, शव आसन में लेटे रहते हैं। क्या कहें?
चरण चुंबक।
एग्जैक्टली, चरण चुंबक पत्रकार। इन चरण चुंबक पत्रकारों को भी तो अवार्ड मिलना चाहिए। हाँ, ऐसी पत्रकारिता कहां दिखने को मिलती है? गोदी में बैठे रहते हैं। ऐसी पत्रकारिता जो रामनाथ गोयनका आज अगर देखेंगे तो वो रोएंगे। भगवान उनके जर्नलिज्म को शांति दे।
शुरू करते हैं। नंबर 1 कैटेगरी ऑफ आवर रामनाथ गोयनका अवार्ड इज कॉल्ड द नंबर 1 रिपोर्टिंग ऑफ द ईयर अवार्ड।
नंबर 1 रिपोर्टिंग। हां, इशारा तो आप समझ ही गए होंगे। थोड़ी मर्यादा रखिए। अरे अमीश जी, मर्यादा हम कैसे रखें? आपने मर्यादा कौन सी रखी है? अतीक अहमद का निकला सुसु, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, न्यूज़ ने कहा है।
That was the news this year. And ladies and gentlemen, presenting the nominees in this category, it's a very tight susu competition. ABP से लेके P मेरा मतलब Z News सबने रंग दिखाए।
अतीक अहमद यहाँ उतरे हैं और वॉशरूम के लिए वहाँ पहुँच गए हैं। अतीक अहमद को वॉशरूम आया था और वॉशरूम करने के लिए थोड़ी बहुत खाली छुट्टी मिली थी। जो अतीक अहमद है वो अब यहाँ पर बाथरूम या शौच क्रिया के लिए गया था। अब उनको देखिए वॉशरूम करने के लिए ले जाया जा रहा है।
ये तीसरी बार है कि अतीक अहमद को इसी तरीके से वॉशरूम का इस्तेमाल करना था।
तीसरी बार वॉशरूम में। देखिए आज तक सबसे तेज धार,
गोल्डन स्टैंडर्ड जर्नलिज्म,
नंबर 1 चैनल आज तक। टीआरपी के लिए कुछ भी करेगा सबसे तेज, बट नॉट एज तेज एज TV9 भारतवर्ष। फोकस एडिटर, फोकस करो। यहाँ पर जूम करके दिखाइए सचिन, अपने कैमरा पर से दिखाइए। यहाँ पर है वो सारे के सारे जवान।
TV9 भारतवर्ष, the number 1 reporting of the year award goes to you. जूम करके दिखाओ, सैंपल भी कलेक्ट कर लेते लगे हाथों, फोरेंसिक्स हो जाता तुम्हारा थोड़ा।
10 साल पहले पीपली लाइव आई थी। अब तो आपने भी डिफीट कर दिया। गौ मैंने मूत्र विसर्जन के ऊपर रिपोर्टिंग।
अतीक को सुसु आ रही है, अतीक की गाड़ी कब पलटी। That was news. और फिर हुआ अतीक का लाइव एनकाउंटर टीवी पे।
For the first time in the history of TV news, a man was shot dead live on television, bullets through the head. मतलब न्यूज़ वालों को मजा आ गया। टीआरपी तो बहुत हो गई। वैसे बहुत sounds very odd after all the number 1 talk, but moving on to the next category, TRP से असली TRP पर चलते हैं। Let's get a little serious.
Our next award is TRP के लिए कुछ भी करेगा। बॉसेस से प्रेशर आता है कि TRP बढ़ाओ, कुछ भी करो। We need to be on top, let journalism get screwed below.
और इसी जद्दोजहद में हमें कई ऐसी चीजें दिखने को मिली टीवी न्यूज़ पर जो एक्चुअल में नहीं दिखनी चाहिए थी। So we have the TRP के लिए कुछ भी करेगा award to commemorate, to remember the lengths and the depths our beloved Godi ji have to go to get some TRP.
My friend, the nominations are
तूफान जो आ रहा है, विपद जो तूफान 150 किलोमीटर की रफ्तार से सतर्क होता है, जो हवाएं चल रही हैं कि खड़ा होना बोलना मुश्किल हो रहा है।
ये वेदर रिपोर्टिंग चल रही थी। लग रहा है किसी गंजेड़ी, किसी अफीमची बॉस ने ऑर्डर किया नौकरी करने के लिए।
ये गंजेड़ी या नशेड़ी, ये भंगेड़ी, ये अफीमची।
नेक्स्ट नॉमिनी फ्रॉम तूफान टू फ्लड रिपोर्टिंग।
शब्द की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ती है, तस्वीरें बोलती हैं, तस्वीरें चलती हैं, तस्वीरें दौड़ती हैं।
नेक्स्ट नॉमिनी आज तक जिसने आसमान छू लिया TRP के लिए।
बजट पर हमारी विशेष पेशकश में आपका स्वागत है। 160 फीट ऊंचे बजट पर चर्चा करेंगे।
नेक्स्ट नॉमिनी नाविका कुमार उर्फ टीवी न्यूज़ की कोकिलाबेन।
कालीन कारपेट कितने? 1 लाख नहीं, 2 लाख, बिल्कुल नहीं, 4 लाख, ना 20 लाख रुपए के 5 कालीन आए हैं। वहाँ कौन था? मैं थी, तुम थी, मैं थी, तुम थी, कौन था?
टाइम्स नाउ नवभारत का पूरा स्टूडियो, सारे जर्नलिस्ट एकता कपूर के सीरियल का ऑडिशन दे रहे थे इस साल।
भावना यहाँ पर आ चुकी है और नाविका जी वो रिसीव कर रही है और
मैंने फिर किया, मैंने वॉशरूम किया दरवाजा खोल के। मैं इतना प्रेशर में थी उस वक्त। प्रेशर
कुछ तो प्रेशर रहा होगा, कोई तो मजबूरी रही होगी। वेल राइट टाइम्स नाउ, बट द विनर ऑफ दिस अवार्ड इज
एक्चुअली वी शुड से विनर्स। द विनर्स आर, क्योंकि देखो इतना सारा एफर्ट है जो टीम एफर्ट है।
It was a team effort, you're right. The winners are all the editors who went full WWE outside Parliament trying to get hold of that now very famous smoke bomb. Need I say more? The winner of TRP के लिए कुछ भी करेगा award goes to TV9 भारत मनीष झा, News 18 कल विजय आज तक जितेंद्र बहादुर जो इनमें बाजी मारी।
मूविंग ऑन, ये बात तो मान लेते हैं कि हर साल आपका यानी व्यूअर्स का न्यूज़ देखते देखते अच्छे से चूतिया कटा है।
फैमिली शो आकाश, क्या महीने ऐसे कैसे? ओके काम डाउन, काम डाउन। आई एम गेटिंग आकाश's point. हम सबका कट रहा है। एसएसआर की ट्रैजिक डेथ की फेक मर्डर कॉन्स्पिरेसी की नॉटिंग की 4 महीने चली।
सुशांत की हत्या के बारे में चुप क्यों सलमान? किस शहर में हो तुम?
आर्यन का फेक ड्रग केस 2 महीने चला।
20 MDMA की गोलियां 21 ग्राम चरस बरामद हुआ है जिन्हें अरेस्ट किया गया आर्यन के पास से।
इस साल सीमा सचिन की प्रेम कहानी 3 महीने चली। कटा किसका?
आपका।
पाकिस्तान से आई हसीना सीमा हैदर बेहद शातिर।
सीमा हैदर जासूस है, ISI के एजेंट है या फिर पाकिस्तान का भेजा मोहरा। प्यार, इश्क और मोहब्बत की वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सरहद की मोहताज नहीं।
भारत में आकर बिल्कुल भारतीय नारी बन गई है और इस लाल साड़ी में उन्हें नाचते और ठुमका लगाते हुए देख आप भी विश्वास नहीं कर पाएंगे।
महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, भुखमरी, ना इन सब चीजों के बारे में गोदी मीडिया ने फोकस किया। सविता आई मीन सीमा भाभी पर, उनके मैरिज पर, बेडरूम में क्या हो रहा है, सीमा भाभी ने राखी बांधी, सीमा भाभी ने करवा चौथ मनाया, ये सब बातें हुई।
As the story became bigger and bigger, we got to hear these magical words.
लप्पू सा सचिन है, मुंह में से बोलना वहां पे आवे ना, बोलता वो है ना, झिंगुर सा लड़का उससे क्या करेगी?
Yes, we all learned a new insult. वैसे इसे बॉडी शेमिंग भी कहते हैं।
हमें ना पता बॉडी शेविंग की, हमें एक शेविंग जाने जाते दाढ़ी छील लो और दाढ़ी बनवा लो।
अरे बॉडी शेविंग छोड़ो, बात तो सचिन के स्पर्म टेस्ट तक पहुंच गई।
आपने उसके स्पर्म टेस्ट कराया, आपके गायनोकोलॉजिस्ट हैं, आप डॉक्टर हैं।
साल के मोस्ट वायरल भाभी से इंस्पिरेशन लेते हुए our next award is for the worst and the most over the top news reporting for the whole सीमा हैदर news story, if you can call it a news story.
I know. Presenting the लप्पू जैसा media award sponsored by government aunty. पुरानी वाली government aunty याद है?
सारे मिलके हमको पागल बना रहे हैं के बच्चे।
And the nominations are News 18 for their clickbait thumbnails. कैमरे पर दिखा सीमा सचिन का प्यार, कैमरे पर गाया रोमांटिक गाना। जासूस सीमा हैदर ने सचिन को जहर दे दिया। जासूस सीमा हैदर ने सचिन को मार डाला।
और भारत for their investigative reporting.
हमने ये भी सुना है कि सचिन और सीमा के बीच मारपीट जो हुई थी वो क्या बड़े लेवल पे हुई थी? सीमा भी देखा सीमा को भी।
मैंने देखा ही।
अंजना for her exclusive angles.
होटल विनायक के जो मैनेजर हैं उनका कहना है कि आप पब और बार में वहां जाना चाहती थी।
सुधीर for his deep dive data journalism.
सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि सीमा हैदर सचिन से 7 साल बड़ी है, उम्र में अपने पति से बड़ी है।
कितनी बड़ी बात?
गौरव सावंत for his tough question.
आज तक ने तीखे सवाल पूछे।
गौरव सावंत ने तीखे सवाल पूछे अमित शाह से, मोदी से,
सीमा हैदर से।
थोड़े तीखे सवाल सरकार से भी पूछ लो मित्रों।
And the award goes to T9 भारत वर्ष for their family session with सीमा, सीमा का एक्स-पति and सीमा का करंट पति। तीनों को शो पे बुला के इन्होंने प्रॉपर फैमिली काउंसलिंग दी।
सचिन, आपने सीमा को ये सलाह नहीं दी कि अगर तुम मेरे साथ रिश्ते में आना चाहती हो तो फिर अपने हस्बैंड को डिवोर्स दे दो। गुलाम हैदर साहब, अभी जो सीमा हैदर ने आपसे रिक्वेस्ट की है वो कह रही है कि मोहब्बत कुर्बानी मांग रही है। सीमा जी, मानती हैं आप मोहब्बत में बहुत ताकत होती है?
अवार्ड तो बनता है। लप्पू जैसा मीडिया अवार्ड goes to TV9. Congratulations TV9, you're winning a lot this year.
लेकिन जो आपके 4 बच्चे हैं वो क्या अपने पापा से प्यार नहीं करते?
वो क्या अपने पापा से प्यार नहीं करते?
पापा से प्यार नहीं करते? एनिमल 3 की तो स्क्रिप्ट यही सीमा भाभी बना देगी। पापा से याद है मोदी जी ने खूब इंटरनेशनल नाम कमाया, कभी यूएस जा रहे हैं, कभी साउथ अफ्रीका जा रहे हैं, कभी पापुआ न्यू गिनी में, तो मोदी जी के पैर पड़ गए वहां के प्रधानमंत्री विश्वगुरु भाई। लेकिन पापा के इंटरनेशनल नाम उन्होंने कमाया, लेकिन पापा के बच्चे हैं ना इंटरनेशनली जाकर पापा की नाक कटा दी। वहां के तो लोग कह रहे हैं भाई यार वापस जाओ यहां से।
बेइज्जती कर दी, भद्द पीट दिया विदेश जाके गोरी अंकल्स ने। द इंटरनेशनल बेइज्जती ऑफ द ईयर अवार्ड नॉमिनेशन देखो।
बस यहां पे टारगेट करने की कोशिश कर रहा है। देखिए इसमें हालत यहाँ सिचुएशन कितनी गंभीर बनी है। लगातार कोशिश देखिए इसमें किस तरीके से कर रहे हैं। देखिए
क्या इजरायली यहूदी ही यदुवंशी है अर्थात हमारे यादव है?
अरे इसको निकालो। अरे ये घर पे बैठ के बेइज्जती करा रहा है। इसको इंटरनेशनल अवार्ड कैटेगरी से हटाओ।
There should be no terrorism, and the government of India is very sure that we are with Israel and we are against any organization that tries to inflict war on you.
We are from India. Don't you worry. Okay.
अरे अमेरिका में जाकर समझ में आता है ये ओके, लेकिन इजराइल में भाई यहाँ जाकर तुमने इंटरनेशनल बेइज्जती वहां भी करा दी। मतलब सब वहां सायरन सुनवाने के लिए और बॉम्ब शेल्टर में घुसने के लिए क्या गए थे? मतलब इनको देखकर ऐसा लग रहा था कि बम गाजा पर नहीं गिर रहे थे, सारे बम तेल अवीव में ही गिर रहे थे, इनके ऊपर ही गिर रहे थे।
Air raid sirens have been going off pretty frequently here. We counted at least 4 or 5 instances. Air raid sirens have sounded at least 4 or 5 times. We were on the way to Tel Aviv and as you can see sirens sounding.
फिर से सायरन की आवाज आई है और सायरन की आवाज आने के बाद अमूमन धमाका होता है।
गाड़ियां बीच सड़क पे आके खड़ी हो गई थी क्योंकि एयर रेड सायरन बजा और लोगों को सुरक्षित बॉम्ब शेल्टर में जाने को कहा गया।
इस तरह से अब सायरन जो है वो बज रहे हैं और ये विजुअल्स आप रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क पर देख रहे हैं कि ये जो रॉकेट्स फायर किए जा रहे हैं, अब जो इजराइल का जो आयरन डोम सिस्टम है वो एक्टिवेट हो चुका है। और इसमें धमाके की आवाज होती जा रही है। आसमान पर आपको पूरा नजर आएगा किस तरीके से रॉकेट्स।
This one is a public shelter. It is very well equipped as you can see. There is proper air conditioning. This is a big AC.
बॉम्ब शेल्टर में एसी, वाओ वेल ट्राइड पल्की। बट ब्लैक बोर्ड से ना तुमसे बाजी मार गया।
नमस्कार, न्यूज की पाठशाला में आप सभी का बहुत स्वागत। मैं हूं सुशांत सिन्हा।
पापा के पीछे यूएस पहुंच गया अपनी इंटरनेशनल बेइज्जती कराने। हमारी तरफ से सॉरी, वैसे सॉरी फॉर सच एम्बैरेसमेंट।
जो बड़ी हिस्ट पुष्ट गोभी है, गोभी ने इसको गोवा कह सकते हैं आप। तुम्हारा चॉकलेट महंगा हुआ सस्ता हुआ है?
I don't know.
You don't know? वहाँ एक आदमी जो खड़ा है वो उनको खाना खिलाएगा। ये अमेरिका की गरीबी जो दिखाई नहीं जाती कई बार, वो आपको देखनी चाहिए। लेकिन आज हम आपको अमेरिका की महंगाई बताएंगे।
अमेरिका की महंगाई दिखाओ, वेरी गुड, क्योंकि इंडिया के इन्फ्लेशन के बारे में तुमसे कोई कभी डिबेट होगी नहीं।
इंडिया में तो सब जंगसी है।
Everything's right.
नहीं एक्स्ट्रा गोल कप बिल्कुल नहीं देते।
क्या आप लोग अमेरिका में बेकार जीवन दबा के
एक्स्ट्रा गोल कप नहीं मिलता यूएसए में? अरे लो कर लो बात, इंडिया में एक्स्ट्रा टू भी मिल जाता है, गोल कप की बात कर रहे हैं। वेरी बैड।
एक्स्ट्रा टू भी मिलता है नहीं मिलता है?
इंटरनेशनल बेइज्जती अवार्ड मिलनी चाहिए
सुशांत सिन्हा को। कांग्रेचुलेशंस ब्लैक बोर्ड जी।
अच्छा मूवी ऑन, आपने देखा कितने चेंजेस आए हैं? परिवर्तन कितना हुआ है टीवी पे? अब देखिए रूबी का ईबीबी से भारत 24 चले गई, अब वहां से भी सुनने में आउट हो गई, एनडीटीवी में शायद दिखेंगी।
एनडीटीवी आरएसएस टाइम्स नाउ छोड़ के न्यूज़ 18 पहुंच गया। पहली का नया शो शुरू हो गया फर्स्ट पोस्ट में। दीपक चौरसिया भी अपने ठेके पहुंच गया है। ना ठेके क्या लिखा हुआ है? अपने ठिकाने पहुंच गया। न्यूज़ नेशन से जी न्यूज़ पहुंच गया।
सीधी हो जाए आप, सीधी हो जाएगी। चल आ रहा है चंद्रयान 2 की।
चंद्रयान 2 की
दीपक
चंद्रयान 2 में तुम खुद स्पेस पहुंच गए थे, इस साल चंद्रयान 3 गया था मुमकिन, चंद्रयान 3।
यार घुटने में दर्द समझा करो, ये सब थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजन हो जाता है। मीनवाइल एनडीटीवी में तो वक्त बदल गए, जज्बात पूरे बदल गए।
It is these images of Narendra Modi, India's Prime Minister, that have come to define India's foreign policy. A strong leader, comfortable and confident in the presence of the most powerful leaders in the world.
पूरी की पूरी टीम साफ हो गई एनडीटीवी से। This is why the next category is very interesting, Aakash.
Why is this better?
I'll tell you why it's better, because बात अब कुछ एंकर्स या कुछ चैनल्स की नहीं है, बात अब पूरे के पूरे टीवी न्यूज़ इकोसिस्टम की है। बात अब सीधा-सीधा मालिकों तक जाती है।
You mean to say सिस्टम ने मालिकों को भी हिला दिया है?
He's traveled all over India extensively on his own before he was chief minister or prime minister. This is what you would call zameen se juda hua aadmi.
Thanks to Prime Minister Modi's leadership, which has ensured stability at home and respect the world over, we have everything to gain. Pradhan Mantri ji, I want to say from the stage today to you personally, we believe in you, we believe in your vision, and we believe in your leadership.
By and large, we are fair and independent, but intelligent support to the popular ruling government.
Presenting the Intelligent Support Award for news owners, जिनको समझ में आ गया है, उन्होंने फिगर आउट कर लिया है कि भक्ति में ही शक्ति है, क्योंकि ज्यादा सवाल पूछोगे तो कहां जाओगे?
ये कौन आ सकता है ऑफिस
यार, ये
में
पढ़
सर्वे
सकती है।
करने? The winner of this award is my favorite Gandhi girl.
There's a new trend with calling media sold out, the famous Godi media. The Prime Minister is charm central when you see him in person. It's almost as a light bulb is glowing inside of him.
नहीं, I don't agree. चंद्र जी ने तो साफ-साफ कहा था, अवार्ड उन्हें मिलना चाहिए, तो क्या कहा उन्होंने? But support to the popular ruling party साफ-साफ कह रहे हैं, वो मोदी में बैठना चाहते हैं, तो तुम अवार्ड किसी को कैसे दे सकते हो? करियो तुम अवार्ड।
I agree. The award is not right, but I just love her accent. It's so much fun. Moving on to the next award. हिपोक्रेसी की भी सीमा होती है अवार्ड।
ओके नाउ लॉट्स ऑफ गुड कंटेंडर्स, बहुत सारे हैं। ब्लैक बोर्ड सिन्हा है जिसने अरब देशों को खूब गाली दी टीआरपी बढ़ाने के लिए। देखो
अभी ये जानिए कि हम अगर उनसे तेल लेते हैं तो उनका तेल निकाल भी सकते हैं। ये हो गया पेट्रोल, क्या करोगे? गोश्त बनाओगे, उसको पेट्रोल में डुबा के खाओगे? चावल चाहिए होगा हमारे यहाँ का। भारत चलेगा, भी अरब देश ये गिड़गिड़ाएंगे बहुत, ये अरब देश ये गिड़गिड़ाएंगे बहुत।
और अब जब वही अरब देशों के सरदार मोदी जी के दरबार पर पहुंचते हैं तो सुशांत जी देखिए कैसे दरबारी बन जाते हैं हिपोक्रेसी की भी।
Then there was Navika. This was Navika when BBC was raided.
Just because you are the media, should you be exempt from the laws of the land, including tax laws?
And this is when Navika's own journalist was arrested.
भावना के साथ जो हुआ, परमिंदर के साथ जो हुआ, आप लोगों को इस तरह से बेगैरत करेंगे? आप कुर्सी पर हैं, सिंहासन पर हैं, सत्ता में हैं, आपकी तो शान बान शान ही अलग है। लेकिन भूलिए मत, हर आम आदमी अपनी सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट रखता है।
अपनी पे आती है तो बुरा लगता है ना नबी को। टाइम्स नाउ जर्नलिस्ट आर अबव लॉ। बोली थी मैंने कहा
हिपोक्रेसी की भी सीमा होती है।
But I think there's someone else more deserving of this award.
सारी गोदी जीवी एक तरफ, but this award goes to India Alliance, or as Arnab likes to call it,
I.D.N.I.A.
इंडिया वालों कैसा मीडिया बॉयकॉट किया तुमने इस साल यार। बड़ी खुशी ऐलान कर दिया कि हम गुल्लू के शो नहीं जाएंगे, नरका के शो में नहीं जाएंगे, गोदी मीडिया हाय हाय, नफरती मीडिया का बॉयकॉट।
एंड मेरे ख्याल से कुछ ही हफ्तों की बात है, within a few weeks। अरे थोड़ा टाइम तो दे देते यार। कांग्रेस लीडर्स वर गिविंग इंटरव्यूज टू गोदी एंकर्स, इंडिया अलायंस पार्टनर्स वर बैक ऑन न्यूज़ डिबेट्स। यार गांधी जी की पार्टी हो तुम कांग्रेस, अगर तुम्हारा मीडिया बॉयकॉट की तरह गांधी जी भी ब्रिटिश को इस तरीके से बॉयकॉट करते तो शायद आज तक भी छोड़ के ना जाते हमारे देश को।
और तुम साला गुलाम लोग, तुम तब भी गुलाम ही रहता।
3 गुना लगान देता।
हिपोक्रेसी की भी सीमा होती है। अवार्ड goes to I.N.I.A. Alliance for the most fuzzy boycott in the history of all boycotts.
I.N.I पे टाइम बर्बाद नहीं करते हैं, जल्दी से नेक्स्ट अवार्ड पर चलते हैं क्योंकि हमारे देश में हीरो सिर्फ एक ही है।
And one main villain.
जॉर्ज सोरोस।
अमेरिका
का अरबपति है।
जॉर्ज सोरोस की कुल संपत्ति $6.7 billion. A bitter 91-year-old billionaire.
काफी पैसे वाला है, तो आप समझते हैं। खतरनाक आदमी है।
He wants to subvert Indian democracy. He's pumping money, he's funneling propaganda, he's putting in billions.
जॉर्ज सोरोस के निशाने पर हमारा देश भारत,
यानी निशाना देश है, मोदी सिर्फ बीच में। #Soros strikes India.
Hindenburg report.
सोरोस की साजिश।
पार्लियामेंट में MPs के प्रोटेस्ट।
सोरोस ने करवाया।
ये हमारा अवार्ड शो भी तो
सोरोस ने लिखा है।
अरे तुम हो कौन?
सोरोस मीडिया पर आए हैं नॉन सोरोस मीडिया को लेक्चर देने। Who is Soros media?
The Soros media asks the non-Soros media. Non-Soros media tell us who owns the news. Well, I tell them Uncle Soros owns you.
मुगैम्बो, शकल, डॉक्टर डैंग सब एक तरफ और सोरोस एक तरफ। The International Villain of the Year award goes to George Soros.
वैसे सोरोस को छोड़कर हिंडनबर्ग को भी अवार्ड मिलना चाहिए। वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट स्टोरीज ऑफ द ईयर, हिला के रख दिया देश को।
मार्केट हिल गया। एनडीटीवी में तो जज्बात बदल के दिए।
The timing is curious in all of this. The role of Soros needs to be looked at closely since he's somebody who's targeted India in the recent past as well.
Be nice to them यार, नए मालिक के लिए करना पड़ता है, एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट लगाया, क्या प्रॉब्लम है? लेकिन अडानी जी को वैसे कोई जरूरत नहीं थी क्या? एनडीटीवी, रिपब्लिक न्यूज़ 18, गुल्लू शुल्लू सब तो कूद पड़े पापा की डिफेंस में।
Hey, there's only one papa. There's only one daddy.
चलो ना पापा, ओके ताऊ जी को डिफेंड करने के लिए सब कूद पड़े, इसीलिए प्रेजेंटिंग ताऊ पे मत जाना अवार्ड। यार
अगर हिंडनबर्ग इतना ईमानदार है, फैक्ट्स पे बात कर रहा है, तो अपनी रिपोर्ट में वी बिलीव वी थिंक हटा कर दिया। बॉस इतना ईमानदारी से किया तो वी बिलीव वी थिंक क्या लगा रहा है? सीना ठोक के बात करो।
Is the opposition jumping the gun when it already begins to come to the conclusion that there is a scam, there is a fraud?
अमेरिका की जिस कंपनी ने अडानी ग्रुप को लेकर रिपोर्ट जारी की है, वो भी दूध की धुली नहीं है। अडानी को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी से दोस्ती करने का फायदा हो रहा है या नुकसान हो रहा है? हम ये कहेंगे कि अडानी को इस बात का नुकसान ज्यादा हुआ है और फायदा तो हम कह नहीं सकते। हमारे पास कोई सबूत नहीं है ये बताने का कि फायदा हुआ भी है या नहीं हुआ है।
कैसे शॉक लग बुल बेचारा अपने नन्हे मुन्ने से दिमाग के साथ ऐसे कॉम्प्लेक्स टॉपिक्स को टैकल करने चला था। It was really funny.
मैंने आज जरूर थोड़ी रिसर्च करी और रिसर्च निकाल के ये पता करा कि हिंडनबर्ग नाम की चिड़िया का नाम क्या है।
हिंडनबर्ग नाम की चिड़िया का नाम क्या है?
इतनी रिसर्च कर डाली ये पता लगाने के लिए कि हिंडनबर्ग नाम की चिड़िया का नाम क्या है। यार गुल्लू यार तू क्यों यार? लेकिन गुल्लू का ये हाल है तो पैनलिस्ट का क्या होगा?
फोन स्टार मियां खलीफा से लेके ग्रेटा से लेके दिशारवी, मतलब दर्जनों, और उसके बाद अब ये हिंडनबर्ग, ये सारे उसी के एक कड़ी हैं और ये आर्थिक आतंकवाद फैलाने की कोशिश की एक प्लानिंग हुई।
Well tried, all of you, but the award goes to the OG Arnab Goswami. Because guys, everything is just fine.
आलिश बेल, अरे ताऊ पे मत जा, बस दिल पर हाथ रख, बोल आलिश बेल।
We are fine. Let me tell you the good news. We are fine. The bad news is for the lobby. We are fine. Our country is fine. Our business climate is fine. Our markets are fine. Everything's fine. The markets are fine. Markets are fine. The economy is fine. The Indian shareholders are fine. We are fine. Behind, I'm having a little cup of tea in my hand. As usual, I've got 4 pence in my hands. I'm having a good time. Everything's fine. There is nothing that can. Everything's fine. Where is the crisis, viewers? Where is the crisis? Someone tell me. Where is the crisis? I can't find it. Is it behind my chair somewhere?
मतलब आग लगी हो बस्ती में, बस अर्नब अपनी बस्ती में। आग से याद आया, देश में नफरत की आग में बहुत टाइम से घी डालने का काम तो चल रहा है और ये घी कौन डाल रहे हैं ये भी आपको पता है।
एक्चुअली आग में घी नहीं, पूरा का पूरा पेट्रोल उड़ेलने का काम रोज रात को प्राइम टाइम पे होता आया है और आप भी देखते आए हो। मान लो
नाना प्रकार के जिहाद हिंदू खतरे में है बोल के आपको डिस्ट्रैक्ट किया जाता है। जमीन जिहाद, क्रिकेट जिहाद, गरबा जिहाद, व्यापार जिहाद।
मोबाइल फोन पर गेम जिहाद का खेल शुरू हो गया है।
व्हाट द फक?
कुरान पढ़ो, नेक्स्ट लेवल में पहुंचो, ये ऑनलाइन गेम, ये जिहाद का नया गेम चल रहा है। अगर किसी लड़की का या महिला का धर्म परिवर्तन कराना है तो उस पर लव जिहाद का बिजनेस मॉडल लागू किया जाता है। अगर नाबालिग लड़का है तो गेमिंग जिहाद,
वीडियो गेम जिहाद, मतलब एंकर्स के मुताबिक बच्चे फोर्टनाइट खेल रहे हैं, उनकी अगेंस्ट भी जिहाद प्लानिंग चल रही है। चोरी छुपे ये सारा काम हो रहा है, धर्म परिवर्तन हो रहा है, किसी को काम खबर नहीं है, सिर्फ एंकर्स को मालूम है। इसलिए जागो जागो जागो।
किसी को नहीं पता मुझे फेक स्टोरी थी। ऐसी बकवास के लिए तुम तीनों को मिलता है अजीब सी फकरी अवार्ड। सुधीर यू गेट फकरी अवार्ड, अमीश यू गेट फकरी अवार्ड एंड अमन यू गेट फकरी अवार्ड फॉर मी फॉर शोइंग अस फेक न्यूज़ एंड नॉनसेंस, एब्सोल्यूट नॉनसेंस।
जब ये लोग टीवी पर वीडियो गेम जिहाद चला रहे थे तो मालूम है देश पे एक्चुअली क्या हो रहा था?
क्या?
एथनिक वायलेंस चल रहा था मणिपुर में, रेस्टलेस प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा था अगेंस्ट ब्रिजभूषण शरण सिंह जी, सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट केस, किसी को घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ा, उड़ीसा में ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट, किसी को फर्क नहीं पड़ा।
More than 170 people died in Manipur. Thousands were injured and over 60,000 people have been displaced. एक पूरा स्टेट नफरत और एथनिक डिवाइड में झुलस रहा था और फिर एक दिन एक बहुत शर्मसार कर देने वाला वीडियो सामने आया। Women in Manipur were paraded naked and there were allegations that they were raped by a mob of men. When the night that video released and went viral on social media, guess what Arnab was doing?
Tonight, it's time we ask, or rather we demand, hashtag, go back Seema, send Seema back. Any Pakistani can walk over and say, I've fallen in love, you see.
प्रेजेंटिंग दी आंख में पट्टी अवार्ड। गांधी जी के 3 बंदर थे और सुप्रीम लीडर के खूब सारे बंदर हैं, प्राइम टाइम पर दिखते रहते हैं, बंदरगिरी करते रहते हैं, सरकार के बारे में ना कोई बुरा सुनना चाहते हैं, ना कोई बुरा देखना चाहते हैं और ना कभी कुछ बुरा बोलेंगे। गलती से सवाल तो देश में कुछ हो जाए, मणिपुर में चाहे जो हो जाए, आग लग जाए, इनके आंखों से पट्टी नहीं हटेगी। इसीलिए नॉमिनेशन दीजिए
Nominations for this Hall of Shame award.
सिंदूर और कलावा कहीं आईएसआई का छलावा तो नहीं है? इस सीमा रियली अ लव लॉन वुमन और अ पाकिस्तानी स्पाई इन डिस्गाइज? कहानी सीमा हैदर की कुछ टेढ़ी है।
तेरा तो बहुत कुछ है। Good effort Arnab, Navika and Aman. But the award goes to Sudhir Chaudhary because the night when this horrific video was going viral on social media, this is what Sudhir Chaudhary was doing.
सुधीर, इस पूरे 1 साल में आपने एक बार भी छुट्टी नहीं ली। क्या आप इस 1 साल में थके नहीं?
आप थकते नहीं? खुद की तारीफ सुनते सुनते Sudhir was celebrating his 1 year at Black and White with Aaj Tak's AI anchor Sana discussing his own greatness. You can stop smiling now.
एक बात बताओ, ये एआई की क्या जरूरत है? ये सना की क्या जरूरत है? सारे के सारे एंकर पैसे भी अपने आप में बॉट है और एआई की बात कर रहे हो। अरे ये अंकल ही तो चला रहे हैं सब कुछ, हैं?
आप क्रोनोलॉजी समझ लीजिए।
आंख से अंधे ही नहीं, ये लोग अब बिल्कुल जमीर से अंधे हो चुके हैं। Just last week, India's top women wrestlers quit because Brijbhushan's aide is now going to be the WFI chief. It was painful to see them cry in a press conference. But guess what Goti TVs were doing on that very day? Guess what they were discussing?
Will India now embrace सबके राम? That's the question and that's the debate.
मनीषा, एक बात तो क्लियर हो चुकी है दैट ये जो है दिस इज ओनली गोइंग टू गेट वर्स। अभी तो 2024 का रन आने वाला है, तो ये जलालत और बढ़ेगी, ये गोदीगिरी और बढ़ेगी, ये रियलिटी टीवी विल गेट वर्स, मोर अब्यूसिव, मोर पॉइजनस। यू कांट चेंज दिस, यू कांट चेंज दिस।
You absolutely can't change TV news now, but you can make a difference. TV news को बस अब छोड़ दो, एक जगह छोड़ दो, देखना बंद कर दो, 3 न्यूज़ देख लेगी आपके लिए हर हफ्ते TV news। आप लोग बस एक चीज पे फोकस करो, हाउ टू सपोर्ट दोस पीपल हु आर स्टिल ट्राइंग टू डू गुड वर्क एंड ब्रिंग यू गुड स्टफ। उन लोगों को स्ट्रॉन्ग करो जो इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की वैल्यूज को अभी भी अपहोल्ड कर रहे हैं। देशभक्त की छोटी सी टीम ने आपको इस साल मणिपुर पे 4 एक्सप्लेनर्स दिखाए, 4 एक्सप्लेनर्स व्हेन बिग मीडिया वाज कंप्लीटली इग्नोरिंग दिस इशू। छोटी सी टीम ने आपको बहुत सारे न्यूज़ शोज दिखाए जिसको देख के आपको करंट अफेयर्स पे बहुत कॉन्टेक्स्ट मिला होगा। इजराइल पैलेस्टाइन, हिंडनबर्ग, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड, डिलिमिटेशन, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड इवन लेसन्स इन हिस्ट्री।
कोशिश हमारी हमेशा वैसी ही रही है एंड उधर मैंने देखा न्यूज़ लॉन्ड्री की छोटी सी टीम ने आपके लिए जो ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट्स लाई, जो हम कभी नहीं कर सकते, हमारे पास वो रिसोर्सेज नहीं है। मणिपुर, उत्तराखंड, ओडिशा, हिमाचल में आपने फ्लड्स वो कवर किया,
सब कुछ कवर करने की कोशिश करी और वो सारी चीजें स्पेशली जो हमेशा टीवी न्यूज़ के नॉइज में घूम जाती हैं। दैट्स व्हाई इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू सपोर्ट अस, सपोर्ट इंडिपेंडेंट मीडिया, सपोर्ट इंडिपेंडेंट YouTube creators who are trying to make content for you, who are trying to keep you informed. We care about the values of democracy, liberty, freedom and justice. We care about the founding principles on which India took its birth. So support us. That's the very least you can do. And how can you support us? All you need to do is click on the payment link in the description or scan this QR code on your screen. With this, you get a subscription that will power News Laundry and Deshbhakt.
So भाई स्कैन करो QR कोड को, choose any amount. That is, there's no question. Choose an amount that is convenient for you. आपके conviction को दिखाने के लिए that boss you also want to support independent media.
इससे आपको न्यूज़ लॉन्ड्री और देशभक्त दोनों की टीम्स को सपोर्ट करने का मौका मिलेगा और इसके साथ आपको न्यूज़ लॉन्ड्री की तरफ से छोटे-छोटे पर्क्स मिलेंगे लाइक सब्सक्रिप्शन। स्कैन करो।
चलो भाई मनीषा, इस बार तो अवार्ड फंक्शन खत्म हो गया, अगले साल देख, अगर आउट ऑफ जेल रहे तो अगले साल देखते हैं।
होप सो।
I hope that we see something better in 2024 and not worse than.
I don't think that will happen, but देखते हैं क्योंकि देखेंगे तो हम जरूर। Somebody has to watch the Watchdogs. We'll see you next year. At the end of next year. Have a great new year. See you. Keep watching. Camera rolling.
रूबिका के पास दो टीचर इंदिरा गांधी सेंसर्ड। डैम मुगल्स।
पल्लो जीनो, अरे वो कोई और लेके गया, कोई और लेके गया, वो मेरे को चाहिए।
आप थकते नहीं?
अरे तो मैं भी थक गया तो वैसे एक बार
7 फीट से कूद गए मामा। यार let's take it from the top. I'll just do this.
मैंने किया सुसु। मैंने वॉशरूम किया।
आत्मसम्मान सिर्फ होता ही आम इंसानों में है यार ना।
एग्जैक्टली। चरण चुंबक।
I'll do Edwina. सारे भारतवासियों की छाती 56 अंश 56 इंच है। शेयर दिस वीडियो हो गया यार।
There's news, there's sense, and there's nuisance. This show is all about that last bit. Now, this week on Indian TV News, size really mattered.
मालदीव का साइज इतना बड़ा, कोई हैसियत भी नहीं।
Move over Pakistan. We have a new जानी दुश्मन in town. इतना सा Maldives is new.
दुनिया के बड़े-बड़े नेता मोदी के आगे पीछे लगे रहते हैं, लेकिन सुन्नी मुस्लिम बहुल मालदीव को मोदी से नफरत क्यों?
मालदीव बैकफुट पर है और मालदीव पर भारत का सख्त एक्शन भी हुआ है।
मालदीव की सरकार अब पूरी तरह से बैकफुट पर आ गई।
And you left liberal secular news on types. ज़्यादा Maldives को support करने की जरूरत मत करना. Otherwise, you know what's coming. Go to Maldives. Doesn't quite have the ring of go to Pakistan because everyone I think does want to go to Maldives. But do not go to Maldives. #boycott Maldives. And of course, like this video, guys. Please like it. तुम्हें मोदी जी की बीच फोटोशूट की कसम. Like this video. Now more outrage.
लोग मालदीव पर हंस रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं ऐसा चुन्नू सा देश, ऐसा चुन्नू सा देश।
चुन्नू सा तो देश है. लगभग सुशांत की अक्ल के बराबर.
लोग कटेगा कैंसिलेशन चार्ज तो कटेगा, पहले उसका मालदीव का कटना जरूरी।
टाइम्स नाउ भारत कौन से नुक्कड़ से उठाकर लाए हुए इस टपोरी को.
पौ मालदीव जैसा छोटा सा देश, कितना चुन्नू सा तो है यार। भारत को आम दिखाई सोचकर भी हंसी आती।
हंसी तो हमें आती थी टीवी न्यूज़ की बकवास देख के. अब बस रोना आता है. लेकिन इतने से देश में इतनी बड़ी कंट्रोवर्सी हुई कैसे? The whole thing started when our dear Prime Minister visited Lakshadweep. He walked around the beaches, did some snorkeling, sat and gazed into the horizon. You're right, मजा नहीं आया. Let's listen to RSS describe the scene.
Prime Minister Modi's decision to spend a morning on the powdery white sands of Lakshadweep or then glide gracefully over its coral reefs has triggered a diplomatic incident with the Maldives.
Glide gracefully.
Powdery white sands, PM gliding gracefully over its coral reefs. RSS, you would have said gliding gracefully like a gazelle for more effect. That, by the way, is not a teenage boy seeing Pamela Anderson for the first time on Baywatch. It's RSS seeing his dear leader on a beach for the first time. But क्या RSS? PM was gliding gracefully. Then what happened?
These ministers of the realm in the Maldives basically turned blue in the face.
Ministers in the realm of Maldives turned blue in the face. Oh, bhai, saste Shashi Tharoor. You can simply say ministers in the Maldivian government made derogatory remarks against the Prime Minister and India instead of using words like realm of Maldives blue in the face. What RSS lacks in journalistic substance, he tries to make up with his really awkward sounding Angrezi.
ये तो फरेब होता है सर, फरेब.
We'll get back to that and RSS's sad attempt at sounding smart. But first, back to outrage. Now, after visiting Lakshadweep, PM Modi tweeted saying, "Mitro, I had a great time. This was great fun." That's it. That's literally all he said. Then a few right-wing Indian trolls were like, "Bernal now Maldives, Bernal."
जलन तो बहुत हो रही होगी आपको, बर्नौल बिछवाओ.
देखा क्या मजे कर रहे हैं हमारे PM Lakshadweep में? Thengar Maldives. And it wasn't just the right-wing trolls on Twitter. Look at how a section of the Indian media overreacted to Modi's tweet.
Did PM Modi just checkmate an increasingly hostile Maldives?
एक देश को सबक सिखाने के लिए इस बार खुद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने मोर्चा संभाल लिया है.
मालदीव को मिली गद्दारी की सजा. इस बार मोदी ने किया हमला. The Prime Minister's push for Lakshadweep as an island destination among travelers could also be seen as a counter to India's neighbor, the Maldives, which is a popular beach destination among Indians.
और अगर भारत चाहे तो मालदीव की इकोनॉमी घुटनों पर आ जाएगी. ये तो अभी शुरुआत है.
This was Blackwood Sinha before the whole controversy erupted.
ये मोदी की लक्षद्वीप वाली जो फोटो आई है, उससे चीन और मालदीव दोनों के कैसे तोते हुए.
मोदी ने तोते उड़ा दिए ट्वीट करके. Please remember that this show was recorded before the Maldives minister had said anything. अभी तो कुछ हुआ ही नहीं था and this guy was like तोते उड़ गए.
ये तो अभी शुरुआत है. यानी नरेंद्र मोदी ने मैसेज दिया है, बहुत भारत से टेढ़ा मत होना, नहीं तो हमको सीधा करना आता है.
मोदी ने मैसेज दे दिया, बस बीच में चल के. That is the right-wing troll mentality that has taken over Indian TV news. अब बस ये काफी नहीं है कि आप लक्षद्वीप की बात करो, उसकी तारीफ करो, उसके पोटेंशियल के बारे में बात करो. हमेशा कोई और चाहिए हमें नीचे दिखाने के लिए. It should always be India versus something. नहीं तो मजा नहीं आया.
नरेंद्र मोदी छुट्टी मना नहीं रहे, भारत विरोधियों की छुट्टी कर रहे हैं.
देखा मोदी ने क्या ट्वीट करके मालदीव्स को सबक सिखाया. Right-wing trolls और Times Now नव भारत जैसे चैनल्स में कोई फर्क नहीं है. So the Indian media and the Indian troll ecosystem creates this Lakshadweep versus Maldives narrative. माहौल ये लोग खराब करते हैं. फिर क्या है भाई? Trolls इंडिया में तो है नहीं, Maldives में भी है. So they also jumped in and then Maldivian ministers jumped in. And that is where I think the Maldivian government really screwed up. It's one thing for trolls to sound like trolls or news anchors to sound like this. But it's quite another thing for people in power to behave like trolls. 3 Maldivian junior ministers said some pretty atrocious racist stuff.
The move is great. However, the idea of competing with us is delusional. How can they provide the service we offer? How can they be so clean? The permanent smell in the rooms will be the biggest downfall.
Thankfully, they've been suspended indefinitely and the Maldivian government distanced itself from their words. But जंग अभी छिड़ चुकी थी. Maldives को तो अब हम सबक सिखा के रहेंगे. पूरी की पूरी इंडियन मीडिया जुट गई. #boycott Maldives was the favorite of the week.
I was planning to celebrate my birthday next month in Maldives. Not anymore. I can't wait.
Won't wait.
Wow indeed. Sherlyn Chopra is not going to celebrate her birthday in Maldives. घोर अपमान Maldives का.
Sherlyn, you've taken the difficult decision to not have your birthday in Maldives.
Difficult decision to not celebrate your birthday in Maldives. Now there are a lot of difficult things people have gone through this week. Having your house bulldozed in the bitter Delhi cold, protesting for your rights and no one listening, waiting for the court to declare if the men who raped you and killed your child should be set free or not. How difficult was this decision is something I'd expect news anchors to ask Bilkis Bano on her approaching the Supreme Court. But here we are, and this is primetime news. Sherlyn, how difficult was it for you to cancel your birthday party in Maldives?
Won't wait.
Now lots of Bollywood celebs took to Twitter and expressed support for Lakshadweep and our dear leader. Some even tweeted pictures of Maldives and Bora Bora Islands while supporting Lakshadweep. But somehow, Shiva only managed to get Sherlyn Chopra and Poonam Pandey as his expert panelists on the issue.
Obviously, I'm not doing my shows there, that's for sure. And we have such beautiful islands, Lakshadweep. And हमारे पास इतना सब कुछ अच्छा तो क्यों जाए वहाँ पे वैसे? तो यहीं पे करते हैं अपना काम.
Soft pawns like soft power. Poonam for the win.
What did you think of those ministers and the way they were speaking on social media?
What did you think of those ministers, Poonam? And producers, can you have bikini pictures in full frame while I talk about this very important diplomatic issue? एक तरफ PM Modi taking a walk, दूसरी तरफ Poonam की bikini shoot. क्या सीन है?
वाह, क्या सीन है?
Shiv, be honest now. Do you follow Poonam's OnlyFans account? Because what you said next just gave it away.
Hopefully people will see you in Lakshadweep and say, hey, look, if Poonam Pandey can go there and do this, complicated shoot with so many moving parts.
Many moving parts. Look, we're not trying to shame Poonam here. She has every right to do what she does and make money the way she wants to. It's a free world. But what is wrong with news channels? She's most famous for posing in the nude and putting up sex tapes. Maybe, just maybe, she's not the right person to have on panel about a diplomatic row with Maldives. It's like having this guy as a foreign affairs expert. Oh wait, that also happened this week.
On Maldives MP's post on PM Modi's visit to Lakshadweep, foreign affairs expert Abhijit Iyer Mitra says.
Meanwhile, over at Times Now, the nuisance team spotted another OnlyFans subscriber of Sherlyn Chopra.
Are we going to see you in Lakshadweep next month?
Hey Ram,
What do you think about those comments was the most offensive to you? Do you think that after the suspension of the ministers now, the issue should settle, or do you see this further escalating?
Geopolitical expert Sherlin Chopra से Times Now में पूछा जा रहा है कि भाई, how do you see this delicate situation turning out? Will it further escalate? After all, Sherlin Chopra is known to appear on TV news debates with her very nuanced takes. Right, whatever. Madam, open your eyes, open. When anchors weren't interviewing Sherlin and Poonam, they were saying Indians have cancelled their Maldives trip.
Indians are cancelling their vacation plans. Many people from India who are planning, as they've said, to go to Maldives have decided to cancel their trip. पिछले 24 घंटों में हजारों बार अपनी मालदीव की यात्रा
10,500 tickets have been cancelled.
8,000 होटल बुकिंग एक दिन में कैंसिल हो गई. 2,500 फ्लाइट टिकट कैंसिल हो गई.
Now no one knows where these figures were coming from. The Mint even had an article that said 8,000 hotel bookings and 2,500 flight tickets to Maldives have reportedly been cancelled. People on Twitter asked Mint ki bhai, what is the source of this data? And guess what Mint did? They removed that part from the article and added that many Indians claim to have cancelled their vacation to Maldives. So these are claims making it to Indian news. Meanwhile, the print actually spoke to the president of the Indian Association of Tour Operators, and this is what he said: there have been no cancellations of trips at the moment, but the number of inquiries and new bookings have reduced. So you see, no one's cancelled a trip yet. And I don't blame people because it's not just easy to cancel a flight you paid lakhs of rupees for. And it's not even something we should be discussing. The important issue here is the anti-India sentiment in Maldives, on the back of which the current Maldivian president came to power. Maldives gets its tourists from China, Russia, and India. After COVID, because of restrictions, Indian tourists became number one in Maldives. So yes, we're a very important part of the Maldivian economy, but इसमें अक्कड़ दिखाने वाली कोई बात नहीं है. Because India also needs Maldives on its side, given its location in the Indian Ocean and given the fact that China is sneakily trying to take control of that region. You know what, by the way? Americans account for the largest number of foreign tourists in India, and America is 3 times larger than India. But would you like it if they said, "Hey, तुम हमारे टुकड़ों में पल रहे हो, तुम्हारी हैसियत क्या है? इतने से देश हो." What is this narrative even? Yet this is the narrative we heard on TV news the moment PM tweeted his pics from Lakshadweep.
अगर भारत चाले तो मालदीव की इकोनॉमी घुटनों पर आ जाएगी.
एक और वाहियात narrative है कि भाई अपने ही देश में घूमो. हाँ भाई अपना देश अच्छा है, घूमो, discover India, but discover the world too if you have the money. India also needs foreign tourists to come to us because it's important for our economy too. Look at where we are when it comes to attracting foreign tourists among other Asian countries. So yes, India needs foreign tourists, like other countries need Indian tourists, and India also needs domestic tourism, and the Indian tourist should also feel proud about being a global traveler. In a globalized world, it doesn't always have to be us versus them. It's just counterproductive to think like that. रही बात Maldives के junior ministers की जिन्होंने बकवास करी, we can handle them through diplomatic channels like we did, but we also need to protect and nurture a favorable neighborhood, mainly because of Maldives' key location in the IWAR's lines of sea communication. So we have to be careful about responding to troll behavior by netizens or by junior ministers, क्योंकि भाई motor mouth government representatives तो India में भी हैं. You don't want to be boycotted because of them now, do you? Itna sense, Manisha? Not fun. Let's listen to ISIS.
Gone are the days when Indians would silently suffer as they would be pushed around in immigration queues in much of the white world. Or then, when they were denied frills reserved for others by haughty stewards in cafes or on Firang Airlines.
Frills reserved for others by haughty stewards. It's me English.
Expressing moral outrage against injustice and inequality is the default mode of Indian democratic expression. Boycott Maldives continues that hoary tradition of imparting a moral lesson without disturbing the peace.
Boycott Maldives continues that hoary tradition of imparting a moral lesson without disturbing peace. A Twitter trend by right-wing trolls is a hoary tradition of imparting a moral lesson without disturbing peace. Normal people say Modi wants people to visit Lakshadweep, and RSS says this.
The Prime Minister tweeting pictures of his Lakshadweep break and urging Indians to visit the sun-kissed, palm-fringed paradise.
RSS, I know तुमको करारे चने बोल के हमने तुम्हारी बहुत भद पीटी है, पर इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि तुम फालतू की अंग्रेजी झाड़ो अपने व्यूअर्स पे.
Liberals, above all, should know the power of consumer activism. Haven't they lustily championed the boycott of goods from countries that employ child labor?
Haven't they lustily championed?
Lustily championed. RSS, thou should prattle in normal tones as thy wit is as dim as the evening sun. What I really mean to say is RSS speaking regular English because you're just sounding stupid. But what I really want to say is your oratory bears semblance to one engaged in the commercial trade of crispy chickpeas. What I truly want to say is RSS, इतना भी इंग्लिश झाड़ लो, रहोगे तो तुम करारे तने सेलर ही.
क्या जोकर आदमी?
Prime Minister Modi's decision to spend a morning on the powdery white sands of Lakshadweep or then glide gracefully over its coral reefs.
RSS, stop hiding behind the English language to obfuscate the fact that you're a shitty journalist and a total chamcha. Fancy language तो हम भी यूज कर सकते हैं RSS, but तुम्हारे जैसे करारे चने कोई और नहीं बेच सकता. Don't forget your USP. Speaking of shitty journalism, after outraging over Maldives, RSS did a such show on bees.
Thank me
for taking up the most discussed topic of the day.
According to Dr. Aman, do you find fault with any of my analysis?
नमस्कार दोस्तों, स्वागत है आप सभी का रेशनल वर्ल्ड में। दोस्तों, क्या आप जानते हैं भारत में जो स्वतंत्रता संग्राम हुआ, जिसके आज़ादी का दिन हम मनाते हैं, रिपब्लिक डे मनाते हैं 26 जनवरी को और 15 अगस्त को हम इंडिपेंडेंस डे मनाते हैं। क्या आपको पता है कि ये जो आज़ादी ली गई है अंग्रेज़ों से, उससे पहले जो मुगल थे, तो अक्सर हाँ देखा जाता है कि जिनके हाथ में लेखनी रही है, जो लिखते रहे हैं, जो सारे अध्यापकों के पोस्ट पे या प्रोफ़ेसर के पोस्ट पे जो आसीन रहे हैं, जिनके अंदर में एजुकेशन सिस्टम रहा है, वो जब इतिहास लिखे हैं, तो अपने सभी महापुरुषों की छोटी-छोटी बातों को इतना बढ़ा-चढ़ा कर दिखाए हैं, जैसे ऐसा लगता है कि पूरा स्वतंत्रता संग्राम जो है, माई-बाप उन्हीं की माई-बाप की वो देन है। और कभी भी भारत के जो सबसे बड़ा बहुसंख्यक वर्ग है, जो 90% भारत का बहुजन समुदाय है, उसके बारे में उनकी कलमें सूख जाती हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि जब आप स्वतंत्रता संग्राम दिखा देंगे, तो लोगों को ये पता चल जाएगा कि ये कौम्स जो हैं, ये मार्शल कौम थी। हमेशा जो लड़ाइयाँ होती थीं, तो सबसे पहले सीने पर गोली खाने के लिए ये लोग आगे रहते थे, तो उनकी बातें जो हैं, समाज में आ ही ना पाए। हमेशा क्या होगा कि जो सीने पर गोलियाँ खाते रहे हैं, जो फांसियों पर झूलते रहे हैं, जिन्होंने आगे बढ़कर मुकाबला किया, उनका नाम मिटा दिया जाता है। अब पीछे से जो सिर्फ़ आदेश पाठ कर रहा था या पीछे से जो दिखा दिया कि हम ही तो इसके सर्वे सर्वत हैं, उसका नाम हाइलाइटेड कर दिया जाता है। तो ये हमें समझना पड़ेगा दोस्तों कि कितना इतिहास के साथ नाइंसाफ़ी हुआ है। ऐसे में आज का जो मेरी जो स्ट्रीम है, इस पे मैंने ऐसा प्रयास किया है कि भारत में जो तरह-तरह की अलग-अलग समुदाय बना दिए गए हैं, एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी पूरा समुदाय बना है, जनरल बना हुआ है। तो पिछली स्ट्रीम जो साइंस जर्नी पे मैंने की थी, उसमें पासी और तुषार समाज के लिए मैंने स्ट्रीम की थी कि स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में उनका क्या योगदान रहा है, कौन-कौन से पुरखे ने काम किया था और आज इसी कड़ी में हम लेकर आए हैं आपको कि भारत की स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में क्षमा जाति का क्या योगदान रहा है। एक पॉइंट मैं यहाँ सभी लोगों को क्लियर कर देना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो जातिगत या जाति के आधार पर जो मैं दिखाने जा रहा हूँ कि स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में जो आंदोलन में क्या योगदान रहा है, इसका मेरा क्लियर सा उद्देश्य है छुपे हुए इतिहास को सामने ले आना, न किसी जाति को ऊँचा दिखाना, न किसी जाति को नीचा दिखाना, न किसी भी महापुरुष को बढ़ा-चढ़ा कर दिखाना और न ही उनको नीचा दिखाना। बल्कि साफ-साफ मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि वो पन्ने जिसको कभी सामने लाया ही नहीं जाता, एजुकेशन सिस्टम में नहीं पढ़ाया जाता है। ज़रा सोचिए, आप भगत सिंह का हम सब नाम सुन लेते हैं, भगत सिंह फांसी पे शहीद हुए थे, राजगुरु सुखदेव, इन लोगों का नाम आ जाता है, खुदीराम बोस का नाम आ जाता है क्योंकि ब्राह्मण परिवार से थे। तो हमें ये समझना पड़ेगा कि फांसी तो इतने सारे लोग चढ़े हैं, लेकिन नाम पे सिर्फ़ कुछ गिने-चुने लोगों का ही नाम क्यों आता है? फांसी पर चढ़ने वाले चौरी चौरा कांड जो हुआ था, उसमें 200 से ज़्यादा लोगों को फांसी की सज़ा सुनाई थी निचली अदालत ने, फिर उसको लड़ा गया दोबारा हाई कोर्ट में, तब जाके 19 लोगों को फांसी मिली, बाकी लोगों को सज़ा मिली थी। तो वो 19 लोग कौन-सी जाति के थे? कभी नाम सुना आपने? चौरी-चौरा कांड सुना दिया जाएगा, लेकिन वो नाम नहीं आएगा। लेकिन जब बात आएगी फांसी पे चढ़ने की कि कौन-कौन लोग थे, तो गिने-चुने दिए जाएँगे। लेकिन क्या एससी, एसटी समुदाय से, पिछड़े वर्ग से, इनमें से जो लोग फांसियों पे चढ़े हैं, शहीद हुए, सीने पर गोलियाँ खाई, इनका नाम आया? नहीं बताया जाता। पता है क्यों? क्योंकि आज भी हम लोग उन्हीं का झंडा लेके उनके नीचे घूम रहे हैं। हम अपना इतिहास नहीं लिख रहे हैं। हमें खुद लिखना होगा अपना इतिहास। शेरों का इतिहास शेर ही लिखता है भाई। आप अपना इतिहास खुद लिखिए। शिकारी लिखेगा शेर का इतिहास तो कहेगा हमने तो शेर का शिकार कर दिया। समझ रहे हैं? वो अपना लिखेगा ना। तो हमें अपना इतिहास लिखना पड़ेगा। ये सारे दस्तावेज़ अवेलेबल हैं, लेकिन कोई बताने वाला नहीं है और पूरा बहुजन समुदाय जो है वो ये सोचता है कि उनको कोई ताना मार के चला जाता है कि आज़ादी तो हमारे महापुरुष ये थे, हमने ये कराई, वो कराई। भले उन्होंने कराई हो ना कराई हो, रीडिंग हाँक के चला जाएगा, लेकिन आपके पास मटेरियल नहीं होते, सोर्स नहीं होते। तो इसीलिए आज मैंने सोचा कि मैं ये बड़ा अच्छा समय भी है कि जिसमें ये बताया जाए कि क्या-क्या योगदान रहा है महापुरुषों का, जो कोई बता नहीं रहा है, हम बताएँगे आपके सामने, वो आपके सामने आके ही रहेगा। चलिए इसको शुरू करने से पहले मैं आप लोगों को लीगल डिस्क्लेमर दिखा देता हूँ। ये लीगल डिस्क्लेमर है, जैसा कि आप जानते हैं,
हाँ
यहाँ पे जो भी
आकाश
बातें
भाई,
होती
क्या
हैं,
हाल है?
जो भी प्रेजेंटेशन होती हैं, जो भी डिबेट्स होती हैं, इसका उद्देश्य साइंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट को एनकरेज करना है। जो कोई भी बाहर से यहाँ पे वक्ता आते हैं, वो जो भी अपनी बातें रखते हैं, वो उनकी अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ होती हैं। तो चलिए हम इसको शुरू करते हैं और इस कड़ी में सबसे पहली तो बात ये आएगी रेफरेंस की, कहाँ से ये चीज़ें पता चली। तो देखिए वो तो लिखेंगे नहीं, लिखेगा अपने समाज के जो स्कॉलर हैं, अपने समाज के जो स्कॉलर हैं, पीएचडी हैं, डीलिट हैं, ये लोग मेहनत करके इन चीज़ों को निकाल रहे हैं और इतिहास के जो खोए हुए पन्ने हैं, उसको लिख रहे हैं। आप तक चीज़ें नहीं पहुँच रही हैं, मैं पहुँचाऊँगा। देखिए बड़ी खूबसूरत सी किताब है, ये किताब है स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में अछूत जातियों का योगदान, 1857 से 1947 तक सतनाम सिंह जी की। बहुत खूबसूरत किताब है। हर भाई को ये किताब खरीद करके बहन को किताब खरीदनी चाहिए, पढ़नी चाहिए। इसमें सारे अपने महापुरुष के, अब यहाँ पे ये मत सोच लीजिएगा कि किसी एक जाति के बारे में, जितनी भी जातियाँ इसी कैटेगरी में जितनी भी जातियाँ आती हैं, हर जाति के बारे में बताया गया है। पिछला जो मैंने स्ट्रीम किया था साइंस जर्नी पे पासी समाज और दूसरा समाज में, तो मैंने देखा कमेंट में कुछ लोग ऐसा बोल रहे थे कि अरे दोनों अलग-अलग है, कैसे बता रहे हो, हम एक नहीं उनको नहीं मानने वाले उनको। भाई देखें, मुझे नहीं पता कि आप वाक़ई में बहुजन आप लोग हैं या ट्रोलर हैं, पर मैं एक चीज़ क्लियर कर देता हूँ कि अगर एससी कैटेगरी में जितनी भी जाति आती हैं, सब अगर एससी हैं, सबको अगर अछूत बनाया गया था, तो भाई एक बात मान के चलिए कि हम सब भाई हैं, कोई अलग नहीं है। उसी तरह से ओबीसी में जितनी भी जातियाँ आती हैं, चाहे जितनी जातियाँ हों, सब ओबीसी में आ रही हैं, पिछड़े हैं, यानी हमको ये बात मान के चलनी पड़ेगी, हम सब भाई हैं और बहुजन में तो एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी तीनों आते हैं, यानी कि हम सब भाई बंधु हैं और ये बात हम सबको याद करनी चाहिए। ये जाति-जाति की ये जाति अलग, ये जाति अलग का खेल छोड़िए, इससे ऊपर उठिए, हम सब भाई हैं। चलें आइए हम देखते हैं, इसका इतिहास देखते हैं, क्या ये कहते हैं। तो इसमें जो चैप्टर 3 है, उसमें दिखाया गया है कि जो चमार जाति है और उससे रिलेटेड जो सब कास्ट हैं, वो सारे लोगों का योगदान बताया गया है। मैं बार-बार कहता हूँ कि हमें बता दिया जाता है कि 1857 में सबसे पहला क्रांति आपको देखा होगा, बार-बार पांडे का नाम आता है, जो अंग्रेजों के यहाँ नौकरी कर रहे थे, किसी ने बता दिया कि भई देखो उसमें सूअर और गाय की चर्बी लगी है, तो गोली मार दिए 1-2 अंग्रेज को, तो उनको फांसी चढ़ा दिया गया, उसको क्रांति बता दी जाती है, जो अपने धर्म के लिए, और 1857 की। पर मैं आपको बार-बार कहा, पिछली बार भी मैंने दिखाया कि जो पासी और दुसाध समाज हैं, वो 1857 से पहले से क्रांति कर रहे थे, वो अंग्रेजों से लड़ रहे थे, ये नहीं बताया जाता। वैसे ही आज मैं फिर से आपको दिखाने वाला हूँ कि 1857 जो क्रांति हुई थी, उससे पहले से ही बम फोड़े जा रहे थे, तब से ही अंग्रेजों से लोहा लिया जा रहा था। कौन थे ये लोग? तो उसको जानने से पहले मैं आप लोगों को एक छोटा-सा इतिहास की कड़ी बताता हूँ। वो कड़ी क्या है, उसको ज़रा ध्यान से समझिएगा। सोचिएगा कि भई ये बताओ, जब इन लोगों ने हमारे महापुरुषों का इतिहास नहीं लिखा, तो आप इतिहास कहाँ से बता रहे हो? हमारे स्कॉलर्स जो हैं वो इतिहास कहाँ से ला रहे हैं? तो भाई इसका सबसे बढ़िया तरीका क्या है कि आप भारत के जितने भी एससी, एसटी कम्युनिटी हैं या ओबीसी कम्युनिटी है, उनके गाँव में जाएँ। गाँव में जाके और भीतर कुछ दिन वहाँ गुजारिए। गुजार के उनके रीति-रिवाज देखिए, उनकी शादी-विवाह की प्रणाली देखिए, उनकी दिनचर्या देखिए, आपको पता चल जाएगा कि वो किसकी पूजा करते हैं, किसके पास जाते हैं। जब ब्रह्मवादियों ने उनको मंदिर में नहीं घुसने दिया, उनके यहाँ शादी-विवाह नहीं कराने जाते, फिर भी वो किसको अपना आराध्य मानते हैं, सारा पिक्चर क्लियर हो जाएगा। दोस्तों एकदम रियल घटना मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आइए एक गाँव में लेके चलता हूँ। ये गाँव है उत्तर प्रदेश और बिहार के गाँव में थानों यानी कि छोटे मंदिरों की संख्या सबसे अधिक है। मतलब थान कहा जाता
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
जाता है। थान मतलब स्थान जो होता है ना, थान होता है। थूप थूप नाम आपने सुना होगा, उसी को संस्कृताइज़ करके स्तूप कहा जाता है। तो वो बढ़ते-बढ़ते जाके उसको थान कहा जाने लगा। ये थान क्या होते थे? तो थान क्या होते थे? अब इस तरह के थान आजमगढ़, शाहपुर, आरा 1857 के केंद्र में रहे उत्तर भारत के अन्य इलाकों में पाए गए। यहाँ पे लोग जाके पूजा पाठ करते हैं। जब स्कॉलर यहाँ पे पहुँचे, उन्होंने पता लगाया कि लोग इसकी पूजा क्यों कर रहे हैं? ये छोटे-छोटे थान हैं क्या? तो पता चला यहाँ पे कि ये तो सारे जो शहीद हुए थे 1857 की क्रांति, उससे पहले की क्रांति में जितने शहीद हुए थे, तो जितने बहुजन लोग थे, वो बड़े चतुर चालाक थे। उनको पता था कि ये बात कोई लिखेगा नहीं, हम लोगों को लिखने तो नहीं आता, लिखने तो नहीं दिया। तो उन्होंने क्या किया, जो थूप परंपरा थी यानी स्तूप बनाने की परंपरा थी, तो उन्होंने वहाँ पत्थर रख-रख के थान बनवा दिया। देखिए बुद्धिज़्म की कड़ियाँ मिल रही हैं। पूरा समाज जो है पिछड़ा से लेके अति पिछड़ा से लेके एससी, एसटी पूरा समाज जो है, आप देख लीजिए कैसे कड़ियाँ जुड़ रही हैं कि मरने के बाद से थूप या थान बना देना, अपभ्रंश हो गया, थान बना दो उसका, एक पत्थर रख दो कि हमारे पुरखे हैं। समय बीतते रहा, आप देखे हैं कि जब कहीं पत्थर मिल जाता था, तो ब्राह्मणवादी क्या करता था, पत्थर मिलने पर जाके वहाँ पे पूजा पाठ शुरू कर देता था। आपने देखा होगा, कब्जा कर लेगा, यहाँ पे देखो हमारे ये आ गए हैं, देवी देवता आ गए हैं। भाई उसने पत्थर पर कब्जा शुरू करना शुरू कर दिया। और ये पत्थर रखने की परंपरा किसकी है? ये परंपरा थी बहुजनों की। देखिए मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ। बद्रीनाथ नारायण इतिहासकार थे, उन्होंने इसका जब सर्वेक्षण किया, तब उन्होंने इसको हाइलाइटेड किया कि भाई ये इतिहास है। अब देखें मैं आपको बताता हूँ एक-एक करके कि उत्तर प्रदेश का एक एग्जांपल लेते हैं। यहाँ पे मझुआ गाँव में दलित, चमारो, पाशी, माली, धोबी आदि जातियों के बहुतायत लोग रहते हैं। मतलब एसी समाज में जो कहा
Can you talk? Can you on the mic?
गया है, वो सब लोग रहते हैं वहाँ पे। इस प्रकार की एक पगडंडी के किनारे एक खेत में 4 पत्थर गाड़कर एक थान बनाया गया है। समझिए 4 पत्थर गाड़ा गया और इस गाँव के निवासी इसे शहीद बाबा का थान कहते हैं। नित्य पूजा करते हैं, उन्हें गेरू से रंगते हैं, उन पर जल चढ़ाते हैं तथा ठेकुए की मिठाई का भोग भी लगाते हैं। क्योंकि जैसे-जैसे समय बीतता है, तो लोगों ने देखा कि ब्राह्मण तो क्या कर रहा है कि पत्थर जहाँ मिल रहा है, उसको पूजा पाठ कर रहा है। तो अब चूँकि अशिक्षा थी, धर्म रहा नहीं था, बुद्ध धर्म नहीं था, अपना जब धर्म नहीं होता है, तो आप क्या करते हो, अगल-बगल की आप कॉपी करते हो। आप ये सोचते हो कि यार वो सब कैसे कर रहे हैं, चलो वैसे ही कर लेते हैं। जैसे होता है ना कि कोई व्यक्ति गया है ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस बनवाने, कोई व्यक्ति कहीं घूमने गया है, कहीं मेले में गया है, लोग बोलेंगे कि वो कहेगा कि हमको तो कुछ पता ही नहीं है। तो लोग कहेंगे, अरे तुम गए हो ना, तुम चुपचाप खड़ा रहना, लोग जैसे-जैसे करेंगे ना वैसे-वैसे कर लेना। तो वैसे-वैसे कर लेते हैं। तो लोगों ने सोचा कि देखा कि अरे तो कहीं पत्थर मिल रहा है, पूजा पाठ कर रहा है, तो भोले-भाले बहुजन समय बीतता रहा, वो लोग भी वहाँ पे पूजा पाठ करने लगे। अब जाके उसको अपना बाबा मान लेते हैं कि शहीद बाबा है हमारा। नाम देखें, कुछ लोग शहीद बाबा, ये कभी शहीद ही हुए थे, समझ लीजिए। तो वास्तव में वहाँ गाड़े गए।
Hey, hello.
What's your name?
My name is Aakash actually.
Okay. Where are you from? I guess India.
Yeah, I'm from India. What about you? Where are you from?
I'm from Scotland.
Okay, nice. So, what do you do
Can you
for a
hear
living?
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? My voice is clear for you.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
Actually, I'm a housewife.
Okay, you're a housewife. Nice.
How old are you?
I'm 22 actually.
Okay.
What about you? What's your age?
Actually, I'm 35.
35. Okay. Nice.
Okay, what you do?
I'm a student actually. I'm preparing for my masters.
Okay, masters. In which subject? From which subject?
In marketing.
Marketing. Okay, okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, what's your plan about future?
Mm, after finish my studies, I want to get a good job.
Hmm.
And yeah, that's it.
I've heard about IITs. Are they good?
Yeah, IITs are very famous. So, like one of the best institution here in India actually.
Is it as MIT?
Yeah, it's good as MIT.
Okay, okay.
How did you know about IIT? Who told you?
Actually, I have a friend from India, you know.
Okay, okay.
So his younger brother, who is like 19, going to give exam called JEE.
Yeah, yeah, JEE Advanced. Yeah, there is
So
exam.
I got to know from that, you know.
Got it.
So how many languages do you speak, Akash?
I speak 3 languages actually.
Which?
Bengali, English, and Hindi.
Okay, you're from Bengal, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah, I'm from Bengal. You know a lot about India. How do you know?
Yeah, cause I have 2 3 friends from India, you know.
Okay,
So
okay.
they randomly tell me about these things, you know. And I'm so fascinated to get to know these things.
Okay, why? Why you're so fascinated about India? What's the reason?
Culture, you know, culture
Culture.
mainly.
Okay, okay, yeah. India is a rich culture, you can say. There are a lot of cultures.
culture, people. I mean, people are so loving, you know.
Okay.
But I have a question. Why do they take selfies whenever somebody from Europe or white people, I mean, roam around here and there?
I never did it. So who the people do it? Maybe they're so fascinated about them. That's why they do this kind of stuff. I don't know.
I mean, I actually asked this question of my friends, and she told because of the colonial history.
Yeah, yeah, true. Like because of the colonial history, like we think like white skin is kind of superior to us. That's why we do
Okay,
this kind of
that's
stuff.
sad.
Yeah,
They don't have to do that, you know.
yeah, I know, but
That's not
people do.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, what faith do you belong? I mean, do you also practice Hinduism?
I don't follow any religion actually. I'm an atheist
And why is that?
because I don't believe in God.
Actually, I'm a Catholic Christian, you know, so
Okay.
that is why I was asking.
Mm,
Okay. Any hobbies you have?
yeah, I like to play football. I like to sing, and I like to talk with people. That's my hobby, you can say. And I also like to read some books. That's it.
Okay, how many hours do you give to this platform, you know?
Whenever I get free time, I just game. I don't have any particular time.
Okay, what's the time there in India?
In it's 5 for 20 actually.
Okay, okay. Okay, Akash. I mean, what topic would you like to talk about?
The other thing, I don't have any topic.
Okay, do you have any girlfriends?
No, I don't have any girlfriend actually. I'm single.
Okay, you told me previously that you are single. Okay.
I told you
Oh,
previously
yes,
when I
you were
told you.
single. I forgot it.
We talked before.
No, just right now when I
Okay,
came.
okay, okay. Yeah, I don't have anyone.
So, do you don't like girls?
I like girls, but there's no like. For I need my kind of a girl. But I'm not getting any. So
And
yeah.
what's your kind?
I don't know. Understanding, trustable, love me so much like that.
Okay, so you have to love her back, you know.
Yeah, I will also do, but first I need to find someone like this. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Have you ever tried to make one?
I don't know. I didn't try actively actually to make one.
Okay, so you study in college and you don't have any girlfriend.
I finished college actually. Right now I'm not in studying in college.
Okay, so you're going to have a job.
Yeah, you can say.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Akash. And nice to talk to you.
Yeah, nice to talk to you too.
Okay.
Bye bye. Take care.
है 4 बड़े पत्थर 4 शहीदों के प्रतीक हैं। तो जब रिसर्च किया स्कॉलर्स ने तो पता लगाया कि ये जो 4 लोग हैं, ये 4 जो पत्थर ये 4 शहीद लोग हैं, इनकी चमार जाति में विशेष रूप से आस्था है। गाँव के लोगों से हम बात करने पर पता चला कि मझौला गाँव के चमार जाति के 4 युवक 1857 के गदर में शहीद हो गए थे। देखिए, शहीद लोग हुए थे और उनकी जगह पर थान रखा गया था। तो सोचिए बहुजन महापुरुष लोग जो हैं, लिखना नहीं जानते थे, लेकिन इतनी ज़रूर पता थी कि हमारा लिखने वाला कोई नहीं है। तो आदत थी वही सम्राट अशोक वाली कि भैया तू पत्थर ही रख दो, पत्थर का सीना चीरा फाड़ के वो लिखवाते थे राजा थे तो। अब लिखना चूँकि भुलवा दिया गया था, तो इन लोगों ने कहा कि हम पत्थर ही रख देंगे ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियाँ जो हैं, कभी न कभी इसको खोज निकालेंगी। खोज निकाला गया। इस बात को समझिएगा, इसको खोज निकाला गया जो उन लोगों ने उस समय गढ़ा था। आगे देखिए, तो गाँव वालों से अनिष्ट से बचने के लिए उसका नाम थान दे दिया। धीरे-धीरे वो प्रचार फैल गया कि भई देखो ये जो है ये पत्थर रहेगा, अगर इनके हम ठीक से लोगों में था कि इसको सुरक्षित रखना है, नहीं तो क्या करेगा कोई ब्राह्मण आके उसको अपना देवी-देवता बना लेगा या फिर उसको कोई जो है कुछ तोड़-फोड़ के कहीं फेंक देगा। तो लोगों की आस्था जोड़ दो इससे कि अगर इसको सही से नहीं रखोगे तो भाई देखो अन्न सही से नहीं होगा। इस तरह की चीज़ें फैला दी गई और लोग अब उसको सँभाल के बड़ा रखने लगे। उस पत्थर को। तो अब ऐसे ही ठीक लोग उसको अब शहीद बाबा समझ गए कि इच्छाएँ पूरा करने वाले शहीद बाबा हैं। मैं बार-बार कहता हूँ कि लोग आज भी अपने घरों में अपने पितरों को पूजते हैं, ये लोग आज भी उन पत्थरों के रूप में अपने पितर पूज रहे हैं, यानी अपने पूर्वजों को पूज रहे हैं। इस बात को याद रखिएगा दोस्तों। आप कितना भी ब्राह्मण घर में बुला लीजिए, वो आके मंत्र पढ़ के जाएगा, लेकिन आपके जो पुरखे होंगे आप देख लीजिएगा, आपके पुरखों की नहीं पूजा करेगा, आपके पुरखों की आपके घर की महिलाएँ पूजा करती हैं, वो जाके वहाँ पे ठेकुआ और जो भी खाना-वाना बनाती है वो चढ़ा के आती हैं। याद रखिएगा हर घर में ये होता है। इसीलिए मैं कहता हूँ कि ब्राह्मण जो है वो बाद में घुसाया गया है। सारे पिछड़े भाई लोग जो घर में बुलाते हैं ब्राह्मण याद रखिएगा, और जितने भी एससी-एसटी भाई हैं, जो लोग नहीं भी बुलाते हैं उनके यहाँ ब्राह्मण नहीं जाता, वो भी याद रखिएगा, इन पितरों के पास घर की महिलाएँ ही जाती हैं, पुरुष जाते हैं। अब एक दूसरा एग्जाम्पल लीजिए, ठीक इसी तरह एक काफ़ी ऊँचा स्थान इलाहाबाद के शाहपुरा गाँव की सीमा पर है। इस स्थान 1857 के उस शहीद संग्राम सिंह का माना जाता है। अब देखें शहीद संग्राम सिंह हैं, पुरखा कौन मान रहे हैं? तो वो मान रहे हैं जो भारत के एससी-एसटी के लोग हैं, वो मान रहे हैं, जिनका सिर अंग्रेजों ने काट डाला था। देखिए लड़ाई कर रहे थे, अंग्रेजों ने उनका सिर काट दिया। लोग बोलते हैं कि हमारे पुरखे जो हैं लड़ते ही नहीं थे। अरे पुरखों को उसमें क्रिमिनल एक्ट में फँसा के और उनको रुकवाया है इन लोगों ने, नहीं तो पुरखे जो हैं अच्छे-अच्छों की खटिया खड़ी कर देते थे। आगे देखें, लोग इस थान के पास के एक पेड़ के नीचे शहीद बाबा संग्राम सिंह को अब किसी ने अंधविश्वास फैला दिया कि भैया यहाँ पे बलि का बकरा चढ़ाओ, क्योंकि आप जानते हैं धर्म रहा नहीं, आपका अपना नहीं धर्म रहा, तो कोई कुछ भी ठीक उल्टी-उल्टी चीज़ें सिखा दी गई कि भई बाबा हैं, अब बकरा चढ़ाओगे तब ये खुश होंगे। बलि प्रथा आप जानते हैं कि मुस्लिम शासन आया वो भी खूब बलि चढ़ाते थे। आज भी उनके यहाँ बकरा कटता है। जो ब्राह्मणिकल सिस्टम है वो भी दुर्गा पूजा और इस चीज़ों में मंदिरों में करता है अपना बकरा-वकरा काटता है, कुछ उसको काटता ही रहता है, चढ़ाता ही रहता है। तो ये सब चीज़ें देख के इन सब का ही कुछ प्रभाव पड़ा। लोग भले ही बाद में डालें, लेकिन वो भी धीरे-धीरे बलि प्रथा शुरू कर दिए। फिर कोई ये फैला दिया कि इनकी नहीं पूजा करोगे तो लुप्त हो जाएँगे। मतलब धीरे-धीरे आस्था जुड़ गई। थे पुरखे सही में जो शहीद हुए थे, लेकिन धीरे-धीरे आस्था जुड़ गई, लेकिन चीज़ें आज भी जिंदा रहीं। ये संग्राम सिंह बाबा दलित जाति से संबंधित।
Hey, hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good too. Thanks for asking. Where are you from?
I'm from Himachal, India. And you?
I'm from Kolkata actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
Kolkata, nice city.
thank you. Himachal is also nice. So, what do you do for a living?
I'm studying right now.
You're studying what? Which course?
I'm studying psychology.
Oh wow, you're studying psychology. That's nice.
Okay. And what about you?
I am preparing for MBA actually.
Okay.
Yep.
So when like MBA have an entrance, right?
Yeah, I'm preparing for that entrance, you can say.
Okay. So when is your exam, like
It's November.
November? Okay. Sorry, I don't have any idea about it. Which
No,
exam do
it's
you
it's
need
fine.
to
It's fine. It's
like?
CAD actually, common
Okay.
entrance. Yep.
Yeah, can. It's in
Test.
November. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So what do you do like in your free time other than studies?
I like reading.
You like reading books about psychology or something?
Psychology would be great, but I like thriller, psychology,
Mhm.
everything, brain books also
Did you
sometimes.
did you read that book, Dark Psychology 101?
Yeah.
Oh, how is it? Is it good?
Yeah, dark psychology, the manipulation techniques.
No, there's a book called Dark Psychology 101.
Dark psychology 101. I don't think I have read that one. I have read the dark psychology, manipulation and techniques.
Okay, I didn't read that, but I was reading that book actually, Dark Psychology 101. So you can try that if you want. It's a good book.
Okay.
Yeah.
What have you read in that? Like, can you give the context little bit?
Yeah, though in that book, like they kind of like arrange all the tactics, like they make it like
Okay,
a
like
book
how
on it.
you can
Yeah,
influence other people or
yeah,
how you
yeah.
can, yeah,
How you
text. We
influence
learn
other
that in
people.
our
Yeah.
coursework. So,
Yes. Kind of that.
okay.
So it's an interesting book. I also interested in psychology, but not that much. I will take it as a course or something. But I am
Mm,
interested. Yeah, it is interesting.
So, like from a person like from non-psychology background, what you guys think about psychology?
I don't think anything about. I know there are a
Nahi,
lot of
matlab,
people.
what is the perspective, basic perspective about the subject?
I don't know about other people. I feel like this is a very like what common subject. Like this is the subject everybody should study it, and everybody should like have a little bit of experience of it, like little bit of a book read and stuff like this. Not everybody like need to take like courses on it, but at least they should read a book or at least some kind of like knowledge about this subject, because it's a very
Okay.
interesting subject and also very important, because if you read those kind of stuff you will know actually how brain works and how other people try to influence you a lot of ways, and how these things work. So it will help you in your future, in any career, any field you are working in, doesn't matter. But if you know this kind of stuff, that will help you in the
Yeah,
future.
as a personal life, like everyday
Yeah,
life, right?
yeah, it will help you. So I feel like everybody should study this subject.
That's good.
Yeah, that's my perspective. I don't know what other perspective. Yeah,
So
I feel like
what
that.
subjects did you take like in your graduation or?
I did become actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's about computer, right? Or commerce? I don't
No,
know,
it's
sorry.
commerce. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
commerce.
interested in computers too, actually. It's also interesting.
So tell me one thing, like commerce have economics, right?
Yeah, economics, yes.
So if someone wants to take economics as in like basic beginners, is there any course?
You can take economics.
Like I want to just study economics, like from YouTube or anything, like some good course can you suggest?
For YouTube, you can just search. I don't know about that, like in a particular course for psychology or anything. You can do one thing: search on YouTube. They will suggest you, like you will get a lot of videos like this.
Yeah, that's the problem. They suggest lot of videos, but I don't know which one to like. I'm not a subject expert. Like
Just
forget
start
about
with
expert.
beginning.
I'm just very, very beginner, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
start with beginning. Like I also don't know about psychology, but I started reading books and stuff. So you need to start from somewhere. So you should do one thing. You just get the book's name and try to read, or maybe start a course on it. Maybe there are a lot of free course platforms like Great Learning Platform, and there are a lot of platforms they are providing free courses. So you can just start from a beginner basics. When you
Okay.
started learning in basics, you will automatically know it, like when to start or what to start, like where to start. So you will understand the basicness of it. And I'm actually not interested in those subjects actually, so don't tell me like I need to suggest you something, because I really don't know. I don't care actually.
Okay.
Those
It's
subjects I
okay.
hate. Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I'm not interested in those. I'm mostly interested in computers and psychology and this kind of stuff. This is more interesting than those commerce
Mhm.
subjects.
Okay.
I took it because I was not aware of those subjects. That's why I took it, those subjects. But right now I'm
Like
not
half of
interested.
India is doing engineering. I mean,
Yeah.
sorry, the computer science and stuff. How come you were not aware of
No. I came from a
computers?
very like small place actually.
Okay,
So
okay.
people, when I actually finished my 10th, after that, nobody was like my parents also not that much like educated or something. They were like, to do whatever you want to. And
Okay.
other my I was not able to, like, I was also not aware of anything. So I was just asking my friend, like, what should I do now? So it's like, we are doing commerce, you should take commerce too. So I just took commerce for that. So that's the thing actually. Right now, if anybody say I will never take commerce in that time, but I don't know, this is what it is right now. I cannot change it. So I'm trying to learn now whatever I'm interested in. Yeah.
That's good. Like, you are exploring new options.
Yeah,
That's good.
I believe in one thing, like learning never stop. You should read
Mm,
like how much you can do. Like you should learn how much you can. Yeah, learning never stop.
okay. Yeah, true.
So what's your hobby? Like what do you do in your free time when you're not studying or anything?
I read like I told you.
Okay, got it. So you just only read, or there is other things like traveling or something? Don't you like traveling?
I would love to, but I don't have like time because of my course.
Okay.
So busy in that. Like if I have a holiday, I would like to travel, but I don't like traveling that much. I like to go to
Same.
new places, but
Yeah.
not that much. Like nowadays, it's so much overhyped, like in Instagram or other social media,
It's a
traveling,
kind of
traveling.
stereotype. Yeah.
So yeah, basically, I like to stay in one place more.
True.
So tell me about something about Kolkata. Like you were born and brought up in Kolkata.
No, actually, my hometown is in West Bengal only, but it's a different place. But right now I'm living in Kolkata because of studies and because of also I'm also trying to get a job here. So that's why I'm living in Kolkata right now. But I am from a different place actually. It's a small city.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for CAT, like, how many hours you have to study, and on average?
At least you need to study like if you at least you need to study like 6 to 7 hours in a day. That's
Okay.
common. Yeah. And if you're so very good, like you're so good at studying and everything, I don't know. If you take things like it's not very hard to grab things for you, then 4 hours at least you need to study. Yeah, that's common.
Okay.
It's depend on you, like how much you can grab in particular time.
So that's like a really tough exam. 6 and 7
It is one of
hours.
the top exam actually. Yeah, after UPSC and IITs. After that, it's like one of the tough exam you can say.
Okay, so it's like for all the MBAs you have to give CAT
Yeah,
only.
for any good college in MBA, like you need to go give this CAT exam. It's very it's a common entrance exam test you can say. Like it's needed. You need to do this exam. There's no option.
Okay, without this, like, you can't get
Yeah,
seat in
no, no,
government
no, no,
colleges.
no, no. You can't get into.
Okay. So it is a national level exam
Yeah,
basically,
it's a
right?
national exam. Yes,
Okay.
it's happening once in a year. So that's the thing.
Only once in a year.
Yeah, only once in a year.
Oh.
And mostly like in November, December, this exam happens.
Like, till now it's not announced its date, right?
No, no, no.
So how you are so sure that it will be on November?
Mostly in November from the
Okay.
past few years, like reference. Mostly in November's, but yeah, can be December too.
Okay. So that's really, like, what are the subjects in this exam?
Like quantitative grammar, English grammar, and GK and those kind of stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so quantitative aptitude, English, and
Yeah, reasoning,
okay, like basic aptitude.
not basic aptitude actually.
Normal, not
Yeah.
basic aptitude, like basically aptitude and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So no subject matter
Yeah,
expertise or anything.
they call it those things gonna be like in medium, but when you go for the exam, you will see the advanced question only. Those are not actually medium. There are other exam too for MBA like SAT, MAT, SAT, but those are like you can say like those are also good exam, but not the level of CAT. CAT is the most common and CAT is the most highest level. You can say.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like any kind of dream you have, you want to achieve it in life,
Like career wise or
career wise.
just
Yeah, definitely.
okay.
Like career wise or anything, like anything doesn't matter. Anything kind of dream you want to achieve in life.
I
Yeah.
have different dreams for different aspects. Like for
What kind of
career
dreams?
wise, I want to be a researcher, more of a scientist, if you ask me.
Oh wow, that's great.
Yes.
And other than that, career, not career wise.
Other than that, I just want to be like, I was just want to be experience fulfilled about my life, you know. I don't want to regret anything.
Okay, nice.
What
So
about you?
I want three things in life actually. I want peace. That's my ultimate truth of life. And
Mm-hmm.
the job I'm doing, I love, and sufficient money. That's it. I don't want anything more than that actually. That's my three
Okay,
goals I need to achieve. Yeah, I don't have any
that's good.
like dream about like having a lot of money and those kind of stuff. I don't have it because I like to be in peace more than having being in chaos and having a lot of money. I'm not interested in actually on that. Peace is more
Like,
important for
I
me.
don't understand why people think like having a lot of money is chaos.
No, I'm not saying having a lot of money is chaos.
Like,
Like
why
that.
you correlate both of them? Like, you said,
No,
I don't
correlate both
want.
of them because it's like that ki if you are in a kind of a managerial position or maybe CEO or anything in a company, you have a lot of money, but you're always in a pressure like what is happening, my company is making profit or not, this and that. Like there are a
See,
lot of pressure. Yeah.
see, there is nothing as lot of pressure. Some people handle that pressure very well, and some people don't. It's
But I
just the
don't want
mindset.
to. Yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah,
I want to be
that's
free.
that's personal.
Free
That's
bird, you
personal.
can say. Yeah. I will more focus
Yeah.
on like working my things like a freelancer. I will work and yeah, I will make money and I will go and I will like feel better. That's the only thing matter for me. I don't want to
But you
take
can feel better also if you are earning more money.
no. I don't believe in that theory. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not saying that's a theory. It's just that, you know, I wonder why generally people think, I don't want money. I will rather be happy in peace. It's not like that. Paisa kamana is not very bad thing. Some
No,
people
I
have
never
courage.
said
Some have.
that. I
No,
never
I'm not
said
saying
that.
that you said that. I'm just saying generally. Okay.
At least let me complete. I'm saying I will never say that ki paisa kamana is bad. But I'm saying that I don't want that. It's my personal choice, you know. Nobody
Yeah.
can force me to pursue to do that. It's my
Mm,
personal choice. I don't want to make it. I don't
okay.
want to be more free in a sense. Having sufficient money is enough for me. I don't want a lot of money. That's my theory, you know.
Okay, so what's a lot? What is sufficient money in your idea? Like,
It's depend because they are like
yeah, I'm asking you, like, for you, like,
no. For
what
me, it's also
depends?
depend because inflation can go high and a lot of things matter. So depend
So,
on
like,
that perspective, like how much
if
inflation
current
and
scenario have
other
to taken in the present, like, how
current
much money?
scenario, I will say 80K or 1 lakh in a month. Yeah,
Mm,
that will be
okay.
enough, sufficient. I will say. Yeah.
Okay.
I never say this kind of stuff like making money is bad or something. You say you can make it your choice, man. But I'm not into it. Yeah, I just like to be more free in the sense. If I'm like getting all the stuff what I need to do, and I also follow a theme. It's called minimalism. So what
Mm-hmm.
thing matters, I will only do that. I don't want
Okay.
extra things in life actually because you should know about it. I think you're a psychologist, so I
Yeah, I
don't know
know
you know
about
it or not.
minimalism.
Yeah, so I follow that actually. That my thing. So yeah, what thing matters, those are actually matters. There's no point of having a lot of stuff and you're not using it. What's the point?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm.
So
So
when did you join this platform?
2 days back, like, I have had exams over, so yeah, I was bored.
Okay, okay.
2 days back.
Nice, nice.
What about
So
you?
I'm
How
here for a
long?
long time, I think 5 months
Okay.
now, maybe. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
it's a long time. I'm here.
So if you have to choose a superpower, like, what would you
Oh,
choose?
wow, superpower. Uh, reading mind, reading other people's mind.
Why? Like,
Yeah, that's give me. I feel like that is the most powerful super thing. Like I don't want to fly or I have to. I don't like this ki muscle and those kinds. So I just want to read other people's mind. I want to know ki what is other people thinking because people have a lot of things in their mind. Like people mind is the most fascinating thing I will say. So they say one thing, they do other things, they have other things in mind. So reading their minds and knowing their intention is the most interesting thing I will say. So I will choose that. Superpower.
mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. What about you?
Superpower. Okay. I want to. I haven't thought about it for me. Wait, let me think.
Okay.
I have
Sure.
to choose something. Mm. Have you seen the Doraemon? Like it's a cartoon.
Yeah, yeah, Doraemon is famous here.
In Doraemon, they use anywhere door, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I want that.
That's like anywhere door. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But you said you're not interested in that much interested in traveling. So what are you gonna do with that power?
Yeah, I don't want to travel. I just want to go the place directly I want to.
Okay, 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 got it. You
Yeah.
just don't want the hustle to go there. Okay, okay, got it.
Yes. Just open the door. You will be there in
Okay,
seconds.
okay. No, those anywhere door power is best for the traveling people. They love to travel. No? They can go anywhere in
Yeah,
the
but
world.
no, they see that is for people who love to explore new things, not people who love to travel. If you love to travel, you should go now. Why to use anywhere door? Just go directly from bus.
Yeah, yep, yep, yep,
Traveling
true,
is
true.
journey, about the journey.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
about the
about the
journey. It's not
destination.
about the destination. True, true, true.
I just want to go to destination directly.
Okay, okay.
Skip the journey part.
But unfortunately, not possible in this world.
Yeah,
You
that's
have
why
to
it's
go
called
through the journey.
superpower, na? But you can read mind if you want to.
Yeah, I can read minds, but it's not that easy. Like, it's like a lot of trainings, and you need to study a lot.
No, I don't think so.
How can I read
Uh,
minds? See, can you read my
have
minds
you
right
seen
now?
have you
Yeah.
seen those videos like
What
where
kind of videos?
people randomly approach the YouTubers randomly approach people and they ask them to this they will tell their ex's name or name they are thinking in their mind.
Mm-hmm.
Have
So,
you seen those videos?
no, I don't. Oh, actually, there's a YouTuber also, no? Sahani Shah, I think. I'm not sure about
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
She's
that girl
also
also used to do this kind of mental tricks and stuff.
yeah,
Yeah. So, do you know the tactics? Can you teach
yeah.
me?
Like I
Yeah.
can't teach you. It's
Why
not that
not,
easy.
please?
It's not about teaching. It's see you need to have learn. It's about your eyes movement. Like there's not
Okay,
alphabets like
just
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Oh, sorry. Like
okay.
for
There are
every
like
alphabet, your eyes have different movement. Okay.
okay,
It make
wow.
little bit about slighter move in that direction. If say I'm saying to you like I will guess your ex's or your partner's name, just repeat in your mind. Okay. Then I will say A, B, C, D, E, F, and I look into your eyes or I look at you or your expressions, your micro expression, your body languages. That will give me clue. If I say A and your eyes or your body have moved in certain way, then I guess A. If I'll start thinking most common names with A. If I will start with second alphabet, then your movement or your expressions, your micro expressions, then I will guess second name. And India have very common names. Okay, any country have very common name. If maybe the name is AN, so I will guess it's Anshika. Like more practice, it will get more easier.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, there's a body language courses. You can read mind.
Oh
That's
wow.
not very tough.
Okay. So for that you need to like
You
see
need
the
to like
see
practice
the
and
yeah.
first of all you need to do a lot of experimentations. Like first if you start trying this in of beginning you will get lot of wrong answers or wrong things, but with time you will improve if you really put your mind and heart in this thing.
Okay, can you do that?
I can do body language, like not on micro expression levels, but simple hand movement and stuff. I have done this body language course with not with FBI, but FBI inspired books. I am not into like for going into like that micro expression levels. You need to be really trained.
Okay, 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 okay. So you're also the learning in the
Yeah, I'm in
learning
the
phase.
process of learning, but
Yeah.
I'm morely about cognitive and behavior sciences rather than body language and stuff.
Mhm. So are you gonna be like after doing this course you're gonna be a therapist or something?
See, if I have chosen clinical psychology or counseling, I will become therapist. But I have taken cognitive psychology and behavior sciences, so
So
I
what are you
will
gonna
be a
do like in a career wise after this?
after this, I will do research on behavior, human behavior, and stuff.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
Yeah,
So
currently I'm doing this project. What? Sorry,
okay, currently you're doing in okay.
you were saying something. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so what you would be like? I just want to know in a layman term because I don't know the like terms in psychology. I just want to know this in a layman perspective. What are you gonna do in the day to day life? What's your gonna be
Okay.
job? Yeah.
See, there is a government make policies regarding anything like economics, right?
Mm-hmm.
How the people will get subsidy, like which people will get subsidy, around what people should be enforced law, new law, है ना? So for that, that policy makers have to conduct some researches to see the human behavior patterns, like which like there are, for example, take there are upper middle class, lower middle class, है ना? Very rich people. For making a law or subsidy, you need to take down all the three, like how they behave, how they make decisions according to financial terms, right? So for that, you have to conduct researches, how they make their intertemporal choices, like how they choose present day choices that will affect their future. So for that, you have to conduct basic researches. So I will do those researches. On those researches results, they make policies.
That's great.
Yes.
Nice.
Mm.
I don't know the authenticity of this news, but there are people like used to say like people nowadays using Instagram and WhatsApp and the other apps, the social media apps people are using. Those are also created by like those are also created
Yeah, on the
like
basis of research.
yeah, the basis of research
Actually,
done.
basically things are this now ki on other social medias they are promoting other advertisements, or there are other factors like most of the youth don't want to be connected with their relatives, okay, or friends. This is the trend with Gen Z and not millennial, with Gen Z and other generation X coming forward, I guess. They don't want to be with known people, okay, so they use other apps like Free for Talk, Discord, and other things like where they don't want to be
Yeah.
connected or be their real self with their
Family
intimate
groups and
friends.
everything.
Yeah,
Yeah, true.
even with their friends. Yeah, next generation have very different ideologies, like very different
True,
from
true,
us
true.
even.
Do you guys like you actually believe in that key? Like there are people they used to say, no, this generation is going to the shithole. Do you think like seriously they're going to the shithole, or it's just a gimmick?
Not all the people are going to be. Like, some are very genius. Like I think I'm mostly impressed by this new generation. They are mostly seeking information. Also, like they are more advanced in their fields, right? If
True.
you are have put your brain in right direction, if you haven't put that, हमारी तरह ये generation का हाल भी same फिर अगर people they are very bright, I don't think like whole generation is going to shithole. No, like there is stress and an anxiety level higher because we have made them sensitive around the things, okay, like they have not faced what we have faced with the physical punishment have been lessened, and then only the mental torture have more for this generation because we have made them sensitive in that term if you are asking. So yeah, they have more stress and anxiety levels than us, but as a generation they are doing pretty good ads for their times.
True, true, true. But
Like
yeah,
what?
good, good, good.
Okay.
Yeah, go
So
ahead, please. Yeah.
I was saying, for if you have to imagine, like, imagine us having phones at the age they are having phones. Like, we have done nothing. Our attention span will like shorten, but they are managing good. Like, they are giving time to studies also. For them, the social media and all the things are normal. Like, they are coming out more on these things. So yeah, it's not like all bad. It's good, pretty good.
Yeah, yeah, it's not all bad, but you're seeing the positive aspect, but there are negative aspect too. Like in this small age, they're getting exposure to this kind of internet and like phones and everything. So they're like their attention span is getting like day by day shittier. They cannot
But
read
yeah, but
books.
you
They
know,
cannot do this stuff.
nowadays,
Yeah.
like most of the views Google to things like as a human evolution, it's very bad thing. But if we see in general terms, they don't need that much attention span because they already don't have like what we have to do. They don't have to do homework by going to libraries and exploring books. They just need to Google, or AI will do the things for them.
But
So
don't you think that it's like I know it's a advantagement ITs and like a lot of technical advantages are going on, a lot of things are going on. But I'm saying like, don't you think that like doing the assignment by their own or doing the assignment by the help of AI, what is better in a sense? I think doing own it's better. I don't know.
I think like we used to copy from books, they are used to copy from AI. So it's same like there are some students who will put their brains and they will come up with new ideas, include their ideas on already generated ideas. Like same like us, we also have some toppers, had some toppers which used to do the same thing. adding extra efforts from them. So it's the same, just time and faces change. Other things are
Okay.
same
True.
for me. So have you heard about cognitive behavior sciences before this? Like in your
No, no, no,
college?
no.
I don't know. Like it's a still young science in India. Sometimes I worry like if it will have some future or not. It's way too young than other sciences. I should have taken something like more
No,
common.
don't think like that. You already started this, so don't demotivate yourself right now. Do it. It will
Still,
be like,
yeah, if you are not sure about the certain aspects or the
yeah,
horizon of your
that's for sure.
goal, so you are just worried about things.
You're not sure
So,
about the certain aspect, but it will like I think psychology in any sense, like I don't know the fields and everything, it will grow because the mental pressure, the mental health is getting fucked day by day. People are like
mm,
seeking mental health, and those things will grow, I will
I
say.
think about two things. Okay, firstly, like I have less competition. Okay,
Yeah,
that's good.
definitely.
But
Yeah.
other thing is like less competition is because less opportunities. So that makes me worry. Like it's two sides
No,
of a
being an
same coin.
expert then being an expert because if you're less competition also, like if anybody is trying to get this work done, they will call you only because they know like this is the expert we only have right now. So yeah,
Maybe
so being an expert in this field, that's actually a good, like you're becoming a fast move, like first mover, you can say. You're doing it first,
not
so
first mover. I
not
think
doing
there
it
are
first, like I'm not that saying
one,
in that
two,
sense you're
three.
doing it at the first,
Wait,
like
let me
not
check.
doing.
Let me check
But
how many colleges offers my course.
mhm.
I just, you can say something if you want.
Yeah, you can search. I really don't have anything to it.
Mm,
So, can I ask you something, if it
yeah,
is
sure.
fine?
Go ahead.
Okay, so what do you think about love? What's your
No,
perspective about love?
it's a beautiful feeling.
hmm We should like get into relationship at this time, or we should just focus on career. What will be better?
It's very individual case. Like if you can tell me more individually about something, I can.
Uh-huh.
Like falling in love is not bad. People say that you can focus only one thing. Now that's a bullshit. It depends wholly upon you how much you have divided attention.
True, true.
Basically, how much you can manage two things.
But I faced this kind of problem before that. What happened? I was in mood of studying. I'm gonna study this and that. So suddenly someone called and we started talking, and we are not having any productive or anything talk. We're just talking shit, and my whole focus and my time just got shit up because of that.
Only
So
three colleges have sorry, three
okay, in
colleges
whole
have my
India.
courses. Yeah,
Wow.
that's good.
Yeah, you're like having very less competition, and this is the biggest problem India is facing. Like any field they go, they have a lot of competition.
Innocent.
So you're gonna do good, great in life. Don't worry
Okay, you
about
were telling me about your case. Yeah, go
it.
ahead.
It's just like that.
And you
Yeah,
started talking, and you
yeah.
start having
Completely lose
feelings.
your focus and completely like your time got like completely wasted because of that reason.
So
So and
you
it
talk so much
happens
that you don't
every
have
day.
time.
It's happened
Okay,
every day. No, I don't want to talk, but this is a person. No, like this is the mentality we have. If we are in love, we should talk for a long time. I don't believe in this shit, but this is the people think. And if you're not following
okay,
that, that means you're not loving the person.
okay. Let me ask you something. That you talk so much that you don't left with any time, or you just think about this thing like
No,
you
no,
have
no.
to
The
talk.
problem is I am gonna study right now. Okay? I want to study. I am in focus, so I just started studying, and there's a call coming from that person.
Okay.
So after that, we started talking,
hmm
and that talk is shit. There's no productive talk or anything. We just
Okay, like
started
how long
talking.
you talk for on average?
At least like I don't talk anymore like I used to do that. Like at least 1 hour, you can say.
Okay.
That's a long time. And because of that 1 hour, it's not like that that 1 hour is like wasted. It's definitely wasted. And in that sense, your focus also wasted for that time. So you will be thinking like leave
Mm.
it. I'm gonna study it later. So your whole focus and everything just got shit. Like got fucked by this thing. So and it's happened every day, kind of every once in a day, every day, like you can say. So
Okay.
that is kind of like, if you think like that, it's just happening one day, then it's fine. It is happening every day, and if you're just like seeing that कि this is happening every day, and इसको long perspective से देखे कि
Hmm.
हर दिन ऐसा हो रहा है, तो ऐसा एक बड़ा impact हो जाएगा लाइफ के अंदर, बीच
Yeah.
में एक बड़ा गैप हो जाएगा ऐसा कुछ. So the
See,
problem.
relationship is not a static thing. Like it's like a plant. You have to water it every day. You have to put efforts like every day. Okay. So there are two perspectives in psychology. If I have to talk like a therapist, one is Indian and one is Western. In Western world, you like in America or in other Western countries, they have this concept of management. Like if you have good management skills, you will manage both your career, your love life, your family, and everything. And they talk about balancing things, right? Or in Indian psychology, they have taught like if you have heard about this thing, there are stages of life. Okay, बालासना ब्रह्मचार्य उसके बाद गृहस्थ जीवन उसके बाद something sannyasi types. Okay, in Indian psychology they say if you have to achieve something now, you have to be focused so much that you have to give up other things. You have to make sacrifice.
Yeah,
There is
true.
not anything about balancing like in Western psychology. So they say like brahmacharya is part of the time when you have to focus on attaining the knowledge, like in brahmastha they were in like ashrams gaining knowledge from their gurus and stuff. So I have told you about two perspectives. Which one you like more?
I like more the brahmacharya thing, like to focus on one thing and just get the knowledge, because this is the time for it. But sometimes you're a human, so sometimes you feel
Hmm.
like, oh, I should talk with some people. I should just go
Yeah, like
somewhere and
human needs are
chill.
basic, so that's
Yeah.
not an issue.
So that's the
That's
thing.
very basic.
But if you say like what I need to choose, then I will definitely choose that thing only, because I wanted to get the knowledge and I want to do something big in life. Like not that sense big, but for my satisfaction level big. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Like mostly internal satisfactions comes from achieving something. Okay, I'm not saying like कि खाली बैठे हो तो हाँ तुम या
No,
कोई
no,
part
never,
करके no.
never,
You
never.
if you clear an exam, say for example,
That
okay,
gives you happiness, that's for
yeah,
sure.
that gives you internal satisfaction. Like you have
True.
achieved something in your life
Yeah.
or
Achievement is
anything.
important, very
Yeah,
important in
it's
life.
important for the internal peace.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not important for कि तुमने दुनिया को बताना कि I have done that. No, it's important for your satisfaction.
True,
If you pass the exam, you're not going to tell like anybody. तुम राह चलते किसी को नहीं बोलोगे ना I have passed this exam and I have done this. It's for your and people around you, like for your internal space and happiness, or
Yeah, yeah,
you can be something significant in your own eyes, right?
true.
But that you have to make some kind of sacrifice. You have to let people go. Like it is hard. I know it's not like easy as I'm saying. I may not have experience, but I know it's hard. Okay, but letting people go or anything like that. But if you want to really, have put your mind and heart in something, you really need to let people go if they are not like it's not their fault. I'm not saying the person is wrong, but it's about you. Like it's you who have to battle between with yourself and with your ideal self, like what you want to be and what you are right now.
Yes,
So
true.
maybe your ideal self is way more idealistic, maybe may have more rules to follow, and maybe in current scenario you're not following that rule, so that cause that will cause a lot of conflicts, internal conflicts, right? you I'm telling you one thing, like you have to imagine this scenario. Suppose you are keep talking with that person and you didn't get through your exam. I'm just saying like okay, exam sorry, imagine this scenario.
Yeah, yeah.
So you will not be happy in talking to that person
True,
in
true,
long
true.
term.
Yeah.
Or even if you keep talking to that person and you clear your exam, will still not be happy, because if you clear the exam and you're still talking to that person, and you will still have internal conflicts till the time you get through your exam. Like why I'm talking to this person, I shouldn't have done this. Like रोज रोज के रिग्रेट से तो बेटर होगा ना कि मतलब you just face the confront the situation as it is, like how it
True,
is
true, true.
impacting you.
No, I used to think that like this कि तुमको प्रेजेंट में जाना चाहिए, पढ़ाई करो, उसके साथ साथ अपना टाइम बैलेंस भी करो, घूमने भी जाओ, टाइम स्पेंड करो उसके साथ, ये सब। बाद में मैंने सोचा कि देयर इज नो लाइक प्रोमिनेंट थिंग कि लाइक मैं उसके साथ ही रहूँगा पूरी जिंदगी, एवरीथिंग गोना बी लाइक फाइन विथ हर एंड सब कुछ मतलब ऐसे ही मक्खन जैसे चलता रहेगा. इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट. ऊपर से मैं उसके ऊपर मैं सोचूंगा कि उसके साथ मैं रहूंगा, बाकी मेरा इस तरफ का जो पढ़ाई वढ़ाई का सीन होगा, एवरीथिंग होगा, वो सब मैं छोड़ दूंगा. एंड एट द एंड क्या होगा, मेरे हाथ में कुछ नहीं रहेगा. आई वाज इन जीरो बिकॉज ना मैं कुछ करियर में कुछ कर पाऊंगा, ना मैं वो रहेगी मेरे पास. सो एवरीथिंग विल बी लाइक नथिंग इन माय हैंड. बिकॉज द ट्रूथ इज ट्रूथ. देयर इज नो थिंग कि लाइक जब तक तुम सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो तब तक कोई भी लड़की तुम्हारे साथ नहीं रहेगी. इट्स सिंपल, इट्स ट्रूथ. सो वही बात है. तो मेरे हाथ में कुछ नहीं बचेगा. सो इट्स बेटर टू कि लाइक अभी मैं उसको छोड़ देता हूँ और अपना लाइफ बना लेता हूँ, अपना करियर बना लेता हूँ. उसके बाद वो आएगी तो अच्छी बात है, नहीं आएगी तो कोई नहीं, क्या कह सकते इसका. बट एटलीस्ट यू आर हैविंग समथिंग, लाइक यू हैव द ग्राउंड. सो दैट इज important, I feel. So yeah.
So you can tell her directly na ki if she can wait. Like communication, clear communication. Maybe she's willing to wait.
Actually, right now I thought I'm not gonna talk to her anymore. She's kind of a kid actually, so she's not understanding. If I say like this, if she will be like,
See, this is your perspective ना. I know you know the person better than me, but still, you need to be communication. ऐसे ही छोड़ देना is like very rude. On the other hand, like other person को भी क्यों trauma देना है फालतू का? Imagine imagine if tables have turned and you are in her position and someone just leave you without communicating what was the real problem. You can say that it is on you, that it's not her fault.
no,
At least make
try
that
to
clear.
tell her somewhere. Like I try to tell her these things before that also. She was not understanding. That's why I'm kind of like losing the thing. Like क्या कर उसको समझा
You
के
need to be
समझ.
patient with these things. You need to explain. Like I know you have told her. Maybe you just told her like that only. You haven't deeply explained. Like you need to why you need to focus and why you need to let her go and kind of things. You need to make her sit and explain her deeply. Like this briefly everything.
Yeah, I will do that. I will tell
So
her clearly.
maybe she's willing to wait. Maybe she's good person at heart. See, ऐसा नहीं होता है
She
कि
is
जो
a good
said
person.
कि
Yes,
लड़कियां तभी
yes.
आती हैं जब सक्सेस होता है. I don't think like basically it's like a very hype thing in the world. Like people usually say this is not thing. Like if you can make a girl like मैं तुम्हें एक बात बताऊं, अगर तुम एक लड़की को अच्छे से रख रहे हो ना, वो तुम्हारे साथ रोटी पानी भी खा लेगी. ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है
But
आजकल
ऐसा
की. हाँ
वो लगता
नहीं
है
होता है. मैं आई नो लॉट ऑफ गर्ल्स लाइक दैट
feels like a
कि वो
story.
ऐसे भी रह लेंगी. कोई सीन नहीं है यार. पैसे का इतना नहीं है कि लड़कियां पैसे पे ही मरती हैं. ये बहुत गलत पढ़ाया हुआ है लड़कों को. पता नहीं किसने ही बोला हुआ है. कुछ लड़कियां होती होंगी जो जिनके पीछे ज्यादा ही लड़के पड़ जाते हैं, बट नॉर्मली ऑन एवरेज गर्ल्स डोंट थिंक लाइक दैट.
I don't know. मैं तो आज के तक ऐसे किसी को देखा नहीं है वैसे. I don't know, like
ऐसा कोई
maybe.
नहीं होगा कि तुम किसी लड़की के मुंह पे पैसे मारोगे और वो दौड़ती हुई आ
अरे
जाएगी.
नहीं
ऐसा
नहीं नहीं
कुछ
नहीं,
नहीं
ऐसा
होता है.
ऐसा मैंने नहीं बोला कि पैसे
आई
मारोगे.
नो मोस्ट ऑफ द बॉयज थिंक्स लाइक
बट
दैट. इट्स
मोस्टली
नॉट
आई
योर.
आई फील लाइक दैट कि लड़कियां किसी को कैसे क्यों चूज करती है. जैसे लाइक अगर हम इवोल्यूशनरी पर्सपेक्टिव से देखें तब भी मतलब पहले के टाइम में जब हम लोग ऐसे जंगल में
सी
घूमते थे और
वो
मारते थे एक दूसरे
एवोल्यूशनरी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड, बट अब
को.
बहुत जमाना चेंज हो गया. वी आर नॉट ऑन दैट वर्ल्ड. वी आर ऑन द वर्ल्ड जहाँ पे
बट नेचुरली तो
कितनी
हम लोग
लड़कियां होती है
वैसे ही
जिनको
क्रिएट
सिर्फ
हुए हैं ना.
दे जस्ट नीड बेसिक फीलिंग्स. लाइक बेसिक फीलिंग्स.
Do you
ओके.
think so? Like this, girls are also exist in this world. I don't know.
ओ प्लीज, ऐसा होता है बस लड़कों के आंखों पे वो चश्मा डाला हुआ है ना, ये एवोल्यूशन वाला और ये बकवास वाला कि हाँ एक तो वो एंड्रयू टेट वगैरह के पॉडकास्ट
No,
सुनते
no, no.
रहते
I'm
हैं.
not into
नो आई एम
entertainment.
नॉट
Sorry.
सेइंग दैट. आई एम नॉट सेइंग टू यू. आई एम जस्ट सेइंग
Yeah,
जनरली.
got
ओके
it. I got it. Got it. Yeah.
कि हाँ लड़कियां ऐसी, और मोस्टली लोग ऐसे पॉडकास्ट पे जो सिग्मा मेल्स होते हैं ऐसी बकवास करते रहते हैं.
True, true, true.
तुम
Those are
कभी
actually
ऑब्जर्व
shit.
करना, ठीक है, बैठ करके ऑल ऑफ योर फ्रेंड ग्रुप जिनके पास गर्लफ्रेंड है जिनके पास नहीं है, लाइक व्हाई द गर्ल इज अट्रैक्टेड टू दिस पर्सन. You will find like most of the guys don't have like money or anything to begin with.
But ठीक है मतलब initial level पे you can make a girlfriend without money or without anything. But at the thing जब लड़कियां करियर के बारे में सोचती है, जब सेटल होने के बारे में जो सब वो सोचती है, तो वो ऐसे लड़के को क्यों चूज करेगी जिसके पास कुछ है नहीं.
मैं वही
Why?
बोल रही हूँ. गर्ल्स आर इमोशनल यार. तुम्हें नहीं समझ आ रहा ना मैं क्या बोल रही हूँ. गर्ल्स आर वेरी इमोशनल. दे विल चूज यू ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ देयर फीलिंग ओनली. दे आर नॉट रैशनल लाइक बॉयज कि हाँ हम क्यों चूज करेंगे ये वो. तुम देखना ना, मोस्ट ऑफ द गर्ल्स लाइक चूज रैशनल. अगर उनके घर वालों ने उनकी शादी जबरदस्ती नहीं करी है ना, तो दे विल चूज वेरी इमोशनली कि हाँ इसके साथ ही भाग जाती हूँ जिसके पास कुछ है भी नहीं. दे डोंट थिंक लाइक, दे डोंट हैव रैशनल ब्रेन. दैट इज लाइक
I don't know.
बैक
Then
सीट.
this
Girls are very emotional. तुम
today's
कुछ
world,
झूठ
I
भी
don't
बोलोगे ना
know.
बहुत प्यार से, they will believe like हाँ ठीक ही बोल रहा होगा kind of stuff mostly.
I don't know then, like today's world, then we are getting teached something else then. I don't know.
Most of
Seriously.
the boys like you know they हवाई बना के रखा है लड़कियां पैसे कुछ नहीं होता है ऐसा यार. Most average girls don't do this.
Okay. What about you?
Like the girls who have options like very beautiful or they have lot of options they will choose, but on average girls don't do this.
I really don't like very like beautiful girls. I really don't find them attractive that much. I find them those girls attractive. Those are actually average looking. Like people perspective, like average looking. I shouldn't judge anybody, but like people think those are average looking, but I find them attractive. I don't know why. I it's like my feeling.
Maybe you don't like competition then.
No, it's not like that. I competition. I feel like there's a point of it. It's not like that कि मुझे वैसे भी इंडियन लड़कियां ज़्यादा पसंद आती है कंपेयर टू एनी लाइक देयर आर पीपल बोल से इंडियन बेकार होती है बाकी जगह पे बेच अच्छी होती है मुझे इंडियन ज़्यादा पसंद आती है उससे भी कम ज़्यादा उस तरह की लड़कियां ज़्यादा पसंद आती है जो थोड़ा सा ट्रेडिशन फॉलो करती हो या फिर मतलब ऐसी थोड़ी सी शर्मीली टाइप की ऐसे टाइप की हो जैसे मतलब ज़्यादा मतलब वैसा नहीं मतलब वैसा करना नहीं चाहिए मैं जज नहीं करना मैं कोई होता नहीं हूँ जज करने वाला बट ऐसा बोलो कि लाइक कोई मतलब ज़्यादा ही मॉडर्न हो मुझे पसंद नहीं ज़्यादा मॉडर्न लड़की एक्चुअली आई डोंट नो व्हाई बट आई डोंट लाइक देम दैट मच आई लाइक ट्रेडिशनल गर्ल्स यू नो और जो कि बहुत ही सिंपल हो those kind
Okay,
of girls I
so
like yeah
okay, so sorry to interrupt. Like I have to go.
okay bye take
So
care
bye. Take care.
okay next bye take care
संबंधित हैं। भले ही इतिहास की बहियों ने इन्हें स्थान नहीं मिला, लेकिन जनता ने जमीन के इस छोटे से टुकड़े पर उनकी स्मृति थान के रूप में तथा अपने हृदयों में सदा के रूप में सुरक्षित रखी हुई है। अब ऐतिहासिक दस्तावेज खंगाला गया। अब मैं आपको ले चलता हूँ बिहार। अभी तो यूपी की आपको बताया। अब बिहार में 7 फरवरी 1855 में पता चला कि एक रंजीत राम नाम से एक जिक्र आता है जो हवलदार थे। तो उनका भी मिला है, इस तरह का थान मिला है। लेकिन वहाँ पे जो नाम प्रचलित है वो रंजीत बाबा नाम से है। तो कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि वही हैं, कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि अलग है। तो अगर वही है तो भी नाम उनका रंजीत बाबा नाम से फेमस है। कहाँ पे? तो बिहार के आरा जिले के शाहपुरा गाँव में। शहीद रंजीत बाबा के नाम से दलित पूजते आ रहे हैं। देखिए नाम क्या कहते हैं? शहीद रंजीत बाबा। पूजा करते हैं आज भी अपने पुरखों की, लेकिन किस आधार पर भी हमारे बाबा शहीद हुए हैं। रंजीत बाबा आज वहाँ दलित समुदाय का पूजनीय देवता है। ग्रामीण बताते हैं कि रंजीत बाबा 1857 की लड़ाई में शहीद हुए थे। देखिए लड़ाई जो हुई थी उसमें शहीद हुए थे। उनकी मान्यता आज भी बिहार ही नहीं उत्तर प्रदेश में भी कायम है। आप देख लीजिए जब हमारे पुरखों को जो बुद्ध धाम था उसको गायब कर दिया गया तो लोग अपने पुरखे जो लड़ाई करते थे, जो अपने समाज के लिए लड़के मर गए थे, उन लोगों को अपना आराध्य मान के लोग पूजा कर रहे थे। ये हमारे रीति रिवाज थे। मैं बार-बार कहता हूँ कि जो भी अपने पुरखों को जो आप इष्ट देवता जो कहा जाता है ना कि हमारे इष्ट हैं, उसका कहीं न कहीं जुड़ाव, कुछ न कुछ जुड़ाव अपने ही लोगों से होता है, अपने समाज के लोगों से होता है। बाद में समय बीतते-बीतते उस पर कहानियाँ जोड़ दी जाती हैं, ब्रह्मवादी कहानियाँ जोड़ दी जाती है, पूजा पाठ होने जाता है और मूल कहानी बदल जाती है। लेकिन यहाँ पे क्या हुआ कि सब लोगों ने आगे शहीद शब्द लगा रखा था, तो इससे तुरंत चिन्हित हो गए कि शहीद बाबा ही हैं और बाकी जो दस्तावेज खंगाला गया तो उसे वेरीफाई भी हो गया। अब एलन महोदय के पत्रों में जिला शाहबाद और आरा के 4 विद्रोही मेहतरों का जिक्र आता है। देखिए 4 विद्रोही मेहतर, विद्रोही मतलब क्या? जो अंग्रेजों से विद्रोह किए थे, मेहतर समाज से 4-4 लोग। एक आपको पांडे बताया जाता है, मंगल पांडे, यहाँ 4-4 लोगों का जिक्र आ रहा है। यह कहानी बरकंदंजा नाम के एक अंग्रेजों के मुखबिर के हवाले से आती है। अब अंग्रेजों का एक मुखबिर था। ओके, मेरे ख्याल से थोड़ा-सा शायद टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम आ गया था इसमें साउंड जो है। ओके, मेरे ख्याल से अब साउंड आ रही होगी। ओके ग्रेट। तो हम आगे बढ़ते हैं इसमें। अब यहाँ पे क्या होता है कि ये जो खबर आई थी वो मुखबिर के हवाले से आई। यानी कि जो अंग्रेजों को मुखबिरी करते थे, भारत के कुछ लोग क्या करते थे कि खबर जो है अंग्रेजों को देते रहते थे, मुखबिर थे, तो मुखबिरी कर देते थे। तो यहाँ के जो लोग पकड़ लिए जाते थे, अंग्रेज उनको मार देता था। तो जो मुखबिरी करते थे ना उसका रिकॉर्ड जो है दस्तावेज मौजूद रहता था। उस आधार पर ये चीज़ें चिन्हित की गई। अब आगे क्या है इसमें आप देखते जाएँ यहाँ पे। इस तरह से पता नहीं कितने इतिहासकार हैं जो मिट गए और उनको जो ब्राह्मणवादी इतिहासकार हैं, इन लोगों ने उनका नाम ही कभी नहीं लिया। कैसे लेंगे? क्योंकि जब भी ये बात आती तो इनकी मुखबिरी की भी जिक्र आ जाता कि इन्हीं लोग को पकड़वाते थे। यही लोग तो जलते थे कि कैसे वो बन रहा है, ये कैसे जो है क्रांतिकारी बन रहा है। तो अब ये बातें थी। अब आगे मैं आप लोगों को कुछ ऐसे पॉइंट्स दिखाता हूँ जो शहीद उपैया चमार जी की कहानी सुनाता हूँ। इनकी कहानी जो है जैसे आपने आल्हा उदल की कहानी सुनी होगी, जिनका लिखित कोई रिकॉर्ड नहीं मिलता। आल्हा उदल का कोई लिखित रिकॉर्ड नहीं मिलता, लोगों के गानों में मिलता है। शहीद जो उपमैया चमार हैं, इनका भी जो इतिहास है इसी तरह से आपको मिलता है। आल्हा उदल की तरह इनकी भी गौरव गाथा गाई जाती है और इनके जो लिखित दस्तावेज हैं उनमें भी इनका जिक्र मिल जाता है। अलीगढ़ क्षेत्र था, लड़ाइयाँ चल रही थी अंग्रेजों से 1804 में। 1804 के ये क्रांति के महानायक थे। जरा सोचिए, आपको 1857 के ये बताते हैं पांडे मंगल पांडे और ये 1804 के क्रांति के महानायक थे। जरा सोचिए शहीद उपमैया चमार, आप लोग पूछता है ना कि 1857 से पहले उनके मुँह पे मारिए स्ट्रीम, किताबें मारिए मुँह पे। 1804 में उपमैया चमार जो हैं वो शहीद का दर्जा मिला है उनको, आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे। अच्छा चलिए मैं आप लोगों को दिखाते जाता हूँ। इतनी लिस्ट कितनी बड़ी है ना, इतनी बड़ी लिस्ट है कि बहुत कम पड़ जाएगा समय, इसलिए मैं
बढ़िया।
इसलिए तो 1 साल का ड्रॉप ले लिया, तो अभी इस साल कवर हो जाएगा और ड्रॉप।
हेलो
आपको दिखाता हूँ। ये क्या किए थे कि पूरा जहाँ अंग्रेज आ रहे थे, पूरा जो सुरंग था उसमें बारूद बिछा दिए थे और सुरंग फटने लगी। अकेले जो हैं सैकड़ों अंग्रेज सैनिक व ऑफिसर उपमैया ने ढेर कर दिए थे, क्योंकि पूरा सुरंग में जैसे अंग्रेज घुसा उसी में बिछा दिए थे, पूरा बम पूरा उड़ गया था। तो उनको फिर बाद में गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया और शहीद उपमैया फांसी पर लटका दिए गए 1807 में। 50 साल पहले 1857 की क्रांति के जो पांडे को आपको सिखाया जाता है कि ये पहला क्रांतिकारी है, आपको बताया जाता है ना वो क्रांति तो नहीं था, लेकिन ये देख लीजिए 1807 में फांसी पर लटका दिए गए थे उपमैया चमार। अब मुंह पे मारिए जो आपसे कहता है कि पहला क्रांतिकारी कौन था। आइए आगे बढ़ते हैं। लोने सिंह की चमार सेना। लोने सिंह जो है इनकी 12,000 सैनिक थे। इस 12,000 में आपको जानकर हैरानी होगी 3,000 भारत के जो एशी लोग हैं, चमार, पाशी, रावत, ये लोग थे। उस 12,000 में से 3,000 सैनिक जो हैं यानी कि 1/4 सैनिक जो हैं पूरे के पूरे एसी समाज से थे, चमार, पासी, रावत लोग। इन्होंने गजब की लड़ाई लड़ी थी जिसमें से 146 जो है लठैत थे। ये जबरदस्त लाठियां चलाते थे। बताया जाता है कि मार्शल कौम नहीं है, ये मार्शल कौम थी। 146 लठैत लोग थे। 50 अंग्रेजों को इन्होंने मार गिराया था और फिर इन लोगों को, चूंकि ये लोग लठैत थे, लाठी भांजते थे और उन सबके पास क्या था, उन सबके पास था वो बंदूकें थी, तोपें थी, तो ये लोग मारे गए। लेकिन इन्होंने, अब देखिए इनके सम्मान में उस क्षेत्र का नाम चमार बाग रख दिया गया। और आज भी चमार शहीद स्थल के रूप में सीतापुर मेरे ख्याल से यूपी का कोई डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं उन लोगों के नाम पे चमार शहीद स्थल आज भी वहाँ पे अवेलेबल है। और देखें इतने बड़े बड़े क्रांतिकारी थे, जान की कीमत बताइए। 146 लठैत डर रहे थे, जाके वहाँ पे लड़ रहे थे। तो मैं बार-बार कहता हूँ कि बहुजन समुदाय जो है उसको जो दिखाया जाता है, फ़िल्मों में दिखा दिया जाता है कि डरे लोग हैं, शामे लोग हैं, कोई आके अत्याचार करके चला जाता है, तुम चुप रहो, तुम कुछ मत करना। इस तरह से जो दिखाया गया है, डर का माहौल जो बनाया गया है, ऐसा हमारा इतिहास नहीं है दोस्तों। पटक-पटक के मारे हैं, कूद-कूद के मारे हैं, फाड़-फाड़ डाले हैं। इन लोगों ने क्या किया अंग्रेजों के समय में, एक वो एक्ट बनवाया था, क्रिमिनल एक्ट बनवाया और उसमें छीन-छीन के जितने वीर योद्धा जो जातियाँ थी उनको क्रिमिनल एक्ट में घुसवा दिया था। बाद में जब देश आज़ाद हुआ 49 में उसको रिजेक्ट करवाया गया, उसको हटवाया गया, ये दिखाने के लिए अंग्रेज से कि ये पैदाइशी वो हैं, क्रिमिनल हैं। मतलब वीर योद्धाओं को देख लीजिए इन्होंने क्रिमिनल बनवा दिया था। ये कहानी थी इन लोगों की। अब क्या हुआ कि फिर ये शहीद चित्राम रैदासी समाज से थे, रैदासी चमार समाज से थे और देखें इनका गजब का है। लेकिन इन दोनों क्रांतिकारियों को तुरंत ही पेड़ से बांधकर गोली से भून दिया गया। इन्होंने 10 लोग थे, क्रांति किए थे ये लोग। कौन-कौन थे? नाम था बल्लू मेहतर, सदाशिव सक्सेना, चतुर्भुज वैश्य, हफीज रजब अली, द्वारिका प्रसाद, विशंभर कोठेदार, सदाशिव मोहरे तथा रामनाथ तिवारी। ये नाम था। अब देखिए इसमें तिवारी भी है। अब इसमें क्या हुआ कि सिर्फ 2 एसी कैटेगरी के थे, अब बाकी 8 जो सो कॉल्ड अपने को ऊंची जाति मानते थे, अल्पजन थे, वो थे। यहाँ पे हुआ इनके साथ डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। देखा उन लोगों ने कि ये 2 जो हैं ये रैदास जाति से हैं, उन दोनों को पकड़ के तुरंत फांसी पे लटका के गोली मार दी गई। इन 8 को मारा लेकिन बाद में मारा, उन दोनों को देखते ही मार दिया गया। मतलब अंग्रेज भी जो क्रांति करते थे, उन लोग अंग्रेजों के भी सैनिक कौन लोग थे? उसमें भी यही सब घुसे रहते थे ना कुछ-कुछ। ये पहचान लिया चाहिए पहले इसको मार दो, फांसी पे इसको टांग दो। ये किया गया था। ये बात अपनी तरफ से मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ। ये बात जो है लेखक भी इस बात को यहाँ पे मेंशन करते हैं। कहते हैं इन 10 लोगों में से 8 सवर्ण थे जो गोरे रंग के थे तथा वे 2 दलित काले रंग के थे। काले रंग के प्रति अपनी सदियों पुरानी द्वेष भावना के ही कारण अंग्रेजों ने इन दोनों को बाकी लोगों से अलग किया और गोलियों से छलनी कर दिया। आप देख लीजिए क्रांतियाँ तो सब करते थे लेकिन मैं बार-बार कहता हूँ कि क्रांतियों में आगे जिन्होंने गोलियाँ खाई है वो बहुजन लोग थे। और
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you. Hello.
How are you?
और अब इसके बाद से इनके भी यादों में एक जगह है, चित्रामी तालाब पड़ गया है। ये देखें 1857 के क्रांतिवीरों को गोली मारकर शहीद कर दिया गया था। आस-पास क्योंकि रैदासिया समाज की बहुतायत है, इस तालाब का नाम चित्रामी तालाब पड़ गया है। उन लोगों के याद में जगह का नाम भी चित्रामी तालाब पड़ गया। सोचें आसान नहीं होता था, बाकी सब तो छुप जाते थे लेकिन सीने पे गोलियाँ जो है बहुजन समाज खाया है। इसलिए जानना आपको जरूरी है। जो कहते हैं कि हमारे पुरसे जो है मार्शल नहीं थे, मार्शल कम्युनिटी नहीं थी। और देखें शहीद बांके चमार, इनका नाम आपने खूब सुना होगा। कौन थे भाई? ये तो इतने धुरंधर थे कि उस समय 1857 में ₹500 की इन पर वो लगाया गया था, वारंट जारी हुआ था। भाई ₹500 उसमें का समझते हैं? आप पता लगा लीजिए 1857 क्या 1957 की बता रहा हूँ, ₹500 बहुत बड़ी अमाउंट हुआ करती थी। 100 साल बाद भी मुझे याद है कई लोग जो बूढ़े पुराने लोग हैं वो बोलते हैं कि 1970-75 में जब उनकी नौकरी लगी थी तो ₹200-300 में शुरुआत होती थी उन लोगों की नौकरी की, तब उतने रुपए की नौकरी लगती थी। सोचिए इस घटना के इतने समय बाद 120-30 सालों बाद भी ₹200-150 में लोग नौकरी करते थे, तब उस समय ₹500 बहुत बड़ा अमाउंट था उस समय के लिए। ये इन पर लगाया था अंग्रेजों ने। भैया पकड़ो इसको। शहीद बांके चमार को पकड़ने के लिए अंग्रेज सरकार ने ₹500 का इनाम रखा था। इनका जन्म उत्तर प्रदेश के जौनपुर जिले की तहसील मछली नगर के कुंवरपुर में हुआ था। तो ये वहाँ के राजा बांके चमार हरिपाल सिंह का दायां हाथ माने जाते थे, राजा थे। अब देखें राजा भी जितने होते थे तो राजा की हिफाजत भी कौन करता था? राजा की जान की। राजा को भी लड़ने के लिए वैसे जाबाज लोग चाहिए जो सीने पे गोली खा सके, आगे लड़ सके। कौन लड़ता था इनके लिए? वो भी बहुजन समुदाय के लोग थे। ऐसे नहीं थे भाई। आपको क्या लगता है राजा एक बैठ के सिंहासन पर जिसके आप इतिहास में जिसके बैठ के गाथाएं लिखी जा रही हैं कि राजा अच्छा है बुरा है, उसके लिए अपनी जान पे जोखिम देके दुनिया से कौन लड़ रहा था? यही बहुजन समाज के लोग थे। और आज बताया जाता है कि बहुजन समाज जो है ये लड़ता नहीं है तो डरपोक है, तो ये नहीं करता वो नहीं करता। अरे नहीं करता तो ये राजा सुरक्षित रह पाते हैं? राजा का सैनिक जो है वो अगर नहीं लड़ता, अपनी जान की पर बार खेल के सामने वाले को नहीं मारता तो सुरक्षित बैठ जाते हैं। सुरक्षा भी की है ये देखिए। तो फिर इनको जैसे ही अंग्रेजों ने पकड़ लिया, इनको फांसी पर टांग दिया गया। 1857 के गदर में इनका नाम हो गया। अच्छा इसके बाद से सत्या बंडखोर हैं। इन्होंने अंग्रेजों को कई बार पराजित किया था। इनको भी फांसी पर लटका दिया गया जब इनको पकड़ा गया तो। गुमनाम साइस की तो ये कहानी है कि एक बार क्या हुआ, साइस कहते हैं ना जो घोड़ों की रखवाली करता है, घोड़ों की रखवाली चल रही थी और हुआ क्या कि एक कोई बंदा आया विप्लवकारी, उसने दस्तावेज है, विप्लव के वृत्तांत में एक दस्तावेज है, एक विप्लवकारी आया, उसने एक तलवार दिया, कहा कि भाई यहाँ पे जो साहब है ना इसको मारो, जिस अंग्रेज के साथ है उसको मारो। उसे साइंस ने क्या किया, तलवार लिया, उसको भी मारा। देखें साइंस ने तलवार लेकर साहब को ऐसा मारा कि साहब बहादुर का सिर धड़ से अलग हो गया। फिर कप्तान डगलस को भी मारा।
हाँ, तो आपके फ्रेंड कौन से कॉलेज में?
मैं कुछ नहीं बता सकता उसकी प्राइवेसी।
I'm not asking her number and her name about कि क्या है, just I'm asking the
उसके बारे में कौन सी
like
कॉलेज है।
like I'm doing my BA from Hansraj College.
हंसराज डीयू, अरे ब्लोंडे तू
हाँ
भाई
भाई
एबीवीपी ज्वाइन कर जा भाई, मैं कह रहा हूँ कुछ ना रखना।
भाई पहले मैं ABV का यूनिट प्रेसिडेंट था।
अच्छा
अभी दूसरे प्रेसिडेंट से काफी अच्छी खासी बातचीत है।
अच्छा, जानता है तू उस डेढ़ा को?
हाँ
तुषार
भाई,
डेढ़ा।
हाँ भाई, उसको जितवाने में हम लोग बहुत पार्टी, उसका सोशल मीडिया में ही हैंडल करता था।
अरे बढ़िया यार, बढ़िया। मैं देखी थी भाई, इस टाइम तो इंस्टाग्राम पे भर दी थी तुमने।
प्रेसिडेंट मतलब क्या? उधर ऐसा कुछ है क्या?
अरे जो सारे डीयू के कॉलेजेस है ना,
हाँ।
उसकी जैसे कमेटी, जिसे डूसू कहते हैं, उसका प्रेसिडेंट इलेक्ट होता है। मतलब
दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट यूनियन, लाइक JNUB, जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट यूनियन होता है ना, हर एक विश्वविद्यालय का सेपरेट स्टूडेंट यूनियन होता है।
तो तुम
जो
वहाँ के
like,
प्रेसिडेंट है ऐसा कह रहे हो?
ना मेरे
हाँ,
साथ
जो
दोस्त है।
तुषार डेढ़ा है वो प्रेसिडेंट है वहाँ के।
एक मिनट, कौन डेरा?
हाँ, he belong to like he belong to गुज्जर caste।
गुजर कम्युनिटी से होता है भाई।
ओके,
गुजरों से मेरा बहुत
गुज्जर।
बातचीत है भाई वैसे तो, लेकिन उससे नहीं है, तुषार डेढ़ा से।
तो आई मीन ऐसा इतना ज्यादा फेमस है क्या वो?
फेमस नहीं यार, एक्चुअली
और
मैं भी
किस
कॉलेज लाइफ
रीजन
में,
से
ये भी
मतलब
कॉलेज
ऐसा?
लाइफ में। पर हमारे इंस्टाग्राम पे इस बार ना ये ड्यू के इलेक्शन बहुत, वो इंस्टाग्राम पे कैंपेनिंग बहुत हुई थी इनकी।
तो
प्रॉब्लम वाज दैट, तो इंस्टाग्राम पे अगर कुछ रिजल्ट आ रहा था, कुछ भी आ रहा था, प्लस जो मेरे दोस्त है ना ड्यू में, वो भी एबीवीपी।
Name Duli.
Duli, okay. Mm.
Serena.
Currently, are you
Uh,
working or student?
I'm a student.
No. What are you studying?
I'm studying. I'm in college student. I'm a college
Oh,
student, by the
oh,
way.
nice.
What standard you are studying?
3 English है.
Mm. Okay, so now we can. Oh, he is going.
What standard you are studying?
I'm in a college.
Okay, I know it's college. Standard.
Bro, there is not a standard which year.
Which which standard? Which year?
Okay, so we can have like conversation in Hindi right now.
हाँ
ठीक
ठीक
I
है।
है.
mean, so आप
हाँ
तुम
try करो
क्या
करो.
कर रहे हो? तुम क्या कर रहे हो means
What are
what
you
do you
doing?
do?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? What do you do means तुम क्या करती हो?
ये बहुजन समाज के लोग थे। अकेले तलवार लेके जो गद्दारी कर रहा था उसको भी मार रहे हैं, अंग्रेज को भी मार रहे हैं, घूस के मार रहे हैं। और ज़रा सोचिए, इनका नाम आपने कभी सुना? नहीं बताया जाएगा आपको। लेकिन जो लोग प्रयास किए किसी को मारने का और या आत्महत्या कर लिया या उनको मर गए कहीं पे, उनका नाम इतना बढ़ा चढ़ा के दिखाया जाएगा। बस जाति यहाँ फैक्टर है दोस्तों, और कोई फैक्टर नहीं है। जाति, क्योंकि ये जो हमारे महापुरुष थे, इनकी जो जाति है, भले कितना भी अच्छा काम किए हों, कितने भी बोल्ड काम किए हों, इनका नाम नहीं लिया जाएगा। लेकिन किसी की छोटी-मोटी चीज़ को भी बढ़ा चढ़ा के दिखाने की जो यहाँ की आदत है, मीडिया से आप ले लीजिए, मीडिया में देखें, सबकी जाति पता लगाइए, कौन किस जाति का बेटा है, कैसी बातें वो प्रचारित करता है। ठीक यही चीज़ आज तक इतिहास में हुआ है। दलपति चमार, ये कौन थे? तो इन्होंने गोरों का बहिष्कार करते हुए यहाँ सफाई करनी बंद कर दी, धोबियों ने उनका बहिष्कार करते हुए उनके कपड़े धोने बंद कर दिए। ये सब लोग जुड़ गए थे, मिल गए थे 1857 में, और अंग्रेज का सारा चीज़ जो है बाइकआउट कर दिया। बाइकआउट कर दिया तो अंग्रेज इनके पास पहुँचा, कहा कि देखो तुम तो हो चमारों के नेता दलपति चमार, ऐसे कहे उनसे, देखो तुम तो हो, तुम कह दोगे तो सब हमारा काम करने लगेगा। इन्होंने मना कर दिया, सब इनको गोली मार दिए थे सब। ये भी शहीद हो गए, लेकिन अपने पूरे लोगों को बाइकआउट करवा दिए थे। बालेश्वर राम कौन है? समस्तीपुर जिला शरथा गाँव चमार जाति में हुआ था। इन्होंने बीए की एजुकेशन लिया, फिर राजनीति में कूद गए। लेकिन उस समय एक ऐसी समाज से व्यक्ति 1928 में अगर ग्रेजुएशन कर रहा था, यानी कि पढ़ने में कमी नहीं थी, अगर कमी कुछ थी तो वो थी सिर्फ पैसे की कमी, धन की कमी। धन नहीं था किसी के पास, बहुत गरीबी। पूरा जब इतिहास पढ़ते हैं तो एक चीज़ पता चलता है कि बहुजन समाज जो है उस पर धन की कमी भयंकर थी, बड़ी मुश्किल हालात में पढ़ते थे, लेकिन हिम्मत की कमी नहीं थी। आगे बढ़ के लोगों ने जान दी है अपने। अब यहाँ पे क्या होता है, ये आप यहाँ पे देख लीजिए। इनको इंडो सोवियत कल्चरल सोसाइटी की बिहार शाखा का उपाध्यक्ष भी बनाया गया, काफ़ी आगे तक बढ़ गए क्योंकि उस समय उन्होंने ग्रेजुएशन कर लिया था। बाद में बिहार विधानसभा के 1952-77 मतलब ये फिर पॉलिटिक्स में भी आ गए और उस समय में थे। फिर क्रांतिवीर भीमसेन, इनका भी आप देखें, इनको 8 महीने की सज़ा हुई थी 1930 में सविनय अवज्ञा आंदोलन में। भागवली चंद्रकार, ये सारे जो हैं बहुजन समाज के लोग थे। शपूत दुर्ग मतलब जो जाति मैं बता रहा हूँ, पेशी जाति, उससे सब लोग रिलेटेड थे और इनको भी इसी तरह से आगे इन्होंने उसमें काम किया, आगे फिर बढ़े। रामजी लाल सहायक जो थे, ये मेरठ के थे, इनका जन्म 1918 में हुआ था। इन्होंने डीलिट किया था, आप इसी से समझ सकते हैं, इन्होंने पीएचडी कर ली थी 1960 में। सोचिए उस समय एससी समाज के होके इतने हाई एजुकेशन पे पहुंच गए थे, 1960 में पीएचडी कर लिए, 1966 में डीलिट की, कबीर दर्शन विषय पर पीएचडी की, कबीर और गांधी के विचारों का तुलनात्मक अध्ययन से डीलिट की उपाधि दी गई। 1930 में नमक छोड़ो आंदोलन में जुड़ गए, 1937 में इस संस्था के व्यवस्थापक बने। बस एक ही चीज़ की यहाँ पे दिक्कत थी, वो ये थी कि उस समय के जो बहुजन थे, उनका अपना कोई धर्म नहीं था। ये बार-बार गांधीवादी जो आंदोलन था या कांग्रेसी आंदोलन था, उसमें चले जाते थे, उसमें जाके उन लोगों के लिए लोग काम करते थे और वहाँ पे बार-बार इनके साथ जो है भेदभाव होता था, छुआ-छूत होता था। ये चीज़ इन लोगों ने खुल के लिखा भी। इसके बाद से यहाँ पे केजूराज चंद्रकार का जन्म दुर्ग जिले के गुंडरदेही तहसील के गोरापकार गाँव में हुआ था। अब इनकी क्या कहानी है कि 5 साल में आँखों की ज्योति चली गई, मतलब पिताजी की। इनका भी जो ज़िंदगी है बड़ा ही वो रहा, दिक्कत का रहा। माँ चली गईं, फिर वो पिता भी जो हैं वो अंधे हो गए और इनको मजदूरी करनी पड़ी। पाठशाला छोड़ दिए 15 साल की उम्र में, नौकरी करने लगे। स्वतंत्रता संग्राम चल रहा था, उसमें भी कूद पड़े। बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो हुई। इवन इनको 1930 में पकड़ लिया गया। शराब जो था उसके खिलाफ ये प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे कि भैया शराब बंद करो। सोचिए उस समय जो है बहुजन समाज से जो है, इसी समाज के लोग जो हैं उस समय क्या कर रहे थे, जो बंद करवा रहे थे, शराब की दुकानें बंद करवा रहे थे, क्योंकि पता था, आज भी आप देख लीजिएगा जितने भी एससी तबके के जो जगह है वहाँ पे शराब खोल दी जाती है, इनको कहा जाता है तुम पियो इसी में मस्त रहो, यही सब बेचो, इसी समय आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि 1942 में गांधी जी के जो नारा हुआ अंग्रेजों भारत छोड़ो, तो सब लोग इसमें शामिल हो जा रहे थे। ये जितने भी गांधी का जो आंदोलन हुआ था उसमें कौन लोग शामिल थे, जो इतनी भीड़ खड़ी होती थी, वो कौन लोग थे, कभी आपने सोचा है?
आप
ये
खा
तो बहुजन
लो,
समाज था भाई।
मैं बाद में
ब्राह्मणवादी इसमें
खाऊंगा।
घुसेगा, वो तो अपना मंदिर में बैठ आराम से मस्त था, कुछ नौकरी लेके मस्त थे, एकदम मस्त हैं। कुछ अगर जेल में चले जाते थे तो माफीनामा लिख के माफी मांग के आराम से पेंशन उठा रहे थे। ये भीड़ जो इकट्ठा होती थी, जो गोलियां खा रही थी, कौन लोग थे बताएगा आपको? नहीं, गांधी का नाम दे दिया जाएगा। बस यहाँ पे एक ही कमी थी, वो क्या कमी थी कि लोग अपने धर्म को नहीं जानते थे, बुद्ध धर्म को नहीं जानते थे। बाबा साहब जब आते हैं, बाबा साहब जब एंट्री लेते हैं, उनसे भी कई लोगों की मुलाकात हुई, वो भी पॉइंट्स मैं आप लोगों को दिखाऊंगा, वो भी जानना बहुत जरूरी है। यहाँ पे अमर शहीद जो है, ये भी आपको देख लीजिए। और फिर यहाँ पे बाबू इससे पहले जो है अमर शहीद बलदेव कुरिल जी का यहाँ नाम आता है, जो इनको भी पुलिस स्टेशन में धरना के दौरान मार दिया गया था। बाबू जगजीवन राम का आप लोगों ने नाम सुना होगा। कौन थे बाबू जगजीवन राम? बाबू जगजीवन राम के बारे में भी कुछ पॉइंट्स आप लोगों को बता दूं, क्योंकि बहुजन समाज से जो लोग हैं उन सबको बताना बहुत जरूरी है। इन्होंने भी 1926 में प्रथम मैट्रिक जो है प्रथम श्रेणी से उत्तीर्ण की थी, पढ़ने में बहुत अच्छे थे। 1908 में जन्म हुआ था और 1931 में इन्होंने भी बीएससी कर ली थी उस समय, और उसके बाद से घूम-घूम कर सब लोगों को ये जोड़ रहे थे। और जगजीवन राम जो है वो सीआईडी की नज़र में, पुलिस की नज़र में चुभने लगे, क्योंकि ये लोगों को जोड़ने लगे। ये सब लोगों को, पूरे बहुजन समाज को जगा रहे थे।
Are you student?
No, I'm housewife.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi,
So how long?
Aakash.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking.
Aakash, where are you from?
I'm from Kolkata actually.
I'm also from Kolkata.
You can speak Nepali? Wow, that's great.
यार
क्या?
मेरे कोई दोस्त ही नहीं आ रहे।
तुम्हारी दोस्त नहीं है कोई?
एक मिनट।
कि भैया तुम लोग इस आंदोलन में भाग लो और भाग कर क्या करो, भाग लो और इन अंग्रेजों को भगाओ। तो वो पूरी तरह से इनकी क्रांतिकारी भावना थी। कुछ माँ अंग्रेज ये जेल में भी कई बार गए। मुंगेर जिला पिछड़ा वर्ग सम्मेलन तारापुर के शहीद बाग में जगजीवन बाबू की अध्यक्षता में आयोजित किया गया और वहाँ पे दलित पिछड़ों के साहस और धैर्य की तारीफ की थी। तो ऐसे बहुत सारे बहुजन महापुरुष क्रांतिकारी डॉक्टर धर्म प्रकाश जो हैं, ये जाटो चमार समाज की काफी जनसंख्या थी, वहाँ पे इनका जन्म हुआ था। चमड़े का वहाँ पे व्यापार था। ये जाटो समुदाय के मुखिया भी थे। ये पढ़ाई लिखाई किए, फिर होम्योपैथिक चिकित्सा करने लगे, मेरठ बरेली में प्रैक्टिस करते थे। और उस समय आप देखिए ये लोग भी फिर बाद में पार्लियामेंट में भी गए। और आगे बताता हूँ, महामहिम माता प्रसाद जी, डॉक्टर माता प्रसाद जी, तो इनको करो या मरो आंदोलन में ये भी शामिल हुए थे। दरअसल उस समय हुआ क्या था, बाद में ये राज्यपाल भी बने हैं, वरिष्ठ दलित साहित्यकार भी बने हैं। एक बात आप सब लोग समझिएगा कि वो दौर था कि सब लोग,
हाय
पूरा बहुजन
टीचर।
समुदाय जो है गांधीवाद के चक्कर में फंस गया था। उस
हेलो हेलो। कैसे हो?
हेलो यार, कैसी भी नहीं हूँ।
क्या हो गया?
हुई नहीं, मैं तो सपने से बात कर रही हूँ।
ठीक।
असली जिंदगी में एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करती मैं।
क्या हो गया?
ये सब आप लोगों के साथ स्कैम हो रहा है कि मैं असली जिंदगी में एग्जिस्ट करती।
उस समय हुआ था बहुजन में। आज आप लोग सोचते हैं ना कि सारे बहुजन जो है बाबा साहब की बात क्यों नहीं मान के सब लोग बुद्ध धर्म क्यों नहीं स्वीकार कर लिए? दरअसल यही कारण है कि भारत के जितने महापुरुष हुए थे उस समय के लोग वो छुआ-छूत तो फेस कर रहे थे, लेकिन वो चीज़ डिक्टेट नहीं कर पाए थे कि दरअसल हम लोगों को हम जिस धर्म में हमको नीच क्यों माना जाता है, हमारे साथ छुआ-छूत क्यों होती है, हमारे लोग इतने पिछड़े क्यों हैं, वो इस चीज़ को नहीं डिक्टेट कर पा रहे थे, जिसकी पूरी सर्जरी बाबा साहब ने की है। बाबा साहब इस प्रॉब्लम को पहचान लिए, इसीलिए बाकी लोग एक सेकेंडरी पॉइंट बन के कभी राजा का सैनिक बन के लड़े, कभी किसी का सैनिक बन के लड़े, कभी गांधी के टोली में शामिल होकर क्रांतिकारी बने, लेकिन हमेशा किसी न किसी के नीचे रह के ही शामिल। बाबा साहब ने पहली बार कहा कि नहीं, धर्म हमारा है, हम इसके अंदर से हम आगे बढ़ेंगे, हर चीज़ हमारा होगा तभी हम लोग आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। ये जुनून जो है ये गौरव बाबा साहब ने दिया। इसलिए आप देखेंगे जितने महापुरुष को पढ़ेंगे सब लोग आगे तो बढ़े, लेकिन किसी न किसी के अंडर में काम कर रहे थे, ये यहाँ पे चक्कर फँस रहा था। जियालाल करदम शूद्र पर वीरता की कमी नहीं थी दोस्तों, एक चीज़ मैं बता दूँ। आप भले किसी के भी साथ जाके काम कर रहे हैं, वीरता की कमी नहीं थी। मैं दिखाता हूँ कैसे कमी नहीं थी। आप देखें घीशाराम जी का इसी तरह से इनको भी दंड हुआ था, फिर आज़ाद हिंद फौज और चमार जाति। इनकी कहानी भी आप लोगों को जानना ज़रूरी है। आपने जो आज़ाद हिंद फौज की जो सेना हुई थी, उनसे उस क्षेत्र में चमार रेजिमेंट गठन किया
Yeah,
गया
it
था
is, man.
और चमार रेजिमेंट को भेजा गया था।
Shut up.
Could have had more fun. But I couldn't think of anything, you know?
But your voice different. Oh,
My voice
hi,
is
Aakash.
different because oh yeah.
Yeah,
Hey Akash. My voice is different
it's
because
kind of
I'm
little bit different.
I'm on a microphone actually. I'm using my laptop today, first time. And that's why I
Oh,
think
so
it
it's
sounds
much better than before.
yeah. You know it's a
वो एक ऐसा रेजिमेंट था जब उसने देखा कि हमारे ही लोगों को हमसे ही अंग्रेज मरवा रहे हैं, वो नहीं मारे, छोड़ दिए रेजिमेंट, आज़ाद हिंद फौज में लोग शामिल हो गए थे, वहाँ से शहीद हुए। देखें आज़ाद हिंद फौज का नया वीरा कैप्टन मोहनलाल कुरी, इनका नाम सुने होंगे, ये वही हैं जिन्होंने इनकार कर दिया अपने ये रेजिमेंट थे, चमार रेजिमेंट में थे, लेकिन अंग्रेजों से विद्रोह करके साथी सैनिकों सहित आज़ाद हिंद फौज में शामिल हो गए। नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस आपको अपना दायां हाथ मानते थे, आप 1939 से 1945 तक आज़ाद हिंद फौज के कैप्टन पद पर रहे और अनेक युद्धों से भाग लेकर वीरता का लोहा मनवाया। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं कि आज़ाद हिंद फौज में भी शामिल हुए हैं, कैप्टन पोजीशन पर रहे हैं, चमार रेजिमेंट में थे, इनको बंदी बना लिया गया था। और आप देख सकते हैं कि बाद में जब देश आज़ाद हुआ तो इनको रिहा किया गया, चुनाव भी लड़े हैं, शफीपुर सीट से बाद में चुनाव जीत गए थे। फिर आज़ाद हिंद सेना के शहीद चमार सेनानी, अब कौन-कौन से लोग आज़ाद हिंद सेना के नाम पर शहीद हुए थे, क्योंकि शहीदों की बात हो रही है तो आप नाम देख लीजिए, राम प्रसाद चमार जी, भोला राम जायसवाल जी, बाबूलाल, फिर चमार रेजिमेंट की यहाँ पे डिटेल्स बताई गई है आपको। दरअसल हुआ क्या था कि एक सिख रेजिमेंट्री है, उसी का ये दूसरा रूप था और 1943 में जब द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध चल रहा था, तब अंग्रेजों को ऐसा लगा कि यार इतने रेजिमेंट बनाए गए हैं, चलो एक चमार रेजिमेंट भी बना देते हैं। होगा क्या कि जब ये रेजिमेंट बन जाएगी तो इसके जितने जाबाज सैनिक हैं, वो अपनी जाति का वर्चस्व दिखाने के लिए हम लोग के लिए बड़ा अच्छा काम करेंगे। इस बात को समझते थे कि भारतीयों में जाति को लेकर बहुत भयंकर वो है, मतलब कि गर्व की बात है। अगर उनको ये दे दोगे ना तुम अपनी जाति का, तुम्हारी जाति का सवाल है, तुम अन्य जातियों से अच्छा करके दिखाओ तो वो कुछ भी कर गुजरेंगे। अंग्रेज इस चीज़ को पहचान गए थे, इसलिए उन्होंने जातियों के नाम पर रेजिमेंट बनाए थे, तो बना दिया गया। लेकिन चमार जाति के जो रेजिमेंट थी उन्होंने अपने लोगों पर इंकार कर दिया गोली चलाने से, तब इनको भंग कर दिया गया था। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं, ये एक वीरता की कहानी है कि बाकी लोग गोली चला भी सकते थे लेकिन इन्होंने नहीं चलाया। ये लोगो था चमार रेजिमेंट का। अच्छा, इसमें ये नाम है, कई नाम है जैसे पेनू, पृथ्वी, पूरा सिपाही नंबर दिया हुआ है, पूर्णलांस नायक, हरवंश सिंह, मायाराम सिपाही, फिर रंगून वार में जो शहीद हुए थे उन लोगों का ये नाम है, पूरा डिटेल से बहुत सारे नाम हैं, तो मैं सबका नहीं बता पा रहा हूँ, इसलिए नहीं बता पा रहा हूँ कि समय कम पड़ेगा। चमार रेजिमेंट की कुर्बानी, तो उनको जब भेजा गया था, फिर अंग्रेजों ने जब ऐसी थी चमार जाति की देशभक्ति जिसे कभी याद नहीं, इनकार कर दिया इन लोगों ने, बगावत कर दी, अंग्रेजों से बगावत कर दी। अंग्रेजों ने आनन फानन में चमार रेजिमेंट समाप्त कर दी थी। चमार जाति की दूसरी रेजिमेंट सिख लाइट इन्फेंट्री है, जिसका अस्तित्व आज भी है, आप यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं। फिर इसके बाद से अब मैं आप लोगों को एक बड़ा जबरदस्त मंगूराम मोहवालिया की कहानी बताता हूँ। इनका इसलिए बताना जरूरी है दोस्तों कि बड़ी गजब की इनके साथ घटना हुई है। इनका जो जन्म हुआ था, ये भी चमार जाति से थे, होशियारपुर के थे। 1886 14 जनवरी में इनका जन्म हुआ था और इनकी कहानी क्या है कि जब 5 वर्ष के थे, मतलब जब ये छोटे थे तभी कैलिफोर्निया चले गए थे। कैलिफोर्निया गए, वहाँ पे गदर पार्टी थी। गदर पार्टी जो है कम्युनिस्ट जैसी पार्टी होती है ना, उस तरह की पार्टी थी। वहाँ पे गए, कम उम्र के थे, तो पता तो चलता नहीं है कि भेदभाव क्या होता है, जातिगत भेदभाव क्या। ओके, तो मेरी साउंड आ रही है? यहाँ नेटवर्क इशू नहीं, मेरे ख्याल से साउंड आप लोगों को आ रही है मेरी? अभी क्लोज तो नहीं थी, ठीक है। तो अब इनकी कहानी मंगूराम मोहवालिया की ये है कि जब ये उसमें चले गए, अमेरिका चले गए, वहाँ पे कैलिफोर्निया चले गए और वहाँ पे जो गदर पार्टी के संपर्क में आए तो उनको वहाँ पे भेदभाव फील नहीं हुआ। उनको ऐसा लगा कि देखो भेदभाव नाम की कोई चीज़ नहीं होती है, हमें तो देश के लिए लड़ना है, बड़ा अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। तो वहाँ से एक काम सौंपा गया इनको कि हथियार जो है ना वो आप लेके जाओ। 5 लोग थे, उसमें इनका भी नाम लिया गया कि आप जो है हथियार लेके भारत में जाओ, क्रांति होगी। इन्होंने कहा अच्छा ठीक है चलते हैं। तो इन्होंने क्या किया कि लेके आए, लेकिन ऐसी-ऐसी विकट घटनाएँ बनी जिस पर फ़िल्म बन सकती है दोस्तों। गजब की कहानी है इनकी। मतलब इनको लोग प्यार से गोधा कहते थे और हथियारों की एक खेप कैलिफोर्निया से भारत भेजने का निर्णय लिया गया। बहुत जोखिम भरा साहसिक काम था क्योंकि उस समय प्रथम विश्व युद्ध चल रहा था। जापान जो है उस समय इंग्लैंड की तरफ से लड़ रहा था। अब क्या हुआ कि इनको पकड़ लिया गया। वहाँ पे क्या हुआ कि जाँच हो रही, पहले क्या हुआ ना कि उनको उसने पकड़ा, जापानियों ने, ये दिखाता हूँ मैं। समुद्रों में दोनों महाशक्ति अपना आधिपत्य, यानी दोनों जो विश्व युद्ध चल रहा था उस समुद्र पे पूरा कब्जा करके रखे हुए थे। तो अब क्या हुआ कि वहाँ पे सिंगापुर में, हाँ, इसी बीच सिंगापुर में उनको पकड़ लिया गया क्योंकि समुद्र में बहुत बड़ी सुरक्षा की व्यवस्था थी। ऐसे में आंदोलनकारियों को मध्यस्थ बोट में उनकी संपूर्ण जांच पड़ताल करके सवार किया गया। निजामुद्दीन नाम, मंगूराम जो थे उनका नाम बदल के निजामुद्दीन रख दिया गया क्योंकि इस्लाम जो है वो ज़्यादातर देशों में फैला हुआ था, तो मुस्लिम नाम रहेगा तो हो सकता है कि अलग-अलग देशों से आप गुजरते हुए जाएँगे तो मुस्लिम आपका फेवर कर देगा, कैसे तुम हमारे मुस्लिम भाई हो, तो नाम बदल के इनका पहले निजामुद्दीन किया गया। अब क्या हुआ कि इस नाम से गए, लेकिन इतना ज़बरदस्त चेकिंग था कि इनको पकड़ लिया गया। जब पकड़ लिया गया तो यहाँ देखें मैन ऑफ वार था ने उनको पहचान लिया, लेकिन एक अमेरिकन युद्धपोत थी, उसने क्या की कि उसने जापानियों से बात करके इनको छुड़वा दिया और ये वहाँ से चले गए, मेक्सिको गए राशन लाने। जब वहाँ गए तो देखें कि फिर से वो आ रहा था, मारविक आ रहा था जिसमें हथियार भरा हुआ था पूरा, तो वो भारत के लिए रवाना हो रहे थे। अब क्या हुआ कि ये लोग रास्ते में जा रहे थे तो उस समय ज्वालामुखी की एक घटना इसका भी दर्ज है कि ज्वालामुखी उस समय फूट रही थी, रास्ते में इन्होंने देखा था, खैर हवाई द्वीप पे। तो आगे जैसे ये जाते हैं तो वहाँ जापानियों ने जो प्रथम विश्व युद्ध में इंग्लैंड के साथ थे उनको बंदी बना के 1 साल तक जेल में डाल दिए। जब 1 साल बीत गया तो उसके बाद से वापसी में जहाज को सील कर दिया गया, उनके 5 उन देशभक्तों को 1 वर्ष के लिए बंदी बना लिया। अब देखिए वहाँ पे इंग्लैंड की तरफ से था, जापान पता चल गया कि भारत से आके 5 को हमने पकड़ा है, तो उसने कहा कि इनको फांसी दे दो। तो उनको तुरंत आधी रात में फांसी दे देनी थी। अब फांसी देने के ठीक आधा घंटा पहले एकदम फ़िल्मी स्टाइल है, पता चलता है कि जो जर्मनी था उसने अटैक कर दिया जर्मन ने, और जर्मन का कुछ बंदे थे उन्होंने अटैक किया, जेल से इन लोगों को छुड़वा दिया, ये वहाँ से भाग निकले। देखिए सोचिए, फांसी के जस्ट आधा घंटा पहले एक जगह पकड़े गए, वहाँ अमेरिका से छुड़वा दिया, दूसरी जगह पकड़े गए, वहाँ जर्मन वाले घुसेड़ के इनको छुड़वा दिए। अब क्या होता है इसके बाद से कि हरनाम दास और चरण दास बेकों की ओर मंगूराम और अन्य ने मनीला का रास्ता किया। जब मंगूराम जा रहे थे तभी समुद्र में भयंकर तूफान आया। अब इनका जो पोत है वो सिंगापुर पहुंच गया। अब सिंगापुर जब पहुंचे तो वहाँ पे 2 भारत के थे जो अंग्रेजों की तरफ से थे, बेला सिंह, भाग सिंह, तुरंत इनको पहचान लिया, अरे ये तो इंडियन है, ये गदर वाला, पकड़ पकड़वा दिया इनको, शिनाख्त कर लिए यहाँ पे, ये दोनों लोग अंग्रेजों की तरफ से थे। अब शिनाख्त करके फिर इनको पकड़वा दिए। अब क्या हुआ कि अब ये हुआ कि तो बहुत बार-बार बच रहे हैं, इनको तोप से उड़वा दिया जाए। अब इनकी कहानी क्या हो गई, तोप से जब उड़ाने की बात आई तो यहाँ पे ये क्या हुआ ना कि फिर कुछ ऐसा घटा कि जो तोप से उड़ाने वाली बात थी वहाँ से वो निकल लिए, वहाँ से भाग लिए। अब भाग के एक दूसरी जगह पहुँच गए। जब वहाँ गए तो खबर क्या पढ़ रहे हैं वहाँ पे कि मंगूराम नाम को फांसी दे दी गई है, न्यूज़ में पढ़ रहे हैं। यानी जब भाग गए तो देखें प्राणों की अवधि एक अन्य कारण के अनुसार अधिकारियों ने अपने कर्तव्य की कोताही को छुपाते हेतु एक शराबी को मंगूराम का नाम देकर मृत्युदंड दे दिया। यह बलिदान की खबर सारे भारत में प्रचारित हो गई, जिससे विद्रोही आतंकित हो जाए। मतलब जब भाग गए तो बहुत बदनामी हो रही थी अंग्रेजों की, अरे तुम लोग कैसा पकड़ते हो कि बार-बार भाग जाते हैं। तो इन लोगों ने क्या किया कि किसी दूसरे बंदे को पकड़ के फांसी दे दी, उसको मार दिया हम लोग। अच्छा, अब इनके साथ क्या हुआ कि घर में इनकी बीवी थी भारत में, जब पता लगा कि वो तो शहीद हो गए, मार दिए गए हैं, तो उनकी बीवी का ना उनके छोटे भाई से शादी कर दिया घर वालों ने। एक और इनके साथ घटना ये घट गई। अब यहाँ पे क्या होता है कि आप देख सकते हैं कि यह जब तो वहाँ पे अब ज़िंदगी को अपनी गुज़ारते रहे, फिर उन्होंने 1918 में जब विश्व युद्ध समाप्त हो गया, तब इन्होंने सोचा कि मनीला से रहना ठीक नहीं है। उन्होंने क्या किया कि एक मिस्टर जॉनसन थे, उनकी मार्शल फील्ड कंपनी थी, वहाँ पे काम करना शुरू किया। जब काम कर रहे थे, कमीज़ बनाने का काम कर रहे थे, तब क्या हुआ ना कि किसी ने वहाँ पे भी एक्सपोज़ हो गए कि भैया देखो ये गदर वाला है ये बंदा। फिर वहाँ से भी बच गए, इन्होंने झूठ बोलना पड़ा कि नहीं हमारी नहीं है, ऐसी झूठी कहानी है, ऐसे ही हवा फैला दी गई है करके, तो वहाँ से बच गए। फिर उन्होंने भारत वापसी की। देखिए कितनी इनके साथ गजब घटना हुई है, ये गजब के महापुरुष हैं ये। फिर जब भारत में आ गए किसी तरह से रास्ते में ईसाई मिले, तो इनको पहले से आदत थी, जब मुस्लिम नाम दिया गया था तो मुस्लिम बन गए थे। अब ईसाई को देखे मिशनरी वाला है, उसमें मिल लिया, ईसाई भी खुश हो गया, चलिए लेके आया उनको इंडिया में। और बॉर्डर पे जहाँ उतरना था, जहाँ चेकिंग होनी थी, इनके साथ कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं हुई क्योंकि ईसाई के साथ है, भारत ईसाइयों का गढ़ था, अंग्रेजों का राज था। उसी के साथ मिल लिए थे ईसाई पादरी के साथ, वो उनको बड़ा आसानी से लेके भीतर घुसेड़ लिया। बड़े दिमाग लगाए हैं। लोग कहते हैं ना कि दिमाग नहीं है, अरे दिमाग सब चीज़ था। इन लोगों ने गलत-गलत चीज़ें बताइए, इतनी ज़बरदस्त घटना इस पर फ़िल्म बनाई है इन लोगों ने। छोटी-छोटी घटना की इस पर गोली मार दिया, ये मार दिया, बना रहे हैं आमिर खान मूवी बना रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं, वो कर रहे हैं, और इतनी ज़बरदस्त ट्रेजेडी भरी हुई चीज़ें हैं जिस पर फ़िल्म बन सकती है, इसको नहीं बनाया गया। जब भारत आते हैं तब ये क्या करते हैं, यहाँ पे देखिए वो भारतीय तट पर सुरक्षित उतरे और अपने जन्म स्थान पंजाब की यात्रा मदुरई, मद्रास, बंबई, पूना, सितारा, नागपुर तथा दिल्ली होते हुए पूरी की। इस यात्रा के मार्ग में उन्होंने दलितों की दयनीय दशा का अवलोकन किया। अब एज भी बड़ी हो गई थी क्योंकि बचपन में कैलिफोर्निया चले गए थे, पता ही नहीं था कास्ट डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। जब भारत में आए तब इनको पता चलता है उन्होंने इनकी दशा जानवरों से भी बदतर पाई और उच्च वर्ग का उन्होंने उनके प्रति व्यवहार बहुत ही घृणित था। तब इन्होंने महसूस किया उनको छूना पाप था। उन्होंने घृणित व्यवसाय को करने को मजबूर किया जाता था। उच्च वर्ग द्वारा उनसे बिगाड़ लेना आम बात थी। उनकी स्त्रियों की भी अस्मिता सुरक्षित नहीं थी। मदुरई में उन्होंने मीनाक्षी मंदिर देखा। इन्होंने सोचा कि भाई चलो हम भी मंदिर चलते हैं। तो मीनाक्षी मंदिर में देखा वो स्तब्ध हो गए। वहाँ के पुरोहित ने उन्हें निर्देश दिया कि किसी भी अछूत को छूना नहीं है। मंदिर के कथा व्यापकों ने उन्हें उच्च जाति का व्यक्ति समझा। अब चूंकि ये क्या था ना कि ये तो बाहर से आए थे, कोट सूट पहने हुए थे, अच्छे से बात करते थे, तो मंदिर का पुरोहित कब वो हो गया, सोचा कि अरे सूट पहना है तो कोई अच्छी जाति का होगा, तो इनके साथ तो नहीं हुआ। लेकिन इन्होंने देखा कि हमारे जो भाई बहन हैं उन सबके साथ ब्राह्मण ऐसे करता है, इनका दिमाग हिल गया पूरा। इन्होंने क्या किया इसके बाद से कि ये क्या मैं कौन सी लड़ाई लड़ रहा था, किसके लिए लड़ रहा था। फिर उनको याद आया कि मैं तो जिस कदर पार्टी में था वहाँ तो सबके सब ब्राह्मणवादी थे, सबके सब जनरल थे। अब वो दिमाग उनका काम कर रहा है। अभी तो उनके मन में क्या था, छोटी उम्र के थे, विदेश में गए थे, कभी भारत में डिस्क्रिमिनेशन देखे नहीं थे, तो वहाँ पे तो उनको लग रहा था कि सब बराबर होते हैं, सब अच्छा। यहाँ देख के दिमाग हिल गया, अच्छा मैं इस जाति का हूँ। अब क्या करते हैं, वो लेटर लिखते हैं उस गदर पार्टी का जो अमेरिका में जिसकी हेड।
Hello,
Hey, hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good too, thanks for asking. Where are you from?
I'm from India.
Okay, alright. So, are you new in this platform?
No.
Okay. Why are you talking like this? Okay, leave it. So, what do you want to talk about?
Anything?
Shagorika. This name is very famous in my place actually, Shagorika. A lot of people use this kind of like, it's a very common name here in my place.
Okay. Where are you from, by the way?
I'm from Kolkata actually.
Oh, okay.
What about you?
I'm from Odisha.
Odisha. Okay. Yeah, we are very near. We are neighbors, you can say.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you do for a living?
I work in an IT company.
Alright. Why you do? It feels like you're just like hiding something. Okay.
Why did you feel that? Like,
No, not like that. In that sense, I'm not talking about that sense. You're like hiding something from me. Feels like you're like hiding somewhere and talking in a very slow ways. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You can talk freely. Just speak loud a little bit if you can. Yeah.
I hope it is audible.
Yeah. Now it's fine. Yeah.
Before you're not able to hear me, or
I can able to hear you, but your voice is very low. Yeah, for me actually.
Okay, I can increase the volume in that
Now
case,
it's better.
maybe.
Now it's better. I can hear you clearly. No issue.
That's good. Okay.
So you're okay in an IT company. Wow, nice.
Yeah, what about you?
I am preparing for MBA actually.
Okay.
Yep.
Inside India?
Yeah, India only. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I'm not going
Okay.
anywhere else. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And you must have completed your graduation, right?
Yeah, I completed.
Of course.
So I finished my graduation with a BCom degree actually. You can say. What
Oh,
about
okay.
you? What you done? I think you done BTech, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what do you do other than job? Like, what do you do in your free time? What's your hobby?
My hobbies are like not very interesting.
So I am
I
one of
just
the boring person ever lived in this world. So you can tell me, no issue. Yeah.
nothing interesting to be very serious about it. I sometimes mostly I watch something. Okay, something like some series or listen something in the YouTube.
No, all right.
Or
All
if
right.
not,
Mm,
then I do had a hobby like in terms of like saying in the interview like painting and all those things, but not that's not that I do every other day or every other day when I feel bored. Mostly I go for watch something.
okay. Nice. It's not boring yet. It's interesting. Okay.
What about you? Like,
I like to play football. I like to sing for myself, and I like to
mhm.
talk with people. That is one of my
Okay.
favorite. And also like to read books. That's it.
Okay.
Yep. I mostly
I
prefer audiobooks. Like to listen, not to read. Yeah.
yeah. I do like also. I do like to listen the audiobook. um, like
Yeah. Go ahead.
the
Yep.
Mahabharat Katha and all those. I'm
Okay. You are into this. Okay, nice.
yeah.
Yeah. I
So
mostly like to read those kind of books, like psychological books and books about atheism and stuff. So it's interesting. Yeah. Religion,
yeah,
those kind of stuff. Yeah. Leave it.
yeah. Religion. It doesn't matter any religion. Like it's story where you can relate.
Yeah.
I do really enjoy those.
Yep.
Is
So,
there anything going behind you? Any?
actually, there are like Kirtan going on. Do you know about this? Kirtan?
Yeah.
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 So, they're like playing for like 24 hours. I don't know.
Okay.
So, is it like very, like you're getting too much noise from my background?
No. Just like your voice is louder than
Okay. I'm
the
sorry then.
background. Yeah.
Like, I also don't have any like expensive mic to reduce this noise, but
No problem at all.
yeah. So, like, do you have any
Yeah.
siblings in your like, are you a single child or something?
No, I do have a siblings, a
You do
elder
have
brother.
sibling. Okay, nice.
Yeah. So
Yeah, go on.
apart from like when did you finish your graduation?
I finished my graduation in 2022 actually.
Okay.
Yep.
Then you must be younger than me.
What's your age?
26.
26. Okay, not that much. You're, yeah, I'm 22 actually. Yep.
Okay.
So,
Kolkata is a very big place. So where do you live? Like in the city or a little bit
actually, Kolkata
outskirt
is
area?
not my hometown. My hometown is a different place in West Bengal only, but it's in a different place. Kolkata I'm currently living because of job and because of I'm preparing for exams. That's it. I'm living here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
So,
So you are from West Bengal, but
I am
it's
from West Bengal. Yeah.
okay. Okay, now I got it.
Born and brought up in West Bengal only, but Kolkata is a city. Like it's not my hometown. So I
Yeah.
am here, right?
Yeah. So you must not be. You might not be living with your family, right?
No,
You
I'm
must
living
be.
alone actually. I'm not living with my
Mm.
family.
Yeah. I never been there, although I have heard a lot. Since it's our neighbor state too. So
There's nothing also very interesting to visit, so I will not. You can come if you want, but there's nothing like interesting. It's just a normal city.
yeah, yeah. But most people from West Bengal come to Odisha for the Puri temple that I know.
Yeah, I visited too. I visited too once in my life. Yeah, when I was in class 9 or 10 something, I'm not too sure about it. 8 maybe, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So that time we visited the temple with my family and everything. Yeah, it was a nice experience. The sea beach and other destinations are also great. So yeah, it is a good trip, you can say.
Okay.
Although I'm not
Uh,
a traveler, I don't like to travel that much actually. I like to be in my
uh,
own place. Like to be like in one way and doing my work. That is more satisfying and interesting for me. To going out a lot of places, I am not interested in that much. I like mountains though. Like go to mountains and just sit down and just shanti.
okay.
That's what I want. Seriously. Yeah.
Yeah, even in West Bengal also there are a lot of beaches, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in Digha. There is a place called. So there a lot of people go to see beaches and stuff. But I
Okay,
prefer
and
mountains more than beaches. Yeah. What
okay.
about you? What do you prefer, mountain or beaches?
Me as well. Like I prefer more mountains. The reason might be i- the some beaches are here, like the Puri beach is the
This
most
already
famous one,
visited too
and
many times, so
yeah, already visited
nothing
so many
makes
times.
you
So
interesting. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay.
yeah, so
Got it.
might be that's the reason why I am more interested towards the mountains.
Got it.
No.
So, your age is 26. I don't know. It's good to ask this question or not. I don't know. Just randomly came up in my mind. So,
Mm-hmm.
like, are you a single or in relationship or something?
No.
You're single.
Uh, yeah.
Okay.
Does
Why
does
though?
it make
Because you don't believe in love or something.
uh
What's your opinion about love?
uh my opinion about love? No, it's nothing that I never dated anybody, but uh, yeah, it's now my age is not to date, rather I should get married, I guess.
No,
It's
I'm not
not
talking about
like
getting married or something. I'm just saying like you are in you are in relationship or not. Because mostly in this time people get into relationship and they explore. So that's what I'm saying.
either they that's true that most of the people either they get into a relationship, or in my state at least, mostly people get married by 26 or
Okay, all right.
27, but mm, no, I never found anybody. Sorry, I didn't uh,
Found your
find
guy.
anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind
Okay.
of.
Okay, got it.
What
So
about you? Are you
what's
in
your guy means? Like what qualities that
Mm,
guy you have to have it like for you to date?
not
Yeah.
nothing very fancy or nothing that see, it's completely no big reason why I am not in a relationship, or that I cheated by someone, or that I never found anybody. Seriously, I never found anybody who uh, was like a man of I mean, he was not a man of my type. I There are a lot, but it's just that I don't want to get into a relationship or commit a relationship right now. So that's why I am not in a committed relationship right now. But I meet with people like just my colleague or friends and all those. Nothing
All
uh,
right, all right.
in a serious relationship on all those.
Okay, but my question was like, what kind of guy you want to date?
Uh,
Or maybe you want to get married or something. Like, what kind of
um,
guy you prefer? Like, what qualities
say
that guy needs to have? Yeah.
a human with whom I can relate, or like if
Oh, wow.
something like see in my experience or in my in this few span of life, what I have seen, like I mean, when you feel little low in your in some time, you should have a person who can understand you, and that's the only thing I think will be the first parameter for me. And if he can understand me in my low moment, and I could relate with him also, and in all those things. So that is one. And it's a normal human, like I mean, he should be empathetic. That's
Mm-hmm.
the first and last thing I'll think
Nice.
I would look for.
Nice to see that normal stuff. Because nowadays, girls and mostly not only like girls, people have a lot of expectation to get a partner or something. Like, a lot of expectation.
Mm.
I also feel the same. Like a simple girl. I always like simple girls. I don't like too much fancy stuff. So simple girl and trust. I can trust her. Trust is very
Yeah.
important for me, and the understanding. She need to understand, and I will try to understand her. So it's a both way game, you can say. So
Yeah.
we need to both each other, like we need to trust each other and to understand each other both way. So if I found
Mm.
someone like that, I don't care about the how what she is doing in life. I don't care about how she looks. Seriously, I don't. So that what matters for me
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah. Looks is only for a few days
Yeah,
or
it's
few
just for
months. I
three
mean,
months, you can say. It's more less than
yeah.
3 months. After that, you will be bored with your wife looks and whatever. Doesn't matter. Seriously.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if
It,
you're not
it,
enjoying, if you're not vibing with a person, what's the point of having that look? What are you gonna do with that look? Seriously, bullshit.
yeah. True.
Yeah,
True.
go ahead. I'm sorry
See,
to cut you off.
yeah, no problem. Looks is, I think, it's if you are considering looks as your first parameter or the first thing in a person
Then
or
I
in
will
a
say
new
you need to
partner,
grow up.
then
Seriously.
yeah, and as well as uh, it's only to showcase other people. It's not for you. I mean, the
Mm.
person you are choosing, it's for other people. It's not for you. You are
Seriously.
choosing them just because
I don't want to
other
say
people.
this. Yeah,
Yeah.
good, good. Yeah, good.
No. You go ahead. Yeah.
I don't want to see this, but my relatives used to say like this, like ऐसी बीवी होनी चाहिए कम से कम लोगों को 4 लोगों के पास लेके जाओगे तो लोग बोलेंगे कि अच्छी है ये so you can see
Yeah.
like this people are too much about other people what other people are thinking not about like what we need to do or we need to feel about someone. I don't know.
Yeah. No, and you know, and those people will be, I mean, they will be the same people who will come to you after some days, and uh, if your wife doesn't behave
Hmm.
or behave the way they
True.
predict or they think, then they will come and say the opposite of you. Like, I mean, इसकी बीवी ऐसी नहीं है, इसकी बीवी ऐसी है, वैसी है, ये सब. So it's always the thing that you said, that you should be vibing with them, with your partner.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
In India, I see a lot of like people are so much obsessed about skin color too. Like the
Skin
pipe
color.
needs to be fair. There's no option. Dark skin cannot be. People have a lot of expectation on it.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not
See,
about the
even
skin
though
color.
even though we are talking about it, but don't know, for some reason we are also part of them, or we are also in most of the place we also consider that is.
No, I never. I don't know. Like seriously, like yeah, a lot of people can think like this कि मैं बोल रहा हूँ but मैं खुद करने जाऊँगा तो ऐसे ही करूँगा, but not like that. Seriously, genuinely saying, I really don't care about the looks or
Mm,
anything.
that's
Seriously,
good.
I really don't care. I
Uh,
only said those things. So those things are only I care about. The trust, understanding, and the vibing. Yeah, how much you're vibing with your partner. That's what matters. Because I need to be with that person for my whole life. So I need to vibe with
true,
that person. That's for sure.
true, true. It's honestly like
I'm sorry. What?
uh
Yeah, you saying something?
yeah, like see, you went outside, okay, for the whole day you are outside with your colleagues, or you, I mean, like, or wherever you are going, like if you are working, a working person, then you are going to the office, you'll be dealing with lots of things, like your ups and down in the office, like it was a good day, it's a bad day, and everything is
True,
there.
true, true.
So apart from that, when you come to your home, right, when you come to your home, तुमको ऐसे लगनी चाहिए कि भाई
सारा
मतलब
स्ट्रेस
चलो,
खत्म हो गया दिन का.
स्ट्रेस खत्म हो गया, और घर आने के बाद
घर जैसा
अ,
फील हो.
कि हाँ, छोड़ो, ऑफिस में जो भी हुआ, घर आने के बाद लाइक तुम्हारी जो भी पार्टनर है, वो जैसी भी है, भाई वो मतलब शांति, कोई ऐसी बात बोल दे कि मतलब सारा कुछ चला जाए, वो
चला जाए.
ऑफिस का स्ट्रेस हो
सही
जाए
बात.
या फिर जो भी है, एवरीथिंग इज लाइक यू आर
कुछ ना भी बोले, जैसे एक हक कर दे अच्छा सा, वो भी काम कर
जो भी
जाएगा
हो,
उसका.
ये हो गया, मतलब उसके बाद जाके कोई
Yeah.
खूबसूरती से मन तो नहीं जीत सकता, मतलब कोई
नहीं
जीत नहीं
नहीं,
सकता
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू.
हमेशा। सो इट्स बेटर कि
क्या
कोई
फायदा
ऐसी
अगर वो
इंसान।
खूबसूरत बीवी का होने का, अगर वो हर टाइम झगड़ा ही कर रही है, हर टाइम तुमको बस फील करवा रही है कि यू आर नथिंग. सो व्हाट्स द पॉइंट ऑफ इट? दैट क्या
हाँ,
ही कर
it's
लोगे
very
तुम.
difficult though to find those person, you know.
True, true, true. It's very difficult
Um,
nowadays though.
and if you're going for an arranged marriage specifically, it's
Arranged marriage also feels like a lottery. Who knows you will get
yeah,
what kind
true,
of person you
true,
will get. Yeah.
yeah. और अरेंज मैरिज में कैसे पता चलेगा कि मतलब कौन से ये से कौन से चीज, हाउ हाउ you can find a person, or how you can judge a person on a first
Yeah. How we'll do it?
मतलब
Like in 3-2 meetings maybe in arranged marriage, how we will judge a person? Like here, हम लोग 1-2 साल से लोगों को पहचान नहीं पा रहे हैं,
जाने पर ट्रू
और 2-3 मीटिंग में कहाँ से ही पहचान लेंगे. No chance of it. Yeah. So that's why I feel like कि मैं more of a time की मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि love marriage करूँ. अरेंज मैरिज करने की नौबत हाँ आए, बट अगर करनी भी पड़े तो भी मैं टाइम लेके करूँगा.
ट्रू ट्रू, तभी भी मतलब
तभी भी प्रॉब्लम्स आएगी, that's for sure. But still you are before marriage you know the person. In love marriage at least you know the person. You know the person, how she reacts and how the other things matters for her and everything. Her personality. You know at
yeah.
least that is matters. I feel like that matters.
And how is your family, uh, are they okay with it, like if you'll get married?
Actually they said like do whatever you want to do. It's like that. So it feels like I can marry a Muslim girl also. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I found any girl like this, yeah, if the Muslim girl is like that much good and everything is fine, then I will happily marry her. Yeah.
That's nice. पर ये सही में बोल रहे हो कि तुम कोई मुस्लिम से भी शादी करोगे?
मतलब वही आता है ना, एक हिंदू का सबसे बड़ा खौफनाक सपना क्या होगा कि मुस्लिम से शादी करनी है, उनके माँ बाप का. तो मैं वहां तक तो जा सकता हूँ, मैं यही बोल रहा हूँ. तो बाकी ये कास्ट वास्ट तो कुछ मैटर करती नहीं है. दैट्स कंप्लीट बुलशिट फॉर मी. बट मैं दूसरे रिलीजन से भी शादी कर लूंगा. दैट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग. So caste
हाँ
doesn't matter. Because I see people like they're in love, love each other, they have everything sorted out, but because of caste they're not marrying. They have a lot of problems. So वो चीज में तो मैं नहीं हूँ बिल्कुल भी, बट उसके लिए भी एक लड़की तो होनी चाहिए जिसको मैं मतलब जिसको मुझे मिले, मतलब जो मिले हो और मुझे वो सारी चीजें फुलफिल करे जो मुझे एक्चुअली चाहिए, और चाहिए भी कुछ नहीं, यू नो ऑलरेडी व्हाट आई सेड, those things are
yeah
so yeah,
हाँ
very yeah.
चल कोई नहीं, मिल जाएगी।
और आजकल के टाइम में भरोसा करना इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू, लाइक लोग बातें कुछ बोलते हैं करते कुछ और है, सो इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू ट्रस्ट एनीबॉडी, यू नो। आई थिंक यू आल्सो
यार मतलब ऐसा है कि ना कि देखो गलतियां तो हो जाती है हर किसी से, पर ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि क्या बोलूं, मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है एक्चुअली।
सोच को बोलो।
हाँ चलो मिल जाएगी तुम्हें कोई ना कोई, और मेरे
वाह।
मेरे लिए तो ऐसे है कि
हाँ।
मैं मतलब अभी मेरे भाई के लिए भी ऐसे देख रहे हैं हम लोग लड़की, तो ऐसे बीच बीच में ऐसे सुनना, मतलब वो खुद भी बोलता है कि उसके किसी दोस्त का ऐसे हुआ कि ऐसे हुआ, तो अभी खुद भी वो डर जाता है कि हाँ चलो कि भाई पता नहीं क्या करेंगे, करना चाहिए नहीं करना चाहिए। मेरी मम्मी लाइक माय मॉम मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम शी इज वरीड अबाउट माय ब्रदर, लाइक मेरे पापा नहीं है, ठीक है,
ओके आई एम सॉरी।
तो वो वरीड होती है कि नहीं कब शादी होगा इसका, कब शादी होगा, कब शादी होगा। तो मेरा ये बोलना है कि भाई एक मतलब बुरी शादी से तो अच्छा है कि कभी शादी ही ना हो।
दैट्स ट्रू, या
ट्रू, सो मतलब बाद में तो कोई सोच नहीं सकता, सोचना है तो पहले से सोचना पड़ेगा। मतलब शादी कौन सी लड़की से कैसे करो, क्या नहीं, इससे करें या ना करें, और थोड़ा सा टाइम लेके सोचता हूँ, ये करता हूँ। पता है एज चल मतलब हाँ हमारे इंडिया में ये है कि थोड़ा सा
हाँ वो भी डिफरेंस है, लाइक
एज जा रही
थोड़ा
है।
सा एज हो जाता है तो लोग लाइक फिर रिश्ते मिलना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है, दैट्स ट्रू।
हाँ हाँ
इफ यू आर
ट्रू
नॉट
ट्रू
लविंग एनीवन दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम, या। पर आजकल लोग तो
हाँ
लव में भी ट्रस्ट नहीं कर सकते यार, लव करने के बाद मैंने
हाँ
लोगों को देखा है लाइक 2 3 4 5 6 साल का लव रिलेशन है, आफ्टर दैट दे नॉट गेटिंग मैरिड, सो देयर आर लॉट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स लाइक दिस।
it's not that they are not getting married, even after getting married also they are actually
नॉट
getting into
हैप्पी,
problems ही।
या
हाँ मतलब मैं अभी ये कि हाँ चलो पहले सब कुछ सही था, मेरे बैच की 2 लड़के लड़की उन्होंने शादी किया, सब अच्छा था, सब ये था। अभी लाइक बच्चा हुआ, एक बच्चा होने के बाद ये पता चल रहा है कि वो थोड़ा लड़की उतना कोऑपरेटिव नहीं है, अपने मतलब कभी इन-लॉज़ के घर जाना है, तो इन-लॉज़ के घर नहीं जा रही है, और फिर अ, ये सब चीज़ कि मतलब हाँ, चलो वो तो मेरे को कुछ ये नहीं लगता। हाँ, ठीक है चलो वो देखो यार मैं ये बाहर से किसी से सुनी हूँ, ठीक है? मतलब ऐसे-ऐसे हुआ था कि वो लोग मतलब ऐसे कोई किसी और दोस्त ने मेरे को बताया कि हाँ, वो लोग ऐसे वो अभी नहीं जा रही है अपनी इन-लॉज़ के घर ये। तो ये तो किसी और से मैंने सुना है, कितना सच है, क्या झूठ है मेरे को नहीं पता। इवन दो इसमें जो भी सच्चाई है, जो भी है कि उसका जो भी रीज़न होगा लड़की का, लेकिन मैं सोच
हाँ हाँ
कि
बोलो
वो
बोलो। या
अ, मतलब वो अपने मतलब अभी वो लोग बच्चा हुआ वो लोगों का, फिर उन्होंने एक घर भी लिया है, गाड़ी लिया है, सब सही है, ठीक है? वो भी नौकरी करती है, उसका हस्बैंड भी नौकरी करता है। तो मतलब ऐसे फाइनेंशियली कोई मतलब
इश्यूज नहीं है।
अभी हाँ, उनका कोई इश्यूज़ नहीं है, मतलब बाहर से तो देख के लग रहा है कि कोई इश्यू नहीं है। पर्सनल उनका कुछ होगा तो वो नहीं पता, लेकिन बाहर से मतलब देख के लग रहा है कुछ नहीं है। फिर भी वो अपने इन-लॉज़ मतलब हाँ, वो लड़के के बोलने का ही हाँ, बच्चे अगर उसके इन-लॉज़ फ़ोन करते हैं, तो उसका फ़ोन नहीं उठाती है। बच्चे को वो लोग देखने का ऐसे मन होगा तो हाँ, वो लोग फ़ोन नहीं उठाए मतलब वो फ़ोन नहीं उठाएगी, या फिर वो नहीं दिखाएगी, या फिर तो उसका पति ही मतलब वो फ़ोन करके फिर से जाके वो ये कराएगा, उसके घर नहीं जाएगी। फिर जाके वो बोलेगी कि कुछ भी ऐसे बात हो रहा है रैंडम ये में, तो उसको पति को चाहिए हेल्प चाहिए कि हाँ, थोड़ा मॉनेटरीली सपोर्ट चाहिए, जैसे कि उन्होंने घर लिया है, ये लिया है। तो वो बोलेगा कि हाँ, मतलब बच्चा भी हुआ है अभी तुरंत, तो तुम थोड़ा सा तुम उसमें मेरे को इतना दिए रहो, ऐसे बोलने से नहीं, मैं क्यों दूं, ये मेरा है, मतलब वो सब करे। और ये तो वो लड़की मेरी दोस्त थी, ठीक है, और वो लड़का भी सीनियर थे हमारे। सो इट्स मतलब ऐसे है कि वो लव मैरिज था। तो ये तो बहुत ही बचकानी रीज़न है कि भाई ऐसे क्या हो रहा है कि ये तो नॉर्मल है भाई, तुमने ऐसे लव मैरिज किया है तो ये तो बहुत छोटी-छोटी बात है, ये तो कोई भी समझेगा कि हाँ ठीक है चलो 2 लोग साथ में रह रहे हो तो हाँ, तुमको चाहिए सपोर्ट, जो भी इमोशनली, मॉनेटरीली ये सपोर्ट चाहिए तो तुम भी करोगे, वो भी करेगा। तो ये मतलब जो घर खरीद रहा है तो वो दोनों के लिए ही खरीद रहा है, अपने लिए, ये के लिए। तो बाकी चीज़ में तो चाहिए होगा ना उसको, तो तुम ऐसे बोलोगे कि नहीं ये मेरा है, मैं इंडिपेंडेंट हूँ, मैं अपना डिसीजन ले सकती हूँ
इस
कि
ये तो मुझे काफी ज्यादा गंदा वाइब दे रही है, मतलब वो वाला वाइब दे रही है कि कभी कुछ दिन छोड़ के चली जाएगी, बोलेगी मुझे तो जो जो चीजें मेरी है वो मुझे लौटाओ, ऐसे करके। मुझे ये तो इससे बहुत खतरनाक वाली लग रही है मेरे को तो।
हाँ, तो
सुन के
मतलब
डर लग गया मेरे को।
ऐसे ऐसे कभी था ही नहीं। मतलब मैं कभी इमेजिन नहीं कर सकती। मैं ये जब सुनी तो मेरे को लगा कि यार इसको तो मैं नहीं जानती थी। ये लड़की तो मतलब ऐसे लिटरली मेरे को ये लगा कि पता नहीं ये किसी और के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं शायद। क्योंकि अ, और ये कितना सच है, ये मुझे भी नहीं पता कि लेकिन हाँ, कभी-कभी वो जो बोलते हैं, वो वो मतलब वो खुद ही भैया जो उसका जो हस्बैंड है, वो उनके एक दोस्त को बताए हैं, खुद के बहुत ही क्लोज़ फ्रेंड को। वो कभी ऐसे ये में भी बात नहीं करते हैं, मतलब वो जब ऐसे बाहर में दूध लाने जाएँगे, ये करने जाएँगे, तो जाके वो अपने दोस्त को कॉल करते हैं कि हाँ, ऐसे-ऐसे हो रहा है, मेरे को तो ऐसे लग रहा है कि मैं सुसाइड कर दूँ। बोले भाई इतना तक चला गया है, तो मैं सोचती हूँ कि भाई लव मैरिज में भी कुछ ये नहीं है। और ऐसा नहीं है कि वो लड़की कोई ऐसे पहले बहुत सारा प्रॉब्लम्स होते थे उनके घर में। वो बहुत अच्छे वेल ब्रॉट अप मिडल क्लास ऐसे फैमिली से है। उसके पेरेंट्स दोनों नौकरी करते थे। तो अच्छा मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि कोई ऐसे पहले प्रॉब्लम था उनके घर में कोई भी चीज़ में, ऐसे कुछ नहीं, सब सही था। सब ये है। तो मेरे को लगता है हाँ, मतलब ऐसे अचानक से जज़्बात बदल गए, सब बदल गए, दुनिया ऐसे कुछ टाइम ऐसे के बाद ऐसे होगा तो झटका ही लगेगा किसी को।
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू। मुझे तो डरा दिया तुमने तो ये बता के। ऐसी लड़कियां
हाँ, हाँ।
डेंजरस होती है, बाप रे बाप।
हाँ, मैं भी सुन के ये ऐसा लग रहा है कि भाई ऐसे तो किसमें ट्रस्ट करोगे? ना किसी को जान के भी 5 साल के बाद ऐसे
फायदा हो रहा है, हाँ, ना जान के तो और ज्यादा और ज्यादा हालत खराब होने वाला है। ट्रू यार।
हाँ, तो ऐसा फिर जाके पता नहीं कोई-कोई क्या-क्या स्टोरी सुनाते रहते हैं कि इसका ऐसे हुआ, इसका वैसे हुआ। मैं तो मुझे लगता है कि मैं ये सब स्टोरी बहुत सारी मतलब अभी
Is that
आजकल ऐसे
girl
लड़
having a kind of affair with someone else? Something like that?
uh,
हो सकता है,
that I
क्या
don't
लगता है?
know, but that I don't know or I don't think so.
बिकॉज़ वो ऐसा क्यों करेगा अपने हस्बैंड के साथ जिसको वो प्यार भी करता था, इतना टाइम उसके साथ रहा है, क्यों करे ऐसा? There's no
हाँ,
point. I don't know. Maybe,
पता
maybe
नहीं है।
not.
पर ऐसे ही तो ये सब स्टोरीज सुन के आई थिंक छोड़ो।
Yeah, leave it.
हाँ, तो तुम थोड़ा ऐसे पूजा पाठ करते हो क्या?
पूजा पाठ करता हूँ? नहीं नहीं, I'm an atheist actually. I don't believe in God.
हाँ,
Yep.
अच्छा।
क्यों पूजा पाठ करने
हाँ,
वाला क्यों लग गया मैं? Why?
क्योंकि पीछे से थोड़ा साउंड आ रहा है तो मेरे को लगा कि
हाँ, वो
हाँ
कीर्तन
बताएँ।
चल रहा है यहाँ पे यार, बहुत अच्छे 24 घंटा चला के रखते हैं लोग कीर्तन।
हाँ, तो मतलब ऐसे पास में मंदिर होगा ऐसे कुछ जगह मतलब
मंदिर
ऐसे
नहीं है, मतलब इनका चलता रहता है, मतलब आफ्टर जब से विंटर सीजन आता है तब से इनका कीर्तन स्टार्ट हो जाता है, देन ये दे जस्ट प्लेइंग।
ओके।
या
नाइस।
आई एम नॉट दैट भक्त, यू नो। भक्त बन के।
हाँ, अच्छा।
यप। आई फील लाइक जो करना होगा खुद को ही करना होगा, खुद नहीं करोगे तो कोई हेल्प नहीं करने वाला। जो फालतू का पूजा वूजा करके कोई फायदा है नहीं।
ऐसा नहीं है, पर ठीक है, वो तुम्हारी सोच है, मैं मतलब उसमें तो कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगी, पर मेरे हिसाब से लक और थोड़ा-सा बिलीव भी थोड़ा-सा कुछ ऐसे
हाँ, लक तो देयर
मैटर
इज़ अ
करता है।
लक, देयर इज़ अ डेफिनेटली लक, बट
हुँ।
आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट, लाइक लक तो होगा, वो अलग बात है, बट काम
हुँ।
तो करना ही होगा ना।
ट्रू, ट्रू, ट्रू। भई मतलब बिना उसको तो
लक भी काम नहीं करेगा जब तक तुम काम नहीं करोगे। तो काम तो करना ही पड़ेगा। दिस इज़ द इनएविटेबल,
हाँ,
यू हैव टू डू
मतलब
इट।
ऐसे
हुँ,
अ,
हुँ।
बैठ के ऐसे किसी चीज़ का सपने देखने में वो तो
नो,
मतलब
कुछ नहीं होगा।
लाखों और हज़ार मतलब करोड़ों में किसी एक का होगा।
तो
अगर
भी नहीं
ऐसा
होगा,
किसी को
तो भी नहीं होगा। अगर अगर कोई तुम कोई सोच रहे हो कि तुमको एग्ज़ाम क्रैक करना है, अगर तुमने एग्ज़ाम दिया ही नहीं और तुम बस भगवान को बोले जा रहे हो कि पास करवा दो, तो
हाँ, वो तो है।
करोगे? नहीं होगा। अगर तुमने दिया
बिल्कुल,
होगा,
बिल्कुल।
मे बी उसके बाद तुम्हारा हुआ कि नहीं, दैट्स अ डिफरेंट, बट
ट्रू, ट्रू।
करना तो है ही ना। सो दैट्स द थिंग।
हाँ, मतलब देखो, काम में भगवान है, तो ऐसा तो हर कोई बोलते हैं, तो उसमें तो पूरा भरोसा है मुझे। पर मुझे ये भी लगता है कि अ, मतलब भगवान ना सही, मतलब भगवान चलो है कि नहीं मैंने तो नहीं देखा है, तो मैं उस पे तो इतना चर्चा और क्लेम नहीं कर सकती हूँ। पर ये ज़रूर बोलूँगी कि फिर कोई भी चीज़ पे मतलब एक भरोसा होना चाहिए। हाँ, चलो ये पॉज़िटिव जो माइंडसेट हम
मैं
लोग बोलते हैं
इंसानों
कि
पे
पॉज़ि
भरोसा करना चाहता हूँ।
हाँ, वो भी सही है।
या मैं अपने फैमिली पे, अपने दोस्तों पे, अपने पार्टनर पे भरोसा करना चाहता हूँ। दे आर रियल पीपल, दे आई कैन टॉक टू देम, आई कैन शेयर माय प्रॉब्लम्स विद देम। दोज आर
या
मोर इम्पोर्टेंट देन प्रेइंग टू गॉड।
ट्रू, ट्रू। मतलब मेरा ये है कि किसी पे ऊपर भरोसा होना चाहिए, चाहे तुम अपने पेरेंट्स पे करो या फिर अपने किसी दोस्त पे करो या फिर किसी कोई चीज़ पे करो, कोई पत्थर पे कर लो या फिर किसी पे मतलब हाँ, ठीक है चलो, ये मतलब तुम्हारे तुम्हारे साथ ऐसा ब्रेकडाउन मोमेंट में ऐसे होना चाहिए कि नहीं मतलब चलो ये अभी तक है, ये इंसान मेरे साथ है या फिर ये चीज़ मतलब मतलब जिसको देख के तुम्हारा एक जो थॉट है, कोई नेगेटिव जा रहा है, वो थोड़ा पॉज़िटिव में चेंज हो जाए कि नहीं चलो ये मतलब जैसे कि हाँ, तुम किसी को पेरेंट्स को क्या बोलते हैं हम लोग इसलिए कि नहीं चलो, कोई समझे या ना समझे, पेरेंट्स तो समझेंगे, राइट? तो
यस, ट्रू, ट्रू।
वैसे वैसे काइंड ऑफ कि हाँ, मतलब भगवान हाँ, चलो मतलब हम इसको सुना दें तो हाँ, कोई सुने या ना सुने मतलब ये तो सुन ही लेंगे ऐसे काइंड ऑफ तो इस किसी किसी के तरफ भी ऐसे अ, वही पॉज़िटिव वाला जो वाइब आता है ऐसे ये होना चाहिए, ऐसे मेरे को ऐसे लगता है। पर भगवान के ऊपर करो या चाहे जिसके ऊपर करो भाई वो अपनी मर्ज़ी।
हम्म,
चलो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा बोर कर दी तुमको।
नहीं, नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। क्यों क्यों ऐसा सोच रहे हो? तुमने मुझे बहुत अच्छा इंटरेस्टिंग टॉक दिया। यहाँ पे लोग बोर करते हैं, बाकी लोग बहुत ज़्यादा बोर करते हैं।
हाँ, ओके सो
हुँ।
व्हेन डिड यू जॉइन बाय द वे दिस प्लेटफ़ॉर्म?
आई डोंट हैव एनी पर्टिकुलर टाइम, लाइक जब भी मतलब वो होता है, टाइम वाइम मिलता है, फ्री मिलता हूँ, आ जाता हूँ। इट्स लाइक दैट।
Okay, but like how many days before you join? Like,
I am using this platform around 5 months now. It's a long time.
hmm,
Mm,
nice. Even I joined a year ago, maybe,
okay.
but
Mhm.
then uh, I was not coming
Yeah.
frequently.
या बीच
So,
में मैं अराउंड 2 महीने नहीं आया था बिकॉज़ आई वाज़ वेरी लाइक बिज़ी इन वर्किंग एंड अदर स्टफ।
busy.
सो
Oh,
मैं
okay.
नहीं आ रहा था। उसके बाद वो चला गया, उसका काम खत्म हुआ, देन आई स्टार्टेड कमिंग अगेन। फिर
Hmm.
मेरा पढ़ाई स्टार्ट होने वाला है, तो उसको स्टार्ट करूँगा तो फिर बंद हो जाएगा। तो ये चल रहा
क्या
है।
स्टार्ट होने वाला है?
मतलब मैं अपना प्रिपरेशन स्टार्ट करने वाला हूँ और जॉब भी करने वाला
Oh,
हूँ, सो बिजी होने वाला हूँ बहुत
okay.
ज़्यादा, तो नहीं आने वाला हूँ फिर से। सो जब भी
Right.
फ्री मिलता है आ जाता हूँ, इट्स लाइक दैट।
नहीं वो हाँ, मतलब ये प्लेटफ़ॉर्म मैंने कोई और प्लेटफ़ॉर्म तो यूज़ नहीं किया है ऐसे
कोई
पर
और प्लेटफॉर्म अच्छा हुआ नहीं भी नहीं, मैंने यूज़ किया था, बाकी बहुत ही बेकार है सारे। इट्स बेटर देन एवरीथिंग आई यूज़ टिल नाउ।
हाँ,
या
मतलब ऐसे कोई ज़बरदस्ती नहीं है कि किसी से ये करो, हाँ, चलो कोई किसी को पता नहीं है, नॉर्मल कोई बात पे भी टॉपिक पे भी
हाँ,
बात कर
आराम से बात
सकते
हो
हो।
सकती है, इट्स एक्चुअली
अपने
फाइन, या और
अ,
ऐसे भी नहीं भाई स्ट्रिक्ट इंग्लिश में बात करो, हिंदी जिस जिस लैंग्वेज में इच्छा बात करो, कोई प्रॉब्लम
हाँ,
नहीं है।
वही कि मतलब
हुँ।
चलो किसी से बात कर लो तो अच्छा लगता है कि भाई
हुँ।
चलो मतलब अच्छी बात ऐसे हो, ये हो
और वैसे भी
मतलब
रियल लाइफ में कौन-सा तुम्हें ऐसे स्ट्रेंजर से बात करने का मौका मिलेगा? यहाँ पे तुम
हाँ,
बस किसी से भी,
ये
सो इट्स
और
बेटर।
इवन इवन स्ट्रेंजर से हम कभी बात कहाँ ही करते हैं, तुम
कहाँ ही
बोलो
करते हैं
इतने
रियल लाइफ
दिखते
में।
कि
हाँ,
कहाँ ये करते
करते
हैं।
हैं कभी-कभी कोई कहीं पे न्यू जॉइन किया है या फिर कहीं गए हुए हैं, तो थोड़ा बहुत लोगों से बात कर लिया, दैट्स अ डिफरेंट थिंग।
हाँ।
यहाँ पे आके मतलब प्रॉपर बात करना, फिर या मैंने तो यहाँ पे रह के प्रॉपर दोस्त बनाए, नाउ आई हैव देयर नंबर्स टू, आई टॉक टू देम, दे आर लाइक बिकमिंग माय परमानेंट फ्रेंड्स because of this platform. So yeah, this platform is
नाइस।
actually good in that sense. Actually good.
हाँ, ट्रू।
Yeah.
पर यहाँ पे ना मतलब कोई ऐसे बहुत लोग ऐसे होते हैं कि हाँ, मोस्टली मेजॉरिटी ऐसे कोई लड़का का ऐसे ये होगा तो लड़कियों को लोग ये करते हैं कि हाँ, चलो वो आई तो ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट देके ये बात करेंगे या फिर कोई
हाँ, वो तो
मेजरली
है।
ऐसा होता है।
मैं ना
पर
पहले-पहले क्या होता है, जब मैं पहले-पहले जॉइन किया था प्लेटफ़ॉर्म, सब मुझे किक कर रहा था। आई वाज़ लाइक क्या बात है, मुझसे कोई बात क्यों नहीं करना चाहता, सब किक क्यों कर रहे हैं? देन मैंने कुछ लोगों से बात किया, देन दे सेड लाइक या आई एम हैविंग द सेम एक्सपीरियंस। तो मुझे लगा क्या
हाँ।
चल रहा है? फिर मुझे पता चला कि यहाँ पे कुछ है, मतलब कुछ-कुछ बंदे हैं या फिर कुछ-कुछ पर्सन्स हैं जो कि मतलब बस लड़कियों से बात करना चाहते हैं, लड़कों से नहीं करना चाहते। सो लड़के जाते हैं तो
हाँ।
मतलब किक करते हैं। तो मैं 2 दिन पहले एक लड़की से बात कर रहा था एंड शी वाज़ सेइंग आई एम गेटिंग किक्ड। So I was like shocked. Why are you getting kicked? Like you're a girl. Why are you getting kicked? So she was like कि लड़कियां मुझे किक कर रही है। और मुझे पता चला कि हाँ,
ओके।
लड़के अभी लड़कों के लिए रूम कर रहे हैं और लड़कियां लड़कों के लिए रूम कर रही है। तो दोनों अपने जेंडर से बात नहीं करना चाहते। या
हाँ, वो तो है।
इट्स राइट।
पर थे मतलब मेरे भी ऐसे कोई-कोई दोस्त थे, पता नहीं मैं इससे
हुँ।
पहले 2-3 महीने पहले जॉइन की होंगी इससे पहले शायद।
ओके, ओके।
तब ग्रुप में ऐसे जॉइन की थी मैं, फिर सुनी कुछ देर बाद उसके बाद जाके हाँ, हेलो, हाय ये सब बात हुआ। उसके बाद जाके मेरा अकाउंट भी उन्होंने हाँ, अनवेरिफाइड दिखा रहा था ना, तो सारे जितने भी थे सब हाँ, हाँ, चलो इसका अकाउंट वेरिफाइड करते हैं, ऐसे-ऐसे ये करके पूरा सारा 15 से ज़्यादा लोग ऐसे ये हो गए। फिर जैसे ही कुछ दिन के लिए ये मतलब तुम ऑफलाइन चाहोगे उसके बाद जाके फिर
हाँ,
से अनफॉलो,
अनफॉलो कर दो।
फिर
हाँ,
से हाँ,
दैट्स ट्रू।
द ऐसे अच्छे लोग भी हैं कोई-कोई कि हाँ,
और
उनका जो
एक्चुअली
ये
मैं क्या करता हूँ ना, अगर मुझे सच में किसी के साथ बात करके बहुत अच्छा लगा, तो अगर उनसे
हुँ,
बहुत बार बात होती है, तो आई फ़ील लाइक उसको परमानेंट फ्रेंडशिप बना लेता हूँ मैं। मतलब परमानेंट फ्रेंड बनाने की कोशिश करता हूँ। सो मतलब लाइक
हाँ,
दैट कि मतलब हाँ, ऐसा कुछ नहीं कि हाँ, बात करें। बिकॉज़ यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोगों से मैं मिला हूँ, जो कि एक्चुअली में
हाँ।
बहुत ज़्यादा नॉलेजेबल लोग थे और बहुत अच्छी बात हुई, बट बाद में उनके साथ कभी मुलाकात हुई नहीं, कभी मौका मिला ही नहीं बात करने के लिए। तो इस पता नहीं कहाँ खो गए, ऐसा वाला हो गया, कहाँ खो गए।
हाँ,
तो या that's why I take
हाँ,
some of her numbers because I was like तुम्हें खोना नहीं चाहता bro share so it's like that yeah
हाँ,
finding a good people is hard in this world so if you're getting it then don't leave it yeah
ट्रू, सही है। चलो फिर मिलेंगे तब
yeah
आकाश।
yep okay
चलो, बाय।
bye take care yeah
हेडक्वार्टर था, वहाँ उसको लिखते हैं, क्या लिखते हैं दिखाता हूँ मैं। अब उन्होंने ये लिखा, सैन फ्रांसिस्को में था ना, वहाँ ये लिखते हैं, महोदय मैंने अपने देश में दक्षिण, पश्चिम और उत्तर की लंबी यात्रा की है और पाया कि अछूत वर्ग की दशा बहुत ही दयनीय है। धार्मिक रूप से धर्मांध व्यक्ति इस वर्ग को छूना भी पाप समझता है। उनको सामान्य नागरिक सुविधाएं भी प्राप्त नहीं है तथा उनके लिए शिक्षा के द्वार बंद हैं तथा वह जानवरों से भी बदतर जीवन यापन कर रहे हैं। मेरा विश्वास हिल गया है, क्या आजादी के बाद उनकी दशा जादू की तरह बदल जाएगी, जबकि सामान्य बहुसंख्यक इतर दलित जनसंख्या अभी तक उनको समान अधिकार प्राप्त प्रदान करने को तत्पर नहीं है। मैं समझता हूँ हमको